Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this episode, we will talk about what happened in 2008 in Iowa. When the detectives arrived at the scene, they assumed it was a normal car accident. However, this case quickly proved them wrong. The police solved the mysterious death of 41-year-old Michelle Davis thanks to CCTV footage, which helped them determine what happened and who was responsible. Michelle Ann Cosner was born on December 15, 1966 in Iowa. In 2008, the 41-year-old woman lived in Des Moines with her 3 children. She was on the verge of a new chapter in her life. Michelle was excited to start a new life after the court nearly finalized her divorce papers. She has already moved into a separate apartment and obtained a restraining order against her husband, Randy Davis. The family had a strained relationship in the years preceding the divorce. Michelle was described as a friendly, active person who enjoyed adventures and motorcycles. She worked as a secretary for a trucking company, where she was treated with respect and authority. Michelle worked on Thursday, September 11, 2008. Colleagues noticed that after leaving her husband, she appeared to have released a burden that had been weighing her down for many years. Michelle was in a good mood that day, so she left work around 4:30 p.m. She had finished all of her business. Shortly after that, 911 began receiving calls from eyewitnesses informing the operator of an accident on Interstate 235. The Mercury Sable was upside down, with a woman still wearing her seat belt in the driver's seat. She was unconscious. Unfortunately, the paramedics who arrived at the scene were unable to save her. The deceased woman's name was Michelle Davis. After arriving at the scene, police determined that Michelle had lost control of the vehicle, resulting in an accident. However, the following day they excluded this version. Michelle did not die as a result of a head injury during the rollover, according to forensic experts. Her death was caused by a gunshot wound to the head. They extracted the bullet and sent it to be examined in the hopes that it would help them find the criminal. This was the first time the investigators assigned to this case had encountered something like this. While awaiting the results of the ballistic examination, the local authorities decided to ensure the safety of those on the street. After all, what if Michelle was a random victim, not predetermined? What if the shooter didn't stop with one victim? There are many cars on this interstate, and each one could be a target for the distraught shooter. It was critical to resolve this case as quickly as possible. As a result, the police increased their patrols throughout the city. When it became clear that Michelle's death was not an accident, detectives went to the crime scene to determine where the shooter was and whether he left any traces. However, it yielded no results. They discovered neither the cartridge case nor any other evidence that would aid the investigation. Furthermore, because the police initially assumed Michelle was the victim of a car accident, the traffic services cleared the scene. As a result, any evidence that existed was irretrievably destroyed. Despite this, the detectives remained hopeful that by reviewing traffic camera recordings, they would be able to find answers. CCTV cameras are increasingly used to assist police in solving various crimes, and this case was no different. The investigators immediately began studying the traffic camera recordings that they had at their disposal. First, they needed to locate the recording from the camera closest to the crime scene and rewind it to the point when people began calling 911. Half an hour later, the investigators discovered what they were looking for. The video showed Michelle's car upside down. However, the quality of the footage was subpar. As a result, the video was more akin to a slideshow, with separate, alternating images with intervals. As a result, the investigators only had a few shots to work with, none of which revealed what caused Michelle's car to roll. It was an unpleasant development because the investigators were confident they already had the necessary clue. Unfortunately, it was a false hope. All that remained for the police to do was to continue reviewing the remaining camera footage and looking for potential witnesses. While the police team continued to examine the recordings from other traffic cameras, the investigator assigned to the Michelle Davis case contacted her family to inform them that her death was not an accident, as previously assumed. Michelle's family was shocked to learn that she had been the victim of a crime. Michelle's mother, Patty, died before the end of her life. Michael Lee Cosner, Michelle's father, sued over the deaths of his second daughter, his first daughter, and Michelle's older sister, Cheryl. Michael Cosner's first child died in 1965 when she was about a year old, and 43 years later, he has lost another. Outliving their children is the worst thing a parent can go through. Michelle's family informed the investigator that her life was gradually changing, and she had no financial problems. However, the family believed that Michelle's husband, Randy Davis, was the only person capable of causing her harm. After all, the court almost finalized their divorce, and she sought a restraining order against him. At the same time, another detective went to the company where Michelle worked to speak with her co-workers. That's how the investigators discovered Michelle had a close relationship with another man after splitting up with her husband. His name was Matt Jorgensen, and he was her colleague. According to Michelle's friend, the couple's feelings were mutual. However, because Michelle was in the process of divorcing Randy Davis, they decided to keep their relationship private, so only a few colleagues and close friends knew about it. As a result, the police had two potential suspects, Randy Davis and Matt Jorgensen. All attempts to contact Randy were unsuccessful. All calls went directly to voicemail. The investigators met with Matt to ask him about his whereabouts on the day Michelle died. He didn't hide anything, admitting that he and Michelle were romantically involved. As he stated, they never argued or fought. The man was stunned by Michelle's death, so he described in detail what he was doing on the day she died. His alibi checked out, and he was removed from the suspect list. The ballistic examination revealed that the crime was committed with a .22 caliber rifle. Experts concluded that it was a close-range shot. Furthermore, because everything happened while Michelle was driving on the interstate, the police assumed the shooter was in another car driving next to her. Simultaneously, this case had a new suspect. The police received a call from the insurance company informing them that Michelle's brother Todd was claiming payment on her life insurance. Crimes committed with the intention of receiving money through life insurance are not uncommon. Was this case one of them? Could Todd have killed his sister to get this payout? The detective went to his house to ask some questions. When he began questioning Todd about where he was when Michelle died, the latter realized the police considered him a suspect. He told Todd everything he did on the day his sister died. Todd stated that their family was in a difficult financial situation and could not arrange a proper funeral for Michelle. He turned to the insurance company because he needed money for Michelle's funeral. Todd's alibi was checked by police, and they discovered that he was in another part of the city at the time Michelle died. Todd was not the one who shot her. Todd did, however, provide the police with information that enabled them to locate another suspect, Michelle's stepson Josh. When Michelle married Randy, he already had a son from his previous marriage. Josh had already reached adulthood when Michelle died. He was a Marine who had returned home from the Army shortly before Michelle was fatally injured on the road. Josh knew how to use weapons, which made him one of the suspects. The police began investigating whether Josh had a motive for committing this crime. Meanwhile, the police got another clue. A woman said she was driving on Interstate 235 on the same day. At the same time, Michelle's vehicle rolled over. She saw a red pickup truck, most likely a Ford F-150, whose driver swerved from one lane to another. It appeared that he was chasing someone. The woman described the driver as an adult white man wearing a baseball cap, and that is all she could see. This new information seemed significant, so the investigators started looking into it. They looked at traffic camera footage again, but this time they were looking for a red pickup truck, and the woman was correct. The video showed a red pickup truck following Michelle directly from her workplace. However, the police were unable to see the driver's face or the red pickup truck's license plates due to the poor video quality. After reviewing the footage from other cameras, the investigators concluded that the red pickup truck was driving along the same route as Michelle, following her every move. It wasn't a coincidence. Furthermore, as Michelle approached the scene of her death, the pickup truck was close behind her. This information suggests that the criminal fired the decisive shot while driving, with a few suspects in mind. Detectives quickly discovered Michelle's husband, Randy Davis, had a red pickup truck. Detectives immediately went to his home. Randy was not at home, but his son Josh was present. He was a Marine who knew how to use weapons professionally and had access to his father's car. Josh told detectives that on the day Michelle died, he went shopping with his sister before returning home and spending the evening watching TV. He described Michelle's divorce from his father as arduous because, among other things, she wanted half of the house's value. Josh also stated that his father came home around 5:30 p.m. Josh's story did not seem convincing on that particular day. Furthermore, this conversation revealed that he may have a motive for committing the crime. Josh was very upset when his stepmother decided to take a portion of his estate during his divorce from his father. However, these were only assumptions without any physical evidence, and no evidence means no arrest or charges. While Michelle's family prepared for the funeral, police looked for new leads. The police began searching all of the shops and gas stations along the route from her workplace to where she died, hoping to find more surveillance footage a few miles from the trucking company where she worked. The police discovered another crucial piece of footage for the investigation in a store. While the surveillance camera was inside the store, it was still recording in the parking lot. On September 11, 2008, at around 4 p.m. On the day Michelle died, a red pickup truck drove up to the store and parked near the entrance. The police were aware that Randy Davis owned the pickup truck, but since his son Josh also had access to it, they needed to figure out who was driving it that day. The footage captured the driver exiting the car and entering the store. However, due to the poor video quality, investigators were unable to determine whether it was Josh Davis or his father, Randy. The man eventually disappeared from the camera's field of view. But after a while, he reappeared, bought something, and left the store. Then he got in his car and drove off. I'd like to remind you that all of this occurred at 4 p.m. Michelle departed work at 4:30 p.m. The police investigated the footage further and discovered that the pickup truck returned to the store several times within the next 30 minutes. However, the driver did not exit the vehicle, instead turning around and driving away. The pickup truck last appeared near the store when Michelle left work. I wasn't able to identify the suspect. The police made another attempt to contact Michelle's husband, Randy Davis. The latter eventually got in touch and arrived at the police station. The investigators explained his rights and clarified that he was not being arrested. Randy agreed to answer a few questions. They inquired about what he was doing on September 11th. Randy mentioned going through the arduous divorce process with Michelle. After all, they had been married for 17 years. He also stated that he worked as a carpenter and was at work that day. Randy hesitated when asked when he got home, but eventually stated that he arrived at 3:45 p.m. It contradicted the surveillance footage and Josh's testimony, which stated that his father arrived home around 5:30 p.m. Randy stated that he did not leave home after 3:45 p.m. He said he was home alone, but then his son Josh arrived and they cooked dinner together. This information contradicted Josh's testimony, which stated that he was already home when his father arrived, implying that the father and son were dependent on one another. And after speaking with Randy, the investigators discovered that one of them was lying. To see Randy's reaction, investigators informed him that Michelle died as a result of a bullet rather than injuries sustained in a car crash. Michelle's family were the only ones who knew about it because the police did not reveal this information. Randy barely reacted to the news, pretending to be surprised and lowering his eyes. Randy demanded a lawyer after the police asked him when he last saw Michelle. Thus, the conversation had come to an end. The investigation lacked the weapon used to murder Michelle, as well as any other significant evidence that could have led to his arrest, so he was released on September 5, 2008. 4 days after Michelle died, her family and friends gathered for a funeral service. Randy Davis was also one of those who came to say goodbye to Michelle. With his entire appearance, he attempted to convey that what had occurred was a significant loss for him. He even burst into tears at one point, but who was responsible for Michelle Davis' death? The investigators did everything they could to get a quick answer to this question. Help came from unexpected places. Josh Davis entered the police station with his lawyer and requested to make a statement. According to his statement, His father's car was parked in the driveway when he returned home from seeing his sister. He entered the house and saw his father holding a gun. Randy told his son that it would be best if he did not come now. Josh said he understood what his father was up to. He tried to stop him, begging him not to do anything he would later regret, but Randy got in his car and drove away. He returned and drove the car into the garage. Josh went to the garage, where his father admitted that he had shot Michelle. Randy Davis was upset when his wife filed for divorce and decided to sue him for a portion of the property. He couldn't accept it and decided to take drastic measures. Randy waited for Michelle to leave work on September 11, 2008, by parking his red pickup truck outside the store. He drove past the location where Michelle worked several times. "I'm afraid of missing out on the moment." It explained why Randy was seen on the store's CCTV footage several times. After Michelle left work, he followed. When the time came, he rolled down the passenger side window and fired. Randy Davis was arrested based on Josh's testimony, and he faces first-degree murder charges for Michelle's death. However, before going to trial, Randy agreed to plead guilty to second-degree deprivation of life in exchange for a reduced sentence. Based on this, 53-year-old Randy Davis was sentenced to 50 years in prison in 2010. His guilty plea indicates that there will be no trial. "Perhaps we missed justice a little, but we did get what we wanted. We knew he had done it, and he admitted to doing it," according to Michelle's brother, Todd Cosner. He claimed Davis had destroyed their family. "I adored Randy. He was a member of my family for 17 years. Todd Cosner said, "I cared about him." Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss the events that took place in Costa Rica. Maria Luisa Cedeno, 47, was found unresponsive in a hotel room. The mysterious death of the woman prompted a large-scale investigation. Maria Luisa's body had bite marks from several different people. The hotel staff heard nothing. Only the woman's dog was barking, which gave reason to suspect something was wrong. Maria Luisa was born May 29, 1977, in La Fortuna de San Carlos, Costa Rica. Her family had 5 children, and she was the youngest. She graduated high school in 1994. Maria Luisa, a dedicated student, aspired to be the first in her family to graduate from university. Determined to succeed in life, she chose to study medicine. Maria Luisa graduated from the medical faculty at the University of San Jose. She holds master's degrees in both anesthesiology and surgical rehabilitation. Maria Luisa was a highly regarded anesthesiologist. Many people who devote their lives to achieving professional success do not have time for a personal life. Maria Luisa was one of those individuals. She dated a doctor whom she met while studying at university. However, their relationship did not last very long. They broke up in February 2020, which caused her to become depressed. The restrictions imposed everywhere due to the virus spreading around the world exacerbated the situation. Maria Luisa sought respite from her problems by spending the weekend at a peaceful coastal location. She reserved a room at the Law Mansion in Cape Coast Punta Arenas. Her room was on the ground floor, with 2 entrances. The first entrance was from the hotel lobby, and the second led to the courtyard. Maria Luisa chose this room to be with her beloved dog. She checked in on Saturday, July 18, 2020, and was scheduled to leave the hotel on Monday, July 20th. Everything went as planned. The woman checked into her hotel room on July 18th. The next day, she enjoyed a day at the beach with her dog. Then she walked through the neighborhood and took photos, which she shared with her loved ones. Maria Luisa ordered a bottle of wine, 2 glasses, and water for her room. On Monday, July 20th, she had to eat breakfast and travel to San Jose for work. Nonetheless, she did not attend the scheduled breakfast at 8 a.m. The hotel staff assumed she had simply decided to sleep in and thus did not bother her. After several hours, the staff became concerned when Maria Luisa still did not appear. Around 12 p.m., the maid began knocking on the door, but the woman did not open it. Her dog was barking inside, which was extremely alarming. After all, the dog's constant barking would have woken the woman up. As previously mentioned, Maria Luisa's room had 2 entrances. The maids approached the entrance from the courtyard. They kept calling out the woman's name, but all they could hear was the dog's constant barking. Since no one had locked the door, they decided to go inside. When they entered, they found bloodstains and Maria Luisa's body wrapped in sheets on the bed. One of the maids called the emergency services and requested an ambulance and police. Unfortunately, the woman had died a few hours before the call, so she could not be saved. Even in the early stages of the investigation, this case appeared strange. After all, the hotel was nearly empty as the virus spread across the globe. Nonetheless, there was always someone from the staff present, but none of them witnessed or heard anything. The door to Maria Luisa's room was electronically locked, and security could track every use of the key in their database. It was possible to determine who entered the room, and when the police checked the database, they discovered that only the woman had entered it. The staff had a duplicate key, but nobody used it on the night of the crime. But, as I mentioned, Maria Luisa's room had 2 entrances. The second entrance to the room was a sliding glass door that could be opened without an electronic key. Thus, the investigators assumed the perpetrator entered the room through this door. Another theory is that Maria Luisa allowed the criminal inside. The police almost immediately ruled out the possibility of theft as the motive for the crime. The valuable jewelry and money in the room remained intact. It indicated that the criminal had other goals. When the criminologist examined Maria Luisa's body, they realized what the criminal intended to get. The woman was naked and fighting for her life. The criminal's DNA remained under her fingernails. She had bite marks on her face and chest finger marks on her ankle. Her face is bruised from heavy blows, and there are traces of strangulation on her neck. According to the reports, she suffered genital and seminal fluid injuries. The police noticed distinct footprints on the floor next to the bed. The woman's phone lay next to her, and there were 2 glasses, an open bottle of wine, and water on the table. Forensic experts determined that head and neck injuries were the cause of death. Experts expected DNA samples from bites on Maria Luisa's body. Even the most experienced people were surprised by the exam results. The bites on the woman's chest and cheek contained saliva. However, a person cannot bite their own cheek. It meant that the perpetrator used the woman's saliva to contaminate the bites on her body, masking their DNA. Surprisingly, the perpetrator washed Maria Luisa's body before wrapping it in a sheet and placing it on the bed. Perhaps this is how the person who killed the woman intended to destroy the evidence left on her body. To some extent, this individual succeeded. Maria Luisa's death presented an unimaginable challenge for her family, particularly her parents, who were over 80. It wasn't only death. Maria Luisa's torture prior to her death exacerbated her family's grief. None of his friends, colleagues, or relatives could believe that this kind, cheerful and sympathetic soul had left them. News of the brutal crime that claimed the life of a well-known anesthesiologist spread quickly throughout Costa Rica. The police wanted to find the person responsible for Maria Luisa's death as soon as possible. The police began their investigation by checking everyone who worked and lived at the hotel during Maria Luisa's time there. Although there were CCTV cameras at the hotel, the police were unable to obtain recordings because the cameras were not working. Due to the global situation, the hotel was almost completely empty. The lack of customers had an impact on the number of employees as well. Maria Luisa mentioned to a friend that the person who served coffee also had other responsibilities at the hotel. Despite this, she said she was having a great time there. The hotel's owner was Harry Bodanen, a Dutch businessman. He was born in The Hague in 1951. In the 1970s, he moved to the United States and began working for Hilton. He eventually became hotel manager. Bodan became the director of the National Press Club in Washington in the early 1980s. Officially, it is a journalists' club, but it is also a gathering place for politicians and presidents from around the world, as well as journalists. Bodan made connections over time and purchased real estate in a variety of countries. His possessions included a hotel in Costa Rica, where he lived with his young husband, Yader. Another hotel guest, Danilo Obando, was 38-year-old Teodoro Herrera Martinez. Martinez had a close relationship with the hotel's owner, Harry Bodanin, whom he met while working as a stripper at one of the bars. About a year later, Bodan invited him to work at his hotel but later fired him due to a lack of business. However, he let Martinez stay in one of the rooms for free. The two men had a friendly relationship. Martinez completed personal assignments for Bodan as well as hotel maintenance work on occasion. An official police dog led investigators to Teodoro Martinez's room door, making him the first suspect. Maria Luisa Sedena was most likely responsible for the scratches on his back and cheeks, while she was fighting for her life. The police discovered traces of blood on his shoes, indicating his involvement in the crime. Martinez was arrested on the first day after the crime and sentenced to 6 months in prison. During this time, the authorities had to complete their investigation, determine all the details of this crime, and take it to court. 5 days after Maria Luisa's death, police arrested another suspect. It turned out to be Luis Carlos Miranda, 36. The man, like Teodoro Martinez, was a close friend of Harry Bodan when the latter business was thriving. Miranda worked as his public relations specialist. He also lived in a hotel but struggled with work. Initially, the police did not provide specific details about the evidence that led to Miranda's arrest. However, it quickly became clear that experts believed Miranda had left one of the bites on the victim's body. He, like Martinez, was imprisoned for 6 months. Initially, the police suspected that Maria Luisa had invited someone to her room. They arrived at this conclusion after learning that the woman had ordered 2 glasses for her room. After interviewing her family and friends, investigators discovered that Maria Luisa frequently drank 2 glasses of wine. She used the second one to hold water. A month after Maria Luisa's death, police arrested the hotel's owner, Harry Bodan. One of the baits on the woman's body matched his dental cast, leading investigators to believe Bodan was one of 3 people involved in the crime. All 3 arrested denied any involvement in the death of the well-known anesthesiologist. Miranda and Martinez received 6 months in prison. Harry Bodanin was under house arrest due to health issues. According to reports, he had Parkinson's disease and was undergoing cancer treatment. The police questioned Bodan's husband, Yader Danilo Obando. He denied that Harry was involved in Maria Luisa's death, detailing the day and night of the crime. That day, as usual, he got up early to assist Bodan with his bathing and dressing. Obando fell asleep at 12 p.m. He woke 8 and went to his office on hotel grounds. His job at the time was to create a website to increase hotel attendance while adhering to government restrictions. After work, he drank rum with Martinez and Miranda by the pool. According to Obando, he and Bodan were sleeping when the latter's phone rang around 1 a.m. Bodan received a call from a hotel security guard named Bodanto, who informed him that Martinez had stolen beer from the hotel bar and was wandering the corridors. Obando assisted Bodan in getting up and led them to Martinez's location. They discovered him in shorts and shirtless, holding a beer in his hand. Bodan snatched the beer from his grasp and tossed it on the floor. He told Martinez to go to bed and think about where he would live next, as he did not want to see him in his hotel anymore. Obando then said he and Bodan went to their room. It was the night of the crime. Despite Maria Luisa's severe injuries and fight for her life, none of the hotel staff or residents heard anything. The authorities suspected Yader Danilo Obando was involved in the crime but found no evidence. As previously stated, Harry Bodan was under house arrest. He had an ankle monitor and was not permitted to leave the hotel or contact other suspects. Bodan sold his hotel by the end of 2021. His health was deteriorating, and he needed to pay for the services of an attorney. The new hotel owners refused to let him stay, so he had to move. He gave the prosecutor's office his new address, but they identified him as a suspect who could flee the country. As a result, they lifted his house arrest and placed him in a prison hospital in March 2022. He did not like the care he received there. He criticized it and claimed human rights violations. The trial began in September 2022. The case became more detailed with each new court session. The prosecutor's office suspects Teodoro Martinez, who had scratches on his body and DNA found under Maria Luisa's fingernails. Martinez also left traces of seminal fluid at the crime scene. The trial was postponed several times due to the large number of people who wanted to attend and the large number of journalists who covered it. The courtroom couldn't hold this many people. Harry Bodon appeared in court in a wheelchair, accompanied by his lawyer, who filed a petition for his client's transfer to house arrest due to health issues. However, the court denied the request. The prosecutor's office presented its account of what occurred. They believe that between July 19th and July 20th, 2023, suspects entered Maria Luisa's room and attacked her. They entered through a sliding glass door, confident that no one would notice it in the database. Furthermore, there were almost no people in the hotel, as no one heard the woman's screams. Prosecutors determined that she was sleeping when the three of them attacked her. They probably covered her mouth with something so no one could hear her. Harry Bodon, Dawn, and Miranda left teeth marks on her body. These two likely held Maria Luisa, while Martinez fulfilled his sadistic fantasy. The exhausted woman fought for her life, but the forces were unbalanced. They severely beat her before strangling her, eventually breaking her cervical vertebrae. All three men realized they had enough time to cover their tracks. They washed her body, placed it on the bed, and covered it with a sheet. The bite marks on Maria Luisa's body were smeared with her saliva, preventing experts from finding foreign DNA. However, each defendant's lawyer devised a unique strategy. Bodon's defense claimed he had knee surgery prior to Maria Luisa's death and struggled to walk, making it difficult for him to commit the crime. The trial was postponed again because the expert witness who was supposed to testify about the teeth marks on the victim's body had left the country. Miranda's lawyer invited a Spanish orthodontist from Madrid, but the woman claimed the teeth marks on the skin were insufficient evidence. Her testimony was supposed to last 2 days, but she left for Spain a day later because she felt intimidated by the prosecutor's office. The latter questioned her competence and sought to bring her to justice because she was not accredited by a Costa Rican professional association and thus illegally posed as an expert. The Ministry of Justice and Peace concluded that the crime could not have been committed by a single person. As a result, they insisted that all three men were involved in the incident. Miranda's defense challenged the idea that more than one person was involved in the crime. The lawyers criticized the judicial authorities' examination and pointed out inconsistencies that should have resulted in Miranda's acquittal. During one of the trials, the court heard the lead investigator's statement on the case. He stated that it took them over 5 hours to thoroughly inspect the crime scene. They deduced that the criminals washed Maria Luisa's body before moving it to the bed by applying luminol in the bathroom because there were no marks on the hotel floor. However, there were finger marks on the victim's ankles. Experts believed that at least 2 people had carried Maria Luisa's body onto the bed. Teodoro Martinez faced additional evidence that proved his guilt. During the trial, it was revealed that Maria Luisa had blood on both the inside and outside of his shoes. It's possible he was barefoot at the time of the crime and stained his feet with blood before putting on his shoes. They also discovered blood on his phone and watch. Furthermore, his DNA and seminal fluid were found on the victim's body. Martinez, unlike the other 2 defendants, could not deny his involvement in the crime. Martinez admitted they had intimate contact, but denied doing anything else. During the investigation, it was discovered that Harry Bodon underwent knee surgery at the same clinic where Maria Luisa worked. However, she was not the only anesthesiologist at the clinic, and there was no evidence that she and Bodon had ever met. During his testimony, the man denied knowing Maria Luisa. According to him, he discovered she was staying at his hotel after receiving a call about a dead woman in one of the rooms. During one of the interrogations, they asked Bodon why the hotel's security cameras were not working. There were cameras, but they did not function due to funding issues. We had 5 or 6 low-quality cameras that gradually failed, Bodon explained. He also stated that the hotel's electricity was not working properly. However, the maintenance staff dealt with these issues. The only evidence of Harry Boudin and Luis Carlos Miranda's involvement in the crime was bite marks on the victim's body. As a result, the final question was whether dental prints could be considered irrefutable evidence. While hearing Miranda's case, the judge clarified several points, including highlighting the dental evidence. That is, the match between the teeth pattern and the bite marks on the victim's body could not be considered because no one read the accused man's rights before collecting a sample. Although there was some evidence against Boudin, the judge stated that it was impossible to tell whether his dental cast matched the bite mark. Forensic experts said the analysis of the teeth allowed them to rule out everyone who was in the hotel on the night of Maria Luisa's death, except Miranda and Boudin, but there was still a chance that someone else had left the marks on the victim's body. It meant that the judge did not find the evidence convincing on April 20th. Teodoro Martinez was found guilty of murdering Maria Luisa Dino and sentenced to 50 years in prison. The court also acquitted Harry Boudin and Luis Carlos Miranda, citing doubts about their guilt. However, the story did not conclude there. In October 2023, the Costa Rican Court of Appeal ruled that the case against Boudin and his two co-defendants would be reviewed by new judges. The Costa Rican prosecutor's office used the victim's teeth marks, allegedly left by Don and Miranda, as evidence. The prosecutor's office sought to persuade other judges of the teeth marks' authenticity as evidence. Given the failure of the prosecutor's office investigation and the numerous inconsistencies in this case, Boudin was not surprised by the Court of Appeal's decision. "I'm not surprised," he replied. He also accused the female prosecutor of bias, claiming she was using the case to advance her career. Boudin, who had already left Costa Rica, currently resides in the Netherlands. Even if the court in Costa Rica decides to detain him, he has nothing to fear because the two countries do not have an extradition treaty, and he's not returning to Costa Rica. Given my negative experience with the Costa Rican legal system, and the fact that I paid a high price in the form of nearly 3 years in prison, here is what he said in an interview with Dutch journalists. "It is not in my interest to return. There are too many policies, and they are driven by public opinion. The country has an out-of-date legal system, corruption, and a banana republic-style mass media. I cannot take any more risks at my age and with my illnesses." As a result, the case is still ongoing. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A student who came to visit her family for a holiday went for a run and disappeared. Without a trace, the residents of the small village were shaken by this event, as nothing like this had ever happened in their area before detectives began an investigation that lasted for many years. And it was only after 28 years that everyone learned the gruesome truth that shocked the residents of the small village. Mandy Stavik was born on April 16, 1971, in the American city of Bellingham, Washington. She grew up in a large family with loving parents, 2 brothers and a sister. Soon after Mandy's birth, her parents decided to move to a town called Palmer, Alaska. This place was known for its picturesque nature, safety, and the unity of its few thousand residents. The family lived in this town for several years, but when Mandy was 3 years old, her parents decided to divorce, and she stayed with her mother. Nevertheless, she continued to see her father almost every day. A year later, a terrible tragedy struck their family. Mandy's 17-year-old brother went on a hunting trip and disappeared. The police later found his body, which had almost 20 bullet wounds. Despite all the investigators' efforts to solve the case, they could not find any suspects for Mandy's family. This event was a real shock, but she continued to grow up joyful and active. She excelled academically, participated in many sports, and played various musical instruments. When Mandy was 12 years old, her mother decided to move back to Washington, but this time to a small village called Acme, whose population at that time was less than 300 people, and all the residents knew each other well. There were practically no serious crimes in this place, and the woman decided that she and her 3 children would be better off there. Mandy enrolled in the local school, quickly made friends, continued to play sports, joined the school music group, and became a cheerleader. In addition, she loved the local nature and enjoyed going for runs towards the picturesque river. When Mandy was 17 years old, another tragedy struck her family after the divorce. Her father stayed in Palmer and started a new family with several children. In 1988, Mandy's stepbrother drowned in a river. It was another blow for her and reminded her of her older brother's death after graduating from high school. Mandy enrolled at Central Washington University in 1989, which was 3 hours away from her home. She wanted to become a pilot and strove to get straight A's. She lived in a dormitory, but whenever she had the chance, she visited her family. At the end of November, she came home to spend Thanksgiving with her relatives and planned to stay there for a few more days. On November 24th, the day after the holiday, Mandy decided to go for a run. Usually her mother accompanied her and rode her bike next to her, but this time she stayed home because her sister had come to visit her briefly, so Mandy set off alone, taking the family's German Shepherd with her usual route, started from home and ran along the road to the river, after which he turned around and ran back, totaling about 5 kilometers. Usually the run takes less than an hour, but this time Mandy was clearly delayed. When her brother returned home, he was surprised that Mandy was still not back. He was visiting a friend whose house was located along the road. The brother saw Mandy run back towards home, but after a few minutes she ran in the opposite direction. He thought she decided to do another lap, but even considering that she should have returned home much earlier than him, as time passed, Mandy's relatives began to seriously worry about her, in addition to the fact that she had never run for so long before. She had plans for the evening before heading home for the holiday. She invited her dorm mate, who came with her. They were planning to go to a neighboring town that day to meet with friends. 2 hours later, something happened that made the whole family worry even more. Their German Shepherd returned home without Mandy, which was extremely strange. The mother of a young woman who had already lost a child once decided to immediately contact the police, and despite Mandy being 18 years old, the sheriff agreed to start the search right after the woman's call. Meanwhile, the mother began calling literally every resident of the village and asking if they had seen her daughter. Upon hearing that Mandy had disappeared, many of them went out into the street and quickly organized their own search together with the young woman's relatives. They walked along the route she had run several times, but she was not found. Meanwhile, the police began questioning people close to Mandy. They learned that the young woman had a boyfriend named Rick, whom she'd been dating since high school. The young woman's mother also said that the couple had broken up and got him back together again. The investigators spoke with him but found no reason to suspect the young man. They questioned several other people while combing the area with the villagers. By that time, people on SUVs, horses, and helicopters had joined the search. The local dog handler even tried to work with a shepherd dog, hoping that it would lead them to Mandy. However, the dog was clearly frightened and did not want to leave the porch of its house. The search continued until late at night, but it yielded no results. The next day it continued, and the police managed to find the first worrying clue. Volunteers found women's sports bands on one of the back roads. They were covered in mud, looked old, and had several holes. The pants were immediately shown to Mandy's mother, but she hesitated to say that they belonged to her daughter. Despite this, the police still sent them to the laboratory, where experts found traces of male semen on them. Detectives immediately asked for DNA samples from all the men who were familiar with Mandy and were in the area, but no matches were found. The FBI's general database, which contains DNA of convicted criminals, did not exist yet that year, so investigators could not do anything with this clue. Meanwhile, specialists with search dogs began to participate in the search, and soon they discovered a new lead. They managed to find traces of the young woman on the dirt road as well as the tracks of her sheepdog. But there was one strange moment when their tracks stopped at the same place. From this, only one conclusion could be drawn. Mandy must have gotten into someone's car. Detectives suggested that she may have been abducted and forced into a car, but experts disproved this assumption, as there would have been a different scene at the point where the tracks ended, as the young woman should have resisted. In reality, it looked as though she got into the car of her own accord, meaning that the driver could have met someone she knew on the third day of the surge. Police, along with firefighters, began searching the nearby river that flowed alongside the road where the young woman was last seen. They made a distressing discovery about 5 kilometers downstream from the village. They noticed a female body in the water. After retrieving it, they immediately realized that it was Mandy, as she was naked except for her socks and sneakers. The police did not see any serious injuries except for several large scratches on her legs. In connection with this, they began to speculate that the young woman could have drowned, but this version made no sense. First, it was the end of November, and the water in the river was very cold, so Mandy could not have gone into it voluntarily, especially without clothes. In addition, the depth of the river in that place was significantly lower than human height, and the young woman could have stood there safely. Medical experts examined the victim's body and found a head injury, which was most likely caused by a strong blow. However, they determined that this injury could not have been the cause of death. In the end, the experts concluded that the young woman died of suffocation in the water. In other words, she drowned. In addition, the medical experts found evidence of violence against the victim and were able to extract biological material from the perpetrator, as well as detect male DNA under the victim's fingernails. Based on all this, the police developed the most likely version of what happened. Someone kidnapped Mandy on the road, dragged her into a car, and drove her to the river, where an unknown perpetrator subjected her to violence. After that, the young woman managed to escape, evidenced by the scratches on her legs, most likely caused by prickly vegetation along the riverbank. At some point, the criminal caught up to Mandy, hit her on the head, and threw her into the water. Forensic experts identified a DNA profile and compared it to samples from everyone who was in any way connected to the case in total. They checked over 30 men, but no matches were found. Police continued to search for any leads by questioning all residents of the village and surrounding areas. Apart from Mandy's brother, another Acme resident saw her on the day of her disappearance. The man parked near his house and saw the young woman running along the road when she disappeared from view. A dark pickup truck drove past. At that moment, the man did not attach any importance to it, but after Mandy's murder, he shared his observation with the police. He could now remember the model of the pickup truck and refused to provide detectives with his DNA sample. This behavior seemed suspicious, and they obtained a court order to compel the man to give his DNA. However, it did not match the sample found on the victim's body. The murder received active media coverage, and in the unfortunately, they all led to dead ends, and as a result, the investigation dragged on for years. Detectives were unable to identify any serious suspects, although they continued to actively consider various candidates. At some point, investigators speculated that an unknown serial killer known as the Green River Killer might be behind the crime. He was suspected of killing dozens of young women, and he often dumped their bodies in rivers. However, no evidence in favor of this version. Often dumped their bodies in rivers. Even when the killer was caught and his identity became known, investigators could not link him to Mandy's murder due to the lack of evidence and new suspects. The investigation into this case stopped for many years. Periodically, detectives retrieved it from the archives, trying to find some fresh ideas, but it did not produce any results. In 2009, 20 years after Mandy's death, a new detective from the local police department reopened the investigation. Given that no new evidence had emerged over the past 2 decades, he decided to take a different approach together with his colleagues. They went around the entire village and surrounding areas, asking every male resident to provide their DNA sample. The detective's plan was quite simple. He understood that the killer of Mandy was most likely a local resident, and if they collected DNA samples from literally every man, there was a decent chance of finding the culprit among them. Considering that there were only a few hundred men living in the village and its surroundings, this task seemed quite straightforward, but in practice it turned out to be much more difficult. It took the police a whole 4 years to check all the men, and in the end, they didn't get a single match. The detectives realized that in 20 years since the murder, the killer could have moved somewhere else or even died, so they began to dig through archives and try to track down literally every man who lived in the area at the time of 1989. In 2013, the police received an unexpected lead. 2 women who grew up in the same village as Mandy went to a water park with their children. As they chatted, they remembered the infamous murder and began to discuss it. At some point, one of the women said that she suspected who might have killed Mandy. The other replied that she also suspected a specific person, and they both named the same person, Timothy Bass. At the time of the murder, he was 21 years old and lived just a few houses away from the victim. The women were shocked that they had been suspecting the same person all this time, but even more interesting were the reasons why they considered Timothy to be the culprit. One of the women said that Timothy had been hitting on her when they were teenagers once when she was in a car with Timothy, and some other friends. He began to aggressively pursue her and make advances. The other friends intervened, and since then the woman had been seriously afraid of being near this person. The second woman's story was even more shocking. Several years after Mandy's murder, when the woman was already living with her husband and their newborn baby, Timothy knocked on her door one evening. While her husband was at work, the woman was not surprised by his visit since he and her husband were friends. Timothy said that he had been passing by after hunting and needed to use the phone. The woman let him in, but Timothy started to behave strangely. Instead of making a call, he stood there with the phone in his hand and then put it down. He then began to tell the woman that he had been in love with her for a long time and offered to engage in a sexual relationship. She refused and demanded that he leave, but Timothy continued to insist aggressively. The woman then threatened to call the police, and only after that did he leave their home. Sharing these stories, they decided to go to the police together and talk about their suspicions about Timothy. When asked why they waited so long, the women replied that they were not sure of his involvement in the murder. In such a small community, they would never be forgiven if they accused an innocent person of murder. So none of them dared to share this information. Detectives immediately became interested in this person and noticed something interesting. During the initial investigation, none of their colleagues interviewed Timothy or asked him to provide a DNA sample. This was very strange. The young man did not appear in old police reports, despite being acquainted with the victim, living nearby and his house being next to the same road that the young woman ran on. Digging deeper, investigators also found that Mandy was friends with his younger brother Tom. Another suspicious moment was that Timothy moved to another city less than 2 months after the murder. Perhaps this was the reason why the guy remained out of the police's sight. At that time, they were busy with a huge amount of leads and checking people who voluntarily cooperated with them. Timothy settled in the town of Emerson, located 40 kilometers from his old home. Shortly before moving, he married and eventually had 3 children. Opening his criminal history, detectives found another alarming fact. In 2010, his wife filed a statement with the police that Timothy had beaten their children, but the investigators were most surprised by one small detail contained in this statement. In it, his wife described why Timothy was a danger to their family. Among the stories of domestic violence, she briefly mentioned her husband's strange behavior while watching documentary crime films. When they watched similar programs together, Timothy constantly criticized criminals for how poorly they commit murders, leaving behind a lot of evidence. The man also loved to say that he would never make the same mistakes and would not have been caught. After studying all this information, the detectives began to seriously consider his involvement in Mandy's murder. They went to his house to ask a series of questions and request a voluntary DNA sample, and that's when the most interesting part began. Timothy claimed that he did not remember the crime and could not even remember who Mandy Stavik was. This statement immediately made detectives doubt his words. First of all the residents of the village, with a population of less than 300, knew each other. Secondly, Timothy lived just a few houses away from the Stavik family, and it was simply impossible to imagine that he did not know her. Moreover, after the murder, this case was talked about not only in the village itself, but also in all neighboring towns. It was the first such crime in the area in many years, and for local residents, this topic remained number one for many months. Therefore, detectives did not hurry to believe the man's words, and they asked him to provide a DNA sample, but Timothy refused, which aroused even more suspicion. Unfortunately, they had absolutely no evidence that could link him to the murder, so investigators could not obtain a court order that would require the man to provide his DNA. Then they decided to go another way. Detectives found out that Timothy had worked as a courier at a bakery located in a neighboring town for many years. They went there and talked to the manager, asking him to provide them with information about Timothy's routes for the next few days. The police planned to track him and get some items on which the man could leave his DNA. They did not tell the manager which particular crime their employee was suspected of. Detectives only said that an investigation was underway, but the woman refused to provide this information without the permission of higher management. The police contacted them and demanded a court order. Thus, investigators were again at a dead end. They continued to study Timothy's biography and try to find new clues that would allow them to obtain the much-needed court decision, but other attempts led to nothing, and the case was stalled for several more years. In 2015, the police came to his house again, asked a few questions, and requested a DNA sample, but he refused again. It continued until 2017 when something unexpected happened. A woman named Kim Wagner, who was a manager at the bakery, went to a bar with her husband and friends, all of whom used to live in Acme and were around the same age as Mandy when she was murdered. At some point, they started talking about the case, which had haunted the locals for decades. Suddenly, one of the friends mentioned Timothy Bass, who lived near the victim's home, and it dawned on Kim when the police came to her workplace and asked for information about his whereabouts. She didn't even think it could be related to Mandy Stavik's murder, and then Kim started thinking that her colleague was the killer. This thought stayed with her for a long time. At some point, detectives came to her workplace again, hoping that she had changed her position since their previous conversation, and there Hope was justified. Kim invited the investigators to her office and asked directly, "Do they suspect Timothy of killing Mandy?" The police were surprised but did not deny it, and then the woman provided them with all the necessary information and interesting observations about her colleague. She had known the man for many years and always found him strange when one of her friends mentioned that Bass lived near Mandy's home. During those years, she began to seriously consider his involvement in the case, so she decided to help the investigators. The detective started following Timothy and new difficulties emerged. He always wore gloves at work, which prevented experts from taking a DNA sample from objects he touched. The also did not smoke, so the police could not even obtain a cigarette butt with his saliva. Bass did not even have a workplace in the bakery since he worked exclusively on delivering products. In addition, another strange fact complicated the investigators' task. Timothy never threw away his garbage at work. He stored it in his van and took it home. The detectives immediately realized that such behavior could not be a coincidence. Evidently, Timothy understood that the police suspected him of Mandy's murder and started making sure that they did not get any items with his DNA. But in the end, the detectives were lucky to find out that they couldn't obtain the suspect's biological material. Kim offered to help. Laws work in such a way that police officers are not allowed to ask third parties to obtain evidence for them. In such a case, the evidence will not be admissible in art, even if the suspect's guilt is obvious. However, if any person voluntarily hands over evidence to the investigators, they have the right to accept and use it. Thus, Kim offered to obtain some DNA samples from Bass, and the detectives waited. The suspect was very careful, and it took the woman a long time to achieve her goal. Only after 3 months did she see the man drink coke from a plastic cup and then throw it away in the trash with the can. Waited until Timothy left, took both pieces of evidence, and handed them over to the police. They immediately sent the can with the count to the laboratory, and the experts extracted a DNA profile from them. It fully matched the biological material found on Mandy's body. Having finally obtained the long-awaited evidence, the police immediately went after the man and arrested him 28 years after the murder. The suspect was finally charged during the interrogation. Timothy denied his guilt until the investigators told him about the DNA sample match. Hearing this, the man immediately changed his story and said that he and Mandy had a secret affair. They supposedly started dating many months before her murder and had to hide the relationship from everyone because she had a boyfriend. According to Timothy, on the day of her death, Mandy came to his house during her jog. They had an intimate encounter, and she left. He added that his father was at home at the time, but it was impossible to use him as a witness since he had passed away long ago. The detectives did not believe this story for a second. In their opinion, Timothy made up the whole story about the secret affair just to explain the presence of his DNA on the victim's stone. Proof of his words, he referred to his deceased father, who could not refute this information. Investigators talked to Mandy's relatives and friends, and they all expressed complete confidence that the young woman would never date Timothy, who was very strange, avoided communication with other people and spent most of his time alone. The detectives decided to speak with Timothy's wife, despite the fact that the woman had filed statements against her husband and lived separately. They were still married, and here the police were waiting for another interesting turn. The woman suddenly said that on the day of Mandy's murder she was with Timothy at his house, and he was there all day. The detectives did not believe her story, but her words created possible difficulties for the court. On the other hand, they contradicted Timothy's version. According to Mandy, who came to his house on the day of the murder and had an intimate relationship with him, the trial began in May 2019. Timothy's lawyer continued to insist that his client was innocent and that his DNA got on the victim's body as a result of consensual intimate contact. The prosecution, however, insisted that there was no evidence to support this version. Timothy never called Mandy, she never wrote her notes or letters, and no one among the witnesses saw them together. It was much more likely that Bass had a one-sided crush on the young woman and was even obsessed with her. Investigators found out that the guy started attending all the sports matches when Mandy joined the school team. Before that, he had absolutely no interest in sports. In addition, his windows overlooked the road where the young woman was running, and he could watch her during her runs. Apparently that day he decided to talk to her and caught up with her. Perhaps the guy started to harass Mandy, but the young woman resisted, or he persuaded her to get into his car on some pretext. Later, Bass took her to a deserted place, subjected her to violence, and then the young woman managed to escape. The guy caught up with her near the riverbank, hit her on the head with some object, and threw her body into the water. Timothy's wife testified as a witness in court, who by that time had already divorced him. And this time she surprised everyone again instead of sticking to her original story. The woman told a new one. According to her, she did not remember that she was at Timothy's house on the day of the murder. The woman added that Bass had forced her to lie to the police during the first interrogation, otherwise he could go to jail. At that time, she seriously feared that her husband might harm her or her children, so she agreed to lie to the police. This deprived the suspect of his only alibi, but the court heard even more interesting details. Tom's younger brother told him that after Timothy was asked for a DNA sample, he started to get very anxious about it. When Tom asked him what was going on, his brother told him the same story about a secret affair with the victim. Even Timothy's own mother testified against him when she visited him in jail, and he passed her a note asking her to lie to the police that they had gone to the store together on the day of the murder to buy Christmas gifts, but she refused. In the note, Timothy also asked her to testify against his own father and try to convince investigators that he was the real killer. After all this, the defendant's lawyer tried to convince the jurors that Timothy's DNA sample had been obtained illegally. He insisted that the police had asked the civilian to obtain the man's biological material outside the rules. However, Kim Wagner refuted these claims and said that she had offered her help to the police in 1989. This murder deeply shook her, and she continued to think about it regularly for decades. Learning that her colleague was a suspect, she wanted to help solve the case. Moreover, by that time she already had a daughter, and Kim could barely imagine what Mandy's mother felt during those years. Trial lasted several weeks, and after all the evidence presented, the jury found Timothy Bass guilty of murder. He was sentenced to 27 years in prison with the possibility of applying for early release after 24 years. Mandy's mother, who was 83 years old at the time, thanked the detectives for their work. Although she had lost 2 children in her life, she was still glad that the guilty party had been punished. In 1990, Mandy's relatives established a scholarship in her name at the high school where she attended. They continued to support this program to this day, annually awarding the most talented students who study music. The foundation of this scholarship was $25,000 collected by the residents of Acme and other towns. Initially, this money was offered as a reward for information, but after the case was solved, it was decided to put it into this program. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events discussed in this video occurred in Kansas in 2007, and it has been 16 years since then. This high-profile case has yet to conclude. On January 5, 2007, 19-year-old Jody Sanderholm, who lived with her parents in Arkansas City, attended a dance rehearsal at her college. On that day, Jody did not return home and stopped answering the phone. Such behavior was unusual for her, so her parents became concerned and filed a missing persons report with the authorities. Jody Leanne Sanderholm was born on September 26, 1987, in Arkansas City, to Brian and Cindy Sandra Sanderholm. She was her parents' third child. She had a brother, Jason, and a sister, Jennifer. Jody enjoyed dancing since a young age, and while it played an important role in Jody's life, she did not abandon her studies. She was among 4 valedictorians in her graduating class. Jody was a member of the National Honor Society in high school, a Kansas State Scholar, a Kansas Board of Regents Scholar, and received the Outstanding Physics Student of the Year award from David Stein Mitzi. She was on the Ark City High School dance team for 4 years. She served as captain for 2 of those 4 years. Jody taught for Ark City Dance and the Universal Dance Association. After high school, she attended Cali College to study pre-pharmacy. She was a member of Cal Poly's Cali Tiger dance team. In 2007, Arkansas City had a population of approximately 12,000. Jody's parents, like most locals, believed it was a good and relatively safe place to live and raise children. However, as the details of Jody's disappearance became public, many people realized that safety was an illusion and that the man was the most dangerous beast. On the morning of January 5, 2007, Jody drove her Dodge Stratus to college for a dance rehearsal that was supposed to end at 10:45. After the rehearsal, she planned to return home. Cindy called her daughter's cell phone several times, but she did not answer, which was extremely unusual. Jody was always in touch with her family. Even if she missed a call, she would call back shortly. Cindy had bad feelings about this. She decided to leave work and go home to see if Jody was okay. When she arrived, she noticed her daughter's car was not parked in front of the house. Cindy's anxiety was heightened by the fact that she expected Jody to have returned from rehearsal by this point. When Cindy entered the house and looked around, she realized Jody had not returned home. Her dance uniform, which she had placed in the washing machine when she returned from rehearsal, was not present, nor was it in the hamper with her dirty clothes. The shower stall was dry. Although Jody always showered after dance class, it was soon clear that she had lost contact with her father and older sister, Jennifer. She had an appointment at noon, but she didn't show up. Cindy and Brian began calling their daughter's friends, hoping to find out where she was. But when the morning rehearsal was over and Jody left college, none of her friends saw her. That evening, the college dance team was scheduled to perform at a basketball game with a routine choreographed by Jody. She would not have missed it voluntarily, but she did not show up either. At approximately 6 p.m., they still can't learn anything and aren't waiting for their daughter to come home. Cindy and Brian contacted the police to report her missing. Officers from the sheriff's office immediately created flyers depicting and describing Jody, began to inquire about her last known location, and issued an ab on the vehicle she was traveling in. Cindy and Brian told the police that Jody had a boyfriend she had been dating since high school. His name was Colby Wilson. When contacted by phone, he said he had been at his brother's house in Texas for several days. His stay in another state was confirmed, so the police quickly ruled him out as a potential suspect. The following day, January 6, was extremely eventful. Jody's best friend, Lori Leglighter, with whom she had been friends and danced since high school, gave the police crucial information. They both enrolled at Cowley College and went on to study dance. Lori reported that she left her job at Sirloin Stockade in Arkansas City around 10 p.m. On Tuesday, January 2, I noticed a light blue card. As she drove past the restaurant several times on her way home, she noticed a car in her rearview mirror. I suspected something strange was going on. Lori explained to the detectives that she decided to see if the car behind her was actually following her. So she began turning onto two different streets. The driver of the car behind her was doing the exact same thing, and it terrified Lori. She drove to the local police station and parked next to it, hoping the stalker would leave her alone. She didn't see him after she stopped, so she drove home again. However, she had to return to the parking lot near the police station after seeing the car chasing her again. Lori sat in her car for a while before heading home. She informed the detectives that she did not go to the station because she believed it was someone else's stupid prank. But that was not all. On Friday, January 5, Tiger at the dance line was rehearsing at college. Lori and Jody arrived around the same time, and Park, as usual, was close by. Lori saw the light blue car again. In addition, she recognized the driver. Justin Thurber, 23, is a local resident. Lori didn't know him personally, but she'd seen him several times with his older brother and friends. Lori and Jody both left practice at the same time, and we agreed to meet later, but Jody never showed up. Soon, several members of the dance team confirmed that they had seen Justin near the college in the last week. He was always sitting in his car in the parking lot, just watching. Within the first 24 hours of Jody's disappearance, police searched the city but were unable to locate her car. Arkansas City is surrounded by fields and woodlands. They brought in a fixed-wing aircraft to search the area from above. The car was more difficult to conceal than a person due to its size. The police hoped to see Jody's car from the air. It was determined that the last time her cell phone signal was received, it came from a cell tower near the Cowley Wildlife Area. This is a vast wooded area on the Arkansas River. At this point in the investigation, only one person, Eugene Thurber, had been identified by Lori Leglighter, and other members of the dance group as a possible suspect in Jody Sanderholm's disappearance. It is worth noting that, despite his young age, Thurber was well known to the police. 3 years earlier, in 2004, he was charged with illegal possession of prohibited substances. He eventually received a suspended sentence and was released, but 3 months later he was arrested for theft and probation violation. In October 2005, he was charged with disorderly conduct. 3 months later, he was arrested for petty theft and discovered to be in possession of a controlled substance on December 31, 2006. Just 6 days before Jody went missing. Thurber was arrested again for theft. He was released the same day after posting $3,000 bail. After celebrating New Year's Eve the following day, January 1, he began impersonating a police officer and disrupting public order. When the real cops arrived, Thurber complained of chest pain and was transported to the hospital rather than the station. Why he was not arrested after being released from the hospital is unclear. It is also unclear why he was always able to get away with it. His relative, who works for Cali County Police, may have contributed to this, but that's just a guess. That same day, January 6, a police officer noticed Thurber's car, a light blue Cadillac, parked outside his parents' house and decided to speak with him. His father invited the officer inside the house. When the police officer asked Justin where he had been yesterday, he said he had driven his car to Winfield, a town about 13 miles outside of Arkansas City that morning. There, according to Justin, he met up with his friend and two other friends whom he did not know very well. The four of them then began driving around the countryside in a car owned by one of his friends until the car became stuck on a dirt road near Cedarvale. Then, as Thurber claimed, he walked to Arkansas City, about 30 miles from Cedar Valley. After 6 hours, he was tired of walking in and asked his father to pick him up. Thurber's father confirmed his statement, saying he picked Justin up wet and dirty a few miles from Cali State Fishing Lake. Justin also informed the police officer that his car, which he left in Winfield, had been returned by friends. The story was not convincing, but there was nothing to charge Thurber with, so the officer left. That same evening, officers spoke with Alexis Schwartzel, who had recently ended her 3-year relationship with Thurber. She told officers Thurber frequently took her to the Cole Wildlife Area southeast of Arkansas City, and she pointed out places they would go together. When the police informed Alexis that they were investigating Jody Sanderholm's disappearance, she was taken aback because Justin had previously stated that he had started watching Jody when he was 13 years old. He would watch her swim in her backyard pool, and in the evenings he would peek through the window in her room and wait for her to change clothes. When police asked Alexis why she had ended her relationship with Thurber, she said it was because he was abusive and had strange tendencies that were becoming more frequent. She claimed several times that during intimacy, he would choke her unconscious. On top of that, he asked her to fight him because he couldn't get aroused otherwise. It was becoming increasingly obvious to the police. By the minute, Justin Thurber could be involved in Jody's disappearance. The police found no evidence linking him to the girl's disappearance. Thurber was arrested, however, late in the evening on January 6. Detective Eric Matta arrested Thurber on bail revocation and criminal trespass charges after the investigation into Jody Sanderholm's disappearance revealed that Thurber was on the college campus, which the detective believed Thurber should not be. Thurber informed Matta that he wanted to speak with his lawyer. At the same time, police officers arrived at Justin's parents' home with a search warrant. The officers took Justin's shoes, which he had worn the day before when his father picked him up. The shoes were wet and drying on a towel. Thurber, his father, told the police that he helped his son clean the mud from his shoes. Justin's clothes from when his father picked him up were also recovered, but he had already washed them. The next day, January 7, searchers trained to detect human activity in rugged terrain were deployed in the Cowley Wildlife Area. They discovered shoe prints that matched Justin Thurber, as well as several smaller shoe prints. As darkness fell, they decided to continue their search the next day. On their way home, some searchers drove past Cowley County State Fishing Lake and decided to stop because they had heard Thurber was wet when his father picked him up. They discovered muddy tire tracks and shoe prints near a public restroom that was addressed to Jody Sanderholm's parents, as well as dance shoes, another toilet, and a flip-flop sandal. Investigators eventually discovered cut-off sweatshorts and a wallet containing Jody Sanderholm's driver's license and social security card. Her black leotard features a tiger on the jacket, with Jody Sanderholm's first name on the front, as well as a vehicle floor mat and car seat cushion. The sandals matched the impressions discovered at Cowley Wildlife Area. The searchers spent the next 2 days near Cowley County State Fishing Lake and Cowley Wildlife Area. On January 9, sonar specialists deployed to the lake's bottom discovered Jody's sunken car. On the same day, the Sanderholm family's hopes had also died. Jody's naked body was discovered under a pile of leaves, logs, and twigs in the car wildlife area. Authorities discovered DNA evidence linking Justin Thurber to Jody's car and body. The car had been in the lake for more than 3 days, and police were concerned that the water that filled the interior had destroyed all evidence. That was partially true. Forensic investigators spent many hours searching for short hair in the interior. Terry Melton, director of the Forensic DNA Testing Lab, conducted mitochondrial DNA tests on the hair found on the driver's seat of the Jody Sanderholm car and determined that it was almost certainly Justin Thunber's hair. Barbara Leal, a private DNA testing company employee, tested samples from Jody Sanderholm's right biceps and chest. She concluded that Thurber could not have been excluded from the study, whereas 99% of the population could have been. Cell tower data revealed that on the day Jody disappeared, her phone and Justin Thunber's phone were in the same location at the same time. Lori, Jody's best friend, claims she saw Thurber in the college parking lot the day she vanished. When the police reviewed the camera footage provided by the college administration, they concluded that Lori was telling the truth. Thurber was in the college parking lot while the rehearsal was going on. He left the parking lot at the same time as Jody. The tape revealed that Thurber followed Jody in his light blue Cadillac based on the discovery of letters addressed to Jody's pair of rents near the lake. Investigators suspected Thurber had followed Jody from the college to her home, and when she came out to get the letters from the mailbox, he attacked her, pushed her into her own car, and drove her away. That theory was confirmed when a shoe print that matched the sole of Justin Thurber's sneakers was discovered next to the Sanderholm family mailbox. As previously stated, footprints from Thurber's shoes and smaller shoe impressions were discovered at the Cowley Wildlife Area. It was determined that these were Jody's shoe footprints discovered at the fishing lake, along with her other belongings. Thurber's and Jody's footprints were found side by side while walking through the preserve. At one point, the searcher noticed that Jody's footprints were interrupted, while Justin's footprints continued deep into the forest. This indicated that he was carrying the girl further on his own. His shoe prints were discovered alongside the body. All three people Justin claimed to have been with on the day Jody disappeared denied his claims. They hadn't seen Thurber that day, so his story about the car getting stuck near Cedar Vale was fabricated. The three officers drove Thurber to Cedar Vale so he could show them where he claimed to be. Thurber was unable to pinpoint where he claimed the car was stuck. Thurber returned to the police station and volunteered to take a polygraph test. He also requested that his relative Chad Monroe, who worked for the Cowley County Sheriff's Office, attend the questioning. The evidence gathered was sufficient to indict Justin Thurber. He denied guilt, and the judge set his bail at $1 million. Thurber. His attorneys attempted to persuade the court that he was mentally retarded and incompetent, but were unsuccessful. Thurber had graduated from high school and even attended college for a time, so the judge ruled that his defense claim of mental retardation was unproven. The medical examiner who conducted the autopsy testified during the trial. He stated that the first time he saw the body, he knew that Jody's final hours were excruciatingly painful. Her whole body and face were covered in bruises and abrasions. There were obvious signs of strangulation on her neck. Strangulation was identified as the cause of Jody Sanderholm's death. I am unable to provide all of the details about what the medical examiner found during the autopsy. Not all horror movie maniacs are as brutal as Thurber was to Jody without going into detail, while also providing an idea of what happened at the Cowley Wildlife Area. I'll say the following. The crime was motivated by carnal desire, and Thurber committed it with a stick during the trial. In addition to Thunber's ex-girlfriend, 6 other women testified, alleging that the defendant stalked them. One of them was his co-worker. In one instance, she had to contact the police to have an officer walk her to her car after work. It was already dark, and she was afraid to enter the parking lot because she saw Justin waiting for her. Earlier, he had left a rose and a note under her car's windshield wiper, stating that he liked her and wanted to know her better. Several witnesses stated that they saw Jody Sanderholm's car on January 5, 2007. Corey Morris, a friend of Jody's, noticed her sitting in the passenger seat as their cars passed each other in Arkansas shortly after noon. Morris reported that the man driving Jody's car appeared to be a large man. She called Jody's cell phone but got no answer. Other women reported seeing a vehicle resembling Jody Sanderholm's while driving on a dirt road south of Arkansas City at 3 p.m. One of them claimed the driver was Thurber and identified him in court. On February 17, 2009, the jury returned a unanimous verdict, finding Thurber guilty on all counts and recommending that he be sentenced to death. Thurber attempted to negotiate a plea bargain after determining the sentence the judge would impose. Justin's lawyer informed the prosecutor that if he was not sentenced to death, he would plead guilty. Jody's family was against such a deal. The presiding judge considered the jury's decision and sentenced Thurber to death by lethal injection in March 2009. In 2008, the state of Kansas passed the Jody Act, which expanded police authority over suspects and expanded the list of actions that can be considered stalking. Justin Thurber has continued to pursue an appeal of the court's decision since his sentencing. His attorneys are attempting to establish Thurber's mental retardation. The Kansas Supreme Court postponed Thurber's death sentence in 2018, citing a U.S. Supreme Court ruling that executing defendants, even those with mild developmental disabilities, is unconstitutional. The Sanderholm family stated that a competency hearing was held during the original trial, and Thurber was found to be fully competent at the time. Cindy Sanderholm, Jody's mother, sat in court 11 years after her daughter died. She stated that Thurber had written letters to other girls while in prison, which should demonstrate his competence. That is sick. It's simply sick. It's simply sick. It's simply sick. It demonstrates that he is capable of communicating with others and writing letters. He knows what he's doing. I'm sure Jody pleaded for her life, but he denied it to her. She did not get a second option. She didn't get a second chance, she explained. In August 2021, the Kansas Supreme Court issued an opinion announcing that a state law passed in 2020 allows Thurber, who is appealing a death sentence, to request that an attorney be appointed by the Cali County District Court to assist with post-conviction DNA testing. Thus, 16 years after Jody Sanderholm's death, the final word in this case has yet to be spoken. It is also worth noting that no one has been executed since Kansas reinstated the death penalty in 1994. The last execution in Kansas was in 1965. Since then, 9 other people, in addition to Thurber, have been sentenced to death, but no execution has occurred. We have not executed anyone within that time frame. There is no timetable for future executions, according to Adam Pfannenstiel, the Kansas Department of Corrections communications spokesperson. I find it shocking that Kansas reinstated the death penalty more than 20 years ago. Jennifer Aldridge said there is no plan yet. Jody's older sister. I assume this would have been discussed 20 years ago when it was reinstated. As a result, even if a 30-year death sentence is upheld, it is highly unlikely to be carried out. Justin Thurber, 39, is still incarcerated at the Maximum Security El Dorado Correctional Facility in Butler County, Kansas. According to a Kansas Legislative Post-Audit Committee report published in 2014, each inmate serving time and administrative segregation at El Dorado costs nearly $49,000 per year. Furthermore, taxpayers pay nearly 4 times the cost to prosecute a case where the death penalty is sought, which is $395,000 per case, compared to $100,000 per case when the death penalty is not sought. For Sanderholms, taxes are an added insult to an already painful injury and a long wait for justice in the case of their daughter Jody. Every week, when I see my paycheck, it hurts so badly. Brian Sanderholm said, and I know I'm paying taxes to feed him. Death is what he deserves. That's what the law said, Cindy Sanderholm. So we need to fix the law so that we can use it. If it was your daughter or son, it was our daughter. What do you want to happen? How about Brian Sanderholm? Most regrettably, Cynthia and Sanderholm, Jody's mother, died on December 2, 2022, at the age of 63. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman was found dead in her own bedroom. Her 2 sons, who lived with her in the same house, heard and saw nothing. Detectives started investigating, but they couldn't find the culprit. It took 38 years for a breakthrough in the case, but nobody was prepared. Linda Slayton was born in 1950 in the state of Alabama, USA. She had loving parents and a younger sister named Judy. From an early age, Linda was ambitious and kind-hearted. She always tried to help others, which earned her many friends. Later, she married a man named Frank, with whom she had 2 sons, Jeff and Tim. However, as the years went by, their marriage became increasingly problematic. Frank developed an alcohol addiction and started to abuse his wife and children. Eventually, Linda left and decided to move to Florida with her sons. They settled in the city of Lakeland, where Linda's parents and sister already lived. Linda rented a house in a residential complex by the lake and dedicated all her time to providing for her sons. Linda took various jobs, but money was always tight for her. Sometimes she had to sell her belongings to pay the bills. She couldn't even afford a car, so her elder son Jeff had to ride his bicycle to school. Her younger son Tim played on a football team, and often he had to ask his coach for a ride home after practice to avoid walking despite the financial difficulties. Linda always strived to give her sons the most time and attention she could. She took them on hikes, brought them to concerts of their favorite bands, and overall tried to ensure their childhood was filled with positive moments. On the evening of September 3, 1981, when Linda was 31 years old, she waited for Jim to finish his practice and went with him to the neighbors who were hosting a small family gathering. Meanwhile, Jeff arrived home and wanted to have dinner, but there was hardly any food in the fridge. He got angry at his mother, hopped on his bicycle, and rode to his grandparents' house, who lived on the other side of the city. Later, when the whole family returned home, Jeff argued with his mother about the empty fridge. But eventually they wished each other a good night and went to bed. The next morning, Linda's sister, who lived in the same complex, went to her house to invite her for a cup of coffee. She knocked on the door but received no response, thinking that Linda had gone somewhere. The woman turned around and was about to leave when she noticed that the bedroom window was open. She approached it, looked inside, and saw Linda lying across the bed. In the next second, the woman screamed and ran to the neighbors to call the police. One look at her sister's face was enough for her to realize that she was dead. Detectives arrived at their house and began examining the crime scene. Linda was lying on her bed, her clothing partially pulled down with a wire hanger around her neck. Based on this evidence, the police suspected that an unknown man had entered the victim's room and assaulted her and strangled her. Soon, forensic experts confirmed this theory by finding a palm print on the windowsill. Linda often left it open since there was no air conditioning in the apartment, making it easy for the killer to gain access. While the detectives worked at the crime scene, the eldest son of the victim woke up from all the commotion. The investigators took him outside and delivered the tragic news of his mother's death. Afterward, they woke up his younger brother and led him towards the exit. However, at that very moment, as the boy passed by his mother's room, another police officer emerged from it, and through the open door, Tim saw his mother's body and froze in place until the officer pulled him away. Jeff and Tim, age 15 and 12 at the time, were in deep shock. Initially, they simply couldn't believe that their mother was dead. Later, the investigators managed to talk to them, and the brothers stated that they hadn't heard any noise and hadn't even woken up that night despite having their own rooms. The detectives found this strange considering the building had very good acoustics, and given the brutal nature of the murder, loud noises should have been audible from the victim's room. The police interviewed the neighbors, who also hadn't heard anything. None of the residents in the complex had seen any suspicious individuals that day. Medical experts examined the victim's body and confirmed that she had been subjected to violence. They extracted the killer's biological material, but at that time they couldn't conduct DNA analysis. The experts also confirmed that Linda died as a result of strangulation, so the detectives had to investigate the case with almost no evidence. The palm print could only help them if they managed to find a suspect and make a comparison. Linda's sons moved in with their grandparents. They remained in a state of shock and constantly feared that the unknown killer would come after them. The fear was so intense that they slept in the same room as their grandmother, while their grandfather sat in the living room with a rifle. However, the detectives believed that the children were not in danger. In their opinion, the crime had solely a sexual motive, and the killer must have known the victim. After speaking with Linda's relatives, they learned about her ex-husband, who had a history of domestic violence. He immediately became the prime suspect, but the police quickly determined that the man was in a different state at the time of the murder. Afterward, the investigators discovered that shortly before her death, Linda had started dating a certain man. They located this person, but he also had a solid alibi. The detectives checked all the victim's neighbors, comparing their fingerprints with the sample found on the windowsill. They then conducted a similar comparison with all previously convicted men residing in Lakeland, but they couldn't find any matches. Several weeks after the murder, Linda's sons gradually started to recover, and eventually the relatives decided that the best option for them would be to return to school. Over time, it did help the brothers as they began interacting with friends again and gradually returned to a normal life. Tim rejoined the football team as his mother had always been proud of his accomplishments in the sport. A month after her death, he hung a photograph of his team in his bedroom as a reminder of how his mother had taught him to move forward and achieve his goals. Meanwhile, the detectives reached a dead end, failing to find a suitable suspect. They decided to go back to the beginning and reconsider why the sons hadn't heard any screams or signs of a struggle. The police reviewed Jeff's statements and noticed that he had an argument with Linda on the day of her murder. Furthermore, the teenager himself mentioned that he and his mother frequently engaged in verbal disputes. This made the detectives wonder, could Jeff have killed his mother? They called him in for questioning and started asking various questions again. Soon, Jeff realized that the investigators suspected him of the crime. He denied his involvement, but the detectives continued to pressure him. They offered Jeff to undergo a polygraph test, and he agreed. The polygraph operator did not detect any signs of deception, but the police were not ready to give up. Soon after, they called a man for questioning again, and even planned to bring in a hypnotist to put him in a trance state. Jeff constantly faced pressure, and the investigators directly accused him of strangling his mother. This led to the breaking point for Linda's relatives, who demanded that the police focus on finding the real killer and prohibited them from approaching Jeff. Despite this, Jeff agreed to undergo another polygraph test, and after successful results, he was finally no longer considered a suspect. From that point on, the case remained stagnant for many years. Jeff and Tim grew up, got jobs, and started their own families. The murder of their mother still haunts them. But every time they contacted the investigators, they received the same response: no progress had been made in the case. In March 1999, experts extracted a DNA sample from the biological material found on the victim's body. 2 years later, a new detective assigned to the case compared it with samples from all the suspects, including Linda's 2 sons, but there were no matches. Even comparing it with the FBI database yielded no results. When Jeff met with this detective, he realized that they had been acquainted for many years. It turned out that the men regularly played bowling together with mutual friends. They talked, and the investigator promised Jeff that he would solve the case, no matter what. Around the same time, Tim and Jeff heard about another unsolved crime that had remained unresolved for many years. After it received widespread media attention, new evidence emerged leading to the capture of the perpetrator. That's when the brothers decided to approach journalists and share their family tragedy. They gave a detailed interview, and the story made it into the local newspapers. In September 2001, the detective received an interesting lead. He learned that a man named Jimmy Ulmer had abducted a young woman through her bedroom window a year after Linda's murder, for which he received an 80-year prison sentence. What made it even more intriguing was that during Linda's murder, this person lived in the same residential complex just a few meters away from her house. At the time of Homer's arrest, the DNA of criminals was not yet entered into a common database, since it simply did not exist. The man himself passed away in '96, and there were no remaining biological samples. However, the detective contacted the perpetrator's mother, who provided several personal belongings from which the experts managed to extract the sample. Unfortunately, it did not match the DNA of the killer, but despite the setback, the detective was not ready to give up. He continued to search for new suspects, consistently asked the FBI to run the DNA sample of the killer through all available databases, and stayed in touch with Linda's sons. At that point, Jeff and Tim had almost resigned themselves to the thought that they would never find their mother's killer. However, in 2019, a new hope emerged when C.C. Moore, a renowned expert in genetic genealogy, took on the case. She took the DNA sample of the killer and uploaded it to public databases, then began searching for any matches. Typically, such databases can even help find the most distant relatives of the DNA owner, who could be living in different parts of the world without the slightest knowledge of each other's existence. With this information, it is possible to trace their family tree and find common lines, filter out thousands of relatives, and identify the DNA owner. After conducting all this extensive work, Moore was able to pinpoint one family living in the area at the time of the murder. Within that family, there was only one person who fit all the parameters, leaving her to conclude that he was highly likely to be the killer. When the detectives heard his name, they immediately realized they had come across him in old reports. His name was Joseph Clinton Mills. Tim's football coach, who regularly gave him a ride home from practice, had never been on the list of suspects, but back in 1981, the police took a statement over the phone as he had dropped Tim off at home on that same day. None of the detectives even considered the possibility that Mills could be the killer. At that time, he was only 20 years old, and there was absolutely no evidence against him, so the police didn't compare his DNA and fingerprints with the samples found at the crime scene. The investigators decided to hold off on informing Jeff and Tim about this discovery. First, they needed to make sure that Mills was truly behind their mother's murder. After studying his biography, they discovered that Mills was arrested in 1984 for forgery of a will, and his fingerprints were taken, which are still kept in a paper archive to this day. Experts compared them with the fingerprints found on the victim's windowsill and obtained a perfect match. After 38 years, they finally learned the identity of the probable killer immediately after the They discovered that the man still lived in the same house as in 1981. Mills was now 58 years old, owned a small business, was married, and had children and grandchildren. The detectives monitored him for several weeks, hoping to obtain some item with his DNA. It could have been a cigarette butt, a coffee cup, a bottle, and so on. However, they never had the opportunity, so the police decided to discreetly retrieve his trash. They handed the bag to the laboratory, where experts tried to find an item with his DNA, and soon they succeeded. Mills' DNA matched completely with the sample found on Linda's body. Afterward, the detectives met with their sons to inform them of the progress in the case. They were both shocked, but Tim had a much harder time accepting it. He couldn't believe that his football coach turned out to be the same monster who had killed his mother. Tim respected him and looked up to him, and what's more, Mills continued to give him rides home from practice even after the murder. The man constantly encouraged him and always asked if there were any developments in his mother's case. For all these years, a photo of his football team hung in Tim's old bedroom, with the monster who killed his mom standing right behind him. In the same year Mills was arrested, he remained calm and didn't even ask what he was being accused of. When brought in for questioning and asked about Linda's murder, he claimed to have no involvement according to him. He dropped off Tim and left. Mills insisted that he never entered their house, but the detectives knew it was a lie. They informed him about the DNA and fingerprint match, after which the suspect suddenly changed his version of events. Now Mills insisted that on that night, Linda herself invited him to sneak into her bedroom through the window for an intimate encounter. Then she asked him to lightly choke her with a hanger, but Mills miscalculated his strength and ended up killing her. Of course, the detectives didn't believe this story for a second, considering all the existing evidence. They had a much more plausible theory based on the fact that Mills had repeatedly given Tim rides home. He had seen his mother and could have targeted her as a victim. On the evening of the murder, he dropped off the boy, who immediately went to a party at the neighbor's house with his mother. Mills took advantage of the fact that no one would be home in their house. He drove away for some distance and returned on foot, sneaking into Linda's bedroom through the window and hiding in the closet. He spent several hours there waiting for everyone to go to sleep. In that same closet, he took a wire hanger and used it as a murder weapon. After subjecting the victim to violence, he left the house through the window. Based on all the available evidence, charges were brought against Mills for the murder, and the case was handed over to court in the state of Florida. The death penalty was a possible sentence for such a crime, and on February 9/2022, Mills decided to make a deal with the prosecution to avoid this fate. He confessed to the murder, but under the conditions of the agreement, he was not required to disclose the details of the crime. Linda's sons were unhappy with this fact. In the courtroom, Tim shouted at his coach, demanding to know why. Dull. He took his mother away from him, but the man remained silent, looking down only when given the opportunity for a final statement. Mills said, "I'm a good person. I'm not who they're trying to portray me as." This angered the brothers even more, but ultimately they were grateful to the investigators for bringing the case to a conclusion and finally finding the killer. Mills was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole after the verdict was delivered. Jeff and Tim promised to try to live honorable lives and dedicate themselves to their families, as that is what their mother would have wanted. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The student disappeared on her way to the dormitory, and at first the police thought that the solution was right in front of them. However, with each passing day of the investigation, they became more convinced that there were many tangled moments in this case, and it was only by chance in the end that the truth was uncovered. Amy Blau was born on October 1st, 1969, in Homestead, Florida. She grew up in a loving family and had many friends, largely due to her cheerful and kind nature. When she was 14 years old, her father passed away. Despite this painful loss, Amy found the strength to maintain a positive outlook on life. After high school, she enrolled at Flagler College, located in St. Augustine, near Jacksonville. Although it was home to only 13,000 people, it was the oldest city in the USA. It was founded by Spanish explorers, so many architectural elements still differed dramatically from familiar American things. Amy loved studying at college, and in 3 years she made many friends there. By that time she was 21 years old and had only a little laugh before graduation. On November 6, 1990, her friend Kim came to St. Augustine, and they decided to go to a local bar popular among students, Amy's roommate and best friend Kelly also went with them. The young women had a great time enjoying the long-awaited meeting. At some point, their mutual acquaintance Sean Nolan joined them. He and Amy had mutual sympathy, but they were not in a relationship. In the evening, Kelly said that she felt sick and went back to the dorm, and a little later Kim also left, leaving Sean and Amy alone. The next morning, the young women had to go to classes. However, when Kelly woke up, she found that Amy's bedroom door was wide open. She was not there. It seemed strange to her, but she decided that she would see Amy in class. However, the young woman never showed up. Kelly and Kim were worried about her absence and decided to talk to Sean, who stayed with her at the bar the night before. The guy worked at a place near the college, and the young women went to see him. His story seemed strange to them. At first, he said that he had a strong hangover, and it was difficult for him to remember the chronology of that night. After gathering his thoughts, he finally told them that after the bar, he and Amy went towards the beach to take a walk, but soon they decided to go home. The guy called a taxi from the nearest payphone, and while they were waiting for the car, he and Amy had an argument. In the end, she went on foot to the dorm, which was only a few minutes away. Kelly was upset that the guy left Amy alone and didn't walk her to her dorm. At the same time, she became even more worried. Amy had nowhere else to go but the dorm, but she never showed up in her room. Her friend was afraid that something bad had happened to her and began to seriously suspect Sean's strange behavior. Only heightened her anxiety. It seemed like the guy was not at all worried that Amy had disappeared. Kelly decided to continue her search and went to the university campus, asking all her acquaintances if they had seen Amy. The answer was the same. No one had met her that day, and no one knew where she could be. At around 6 p.m., her friend decided to call the police. She informed investigators about the young woman's disappearance, and they began to check the information. They called all local hospitals, but no one resembling Amy had been admitted. The taxi operators were also contacted, but none of the drivers had picked up the young woman that night. The police could not find any evidence that Amy had been in trouble or become a victim of a crime. Moreover, at the time, the young woman was already 21 years old, so they did not officially declare her missing despite her friend's requests. By that time, Kelly was 100% sure that something bad had happened to Amy. Realizing that she could not convince the police to start searching, she decided to call Amy's mother. Later, the young woman admitted that it was the hardest call of her life. The next morning, Amy's sister arrived in St. Augustine to participate in the search. The first thing they did was go to the police station, where they received the same response. They couldn't start an investigation because there was no indication of a threat to life. The investigators believed that the young woman had simply left for a couple of days without warning, so the sisters, along with Kelly and other friends of the missing young woman, decided to organize their own search operation. They printed flyers with information about Amy and began posting them all over the city. Soon, a local television channel came to their aid, spreading information about the young woman's disappearance. All of this led to a large number of volunteers offering to participate in the search. They split into groups and began combing both the city and the surrounding area. Volunteers searched forests, beaches, abandoned houses, but they were unable to find any clues. This continued for 3 days until the police finally decided to start an investigation. By that time, the whole town was talking about Amy's disappearance, apparently putting pressure on the local police department and forcing them to take action. The first thing they decided to do was talk to Sean, as he was the last person to see Amy, and here they encountered the first suspicious moment. The guy told them a story that was different from the one Kelly and Kim heard. Sean said that he and Amy left the bar and headed towards the beach, but on the way they decided to split up and go home. He approached the payphone and called the taxi, but when he turned around, Amy was nowhere to be seen. After waiting for some time, he got in the taxi and went home. Investigators found the story strange. How could a young woman disappear from the street in a matter of seconds and Sean, who was standing a meter away from her, not notice? Moreover, why did he give his friends a different version of events? All of this was enough to start considering Sean as a suspect. Decided to verify his story and find the taxi driver who was supposed to take him home that night, and soon they succeeded. The only problem was that his story also differed from the two versions told by Sean. The driver claimed that he did indeed pick up the young man near the phone booth. However, when he arrived at the location, Sean was sleeping on a bench, and the taxi driver had to wake him up. There was no young woman present at the time. On the one hand, this provided the boy with an alibi, but on the other hand, he had for some reason shared his version of what had happened, which only raised suspicion with the detectives. Despite this, there was no evidence against him, so the police continued to search for new leads. 10 days had passed since Amy's disappearance. During that time, there had been no activity on her bank accounts, which only confirmed that she had not left on her own initiative. By that time, the residents of St. Augustine and the police began to suspect that Amy's disappearance might be related to another series of gruesome crimes, about which we have a separate video. In August of the same year, an unknown maniac killed 5 students in the city of Gainesville, which was 120 kilometers away. People began to fear that this criminal had moved to their town and that they were all in mortal danger. Investigators contacted colleagues from Gainesville and began to compare the cases, but soon they realized that there were many inconsistencies. The Gainesville killer attacked students in their homes and left their bodies there. In Amy's case, the police didn't even know if she was still alive or what had happened to her. Furthermore, at the time of her disappearance, the police had already arrested a man who was highly likely to be the killer. Several serious pieces of evidence pointed to him, therefore, soon the detectives stopped looking for a connection between that series of crimes and Amy's disappearance. Meanwhile, the police department offered a reward of $10,000 for any information that would help find Amy. They immediately received hundreds of tips, but most of them were lead. This happens in any case where authorities offer money for information. People come up with various stories hoping to get an easy check. It was also about 6 potentially important leads. Witnesses reported seeing her in different parts of the city, and many of them added that she got into some cars. Out of all this one call was much more interesting. A man reported seeing Amy in the city center on the night of her disappearance. A fairly old car similar to a Chevrolet Camaro pulled up to her. There were 2 men inside, and after a brief conversation with them, Amy got into the passenger seat, and they drove off at that time. This was the most detailed lead in the hands of detectives. However, something in the witness's behavior made them suspicious. After the call, he agreed to come to the station, answered all the questions, and tried to help, but for some reason the investigators treated him with suspicion. Detectives called it a police instinct and couldn't explain their doubts. They offered him to take a lie detector test to verify his testimony, and the man agreed. They asked him only 2 questions: whether he had anything to do with Amy's disappearance and whether he could take detectives to her. The witness answered negatively, and the polygraph operator did not detect any signs of lying. Thus, investigators understood that they finally had honest testimony that could help find Amy. The police began searching for all cars that fit the witness's descriptions, establishing the identities of the drivers, and checking their aliases for the night of the young woman's disappearance. All of this continued for several weeks, but the detective never managed to find a single potential suspect. Since then, there have been no leads in this case, but on January 1st, 2 months after Amy's disappearance, a disturbing call was made to the police. A man was walking his dog on the outskirts of St. Augustine. At some point, his dog noticed a pile of logs with bricks and started acting strangely, barking and pulling on the leash, trying to run there. The owner decided to see what has so upset his dog and was almost speechless when he saw a skeleton hand sticking out from under the pile. He immediately called the police, and investigators began to extract the body. Due to the high degree of decomposition, they were unable to quickly establish her identity, but one detail immediately caught their attention: the body was wearing a green shirt, just like Amy Blount on the night she disappeared. The body was wrapped in a sheet. Medical experts conducted a more detailed analysis and concluded that the deceased was a young woman. She had received 5 sharp object wounds, indicated by cuts on her shirt. In addition, 2 serious abrasions were found on the body. Investigators suspected that the victim was Amy, so they immediately sent her dental records to experts, who soon confirmed that it was indeed her. Friends and relatives of the young woman were devastated by the news. They had hoped until the very end that Amy would return to them unharmed. Now the police had to investigate her murder. Along with the discovery of the body, they received their first lead. Amy had been partially buried and covered with logs on the outskirts of a large private property. Upon learning the name of the owner of this plot, they called him in for questioning. For understandable reasons, the man immediately became a suspect. However, after talking to him, the investigators began to doubt his involvement. First, it was a huge plot of land without a fence, and anyone could enter it. Secondly, There were 2 residential trailers on the property whose owners paid the landowner for rent. He added that he constantly had problems with one of the tenants. When they heard his name, the police were shocked. It was the same witness who had been polygraphed. The man was 22-year-old Timothy Gatchell. The police immediately asked the trailer owner to let them search the residence while the man was not at home, and he agreed. The first thing the police saw was a sheet very similar to the one in which Amy's body was wrapped. Upon further investigation, they found long female hair stuck in the mechanism of a floor exercise machine. It was the same color as Amy's hair. In addition, using special chemicals, forensic experts discovered blood traces in the living room. A sheet of paper with the name Toby and a phone number were also found in the house. The landowner said that a guy with that name did often visit Timothy. The police allowed that this person might also be related to the murder and contacted him. Toby agreed to meet with the detectives and told them his story, according to Toby's words. On the night of Amy's disappearance, he and Timothy were driving around town, stopping at different bars. At some point, they saw Amy walking alone on the street. Timothy asked Toby to stop. The car, got out, and approached the young woman. He invited her to join them, and she got into the car. Together they went to Timothy's trailer and had a party. However, Toby's story started to sound strange, like a detective story. At first, he claimed that he just dropped off Amy and Timothy near the trailer and immediately left. Then he changed his version and said that he went inside with them, had a beer, then went to the bathroom and left immediately without going into the living room, and got into the car and left. Investigators doubted that he was completely honest with them. They didn't believe that Amy would go to the outskirts of the city with 2 unknown men at night. In the morning, she had to go to classes and was supposed to go to the dormitory right after the bar. It looked like Toby constructed his story in such a way that he couldn't be made, and an accomplice. Detectives did not rule out that Timothy and Toby might have actually abducted the young woman on the empty night street, but could not prove it yet. Moreover, Toby told something else. According to him, in the first week of the investigation, he saw flyers about Amy's disappearance and recognized her. When he asked Timothy what happened that night, he claimed that he took the young woman to the city center and dropped her off there. After that, she approached another car and soon got into it. Toby told him that he should share this information with the police. Despite the fact that his story raised serious doubts, the police had enough evidence to arrest Timothy. They arrived at his house, and the man came out with his hands raised. During the interrogation, he told the investigators the same story. When Toby left, he began to flirt with Amy, but she rejected him. Then he got angry and decided to take her back to the city. Considering that he did not have his own car, he took the owner of the land's pickup truck and drove her to the center, where Amy allegedly got into another car. But the detectives immediately realized that this was a lie. At that point, they already knew that the rental pickup truck had 3 flats and worn-out tires. For many months, the investigators immediately told him about it, and Timothy became nervous. The detectives asked him, "Did you kill Amy?" And the man replied, "I don't know, it seems so." From that moment on, he began to talk about the events of that night. According to him, he didn't remember much of what happened. At some point, he tried to kiss Amy, and the next thing he remembers is her holding a knife. He allegedly got scared that she might attack him, so he tried to take the weapon away from her. After that, Timothy didn't remember anything, as if he had lost consciousness. According to him, this had happened to him before. He had completely lost some memories. When he found the knife in his hand and Amy lying on the floor, showing no signs of life. Scared, he decided to get rid of the body. Timothy went to the shed for the shovel and started digging a hole. He then wrapped Amy in a sheet and buried her there, covering the grave with logs and bricks. After that, he prayed to God. Went to clean up the blood in the room. With his confession in hand, Timothy was charged with murder, but no evidence was found against Toby, so he was only used as a witness. On July 15, 1991, a trial was held where the man planned to defend himself and receive a lesser punishment. He wanted to make it look like self-defense and used the story of memory loss. However, everything changed when the prosecutor addressed the judge and requested the death penalty. Almost immediately after that, Timothy stood up and said he was ready to confess the first-degree murder if the prosecution would drop the death penalty in favor of life imprisonment. After some brief consideration, the court agreed to these conditions, and Timothy was sentenced to life in prison. Amy's relatives and friends supported this decision. They all harbored hatred toward the person who took her away from them and wanted him to spend the rest of his life in a prison cell. As for Toby, no charges were ever brought against him. Nevertheless, his story still seemed suspicious, and I wouldn't rule out the possibility that he was directly involved in the murder. Timothy remains behind bars to this day. He is currently 53 years old. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss the events of 2013. Jayden Parkinson, 17, went missing after leaving his hostel in Oxford, England. The police began searching for her as soon as they received a missing persons report. While investigating this case, the police discovered something they had never seen before. Nothing like this has ever occurred in the UK before. Jayden Parkinson was born September 26, 1996, in Folkestone, United Kingdom. She was the youngest of the family's 3 children. Her parents' relationship was far from idyllic. Samantha Shrewsbury, Jayden's mother, claims her children have witnessed a lot of unpleasant things. Jayden was 7 years old when her parents divorced. The girl lived with her father but was very close to her mother. They lived in various locations and spoke on the phone every night. When she became a teenager, her life became a little chaotic. Samantha claimed that Jason's father gave her complete freedom. She joined a company where she began smoking and drinking. She lived with her father from time to time before moving in with her mother when she was 13. She ran away from home and approached her mother, expressing a desire to live with her. Ultimately, the family court allowed Jayden to remain with her. She had disagreements with several people at school, including teachers. She didn't like how someone was attempting to control her behavior. In her personal life, she was in a relationship with Benjamin Blakely. Jayden was only 14 when she met Ben Blakely. They didn't live together because she was still a child, but he kept nagging her and gradually changed her completely. Jayden began dating Ben when she was 15 years old. He was 20 years old at the time. Jason's mother was undoubtedly concerned about the 5-year age difference, but she had no control over her daughter's love life. Their relationship began as tender and romantic, but everything changed with time. There was no trace of their previous mutual understanding, and their relationship became extremely strained. Ben oversaw every aspect of Jason's life. She stopped wearing makeup and became increasingly withdrawn. Ben even decided what clothes she could wear. He caused Jayden to drift apart from family and friends. As a result, the girl left her mother's house and began living in a hostel for women experiencing domestic violence. Although Ben was forbidden from entering this hostel, he was still able to completely control her life. They frequently argued, and Jayden even informed the hostel staff that Ben was aggressive toward her. She couldn't do anything without his consent. He took her phone away, convincing her that all she needed in the world was him, his love and care. Ben forbade her from speaking with men. He had complete control over her social media accounts, and she had stopped attending school. Ben's level of control was so high that he even forbade her from leaving her room to use the restroom. Jayden used to call her mother every day. However, their communication has been reduced to 1 or 2 conversations per month. Samantha requested her daughter return home and end her relationship with Ben. However, the persuasion did not work. Ben dominated Jayden both mentally and physically. She was seen multiple times with bruises on her face. On November 30th, 2013, Jayden called her mother to tell her she was pregnant. She hoped that the child would force Ben to reconsider his attitude toward her and his lifestyle in general. She expected the baby to strengthen their bond and Ben to return to his former self, but he fell short. Ben stopped acting like a good boy, as is common in such situations. When he took complete control of Jayden, she fell into a trap. He made her drift away from her friends and family and rely solely on him. She did not have her own money. As I previously stated, he eventually forbade Jayden from leaving her room, even if she needed to use the restroom. Ben dated other girls behind her back, over whom he exercised psychological and physical control. Samantha once again asked her daughter to return home after learning of her pregnancy. However, Jayden refused. They met to discuss it, but Jayden remained adamant. The girl didn't want to cause her mother any more problems. When Jayden told Ben about her pregnancy, he became enraged and claimed that he was not the father of her child. He even threatened Jayden to share her naked photos and videos on social media. She reported Ben to the police a few days before Jayden went missing. She was afraid he'd post her naked photos and videos. Ben had approximately 30 photos and 13 videos of Jayden, which she did not want made public. On December 3rd, "Jaden, you failed to return to the hostel for the night." Jaden is aware of the problems in his personal life. The staff attempted to find her. They contacted Samantha by phone, but she had no idea where her daughter was. The police received a missing persons report shortly after midnight on December 4th, 2013. "I discovered that Jaden has personal issues." Investigators attempted to contact Ben to determine if he knew anything about her disappearance. He was aggressive and repeatedly hung up the phone, claiming he couldn't help Jaden and had no idea where he was. Jaden had a difficult childhood and occasionally quarreled with her family. She ran away from home several times but eventually returned. As a result, her disappearance did not seem unusual in the early hours of the investigation. On the same day, December 4th, police apprehended Ben Blakely. They took him to the police station, and it had nothing to do with Jason's disappearance. Jaden had reported Ben to the police a few days prior because she was concerned that he would post her intimate photos online. The investigators who spoke with him were unaware that the police were searching for Ben as a person of interest in the Jaden Parkinson disappearance case. He denied planning to post images of Jaden on the internet and was released on bail the same day. Samantha was distributing flyers featuring her daughter's photo. She also uses social media to raise awareness about the case in the hopes that someone has seen something or knows where Jaden is. Meanwhile, the police are checking surveillance cameras to find her last known location. They obtained CCTV footage from Jaden's hostel, which shows her leaving to meet Ben and never returning. The date was December 3rd. The next location where Jaden was seen was Oxford railway station. CCTV footage captures her walking inside with Ben. Nothing unusual is occurring in the video. After tracing their route, investigators discovered that Ben and Jaden took a train to Didcot, about 10 miles from Oxford. Jaden's last known location was the train station, and he did cut. The footage showed her and Ben exiting the building. Usually when Jaden ran away from home, she would contact someone from her family within a day or two to let them know she was fine. But this time was different, and Jaden did not contact her family or friends or post on social media. Since CCTV footage showed her boarding a train with Ben, he became the primary suspect in her disappearance. The police had no doubt that Ben knew where Jaden was and what had happened to her. The footage showed Ben returning to the train station alone, but no one saw Jaden alive again. A week later, on December 10th, 2013, police arrested Ben Blakely. Investigators wanted to speak with him and find out where Jaden went after they left the train station building in Didcot together. It was also possible that Ben was holding her against her will somewhere. During the interrogation, Ben was very confident. He said he didn't know where his ex-girlfriend was. Ben called Jaden his ex-girlfriend. He claims that he and Jaden split up, and she moved on to another man. Ben stated that's who the cops needed to talk to. He also stated that he didn't care where she was or what happened to her, because they had split up and he now has a new girlfriend. He advised the police to check her social media to determine her location and who she was meeting with. Although Jaden remained missing, Ben Blakely was arrested on suspicion of kidnapping and murder. The police interviewed Jaden's friends to determine whether she could have gone somewhere. However, the investigators only discovered that Jaden became estranged from her friends after she began dating Ben. No one knew if she had a place to hide. During the ongoing search for Jaden, a taxi driver from Didcot provided crucial information to investigators. He said that around 1 a.m. on December 4th, he picked up a passenger along a dirt road. He described him as a young man carrying a large, heavy suitcase splattered with mud. He couldn't lift it and asked the taxi driver to assist him. All of these circumstances prompted the taxi driver to consider what was in the suitcase and whether he had witnessed the crime. Investigators discovered that the person who called the taxi used Ben Blakely's mobile phone. When the police questioned Ben again, the latter stated that he would not answer further questions. After analyzing his mobile phone's location records, the police discovered that Ben had visited several locations in Didcot, including an abandoned barn in the countryside where an attack took place because he picked him up that night. A team of investigators, criminologists, and dog handlers arrived to conduct an investigation. It was also revealed that Ben and Jaden had previously visited Didcot where her mother lived. Next to the barn, the police discovered a bracelet similar to the one Jaden was wearing. Service dogs trained to find dead bodies began barking inside the barn. But Jason's body wasn't present, and it probably had something to do with Ben's suitcase when he got into the taxi. The police appealed to the public for assistance, urging anyone who saw a man carrying a large suitcase in the Didcot countryside to report it. At the same time, police went door to door, interviewing residents of the houses closest to the abandoned barn. The video from the train station shows that Ben and Jaden did not bring a suitcase. As a result, the investigators wanted to find out where Ben got this suitcase. But what if the taxi driver misidentified Ben? The police discovered the answer to this question on December 14th. Investigators discovered Ben Blakely, his grandmother, grandfather, and younger brother Jake living near the abandoned barn. When the police knocked on Ben's grandmother's door, the first question she asked was, "Are you hearing about the suitcase?" She stated that Ben had taken a suitcase from her a few days ago. He arrived in a hurry and said he needed a suitcase, then dumped its contents on the floor without explaining anything. Ben's grandmother says he returned it 2 days later and threw it in the barn. However, it was now dirty. She also mentioned 2 missing shovels, which reappeared in their original location. A thick layer of dirt had also settled on the shovels. Why does Ben need 2 shovels? Perhaps the man wasn't acting alone. Jaden was friends with 17-year-old Jake Blakely, and she met Ben through him. Witnesses stated that they saw Ben and Jake riding dirt bikes together. When the police began searching for Jaden, Jake Blakely was arrested on suspicion of complicity in the crime. They sent the suitcase that Ben had returned to his grandmother's barn to the laboratory for analysis. The police wanted to know if Jason's DNA was on it. Based on all available evidence, investigators concluded that Jaden was killed in an abandoned barn. After some time, she was placed in a suitcase and taken to another location, where the perpetrator buried her. However, given the vastness of the fields surrounding him, finding Jason's body appeared to be a difficult task. The police used aviation in their investigation to determine the approximate location of Jaden's burial. They used aerial photography to identify 10 locations where the soil surface had recently changed significantly. The police investigated several locations but found no results. They could not locate Jason's body. Before the police searched all 10 locations of interest in the investigation, there was another breakthrough in the case. Jake Blakely began cooperating with the police, telling them to check his uncle's grave in a nearby cemetery. The cemetery next to All Saints Church in Didcot was one of the 10 places where the surface had recently changed, but it was at the bottom of the list because a soil surface change in such places is not unusual. The police cordoned off the cemetery after receiving a note from Jake Blakely indicating that Jason's body could be in his uncle's grave. Detectives have never seen such a method for concealing a victim's body. According to reports in the English press, Ben and Jake's uncle was buried in 2006. The new circumstances surrounding this case have sparked widespread media coverage. It was the country's first crime in which the victim's body was already buried. The forensic experts set up a tent in the cemetery and began their work. After a while, Jason's family received the worst possible news. Her body was discovered in the grave of Ben and Jake Blakely. His uncle, she was naked, and the police were unable to locate her clothing. She also had all of her jewelry removed. The forensic examination revealed that Jaden had been beaten before her death. Finger marks on her neck suggested strangulation. The pathologist determined that asphyxia was the official cause of her death. While awaiting trial in prison, Ben Blakely altered his behavior strategy. After speaking with the prison chaplain, he and his lawyer wrote a letter admitting that he was responsible for Jaden's death. However, Ben insisted that the crime was not premeditated. According to him, he pushed Jaden during an argument, and she fell off a bridge near an abandoned barn. He tried but failed to bring her to her senses. He initially buried Jason's body in one location, but later moved it to the cemetery. He buried it in his uncle's grave. However, the autopsy revealed no signs of such a fall. Her face was injured with blunt force, and as previously stated, asphyxia was the cause of her death. It implied that Ben Blakely was lying to absolve himself of some responsibility for what had occurred. Jason's father died of heart problems before the trial began on June 23, 2014. When Blakely appeared in court, it was clear to everyone that he had no remorse for his actions. He acted provocatively and shouted insults, indicating that he was unconcerned about the fact that he had killed Jaden and her unborn child. Ben Blakely testified during the 4-week trial that Burks was a violent and controlling boyfriend, and 3 of Blakely's previous girlfriends testified that he was controlling and violent to them while they were in a relationship. The jury heard that he would take their phones, hit them, and grab them by the throat if they responded or if he suspected they were cheating on him. The ginger-haired murderer's temper was on display during the trial. The judge warned him several times about his 4-letter outbursts in the dock and on the witness stand, during which he swore and shouted at the prosecutor, Richard Latham. His rages became too much for Jaden's mother and other family members, forcing them to flee the courtroom in tears. It was also too much for Judge Patrick Eccles, who confined Ben to the cells and continued the trial in his absence for 1 day. Although Jake Blakely is under the age of 18, Judge Eccles lifted the usual prohibition on reporting a juvenile's name because he believed it was in the public interest to do so. Jake has pleaded guilty to perverting the course of justice, but claims he believed he was burying weapons or dead animals at the time. Ben had promised his teenage sibling an Xbox game console and £100 if he carried out the evil deed, according to the jury. The jury saw CCTV footage of Ben and Jaden entering the Oxford train station and boarding a train to Didcot. Blakely was also seen returning alone and looking down, attempting to hide his face. The prosecutor stated that the crime was premeditated. Blakely purposefully led Jaden to a location where no one would witness him killing her. What else could be the reason he took Jaden to an abandoned barn in another town? Jaden was eager to begin a new life after discovering she was pregnant. But Blakely was accustomed to having complete control over every aspect of her life, and he refused to let her go. He did not want to be a father either. Samantha Shrewsbury, Jaden's mother, supported the creation of a domestic violence registry. In an interview with Sky News, she stated, "I don't want another mom to have to stand there and look at their daughter's body on a slab. I'll never forget it until the day I die." For a year before Jaden was killed, I thought he was after me. I hadn't expected it to be her. I assumed he wanted me out so he could manipulate her. He could get money from her. I recall him coming around one day after spitting at her and punching her in the face the previous day. He made it into the block of flats and was banging on the door. I refused to let him see Jaden, so he walked away and spat on me. Later that afternoon, Jaden went outside for a cigarette and I didn't see her for 2 weeks. He'd met her outside. She was at an age when she did not have any income or benefits. They were living rough everywhere. It became difficult to contact her. He'd cut up her SIM card or smash her phone. She didn't want to admit to herself that he was like that. Everyone had heard these stories before. She wanted to change him. He burned, beat, and starved her. She was a rebellious adolescent who didn't listen. I was told that since she was 16, it didn't matter where she went. If the police said it was fine for her to stay there, they didn't have to tell me where she was. I did not have a leg to stand on. However, when she was murdered, she was classified as a child. Where does that get lost? Why couldn't the police get her back home? She was safe with me. I believe she could have been helped if people thought she wasn't a bad kid. And I wasn't an angry mother with a misbehaving child on benefits who didn't deserve to be looked at or heard. I'm very angry with the government. It has to stop. Other girls were hurt before Jaden. If there was a register, she'd be sitting here with my grandchild right now. The register should be public and accessible to everyone, not just the police and social services. The number of times he was arrested. There would have been flags along the way, which could have saved her life. I'd also like to see a program in schools that promotes healthy relationships. Many people do not realize they are in a coercive or controlling relationship until it is too late. I simply want more protection for women like Jaden and the women who will become women in England. In my lifetime, a partner or ex-partner has killed one woman every week. I'm aware that I won't be able to eradicate it. But if I can prevent one girl from dying and one mother from feeling the way I do, Jaden's death will not be in vain. The jury deliberated for 20 hours before returning a verdict by a majority vote. Ben Blakely was found guilty of killing Jaden Parkinson on purpose by a vote of 11-1. On December 3rd, the judge told Ben Blakely, "You took Jaden Parkinson, a complicated but loving and vulnerable 17-year-old girl, into the open countryside near Upton in the dark of an early winter's evening. You strangled her to death." The judge also stated that Blakely's unreasonably jealous treatment of Jaden included physical and emotional abuse during their relationship. "You dominated and controlled her daily activities." The judge stated that you took her phone away so she could not contact anyone else. And when she arrived at the hostel, you insisted that she stay in her room, even prohibiting her from using the toilet and forcing her to urinate in a plastic bottle. Jaden was obsessed with you, her violent abuser, and found it difficult to emotionally separate from you. According to the judge, Jaden finally found the courage to end the relationship in November of last year, after Blakely threatened to post intimate photos online to humiliate her. Jake Blakely received 3 years in prison for perverting the course of justice. In July 2014, his older brother, Ben Blakely, was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 20 years. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On the far reaches of the Aegean Sea, where the horizon appears infinite and the water stretches all the way to the sky, the Royal Caribbean was moving. George Smith and Jennifer, a young couple who had recently married, stood on deck, feeling the wind in their hair and reflecting on nature's majestic beauty. The Aegean Sea stretched out before them like a vast life full of possibilities and plans. Thus began their wedding journey, which became more than just a cruise, but a story became a mystery. On July 5, 2005, around 8 a.m., 16-year-old Emily Rush of Chicago was getting ready for a new sunny day on Deck 7. In one of the Royal Caribbean's cabins, Emily became concerned when she noticed something strange outside her cabin window. She noticed something that looked like blood smeared across the canopy, which served as a sort of shield for the lifeboat. Nearby, she also noticed bloodstains near the very edge of the canopy, as if someone had been injured and fallen there before going overboard. Emily couldn't help but notice the strange footprints and quickly reported them to the liner's staff. A slew of other passengers from neighboring cabins discovered the same frightening signs. On Deck 7, there was a lively and exciting discussion about what could have happened. Thus began a story that made front page news in numerous international publications. A happy young couple left for their honeymoon Mediterranean cruise a few days later. The happiness of young people was abruptly cut short by an inexplicable, terrible event that occurred in cabin 9062. The explanations for what happened were various and confusing, including an accident, a possible robbery, and even premeditated murder. The investigation became a puzzle for the police. Traces and evidence discovered on board pointed to several suspects, each with their own secrets. It appears that many were on the line or knew far more than they were willing to admit. What exactly happened that dark night on board? That is the question that detectives, journalists, and everyone else involved in this mysterious case are asking themselves. George Smith was a cheerful, inquisitive, and intelligent young man. He was born in Greenwich, a small town in Connecticut. His childhood was happy, filled with the joy and support of his family, which came first for George, and he remained close to his parents and sister Bray. His father, George Smith, sir, owned a liquor store and ran it himself. He saw the family business as more than a job. It was his true passion. George Smith, the younger, graduated from Babson College in Massachusetts in 2000 with a business degree. Following graduation, he spent several years in Boston as a computer data mining analyst. However, his heart has always been with the family business. George made an informed decision and returned home to help his parents run the store. Under his father's supervision, he would learn the ins and outs of the family business so that he could eventually take over the store and allow his parents to take a well-deserved vacation. In 2002, at one of his friend reunions, George Smith met a girl who later became his life partner. Jennifer, a Connecticut native, had recently received a job offer as an elementary school teacher. She was bright, beautiful, and ambitious, much like George. The young people were completely smitten with one another. George's parents were equally pleased with his chosen one. 3 years later, in 2005, George was 26 years old, and the couple decided to marry and begin a new chapter in their lives. They married at the Castle Hill Inn in Newport, Rhode Island, with the ceremony taking place on the ocean front. It was the ideal setting for such an important event in their lives. Following the ceremony, the newlyweds embarked on a wedding cruise aboard a luxury liner, one of Royal Caribbean's majestic ships. The 12-day tour involved sailing the beautiful waters of the Aegean Sea. Their journey began in Barcelona on June 29 and included stops on France's Côte d'Azur, then followed the coast of Italy. On the ship, George and Jennifer quickly made friends with another couple and a young man named Askin from California. Josh Askin, a 20-year-old man with a great sense of humor, quickly became George's friend, and the couple enjoyed spending time together. When the liner moored off the Italian coast on July 1, they decided to go on land and have some fun together. On July 1, young people spent the entire day traveling around the island, walking through the narrow streets of its old town, swimming in the cleanest gas, and sampling local cuisine and cozy taverns. They enjoyed each other and the beautiful surroundings. Mykonos left unforgettable memories in their hearts, and they planned to continue having fun together on the liner's deck this evening. Following a romantic dinner, George and Jennifer reconnected with their friends over the phone. The merry company decided to band together and have a good laugh to remember this exotic part of the world. The evening was brimming with laughter and excitement. After enjoying delicious appetizers and drinks, the newlyweds, accompanied by Josh Askin, went to have fun in the casino on the liner. George and Josh enjoyed sitting at the craps table. They were also entertained throughout the game, and Jennifer particularly enjoyed playing at the poker table. By the end of the evening, the newlyweds had lost a significant amount of money with no regrets. They laughed about losing. After all, it was their honeymoon. After the casino closed, the friends reportedly decided to continue their night out. George's last video was recorded around 2:30 a.m. on one of the liner's numerous surveillance cameras. The video showed George leaving the casino, but that did not mean he would return to his cabin. A mysterious plot began to unfold early on June 5, 2005, on the Greek island of Mykonos. George Smith, 26, a newlywed on an Aegean cruise with his wife Jennifer, disappeared. George was reportedly having a great time last night, enjoying the liner's fun and luxurious atmosphere. Everything seemed harmless that night, but the sequel was much darker. The captain of the ship investigated the cabin beneath the window where strange footprints had been discovered, as well as the location on deck. There was no one inside the cabin. The available footprints and evidence suggested that something serious had occurred. The potential disappearance of the newlyweds was linked to violence. The news spread quickly among all of the liner visitors, and there was panic aboard the ship. Passengers were disturbed by the strange events, and December 7 was closed off. No one was allowed in or out of their cabins. The ship's crew thoroughly searched every establishment on the liner in the hopes of finding George and Jennifer. Following the discovery of blood, the newlyweds were thought to have mysteriously vanished. He took control of the situation. The senior officer went to their stateroom to investigate what was going on. Based on all available traces, it was speculated that George may have fallen overboard the ship. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ship, the search for the young couple was ongoing. By 10 a.m. Jennifer was discovered in the ship's spa, where she was enjoying a pre-arranged massage session. Her facial expression conveyed deep surprise and concern. She claimed to be unaware of her husband's whereabouts and hadn't seen him since the previous night. Jennifer revealed that when she awoke this morning, her husband was not present. At first, she didn't think it was unusual because he had spent the night with friends and woke up in another cabin. So she went to a spa instead of looking for her husband, unconcerned about his absence. At noon, Turkish authorities arrived on board to begin an investigation. The ship's captain reassured the concerned passengers, stating that the unusual events necessitated cooperation with local authorities. He emphasized that it was a necessary step to clarify the situation and expressed optimism that it would be resolved soon. The police officers began questioning the missing man's wife, Jennifer. Her agitated demeanor and apparent lack of knowledge about her husband made her the primary suspect. She stated that she had not seen George since the previous night and that men in white uniforms from the Royal Caribbean had arrived at her door, announcing that her husband may have fallen overboard. They also noticed blood on the boat's awning. After that, there was no room for doubt. Something terrible had occurred to George. Investigators examined cabin 9062 aboard the cruise ship. This cabin was a mess. Perhaps it was the result of a hasty search, or even a struggle. In the bathroom, fingerprints were found on the balcony railing, as well as small drops of blood on the carpet and towel. Turkish investigators also discovered 2 small bloodstains on the bedding, each measuring about 2 centimeters long. The samples were identified, and the blood belonged to George. All evidence suggested that George had been traumatized inside the cabin prior to his mysterious disappearance. The investigators' attention was drawn to a chair on the balcony that had been repositioned so that they could sit next to the railing. They discovered marks on the railing that appeared to be caused by someone sitting on it. Many, including the ship's captain, suspected George had fallen from the balcony. However, the high railing and the presence of blood on the boat's awning and inside the cabin raised suspicions that a murder had occurred. Investigators began reconstructing the events of that night, attempting to determine who George was spending time with and what may have caused the tragedy. The investigation had only just begun, but it was clear that they were dealing with a complex and dark story filled with mysteries and unexpected twists and turns. When Turkish authorities entered the ship to investigate George Smith's disappearance, they decided to begin by questioning the group of boys with whom the newlyweds had spent the previous night. The situation remained mysterious, and any detail could be crucial in solving it. Members of the company revealed that George and Jennifer had drank too much that tragic night. According to them, George was intoxicated, so they assisted him back to his cabin, where they put him to bed, removed his shoes, and left him alone. They also said they couldn't find Jennifer and assumed she'd returned to the cabin later. However, Josh Askin's testimony contains a number of discrepancies. He claimed that he witnessed Jennifer leave with a casino employee named Lloyd. Josh believed the two of them had a passionate connection, and they made no effort to hide their feelings in George's presence. However, video camera footage revealed that Jennifer stumbled away at 3:30 a.m., leaving George with her new friends, and Lloyd's keycard data indicated that he returned to his cabin at 3:25 a.m., as confirmed by his girlfriend, whom he woke up upon entering the cabin. These discrepancies raised additional questions for investigators, leading them to believe that Josh Askin may have had his own reasons for concealing some critical information. The investigation continued, and with each new detail, the story became increasingly mysterious. Greg Rosenberg, a 19-year-old man, was on a cruise with his family and friends with this company, which also employed his cousin Zach Rosenberg and a close friend Rostislav Kaufman, all of whom, despite their Russian roots, held American passports and lived in New York City. The excitement began in the casino, where Jennifer and Greg Rosenberg decided to try their hand at poker. The mutual gambling continued until late at night. When the casino closed at 2:30 a.m., the group of guys decided to continue having fun together. They went to the disco and continued to dance and consume alcohol. Lloyd, the casino manager, was also spotted at their workplace. He joined in the fun as the young man continued with their nightly entertainment. The events of the night, as described by the witnesses, then begin to diverge as the group's individual members disperse to their cabins. Deep into the night, the boys were visibly drunk and rowdy. According to the ship's rules of order, delivery for people who are loud and behave inappropriately will be blocked. When the liner's staff refused to serve drunken passengers, the young people remembered that they had a bottle of absinthe purchased on a walk on the island of Mykonos. However, cruise passengers were not permitted to consume their own alcohol. Josh eventually returns to his cabin on the same deck to retrieve a special bottle of absinthe that he had planned to use. As it turned out, the absinthe was unusually strong, with an alcohol content of more than 70, making it one of the most potent drinks available. George decides to help his friend and conceals the bottle behind the waistband of his shorts. After 3 o'clock in the morning, when the liner was already completely silent, the astute janitor noticed something strange. A group of young men, including Greg, Zach, Rostislav, Josh, and George, were drinking absinthe. This incident was not overlooked, and it became an additional element in the investigation. However, it wasn't just the guys who were inebriated that evening. Jennifer, who had appeared relatively sober and calm at the start of the evening, began to change noticeably. She began to stagger and even leaned on the casino manager, Lloyd. Witnesses formed various opinions about her behavior. Some assumed she was attempting to maintain her balance, while others perceived it as flirting. It is also unclear what happened next between the young spouses. Witnesses reported a conflict between the couple. Perhaps they were just talking about the previous evening, joking or seriously, but Jennifer eventually hit George. It was unclear whether this was done in a playful or angry manner. After that, Jennifer left the disco. Jennifer, stumbling and visibly intoxicated, exited the entertainment venue around 3:30 a.m., leaving George with his new friends. This was the turning point of the night. The testimony of staff witnesses was critical in determining the details of the incident. Jennifer's staggering walk down the hallway drew the attention of the janitor, who had previously noticed the young men enjoying their absence. He supported her, assisted her to the elevator, and watched her turn right as she approached her deck. However, there was an unusual discrepancy. Her stateroom was to the left, but she went in the opposite direction. Jennifer was later discovered asleep in the hallway, far from her room. 2 guards and a female duty officer used a wheelchair to return her to her quarters. When they arrived, the clock already read 4:52 a.m., but George was not there. The curtains on the balcony doors were tightly drawn, and they remained stationary despite the breeze. This raised the question of whether George could go out to the balcony on his own, after his new friends abandoned him in bed. Deputy Chief of Police Chet Hyman and his wife were resting in a neighboring cabin when they witnessed the events unfold. The couple had been sleeping for quite some time, but by 4 a.m., they were startled awake by a noise on their floor. They first heard loud noises in stateroom 9062, where the newlyweds were staying, and immediately contacted guest services to report the noise. He also pounded on the wall and yelled at his neighbors, causing a brief silence. Then there was some loud talking for about 3 minutes. A loud argument broke out on the balcony. Chet and his wife heard someone say goodnight several times, as if they were attempting to chase people out of the cabin. This was followed by sounds like furniture moving, and then a loud thud resembling an object falling. Chet Hyman decided to see what was going on and opened the door. He saw 3 men he couldn't recognize. Several other passengers reported hearing a loud noise which sounded like a body hitting the boat's canopy, followed by a woman screaming. However, none of the eyewitnesses provided conclusive evidence that a woman was inside the cabin at the time. According to witnesses, 4 young men entered the cabin, but only 3 were visible when they exited. A question arose. Could one of them have stayed inside trying to find money from the newlyweds, who may have wanted to steal intruders after a generous game at the casino? The story about a failed robbery seems the most plausible. However, there are alibis for the 3 boys, Greg, Zach, and Rustislav, who were allegedly in another stateroom just minutes after Chet Hyman noticed the 3 unknown men. The Georgia stateroom's keycard records confirmed that the boys entered at 4:05 a.m. Their testimony revealed that the fact that they entered the cabin again was not recorded. Thus, there are several theories about what happened to George Smith. Version 1 robbery. The version of a possible robbery represents one of the major ones. George and Jennifer appear to have gotten drunk quickly that night. However, according to eyewitnesses, they appeared to be sober when they left the casino at 3:30 a.m., but they were no longer able to return to their cabin on their own, implying possible drug use. This theory is supported by the testimony of other casino visitors, who claimed that George and Jennifer openly discussed having large sums of money, possibly as wedding gifts or casino winnings. Different witnesses mentioned varying amounts, but they all estimated their wealth in the tens of thousands of dollars. Of course, they could have been robbed. George wore an expensive Breitling watch, and Jennifer had an expensive engagement ring, all of which indicated their wealth. Maybe they turned over their quarters to look for that money. The traces of blood on the sheet were most likely caused by the kidnapper's attempt to remove George's valuable watch from his wrist. The second version of events involves the effects of alcohol and hallucinogens. When the captain discovered the passenger's inebriation and the footprints on the balcony, he suspected an unintentional accident. For example, during the scuffle, George fell overboard. The question of the press received special attention. Absent the consumption does not result in hallucinations, which could be dangerous. Toxicology experts emphasize that everything is determined by the concentration of the active substance. in this case Thujone. This drink is now available for purchase in many European countries, though its concentration is significantly limited by European Union regulations. This means that in officially sold absenteeism, the concentration of Thujone is insufficient to cause hallucinations. However, illegally produced drugs with much higher concentrations can be found on the black market, potentially causing hallucinations. This appears unlikely in this case, as the Smith couple's absinthe was purchased legally in Europe and could not have caused such effects. According to experts, achieving hallucinogenic effects with official absinthe would necessitate consuming a massive amount that would be difficult for the body to tolerate and would almost certainly result in fatal alcohol intoxication. Thus, the version about the influence of alcohol and hallucinogens in this case appears unlikely and lacks compelling evidence. The interview of suspected company members in the George Smith disappearance case is a critical component of the investigation. FBI agents conducted polygraph interviews with several key players in the case, including Jennifer and casino manager Lloyd, both of whom passed the test. However, Josh Askin failed the polygraph examination. This could indicate that he had some secrets about George's disappearance, but it could also be the result of special interrogation techniques used to extract more information from him. There was also a videotape of 3 men, including a Russian, joking about what had happened. This tape proved to be valuable evidence, and FBI agents took it into account. One of the unidentified men on the tape said, "We gave him a lesson in paragliding without a parachute." This phrase may refer to an incident or joke involving George in 2009. FBI agents interviewed all 4 guys, Greg, Zach, Rustislav, and Josh Askin, as witnesses, as part of the ongoing investigation into George Smith's mysterious death. Zach Rosenberg and Josh Askin refused to provide direct answers, citing the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution, which guarantees the right not to testify against oneself. Their testimony was ambiguous, and it appears that they were unwilling or unable to provide a complete account of what occurred. Greg Rosenberg, one of the young men who were entertaining that night, testified in the George Smith investigation. He claimed that they had ordered food for their cabin that day, which serves as a crucial alibi for the Russian boys. However, there are some contradictions in this claim. The ship's service logs do not show such orders, and the delivery service had been blocked for their cabin the day before. The staff was even instructed not to serve them that night. Greg cannot say for certain which of the cabin passengers placed the orders. When asked about George and Jennifer's relationship, witnesses provided varying responses based on their observations and recollections. Greg claimed that the heavy alcohol consumption made it difficult to determine how good the newlyweds' relationship was. He emphasized that everyone in the group was extremely intoxicated. His testimony made it impossible to draw firm conclusions about the nature of their relationship. Josh Askin reported that Greg left the cabin after ordering food. Greg, on the other hand, denied leaving, claiming that he never did. These contradictions complicated the investigation even more and necessitated additional verification and fact-finding. What was important about Greg's words was that he had no idea whether Jennifer or Lloyd were both involved in George's disappearance, but he insisted that the event was not accidental. The young man claimed that something bizarre occurred that night, which would be revealed to everyone sooner or later. Greg Rosenberg was murdered in December 2019, and the case is still unsolved. Police are investigating a potential link between his murder and the death of George Smith. George Smith's mysterious disappearance became a true mystery, casting a shadow over his family. The situation became increasingly complicated, and the actions of the relatives following the tragedy drew the attention of both the public and law enforcement agencies. The Smiths continued to press the authorities, demanding that the truth and justice be revealed. The investigation into George's disappearance was transferred from the FBI's Connecticut regional office to the New York office. Their persistence, and more importantly, their ability to capture the public's attention through the media, produced few results. To attempt to solve this dark secret, the family offered a $100,000 reward for information that could help find and punish the perpetrators. They also called for a boycott of the ship owners' company, which they believed was attempting to cover up the incident in order to maintain profits. The relationship between George's parents and his young wife, Jennifer, was strained. Following the incident, a thorough investigation into her behavior began. In public, she appeared to gather information to assess her reluctance and unwillingness to share enough information, raising suspicion. She claimed to be following FBI agents' instructions and doing exactly what she was told. In their pursuit of justice and truth, the Smith family eventually lost faith in Jennifer when she accepted the judgment company's offer to settle the lawsuit independently for $1 million. They interpreted the move as a betrayal and an attempt to avoid further allegations against the cruise organizers. The Smiths were disappointed by the lack of transparency in the Turkish authorities' investigation, and they believed Jennifer was too quick to accept the offer. They were convinced that Jennifer was concealing something and was not genuinely interested in discovering what had happened. Jennifer claimed to remember almost nothing from the night after 2:30 a.m. and was completely unaware that the liner staff had found her in the corridor and returned her to her cabin. The Smith family has been dissatisfied with the Turkish investigation and their belief in justice. Skeptical of the official findings, they decided to take matters into their own hands and enlisted the assistance of independent forensic scientist Henry Lee. Henry Lee conducted a series of studies in the cabin and on the balcony, but the results were not included in the official investigation. These investigations would reveal crucial information about what had occurred, potentially confirming one of two major versions of events: murder or accident. According to Henry Lee, the height of the balcony makes a fall from it unproven. It could have been caused by a third party pushing George or by George being insane. He could have climbed up on the chair by himself and fallen. However, the latter version raised numerous questions and concerns. The expert planned to conduct an experiment using a dummy to simulate a fall from the balcony. However, the owner of the liner refused this request. George's relatives claimed that this decision was made to thwart their efforts to discover the truth. Henry Lee also conducted investigations in the cabin, on the balcony, and aboard the boat. However, the findings of these investigations remained unavailable to the public. At the same time, the FBI stepped in and launched its own investigation. Many of their findings and discoveries are also kept secret. The FBI clearly focused on the 4 young men who spent the night with George Josh Askin and the 3 Russians, Greg, Zach Rosenberg, and Rusty Slav Kaufman. Their testimony was largely inconsistent with that of the other witnesses, making the situation unusual and perplexing. The disappearance of George Smith remains a mystery, with unknown circumstances. With a lengthy investigation and numerous theories, the Smith family and his loved ones continue to seek the truth. They initially suspected Jennifer, but were eventually convinced of her innocence and increased the payout amount in the lawsuit against the company. This sum was divided among the family members, and they obtained the release of the shipowner's company's investigation results, including witness statements and other information. Jennifer was left with memories of her first husband, so she dedicated herself to charitable organizations in his memory, hoping to do good. A few years later, she remarried. Despite the FBI's efforts and lengthy investigations, they never discovered what really happened or where George's body was. Eventually, the case was closed and the incident was declared an accident. The FBI determined that there was insufficient evidence to continue the investigation. According to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's official statement, the mystery surrounding George Smith's disappearance remains unsolved. His family is still searching for answers as to the cause of his death. The inability to honor George's memory at his grave is agonizing for his loved ones, and they remain hopeful that one day they will be able to solve the mystery and learn the truth. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On an early August morning in 2015, Tom Martins called emergency services. The caller urgently reported a violent altercation between his daughter and son-in-law. Tom revealed with a shaken voice, "He is bloodied, and I fear I may have killed him." In response, the dispatcher quickly summoned medical personnel. The phone was then passed to Tom's distraught daughter, who was trained in CPR. The dispatcher calmly instructed, "Stay calm, rely on your training, not your emotions. We need to revive your husband, and we are ready to begin Keepery." Meanwhile, first responders rushed to Winston-Salem's upscale neighborhood. They arrived at a $350,000 home known for its stylish gray shutters and well-kept lawns, only to discover Jason Corbett brutally murdered. This incident depicts the tragic story of a widower with 2 young children who was in desperate need of emotional support after losing his beloved wife. It also introduces a young woman who appears to be a beacon of hope and has stepped in to care for the children. Nonetheless, it serves as a stark reminder of the dangers of hurriedly integrating near strangers into close-knit family bonds. If Jason had been more aware of Molly's mental health history and had known her better, he might have reconsidered her close relationship with his children. Molly's meeting with Jason represented a new beginning, complete with a loving family and the children she had always wanted. Unfortunately for Jason, this relationship became a one-way trip with no return. Molly Martin's life was the embodiment of the American dream. She was born into a wealthy and educated white family and grew up in Farragut, Tennessee. Her early years were spent in a lavish mansion where she was the beloved little princess. Her neighbors remember her as a reserved, somewhat introverted girl who excelled at swimming despite frequent absences from school due to illness. Molly continued her education at Farragut High School, where she was a member of the swim team after her family relocated to the more upscale Fox Run neighborhood. Molly felt like a champion in her own world, even though she lacked the skills of her peers. Molly's parents, Sharon, a math doctorate from Emory University in Georgia, and Tom, an FBI agent and experienced lawyer, instilled a family motto. Achievements, whether real or perceived, are the only criteria used to measure success. The Martins were regarded as societal pillars, a family striving for prestige, wealth, and ideal heirs capable of maintaining their lifestyle. The children were raised with a win-at-all-costs mentality since they were very young. The main issue was that Molly, the beloved daughter and little princess, failed to meet these high expectations, unlike her two brothers. To maintain their societal facade, Tom and Sharon went to great lengths to conceal why Molly was perceived to be frequently ill with a supposed problem in her left foot, causing her pain and necessitating numerous hospitalizations and surgeries. In reality, Molly's mental health, not a physical illness, kept her from attending school in order to maintain their external image. Tom and Sharon kept their daughter's problems private, with few people knowing what happened behind the walls of their opulent mansion. Molly appears to have gotten into Clemson, one of America's top colleges, thanks to her parents' influence. In 2003, her photograph appeared in the Clemson University yearbook as a freshman, but all records of her disappeared. Molly started working at Knoxville's Vintage Beauty Salon in 2004, where she met stylist Jeremy Taylor. They began dating and spent a year and a half together. Despite their close relationship, Taylor only knew about Molly's leg health issues, which required numerous surgeries and frequently prevented her from working. Nonetheless, he admired her dancing and ballet abilities, never questioning the extreme strain on her foot. After breaking up with Taylor, Molly joined a dating site and began a romantic correspondence with Keith Megan on February 22, 2007. Keith and Molly had their first date nearly a year before they met the widowed father of two. Molly first told Keith about her bipolar disorder and other related issues. Keith, who suffered from chronic fatigue and depression himself, encouraged her and moved in with her a month later. Molly found work as a nanny and went to therapy, and everything appears to be going well. The fairy tale came to an end when she developed a severe staph infection. The infection medication interfered with her bipolar medication, causing a dramatic shift in her behavior. According to Keith, Molly used to take 16 pills prescribed by her psychiatrist daily, plus an additional 10 as needed. The majority of these were for her bipolar disorder and manic depressive psychosis. Molly stopped sleeping, and their relationship quickly deteriorated. Molly decided to become pregnant in an effort to save their relationship. She had always stated that children would make her happy. Keith later revealed this during an interview. Eventually, she became pregnant. I was terrified because I knew how many medications she was taking. I was very scared. Keith recalled Molly miscarrying early in the pregnancy on September 16, 2007, and how devastated she was. But honestly, I felt relieved. I assumed it was for the best. Molly was admitted to a psychiatric unit in a medical rehabilitation center in Atlanta, Georgia, 5 months later. In February 2008, after her condition had not improved, her parents paid for the treatment. A few days after her discharge, she told Keith, "I want to work as a nanny somewhere in Europe." He took it as a sign of her relapse and dismissed her online advertisement for a nanny position. However, she quickly informed him that she had found work in Ireland and would be leaving for a while. Jason Corbett responded to her advertisement, unaware of the nanny issues that would arise. Jason Corbett was born February 12, 1976, in Limerick, Ireland. He grew up in a loving and supportive family. Jason's parents, John and Rita, raised 8 children, including his twin brother Wayne. The family prioritized emotional richness over material wealth, and despite financial difficulties after their father lost his job, they worked hard to provide a nurturing environment for the children. To help out, Jason worked part-time as a security guard at a school sports center. He was eager to earn money to treat his loved ones. Jason had always valued work ethics and the desire to help those around him, which made him popular among family and friends. Margaret Fitzpatrick, or simply Mag, was one of those who cared deeply about Jason. They knew they were meant to be together from the moment they met. After getting married, they eagerly began planning a family, both wanting a large, happy household. Their first child, Jack, was born in September 2004, followed by their daughter Sarah 2 years later. Megan and Jason were filled with joy as they raised their children, deeply loved each other and their children, and everything in their lives seemed perfect. Unfortunately, this idyllic life came to an abrupt end. On November 21, 2006, only 3 months after Sarah's birth, tragedy struck. Meg died in the hospital after waking up with an asthma attack. Jason, 30, was devastated by her death, which left him feeling lonely and sad. Only his devotion to his children kept him afloat. His family rallied around him, realizing the importance of being there for him during this difficult time. Jason was humble and kind, but he was concerned about relying so heavily on his family for assistance in childcare. This thought bothered Jason. He did not want to be a burden. Although his family never saw him that way, in 2007, he decided to hire a housekeeper. The first candidate, a Czech woman, did not click with Jason, so he let her go. Then he hired a Spanish woman, but the language barrier caused issues. Both women were looking for temporary work and did not want to stay in Ireland long-term, which frustrated Jason, who was looking for a dependable long-term helper. He eventually decided that the best option would be to find an English-speaking nanny looking for long-term employment. In early February 2008, he emailed 20-year-old Molly Martins. She sent a resume that, as it turned out, contained inaccuracies. Molly claimed to have graduated from Clemson University, but she had actually dropped out. She also claimed she'd been approved as a foster parent, which was incorrect. She didn't mention her recent psychiatric hospitalization or mental health issues. Jason thought he'd finally found the right nanny. The prospective housekeeper agreed to relocate to Ireland and look after the children. She lived in Knoxville, Tennessee, and flew to Ireland on March 10, 2008. The plan quickly fell apart. At customs, Molly encountered difficulties because of her one-way ticket, raising issues with immigration services. She couldn't say how long she'd be in the country and didn't have a work visa. However, she was able to resolve these issues and was granted entry after living in Ireland. 2 weeks later, the cheerful American called Keith and told him she would not be returning. They broke up on the phone. Sarah and Jack quickly became fond of and loved their new nanny. Jason was relieved to see that his life was becoming more stable. Molly took excellent care of the children, giving Jason peace of mind. Their relationship developed over time, and Jason began inviting the nanny out on dates. Jason and Molly, who started their relationship under unusual circumstances, encountered difficulties. The initial honeymoon period quickly gave way to reality. Jason, recognizing the flaws in the situation, found comfort in Molly's skilled interaction with his children. The couple became engaged in 2010. Jason adored his new partner. Most importantly, he believed his children had grown to love the caring Molly. Molly suggested moving to America after their engagement, citing a desire to return to her homeland. Jason agreed, knowing that the children would miss Molly. A year later, he moved to a factory in Lexington, North Carolina, and sold his home in Ireland. That same year, they were married in a lavish ceremony in Molly's hometown of Knoxville, Tennessee. Molly's father, Tom Martins, escorted her down the aisle, while little Jack and Sarah served as ring bearers and flower girls. Jason purchased a luxurious home in a popular neighborhood that included an 18-hole golf course, a club pool, tennis courts, playgrounds, and parks. He paid $58,000 $350 cash for the house. The peculiarities began during the wedding ceremony itself. For some reason, Molly told her friends that she and Jason's first wife, Meg, were friends before Meg died of cancer. However, Meg died in 2006. Molly was not acquainted with Jason and therefore could not have known his wife. Meg died from a respiratory illness, not cancer. Unfortunately, the happy groom paid little attention to these conversations. Years passed, and the family continued to live in North Carolina. Jason joined the local golf club and got involved in the community. Molly worked as a swim coach. Men were drawn to Jason because of his friendliness, while women admired Molly's baking abilities and supermodel figure. They appeared to be the ideal couple, an attractive and sociable husband and a well-groomed and athletic wife. They were the most in-love couple you'd ever seen, constantly holding hands, kissing, and laughing. They just seemed extremely happy. A neighbor later claimed that Molly had been trained since childhood to present a prestigious image to the public, regardless of what was going on behind closed doors. In reality, the marriage was fraught with difficulties, and Jason refused Molly's repeated attempts to adopt his 2 children. While it appeared to be a normal desire for a woman who had taken on the role of mother, her insistence grew so intense and obsessive that Jason became terrified. According to his sister, Molly convinced neighbors that she was the children's biological mother and even told acquaintances about her pregnancy with Sarah. The couple was constantly arguing about the adoption issue. Jason felt unhappy because he missed his home, his friends, and the warm family evenings with his brothers and sisters. He seriously considered divorcing and returning to Ireland with his son and daughter, something he openly discussed with Molly. Her response was immediate and intensely emotional. After the argument, Jason even hid the children's passports, fearing Molly would dispose of them and prevent their departure. The more he considered divorce, the more desperate she became to keep him and the children with her. Jason lost his zest for life and began to gain a lot of weight, which irritated his younger wife. A husband who was overweight harmed their perfect public image. The night before the murder, the couple went to a neighbor's house for dinner, where Molly loudly criticized Jason for the amount of food on his plate in front of everyone. She openly stated that it was inappropriate for someone his age to eat so much. Jason departed silently. Molly and her father beat Jason to death the night after, on August 2, 2015. On August 1, Molly's parents, Tom and Sharon, arrived in North Carolina for a visit. The exact purpose of this visit remains unknown to this day. Some believe Molly and her father planned the visit to ensure Tom was present to help commit the crime, while others view it as a routine parental visit. Because Tom and Sharon arrived late in the evening, they decided to present the gifts to the children the next morning. This detail is critical. They prepared an aluminum baseball bat for Jack, and we intend to give Sarah a tennis racket. After dinner, Tom and Sharon retired to the basement guest bedroom, Molly and Jason to their first-floor bedroom, and the children to their second-floor rooms. Molly claims Sarah woke her up at 3 a.m. After a nightmare, Molly calmed her down and returned her to bed. By the time she returned, Jason, she claimed, was awake and enraged, resulting in a fight that ended in his death. As the alleged altercation began, Tom, a former FBI agent, reported hearing strange noises from his daughter and son-in-law's bedroom. Concerned, he grabbed the baseball bat intended for Jack and went to his room. When he entered, he claimed to see Jason choke Molly. Jason, noticing his father-in-law, tightened his grip and dragged Molly to the restroom, threatening to kill her. Tom pleaded with Jason to release Molly, but when his efforts were futile, he intervened to protect his daughter. Tom claimed that his initial bat strike did not prevent Jason from strangling Molly, so he continued to hit him. Jason eventually released Molly and attempted to grab the bat. A struggle ensued, with Jason ripping the bat away and knocking Tom to the ground. Tom claimed Molly was terrified, grabbed a brick from the bedside table, and instructed Jason on the head. Fearing for their lives, the father and daughter continued to attack the enraged man until they realized he no longer posed a threat. By calling the rescue service, Tom described the incident as a fight in which his son-in-law assaulted his daughter, and Jason urgently needed assistance. However, when emergency responders arrived, the scene revealed something far more brutal than simple self-defense. The bedroom walls and floor were covered in blood, with splatters on the ceiling and furniture. Jason's skull was shattered, leaving pieces of his scalp scattered across the floor. The medical examiner stated in the report that the number of blows was impossible to determine because pieces of the skull fell on the table during the autopsy. The first responding police officers noticed a stark contrast between Jason Corbett's horrific injuries and the fact that his father and daughter were unharmed, with their clothes intact. Despite Molly's claim of a life-or-death struggle, her thin bracelet remained intact. Another important observation was that some emergency responders noticed blood on the brick. Jason's body began to dry out, and he was cold to the touch, indicating a significant period of time before the emergency call was placed. And why would anyone keep a brick on their nightstand? Detectives investigated its presence in the bedroom. Molly explained that she planned to paint the brick with the kids and was looking at it before bed, thinking about the design. The case was based on appearances, external details, and the testimony of those involved. During questioning, Molly admitted to having endured years of severe abuse from her husband, keeping silent for fear of losing the children. She claimed she consulted lawyers who advised her to gather evidence of abuse for a custody battle, prompting her to place recording devices throughout the house. She gave these recordings to the detectives. During questioning, Tom claimed Jason had physically abused Molly on multiple occasions. However, the investigation discovered no evidence of physical abuse in Molly's relationship with Jason. At the trial, the defense claimed self-defense. Jason Corbett was portrayed as a drunk and violent man who emotionally and physically abused his family. The defense even found evidence that he may have killed his first wife, Meg. The family doctor testified about Jason's mood swings. He felt he was becoming increasingly angry for no apparent reason. When social workers interviewed the children, Jack and Sarah stated that their father was constantly angry and even hurt their mother. The prosecution presented expert reports indicating that, while Molly's audio recordings revealed Jason's temper, they did not demonstrate physical violence. Toxicology reports also revealed traces of a psychiatric medication prescribed to Molly and Jason's blood, implying that this could have caused his mood swings. Jason's family, who knew him as a calm and kind man, were taken aback by the defense's claims and insisted that Molly made up the story and likely drugged him with illegal drugs to create behavioral instability for her record. A bloodstain pattern analyst called by the prosecution testified that the blood spatter trajectory did not correspond to a self-defense scenario. The attack on Jason began as he was getting up, and he was defenseless, lying face down when he was struck repeatedly. Molly and Tom were convicted of murder in 2017 and sentenced to 20 to 25 years in prison, each. They filed an appeal a week later and were eventually successful in convincing the North Carolina Supreme Court to overturn their second-degree murder conviction in 2021. This leads to a new trial. They were released on $100,000 bail and left the Davidson County Jail within an hour of one another. In October 2023, the father and daughter entered a plea agreement for involuntary manslaughter. During the November trial, statements from Jason Corbett's now adult children, Jack and Sarah, who live with their aunt in Ireland, were heard. Sarah Corbett, 17, claimed that defense witnesses and attorneys distorted her words when she was 8 to help Molly Corbett and Tom Martins receive lighter prison sentences. Molly Martins showed me how to shoplift, vomit, and lie. She used to hit and starve my brother. She told me when I was 5 that my father had killed my mother. I adored Molly, and she manipulated me. Jack Corbett admitted in his statement that he lied to investigators when he was 10. I've lost so much of myself since that day. My words were used as a weapon to help Molly and Thomas avoid punishment for murdering my father. I've never seen my father harm Molly. He was a loving and honorable man, and they went to great lengths to tarnish his reputation. While my friends have fun at parties, I'm in therapy, learning to accept the fact that I lied and helped them get away. The children asked Judge Hall to sentence Molly Corbett and Thomas Martin to a maximum of 25 years. Perhaps their plea deal allowed them to avoid this sentence. In November 2023, the father and daughter were sentenced to a minimum of 4 and a maximum of 6 years, with credit for the 44 months already served. They were also told not to contact the Corbett family. Thomas Martin's attorney expects his client to be released in 7 months. Sarah collaborated with her Aunt Tracy to write and publish a series of children's books aimed at assisting children in coping with loneliness after the death of a loved one. Jack developed into a talented rugby player, singer, and songwriter. Both siblings continue to advocate for justice in their father's case. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at what happened in England on Christmas Eve 2020, when 26-year-old Ella Edwards was with her friends at the Lighthouse pub in Wallasey Village on the Wirral. Rather than a Christmas miracle, Ella had to confront real evil. Unfortunately, that evening marked the end of the beautiful young woman's life. Ella Edwards was 26 years old in 2019. She was a dental nurse as well as a cosmetologist at Nova Studio Beauty Salon. Her colleagues and many clients adored her. Here's how Tim Edwards, Ella's father, described her. "How can I describe her to people who don't know her? She was wonderful, beautiful, kind, generous, always looking out for others, particularly her family, bubbly, and always had a good laugh. She set her own goals and was achieving them with a positive attitude." On the evening of December 24, 2022, Ella and her sister went to the Lighthouse pub after flying from Dubai to spend Christmas and New Year's with her family. She was supposed to meet her friends, and their surveillance cameras caught Ali's evening activities. She was in a good mood, hugging her friends and smiling. They danced, sang, and had a great time. However, someone who valued themselves above all decided to ruin this evening. Someone who did not value human life. Police received multiple reports of a shooting shortly after 11:50 p.m. Soon, police officers surrounded the area. Someone had fired at least 12 shots at the patrons of the pub, where Elle was meeting friends. Sue Coombs, detective superintendent, told a news conference on Christmas Day. Tragically, the victim, a 26-year-old woman, sustained a serious gunshot wound to the head. She was taken to Aero Park Hospital, but unfortunately died shortly after. Her family has been notified, and they are dealing with this tragic loss on a day that should have been spent celebrating with friends. It is still very early in the investigation. However, we do not believe that the victim in this case has been targeted. She was out enjoying Christmas with her sister and friends, which should have been a relaxing time. What her family is currently going through is incomprehensible. Witnesses described a gunman firing shots into the pub's front entrance before fleeing in a dark vehicle. Ella Edwards was the victim of the shooting. The police did not believe Ella was the intended target of the attack, which also injured 4 men. A 28-year-old man from a nearby Beechwood was treated for serious injuries, while the other men, aged 22 and 33, sustained non-life-threatening injuries. Elle's tragic death presented an unimaginable and heartbreaking challenge for her family. Tim Edwards awoke early on Christmas morning to the worst news any parent could ever hear. It didn't make sense to Tim. After all, he just spoke to his daughter a few hours ago. They discussed the meeting and decided to wrap Christmas presents together. Now the bereaved father sought answers, attempting to figure out how to go on. Meanwhile, the police were working tirelessly to apprehend and prosecute the criminal. They needed CCTV footage and witnesses who could share important information on Facebook. Merseyside Police Detective Superintendent David McCarran stated that we have a number of officers at Wallasey Village who are conducting extensive investigations to determine what happened and take immediate action. I would urge anyone who was in the lighthouse in Wallasey Village last night and witnessed the incident or has mobile or CCTV footage of what happened to contact us immediately, as they may have vital information for our investigation. We believe the gunman left the pub parking lot in a dark-colored vehicle, possibly a dark-colored Mercedes, shortly after the shooting, and we would like to hear from anyone who witnessed this to contact us right away. The police knew the criminal had fled the scene in a dark Mercedes. They discovered this information after reviewing CCTV footage. You can see Mercedes pulling into the parking lot next to the pub where Elle was with her friends. The driver parks the car to see who is inside the establishment and leave as soon as possible. The man observed everyone for a while. He then got out of the car and approached from the side to remain invisible. Moments later, he fired 12 shots, dashed to his Mercedes, and fled the crime scene. As a result, the police had to answer a few questions. Who was this man? Who was the target of the attack? What was the motivation? They began patrolling the streets near where the shooting occurred. Officers went from one door to the next, interviewing residents. 2 days later, police announced the arrest of 2 suspects but did not reveal their names. They were a 30-year-old man and a 19-year-old woman who were eventually released. According to the authorities' statement, the arrested man did not fire the shots. The police spokesman stated unequivocally, "We will not rest until the offenders are brought to justice." And by that I mean the person who pulled the trigger of the gun in the most indiscriminate manner, anyone who was responsible for arranging, facilitating, or harboring this individual, and anyone who continues to withhold information on who did this or where the weapon is. We will work tirelessly to find justice for LA and her family. The shooting was reportedly the result of a feud between 2 local rival gangs. It confirmed LA was a random victim and asked if he could directly link the shooting to a gang feud in Whirl. Critchley stated that there has been some escalation in this area over the last few months. The detectives determined that Jake Duffy and Kieran Salkeld were the intended targets of this attack, but we'll discuss them later, on December 29. The police arrested a 3rd suspect in this case, but he was not the one who fired shots at the Lighthouse Pub's patrons. The man whose name was kept public was charged with conspiracy to commit a crime. The police were also able to locate the criminal's dark Mercedes, which he used to flee the crime scene, but the vehicle had some issues. Let's look at the CCTV footage from the evening of December 31. A week following LA's death, the bright, flashing light you see now is fire. The criminal knew that the police were only a few steps away from apprehending him, so he burned the Mercedes to destroy any evidence that the police might find there during a search. The Mercedes had become a pile of burned metal, but the police were able to identify it. It turned out that the criminals stole this car, most likely to use it to commit a crime. Almost 2 weeks later, on January 11, police announced the arrest of 2 additional suspects. They arrested a 22-year-old man and a 23-year-old woman in Central Wales. The man was named Connor Chapman, and he had a lengthy criminal record. These 5 photos show him at various times. In a matter of years, Chapman went from petty criminal to the main suspect in Lee Edwards' death. Here are a few of the offenses for which he has previously been arrested: aggravated carjacking, threatening behavior, burglary, disorderly conduct, and a high-speed chase that ended with him hiding in the bushes and telling officers he was waiting for his mate. Growing up in the woods, he spent most of his time in Birkenhead with his grandparents. Chapman went to Woodchurch High School, but left before taking his exams. He first appeared in court in 2014 when he was around 14 years old for shoplifting. In 2016, the young man faced criminal charges for being on enclosed property and driving a stolen car. Next, he violated his conditional discharge by driving without a license or insurance. Then, in 2017, he was charged with car theft, illegal substance possession, and violating a criminal behavior order, which barred him from traveling to certain parts of the world. In 2018, the police detained him again for possessing a prohibited substance and carrying a cold weapon in public. During the same year, the general public became aware of Chapman's name after he first appeared strangely on the pages of local newspapers. After an unsuccessful attempt to flee a police chase, officers noticed the stolen Audi and attempted to stop it, but the driver disobeyed. Chapman, who was 18 at the time, was speeding at 60 mph in a 30 mph zone while attempting to escape. He flew into oncoming traffic and then crashed into a curb, forcing him to abandon the car and flee. When the police discovered him hiding in the nearby bushes, he stated, "I'm waiting for my mate." Chapman's lawyer claims he is influenced by older peers and has struggled with his own health issues, such as ADHD and other medical diagnoses. Chapman admitted to reckless driving, aggravated vehicle theft, driving while disqualified, and violating a criminal behavior order. The court sentenced him to 8 months in a Young Offenders Institute and a 2-year and 4-month driving ban, passing the sentence. Recorder Mary Lauren told him poignantly, "You have a bad record despite your youth, and you have been given every opportunity. You show no regard at all. Other people with this diagnosis do not behave in the same way that you do. They do not cause a nuisance to the public in the same way that you do." By the age of 18, he had 14 convictions for 30 offenses. As a result, it is reasonable to assume that this man had no intention of improving his situation. Unfortunately, there were no legal grounds to keep him isolated from society for a long time. In January 2020, the court sentenced him to 10 months in prison for possessing stolen goods and carrying a cold weapon in public. According to records, Merseyside police issued public appeals for information on his whereabouts on 5 separate occasions while he was a wanted man. Chapman once claimed that he was in custody more than he was out. By the age of 20, Chapman had 19 convictions for 43 offenses. In summer 2022, he got out of prison. Edwards passed away after about 6 months. His first child was born while he was still in prison, and a second daughter was on her way. He told the jury that he wanted to start over and become a better person, but these were empty words. Chapman turned out to be a member of a local gang. He sold illegal drugs, robbed another home, and stole 2 electric motorcycles. But his most heinous and devastating crime was yet to occur. On December 24, 2022, during a dispute between organized crime groups based on the Wood Church and Beechwood Estates, Chapman armed himself with a Scorpion submachine gun. He waited for Kieran Salkeld and Jake Duffy, members of the rival gang outside Wallasey's Lighthouse pub, for 3 hours. Chapman fired 12 shots just before midnight. Both Salkeld and Duffy were seriously injured, but they survived. Unfortunately, when Chapman fired the gun, Lee Edwards, who was enjoying the evening with close friends, was next to Sol when 2 bullets struck her in the head. She didn't know Salkeld or Duffy. She just happened to be present during an attack on them. On January 25, 2023, family, friends, and hundreds of others attended Lee Edwards' funeral. Locals lined the streets in the rain as mourners arrived for the 12:30 p.m. service. The funeral procession was led by a hearse with a floral tribute stating that Ella's coffin was transported in a carriage pulled by 4 white horses. Pallbearers, including her heartbroken father Tim, carried it into the church, topped with a floral display. Her grandfather George delivered a message to the mourners, encouraging them to leave the church with hope. The Lighthouse pub was closed that day as a mark of respect. According to a statement posted on the pub's Facebook page, Ellie and her family have been on our minds for several weeks. This is especially true right now. May she rest peacefully. Tim stated that he hoped to establish a foundation in his daughter's name to help reduce gun violence. He stated that there are no winners in gun crime. If you pick up a gun, your future and the futures of those around you are over. It's dead simple. It's completely pointless and solves nothing. I want to see a positive outcome from this. Ellie's name will be used for positive purposes in the future. She cannot be forgotten. Connor Chapman was charged with numerous offenses, including causing the death of Lee Edwards, but he had an accomplice. Police charged 20-year-old Thomas with possessing a prohibited weapon and assisting an offender. The detectives discovered that after shooting at the Lighthouse pub's guests, Chapman drove the stolen Mercedes to Barnston, Merseyside, where his longtime friend wearing it lived. The surveillance camera there captured Chapman walking down the road and picking up the crime scene weapon after it had fallen to the ground. Although the crime weapon was never found, police discovered Chapman's DNA in a mixed sample on a bullet casing discovered at the scene and a red glove recovered from Waring's home, which matched one worn by the gunman in a taxi ordered under a false name. Around 5 a.m., Chapman returned home to Woodchurch, Merseyside via a vague pickup point on Christmas morning. To cover up their heinous crime, the men drove to a remote location on New Year's Eve and set fire to a stolen Mercedes. Thomas Waring was found guilty on all charges. In July 2023, the court sentenced him to 9 years in prison. Now I'd like to say a few words about Jake Duffy and Kieran Salkeld, who were the targets of the attack. They were both wounded but survived. In this case, they were the victims. However, a closer look at their way of life reveals that they were on a dangerous path. They were part of the Beechwood gang on December 23, 2023. Chapman had injured them the day before at the Lighthouse pub. Duffy and Saul killed and beat up another criminal affiliated with a group that included Connor Chapman. While Chapman was awaiting sentencing in the shooting case, the two were already imprisoned for their crimes. Salkeld received a 27-month sentence for assault and 9 months for being afraid to run concurrently. Duffy was sentenced to 2 years for assault and 9 months for a fray that would run concurrently. The court has also issued injunctions against them, the full list of which is displayed on your screen. Commenting on the injunctions, Chief Inspector Tom Welch stated that gang-related activity has a profoundly negative impact on those who live or work in areas where these criminals conduct their business, often recklessly and with complete disregard for others. The gang injunctions served on Duffy and Salkeld are part of our ongoing and relentless efforts to combat serious and organized crime in Birkenhead. Our local officers are well aware of the prohibitions detailed in these injunctions, and they will strictly enforce them. If either man violates the law, we can act quickly to arrest him and return him to court, where he may face prison time. We are using all available powers and legislation to disrupt and deter gang activity, but we can't do it alone. We need communities to report any criminal activity in their area so that we can get criminals off the streets. Together, we are always stronger. However, before the story of the shooting began, the court prohibited Chapman from entering the area surrounding the Lighthouse pub. Nonetheless, he chose precisely this location to commit the crime that resulted in the death of the innocent young woman. Perhaps many countries around the world should have stricter laws and more effective methods for influencing people who pose a threat to society. This is my subjective opinion. However, you can express your personal opinion in the comments section. Connor Chapman denied everything. He claimed that the camera at the Lighthouse pub captured another man, not him. He claimed he was at home wrapping Christmas presents, but the evidence suggests otherwise. During the 3.5-week trial, the jury heard about events leading up to the incident, including a feud between Chapman's Wood Church, a state-based gang, and a rival group centered on the Beechwood estate, which is home to Saul and Duffy. Investigators discovered that after committing the crime, Chapman planned to flee to Spain by car ferry. Before he could do that, the police searched his grandparents' home, and the man knew they were close to catching him. As a result, he chose to flee to Wales, rather than risk his life on a car ferry. That is where the plainclothes officers later arrested him. During the trial, Chapman admitted to having access to the Mercedes seen on CCTV footage, but stated that it was primarily used by him and other gang members to trade illegal drugs. He claimed other people had access to the Mercedes and that he wasn't driving it that evening. He admitted to burning the car, but said he did so after realizing someone from his gang had used it in the shootout. Outside court, LA's father, Tim, expressed his hope that his daughter's killer would never see Christmas again. If I'm lucky enough to be around for a long time, I'll do everything I can to ensure that he never leaves jail. He stated that the jury of 7 women and 5 men reached a unanimous decision. Following 3 hours and 48 minutes of deliberation and 3.5 weeks of trial at Liverpool Crown Court, they found Chapman guilty, passing sentence. Mr. Justice Goose informed him about what you did. Connor Chapman was both wicked and shocking. You murdered Ellie Edwards, ending her young life. You spent the days following the incident removing or destroying evidence that could identify you as the gunman. It's absolutely shocking. You meticulously planned a revenge attack in a gang rivalry. You had no regard for anyone else. The risks of what you did were both obvious and high. On July 7, 2023, the court sentenced Connor Chapman to life in prison with a minimum of 48 years before he could seek parole. During the verdict announcement, Ellie's family breathed a sigh of relief and whispered yes. Her father, Tim Edwards, also went on air to answer questions from journalists. Tim said some crucial words. I believe Elle's legacy will hopefully inspire people to be more positive. She was a caring person who would devote more of her time to others than to herself. If she can be remembered for that, as well as her warmth and the happy-go-lucky life she was leading at the age of 26. She would not want you to sit around moping and going downhill. She would not want that. She would not want that. She wants you to live your best life. That was how she approached or interacted with others. She would uplift your spirits. I was lucky to be her father, but we were also close friends. So there are a lot of good memories of laughing and doing stupid things together that you can't print. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today's story is set in the Netherlands in 2018. Donnie Odegaard, a Minnesota resident, was alarmed to see a police officer on her doorstep. A terrible sense of déjà vu overcame her at that moment, transporting her mentally back 3 years. She immediately realized the officer's visit was related to her 21-year-old daughter, Sarah. Sarah Pappenheim was born on January 30th, 1997 in Minnesota. She was the second child of Donnie Odegaard and Jerry Pappenheim. Josh was the family's oldest child. He and Sarah were very friendly, and their close relationship grew stronger as they got older. When Sarah was in second grade, her family relocated from Minneapolis to Redding, California. She graduated from Foothill High School in 2015, where she also played drums in the school band. Sarah was passionate about music in general, and drums in particular. She was an accomplished drummer who regularly participated in weekly jam sessions at reading venues. Sarah not only stood out for her drumming abilities, but she was also one of the few female drummers performing on stage. Sarah moved back to Minnesota with her mother and brother when she was 18 years old. By this point, her parents had divorced. She went on to play drums in various Minnesota venues before meeting famous blues guitarist and singer Bernard Allison through music. He was impressed by Sarah's performance, and she began to occasionally attend his concerts. By the age of 19, Sarah had become a local celebrity among blues fans, and her stunningly wide smile earned her the nickname Ronald McDonald. Josh was deeply hurt by his parents' divorce. He had been dealing with depression and mental health issues for several years. Nobody close to the guy at the time could have predicted how it would all end. It was February 2016. On a seemingly ordinary day, Dunny heard a knock on the door and opened it to find police officers on the doorstep, asking Josh Papenheim who she was. The woman responded that she was his mother, and the officer broke the sad news that divided her life into before and after, at the age of 20. Josh ended his own life. His death was a devastating blow to his loved ones. Dunny later recalled crying so much that her tear ducts dried up. Josh's obituary still contains a message from her in which he promises to love her son forever. Sarah and Josh were extremely close. She was devastated by his departure, as well as the fact that her brother chose to die rather than allow the pain to consume her. Sarah decided to study psychology so that she could help people with mental health issues in the future. She had long been in contact with a man named Nico Carson. Sarah decided to travel to the Netherlands, where the guy lived. She enrolled at Erasmus University in Rotterdam, where she started studying psychology. Nico assisted Sarah in coping with her brother's death, with her studies and in general, as a native speaker in any way he could. Sarah's love of music persisted even as she focused on her studies at work. She wrote to Bernard Allison, with whom she had previously performed on stage and maintained a friendship, that she had nearly saved enough money to purchase the drum kit she had desired for so long. Bernard Allison and his band went on a European tour in January 2017. Sarah arrived at Allison's performance in Germany on January 30th, her 20th birthday, with Nico, and as soon as Bernard noticed her, he called her to the stage. After wishing her a happy birthday, he invited Sarah to sit at the drum kit and participate in a performance, just like the good old days. This recording was made on that same day. Sarah lived on the third floor of a complex in Rotterdam, about a mile from the university. 2018 was coming to an end, and she wanted to spend Christmas back home in the United States. Her flight was scheduled to take place a week before New Year's Eve, but on December 12th, everything changed. Dunny Odegaard saw a police officer on her doorstep, as she had in 2016, when her son died. When the officer began questioning her about her daughter, the woman's legs shook. She knew in her heart what was being said. She couldn't believe it had happened again. When the officer realized Sarah Pappenheim's mother was in front of him, he broke the news to her daughter had died. Dunny lost consciousness after hearing these words. She has 2 children. Her son died when he was 20, and she has now also lost her daughter. Sarah was 21 years old. As previously stated, the girl lived in a third-floor complex populated primarily by students. Sarah had rented an apartment there for the past year and shared it with another student, who was also a double bass player. Sarah Joel Schelling was a talented musician, and music was their common ground. Sarah was a very outgoing person who was always smiling, unlike her roommate. Joe's only friend was Sarah. Even though he had a temper and occasionally quarreled with her, Sarah did not want to abandon him with his problems and relocate to another apartment because she remembered what had happened to her brother. She told her mother that she could always calm Joel down when he became angry at someone. However, over time, the situation deteriorated. Sarah wrote to her friend Adam in Wisconsin 6 days before she died, saying she was afraid of her roommate because he had threatened to physically eliminate 3 people he didn't like. Sarah wrote, "I have to go to the police." Sarah had called her mother a few days before her death and informed her that her roommate's behavior was becoming increasingly bothersome. Dunny instructed her daughter to look for another place to live right away and to stay as far away from Joel as possible until she moved out. Sarah and Joel's next-door neighbors called the police on Wednesday, December 12, 2018, at 12:20 p.m. after hearing them fight loudly, and Sarah screamed in horror. When the police arrived and entered the apartment, they discovered Sarah unconscious on the floor, with multiple stab wounds all over her body. Unfortunately, attempts to resuscitate her failed and she died. Her roommate was not present. Apparently, he had fled, and the police began looking for him. Interviewing neighbors from the same floor, officers discovered that Joel Schelling had left the apartment in a hurry, carrying a double bass with him. This musical instrument is of imposing size, so it was highlighted in the description sent out less than 2 hours after the crime occurred. Joel Schelling, 23, was arrested at the Eindhoven train station, approximately 60 miles from Rotterdam. His parents lived in Eindhoven, and he was on his way to see them. He called his mother while on the train and confessed to her that he had killed Sarah. The judge arrested him for 14 days. During that time, it was determined whether Schelling had any mental disorders. The forensic experts who conducted the autopsy discovered 27 stab wounds on Sarah's body, including several in the neck, abdomen, and back. Donny Odegaard left for the Netherlands just 2 days after her daughter died. She had to make a decision about returning Sarah's body to her home country. People who cared for the family assisted them in raising $40,000, which was necessary. Donny's first question was whether Sarah had contacted the police to report that her roommate was planning to attack 3 people. It turned out that Sarah had not contacted law enforcement. She did, however, contact social workers who assist people who are experiencing psychological difficulties. The social workers paid Schelling a visit and got the impression that he was normal because he answered all of the questions calmly and directly. The next day, Sarah was once again forced to contact social services. Schelling became enraged and began beating himself with a hammer, claiming that he would soon have to kill several people. Sarah was afraid Joe would find out that she was the one who had sent the social workers to ask him. The specialists did not have time to respond to Sarah's second request, as she had already passed away. Schelling was accused of causing Sarah Pappenheim's death. He admitted his guilt but said he did not remember taking her life. According to him, he remembered how they began to fight. And then, when he came, he was already in the shower, cleaning himself. The hearing in the case began in March 2019. Sarah's mother, Dunny Odegaard, flew to each hearing, where she could only understand what the participants were saying with the help of an interpreter. At the trial, Schelling stated that he suffered from delirium and heard voices in his head. When the judge asked him if the voices had ordered him to fight with Sarah, he replied that he did not know and could not remember. He also said he did not remember what he and Sarah began fighting about. Before the verdict was announced in December 2019, experts said Schelling suffered from various disorders and needed long-term treatment, and at the same time, they concluded that he should be held responsible for taking Sarah Pappenheim's life. The medics reasoned that Schelling remembered the beginning of the fight and scuffle with Sarah and could have made a choice to stop or to grab the knife. He chose the latter and should be punished. The prosecutor demanded 10 years in prison for the defendant, but the judge in Rotterdam sentenced Schelling to 6 years in prison, followed by indefinite imprisonment in a psychiatric hospital. The court went on to explain that it rejected the prosecution's argument for 10 years in prison because of the suspect's relatively young age and his extreme diminished capacity when he took the victim's life. The suspect cannot therefore be fully blamed for the proven fact. Upon sentencing, the court released a detailed statement explaining that, considering the severity and unpredictability of the crime as well as the serious psychological disorders of the suspect, the court deems recidivism of a violent crime very likely because the suspect suffers from chronic disorders that require prolonged treatment and guidance in a clinical setting. It characterized the psychiatric detention as a punitive measure for Schelling, who has said he's willing to participate in treatment for depression and other disorders. He will remain held under treatment until the court, which will review his status every 2 years, determines if he is well enough to be released. The court also ordered Schelling to pay €68,700 in compensation to Sarah's family. Dunny Odegaard was furious at the sentence, saying this is not justice. Schelling was expecting a minimum of 10 years in America. The woman said Schelling would have faced life imprisonment or capital punishment so that he would never have the opportunity to do something like this again. She also expressed concern that after just 4 years, Schelling could be released from prison on parole, promising to do everything in our power to keep him behind bars as long as possible. There was also an investigation into the social workers Sarah had called in, and it was concluded that they could not be blamed because they were not competent enough to determine the disorders that Schelling was diagnosed with. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video depicts events that occurred in Massachusetts during 2016. On Sunday, August 7th, 2016, Vanessa Marcotte, 27, was visiting her mother, Rosanna, in Princeton, Massachusetts. On that sunny and warm day, she decided to go for a run because she was usually very active, taking walks outside and practicing yoga. In a few hours, she was supposed to catch a bus to New York City, where she worked and lived. Vanessa went for a run but did not return home. Her mother, Rosanna, was concerned about her daughter's prolonged absence, as this was unusual behavior for Vanessa, so she sought assistance from the police. This case received a lot of national media attention because this type of incident had not occurred in the small town of Princeton in 30 years. In addition, just a few days ago, another runner and fitness blogger, Karina Vetrano, 30, was involved in a similar incident in a New York City neighborhood. Vanessa Teresa Marcotte was born June 17, 1989, in Leominster, Massachusetts. Summa cum laude, excelled in school and earned her bachelor's degree in communications from Boston University in 2011. After graduation, she worked for WordStream, an online marketing software startup in Boston. Later, she worked as an account manager in Google's New York City office. Vanessa had the opportunity to visit her mother and aunt in Princeton, a small rural town of about 4,000 people in another state, about once every 2 months. She was the only child in the family, so her mother, Rosanna, eagerly anticipated each meeting and was delighted when her daughter discovered an opportunity to visit her on Sunday, August 7, 2016. Vanessa left her mother's house on Brook Station Road around 1 p.m. to go for a run, returning to New York later that day via commuter bus. The area where she was going to run was familiar to her. Vanessa's mother called the police after several hours had passed and she had not returned home. The officers immediately launched a search, beginning with the area where Vanessa's route most likely took her. At 8:20 p.m., a police dog picked up the trail and led the search team to a densely vegetated area. A woman's body was discovered about 60 yards from the road, less than a mile from Rosanna Marcotte's home. Vanessa Marcotte was later identified as the victim. A preliminary examination of the body left detectives convinced that Vanessa's death was criminal in nature. Her clothes were removed, and burn marks appeared on her legs, hands, and face. As is evident, the location where the body was discovered is quite remote. There are no houses, only the road and the woods on either side of it. Vanessa's cell phone and headphones were also missing. Police thoroughly searched the surrounding area, but were unable to locate any of these items. Investigators suspected the perpetrator took them on purpose because they could have left traces of their DNA. A fire-damaged sneaker lay on the grass next to the body. Other locations also contained fire traces. Detectives concluded that the perpetrator attempted to destroy DNA traces using gasoline. Vanessa's death was determined by forensic experts to be due to strangulation. She fought for her life. As a result, DNA from an unknown individual was discovered under her fingernails. The fact that Vanessa's clothes had been removed clarified the motive for the crime. To summarize, the medical examiners discovered evidence of male contact DNA samples were tested, but no matches were found in local or national databases. Princeton is a small town with a population of less than 4,000 people. This type of crime was extremely uncommon, and it shocked the entire local population. Authorities urged residents of Princeton and the surrounding areas to be vigilant and cautious, and asked anyone who saw anything suspicious to call the Massachusetts State Hotline. Colin Ortiz, Princeton Police Department. At a press conference on August 11th, Worcester District Attorney Joseph Early Jr. confirmed that the perpetrator was most likely male and had sustained minor cuts, bruises, and scratches during his struggle with Vanessa prior to her death. Vanessa's co-workers, as well as her family and Princeton residents, were shocked by what happened. According to a Google representative, Vanessa Marcotte was a beloved member of the Google team, having worked in our New York office for the past year and a half and being known for her ubiquitous passion for volunteer work and love of Boston sports. We are deeply shocked and saddened. Our thoughts are with her family and friends. Her alma mater also paid tribute to her. Colin Riley, Boston University's Executive Director of Media Relations, said, "We're so sad for her family and friends. They are in our thoughts and prayers." Police investigated a possible link between Vanessa Marcotte's death and an incident involving another runner, Karina Vetrano, that occurred a few days earlier in New York. Toronto went for a late afternoon run in Queens Spring Creek Park, which is less than a block from her house. She ran alone, despite her father's concerns. She was last seen alive sometime after 5 p.m. Just before entering the park, after failing to respond to repeated calls and text messages for Toronto's father, she notified a neighbor, the New York City Police Department's police chief, who launched a search around 11 p.m. Her father discovered her body face down about 15 feet from the trail, as was the case with Vanessa Marcotte Karina Vetrano, whose body was exposed, and the cause of death was also strangulation. Despite the similarities, investigators did not believe there was a link between the two cases. 6 months later, police arrested Chanel Lewis, a 20-year-old Brooklyn resident, after his DNA was found to match that of Karina Vetrano's body. On April 23, 2019, Lewis was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. But who is responsible for Vanessa Marcotte's death? Investigators believe the person who killed Vanessa lived in or frequented Princeton and was familiar with the area. Detectives also believed Vanessa Marcotte did not know the perpetrator and that their paths crossed by chance. Meanwhile, law enforcement sought assistance from the public, with separate 24-hour phone lines set up. Vanessa eventually stopped outside a local convenience store for a drink of water after 1 p.m. on August 7th and was last seen walking and talking on her cell phone. Investigators believe Vanessa was attacked within the next 2 hours of being seen outside the store. Her phone was turned off at 2:11 p.m. and has not been turned on since. Police officers were receiving and checking many clues, including searching the area where the body was discovered several times and the surrounding area, but the results were not satisfactory. It wasn't until 3 months later that the police learned more about the case. A new witness reported that on August 7th, he saw a dark-colored Ford SUV parked on the curb near where Vanessa's body was discovered, with the hood up. The driver appeared to be Hispanic, aged between 25 and 35. The witness first drove by the SUV around 12:45 p.m. At the time, the driver was standing next to his vehicle, talking on the phone, and the witness drove past the same location again around 2:05 p.m. The SUV remained in the same location, but its hood was down, and no one was visible inside or near it. Authorities began looking for a Hispanic man who owned a black SUV and allegedly lived near Princeton. On February 23, 2017, more than 6 months after Vanessa's death, Worcester County District Attorney Joseph Early Jr. provided additional information about the investigation, stating that the DNA found on Vanessa's body had been sent to a lab and a profile was created. Based on DNA evidence and witness testimony, the suspect was identified as a Hispanic male between the ages of 20 and 30, with an athletic build, medium height, and short or shaved hair. It was also assumed that the suspect owned or had access to a dark-colored SUV on the day of the crime and sustained visible upper body injuries within days of the attack. About 3 weeks later, a police officer patrolling the streets of Worcester County spotted a man who matched the suspect description. This man was driving a vehicle that looked exactly like the one seen the day Vanessa Marcotte died. The police officer quickly jotted down the license plate number on his hand. After determining the identity of the car owner, the police went to his house. That man was Angelo Colin Ortiz, who was 31 years old. Colin Ortiz, a Puerto Rican native with no criminal record, was married with 3 children and had been in Worcester for less than a year. He worked for FedEx's third-party contractor, made deliveries in Princeton, and was familiar with the town and its surroundings. Colin Ortiz was described as perverted by his Western neighbors, who claimed he frequently made vulgar remarks to residents. A former female Princeton postal worker also claimed that Colin Ortiz frequently made crude remarks in Spanish about her and other women to his co-workers. When the police asked Angelo about Vanessa Marcotte, he said he didn't know her. Furthermore, he couldn't recall whether he was in Princeton on the day Vanessa was attacked. He was asked to provide a sample of his DNA, and he agreed by signing documents indicating his willingness to provide his DNA for analysis. The lab took some time to run the test, which revealed that Colin Ortiz's DNA matched the one discovered under Vanessa Marcotte's fingernails on April 15, 2017. The man was apprehended and charged 3 days later. Prosecutors allege that on the day of the crime, Colin Ortiz purchased $5 in gasoline from a store 6 miles away at 2:35 p.m. Vanessa had already died by that point, so the man returned to the scene to try to destroy the evidence, specifically his DNA on Vanessa's body. The district attorney contended that the DNA evidence was obtained in accordance with all applicable procedures, which aided in the prosecution of the charges. However, Colin Ortiz's attorneys claimed that their client's DNA sample was obtained in an irregular manner. They claimed that the language barrier prevented their client from fully comprehending that he was not required to provide the police with a sample of his DNA. And Colin Ortiz stated that he was unaware that he could have refused to provide one. In an affidavit supporting the motion to suppress, Colin Ortiz stated that, while he is a U.S. citizen, he was born in Puerto Rico and does not speak, read, or understand English. Colin Ortiz wrote this on March 16, 2017. 2 large white state police officers arrived at my home with someone who spoke a strange version of Spanish. The trial dragged on for years until, on January 11, 2022, Judge Janet Kenton Walker denied the defense's motion to suppress DNA evidence. Colin Ortiz declined to plead guilty to first-degree murder. However, in a plea bargain he pleaded guilty to deprivation of life in the second degree, which carries a shorter sentence. He also pleaded guilty to the robbery charge, which carries a 20-year sentence. Prosecutors said the Marcotte family agreed to the plea bargain to avoid a harsh trial. We are grateful and relieved that the trial ended as we had hoped, and that this man will now be unable to harm anyone in the same way that he harmed Vanessa. The Marcotte family said in a statement issued by the district attorney's office, "Let's keep this monster off the streets. I'll be dead before he has a parole hearing." Vanessa Marcotte's father revealed that Angelo Colin Ortiz, 36, was sentenced to life in prison in October 2022. He will serve 20 years on the robbery charge before being sentenced to life in prison, with a minimum of 25 years before parole eligibility. That would require at least 45 years in prison before parole eligibility. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a story that occurred in 2022. This case involves multiple countries, and the sentence was issued less than a month ago. What began as a fairy tale ended as a horror film. Ekaterina Bowman was born on May 13, 1989, in Leningrad, one of Russia's largest cities, which was later renamed St. Petersburg. The chain of events that resulted in something horrific began in Turkey in 2009, when Ekaterina, 20, went on vacation with her family. It was here that she met Walter Bowman, a German citizen, 13 years her senior. Walter was fluent in Russian because he was born in Kazakhstan, which, like Russia, was a part of the USSR until 1991. Walter completed his education in Germany and made a good living, but his personal life was not going so well. He was constantly looking for the ideal woman and dreamed of meeting her. But he didn't meet the definition of a perfect man. He lived with his parents, didn't care about his appearance, dressed sloppily, and looked repulsive overall. He met many women on the internet, and almost all of them were Russian. He spent a long time chatting with one of them before deciding to travel to Russia to see her in person. But when she met Walter in person, he did not leave a good impression on her, and she no longer wanted to communicate with him. That's why, when he had a holiday romance in Turkey, his friends couldn't believe it. Ekaterina was young and gorgeous. She must have had many admirers, but for whatever reason, she chose Walter. This romantic love story began like many others, with two lonely hearts feeling attracted to each other. After Ekaterina returned to Russia and Walter returned to Germany, they continued to communicate via social media and lengthy phone calls. He told his friends how good and beautiful she is, and how they spend hours on the phone and write poetry to each other. He would then pay a lot of money to travel to St. Petersburg to see her on occasion. At the time, Ekaterina was in her second year of university in St. Petersburg. Walter was serious about his intentions, so he helped her transition to Hamburg University. Ekaterina left Russia and relocated to Germany in 2010. People in Bremerhaven, a port city on the North Sea coast, described Ekaterina as a smart, attractive, and cheerful young woman. After moving, she maintained constant contact with her Russian family. In Germany, she continued her studies in business administration, which she had begun in Russia. She enjoyed running and practicing yoga, and she was always looking for quiet places. A few months later, the lovers were married. Walter's friend Alexandra described their wedding ceremony as follows. They had a lavish wedding. I used to be a wedding photographer, so I've seen a lot, but Ekaterina was the most beautiful and happy bride I'd ever seen. They undoubtedly spent a lot of money on their celebrations. The registration took place at a lighthouse, from which they took off in a massive white horse-drawn carriage. Nobody had ever seen anything like this in Germany, and there were only a few guests, which seemed strange. According to Alexander, the wedding ended well before dawn. Their wedding photograph captures a happy scene. Walter appears to be a man who supports his young wife, whereas Ekaterina hugs him gently and smiles blissfully. It appeared that two people who were perfect matches had finally found each other. The couple settled into a happy family life, and their story read like a fairy tale. Instead of a luxurious castle, the newlyweds settled into Walter's parents' home. And this is when Ekaterina encountered her first problem since moving to Germany. Living with Walter's parents proved difficult. The fairy tale began to fall apart. Walter's mother was a tough woman, and she will play a significant, if not the primary role in how this story ends. So it's best to give her a brief introduction. Ludmila Bowman spent her first 38 years of life in Kazakhstan. She was an exceptional student. She began as an assistant chemist and technologist, progressed to chemical engineer, and finally to middle school teacher. She married when she was 18 and had her only child, which may explain why he was the most important person in her life. The Bowman family had German roots, so they moved from Kazakhstan to Germany, where they settled in Bremerhaven. Ludmila spent many years working at a marine institute, researching the problem of global warming. She was in a good position. They would frequently go out to sea and participate in about 25 expeditions, including those in the Arctic. Her migration history served as a model for many German immigrants, which is why her 1-meter-long portrait hangs on the facade of Bremerhaven's Immigration Center, alongside 30 other portraits. But Ludmila couldn't accept that her son Walter was no longer a small boy, but rather a fully grown man in his 30s. When he wasn't present, she would call him every hour, asking when he would return, where he was and with whom, because he was her only child and she didn't have a healthy distance from him. Ekaterina has also faced prejudice from Ludmila, but she continues to strive to please her husband's mother in every way. Ludmila constantly interfered with her son's marriage and criticized Ekaterina. She accused her of being a bad housewife. Ekaterina attempted to combat this attitude, but her efforts were never successful. When she went outside, she changed into a gray mouse. Otherwise, she'd have to hear from her mother-in-law about how she dressed like a prostitute. Walter worked in a port, earning approximately 4,000 euros per month. He was always at work on weekends and holidays because it paid better. He was not a workaholic, but rather greedy. He saved the majority of his earnings and had substantial savings that he didn't want to spend. In 2017, when Ekaterina got pregnant, Walter decided to spend some of his savings. He bought a house and moved away from his parents. The search took a long time because Walter wanted to spend as little money as possible. Ekaterina had hoped that the move would improve their relationship, but it did not. Ludmila was a constant visitor to their home and continued to interfere in all aspects of her son's life. Around the same time, Ekaterina gave birth to her daughter, further straining the couple's relationship. Following the birth of his daughter, Walter became more strict and controlling of his wife. He spoke down to her and forbade her from learning to drive a car, as well as from communicating with her daughter in German, because he wanted her to know only one language, Russian. Ekaterina had no idea what the changes in her husband's behavior were about. He developed even more resentment, jealousy, and control than before. It was becoming increasingly difficult to predict his behavior. He could lose his temper over trivial matters. The couple's relationship deteriorated, and Walter went so far as to use his physical superiority against his wife, beating her. Authorities first learned about the bomb and family in late 2019, when the couple told the social worker that they had reconciled, but Ekaterina and her husband continued to berate and curse at each other. Walter secretly took photos and videos of Ekaterina while recording their phone conversations, sometimes in front of their baby. Walter asked a computer expert from his circle of friends to hack his wife's phone, but he declined. Walter accused his wife of being a bad mother and mentally unstable. Ekaterina, in turn, accused Walter of losing interest in her work and becoming burned out as a result. She could no longer live in constant stress and fear, so she sought help from a domestic violence support center. The first time she asked for assistance was in the fall of 2020. After his wife and daughter left, Walter did everything he could to get them back. He promised to change, admitting that he had acted inappropriately and telling Ekaterina that he couldn't live without her and their daughter. As a result, Ekaterina forgives him and returns home with their daughter, but the fighting between the spouses continues. When Walter realized he had wronged his wife, he would give her gifts or plan a family trip. The man changed his attitude toward both his wife and the child. Walter's attitude toward his daughter can only be described as complete control. When he was at home, he wanted his daughter to be constantly in his sight. If they went somewhere, he would not let her leave his arms. Despite the fact that she was only 3 years old, he reduced his work hours at the port in half in order to spend more time with his daughter. He would take his daughter to kindergarten and pick her up in the evening. He cooked for her, and she slept in the parents' room at night. Those who knew Walter well described him as a dramatizing strategist. He was skilled at manipulating others, and one of his primary goals in life was to be frugal with money. He often appeared nervous and impatient. After becoming a mother, Ekaterina visited her family in Russia several times, always accompanied by Walter. He feared that his wife would return to Russia, depriving him of the opportunity to be with his daughter. Ekaterina began considering divorce as she witnessed her husband's increasingly abusive behavior. At the same time, she discovered that all of her documents had disappeared. As it turns out, Walter took all of his wife's papers and left them at his mother's house. When Walter's mother paid them a visit, the couple got into another argument, and Ekaterina was kicked out. She was thrown away like a useless item. She contacted the police, and the situation was resolved. Ekaterina and Walter once got into such a heated argument right before kindergarten that administration notified youth support services about the situation. The quarreling couples began receiving child education assistance. For 6 weeks, a family crisis counselor would accompany the family and monitor the child's well-being. The counselor concluded that leaving the child with their parents was too dangerous. Ekaterina only continued to live with her husband because of her daughter, but she was unable to accompany her to Russia. For her daughter to leave Germany, Ekaterina must have obtained Walter's permission, indicating that he is not opposed to his child leaving the country. In August 2021, Ekaterina took the daughter for the second time and reported to a women's crisis center that her husband had threatened her life. Social services wanted to place a 5-year-old girl in an orphanage, and the Youth Affairs Department's psychologist described the situation as severe Ekaterina agreed to the Youth Affairs Service placing her daughter in foster care, but Walter and his mother opposed it. That's why both parents had to care for the child. The girl lived with her father for a few days before moving to a women's shelter with her mother, always alternating and under the condition that the couple's daughter attend kindergarten to learn German. In a few weeks, the family was reunited again. According to some Russian sources, Ekaterina had bad roommates at the women's shelter, and the kindergarten that the daughter must have visited was too far away. As a result, she returned home, but the couple has begun the divorce process and lives in separate rooms. Ekaterina's desire to return to Russia was increasing. Walter wasn't against it, but only if his daughter stayed with him in Germany. That is why Ekaterina only visited St. Petersburg in 2021 and 2022. In Russia, she went on a date with a man she met online. He came from the Siberian city of Omsk and was a pilot. Ekaterina returned to Germany in mid-January 2022 and communicated with the Russian pilot on a daily basis. They exchanged many love messages, but a few weeks after returning to Germany, on February 4, 2022, the 32-year-old woman stopped communicating with her family and new lover. When Ekaterina ran away again, she only took an empty suitcase and 13,000 euros from her husband's stash. She left behind her phone, keys, clothes, and, most importantly, her 5-year-old daughter. This is what Walter told the police on February 6, 2022. When Ekaterina's parents couldn't reach her for 2 days, they contacted the German police and requested a welfare check. We learned about her disappearance in a strange way. I couldn't reach her on the phone for several days. Walter then picked her up and explained that he hadn't seen her since February 5th. He also stated that she does not respond because she does not have funds on her account. Svetlana Ekaterina is a mother of journalists. The entire city went searching for Ekaterina. People searched every square meter, posted flyers, and investigated every version of what happened. Walter was one of the few people who did not care about Ekaterina's disappearance. Concerned citizens distributed flyers throughout the city. The man was busy renovating his home. They assumed the worst immediately after the woman's disappearance, and her husband was the focus of attention. Only 4 days after Ekaterina allegedly fled the Beaumont family home, the police conducted a search. Walter had completed the renovations at this point, having painted the floors in the guest room and replaced a couch. He was also seen buying a large amount of cleansers from the local store. The police discovered that the surveillance footage from the house's video cameras had mysteriously vanished. Officers searched the house for 3 hours for evidence of the crime, leading a detection dog through the garage and into the house. In the garage, the dog became agitated but did not give a signal. The first tests conducted by criminalists revealed no evidence within the house or garage. Police discovered a knife and an electric shocker in the littered car and seized them as potential evidence. Officers noted that Walter was unconcerned about his wife, who had gone missing. Instead, he wanted to know if he would be granted sole custody of his daughter, aged 5. If his wife did not return, the search for Ekaterina continued day after day, but nothing was discovered. It's as if she disappeared. Officers recognized that the chances of a young mother fleeing and leaving her daughter's documents and phone behind in a foreign country are extremely low. Walter had the police's suspicion, as evidenced by his statement that Ekaterina fled with an empty suitcase. Ekaterina's mysterious disappearance alarmed people throughout the city and beyond. Women who didn't know Ekaterina organized a search. "We'll keep looking for her until we figure out what happened," said one of the organizers. 2 weeks after the young mother went missing, approximately 400 volunteers from across North Germany searched for her in Bremerhaven several times, aided by rescue dogs. This incident elicited a massive response on social media. Ekaterina's family brought attention to her disappearance in Russia, and the story aired on the major Russian channels. "My daughter was with this man for 12 years, but for a year and a half, their marriage was nothing but fights, and he hit her several times," according to Ekaterina, a journalist's mother. "He kept my daughter in isolation and confiscated her IDs and bank cards. He didn't let her meet anyone." On March 1, 2020, 25 days after Ekaterina's disappearance, shocking news spread first in Bremerhaven, then across the country, and eventually in Russia. During a walk along the Weser River, an ordinary passerby noticed a strange suitcase that had washed ashore. He was horrified when he opened it. Inside were fragments of a woman's body, packed in garbage bags. It is important to note that not all fragments were contained within the suitcase. Several of them were missing. Sadly, the victim was 32-year-old Ekaterina Bowman. By a strange coincidence, the suitcase was discovered near the lighthouse where she got married. The suitcase washed ashore, which was a stroke of luck for the investigation. According to experts, it could have swum to the North Sea, leaving Ekaterina missing indefinitely. This is how her hopes for a happy resolution to her relative's mysterious disappearance were dashed. They could only say goodbye to their dear daughter, mother, and friend. The city residents organized a small impromptu memorial. Their neighbors, who were not unconcerned about what happened, left flowers, lit candles, and even wrote letters. Walter Bowman was arrested as the primary and sole suspect. After discovering the body, the family home was searched a second time. This time, experts worked for several days. The police discovered a bottle containing a strong sedative in Ekaterina's blood. The police also discovered single-use gloves, foil, and adhesive tape, as well as a large supply of garbage bags and cleaners. Furthermore, canisters containing acetic acid solvents, bleached suitcase keys, and the pink scarf worn by Ekaterina in her most recent selfie were discovered in the garage and shed. Investigators also noticed that Ekaterina has few personal items. The majority of her clothes were discarded, and her wedding photograph, a memento of happy times, was hidden behind the piano. The police have also discovered the white jacket that Ekaterina was wearing in her last selfie. The jacket was discovered in a trash can at the workplace of Ludmila Baumann Walter's mother. While in custody, the man frequently wrote letters to his mother, confessing his love for her and referring to her as his son. The letters contained urgent appeals, such as "Help us all, Mother, save us. You can do it. You represent my only hope for the future, and please save me." 8 months later, it became clear what he meant. Ekaterina died on Friday, February 4, 2022. At 4:30 time, she took a 10-minute walk wearing our light-colored jacket and yellow skirt. Neighbors' video cameras captured the event. In the evening, the family ate dinner, which included tuna, halibut, mashed potatoes, and olives. It was a bottle of wine. According to Walter, Ekaterina drank only 1 glass while he consumed the remainder. That's why he fell asleep at 8 p.m. According to court documents, Ekaterina's phone was last connected to the network at 7:41 p.m. At 8:25 p.m., she called her new lover via video chat on her computer. She was in a good mood and promised to call him again as soon as she put her child to bed. But she did not call him that evening. She did not call anyone. 2 hours later, the Russian pilot sent a message wishing her a good night, but it went unread. A forensic examination revealed that Ekaterina had died 2 hours after dinner. This was confirmed by an examination of her stomach contents. Forensic experts discovered strong sedatives and alcohol in her blood, as well as a broken hyoid bone. The cause of death was determined to be strangulation. Experts claim that everything else done to the body was done with extremely sharp tools. Walter opened his car briefly the next morning, at 7:22 a.m. At 10:20 a.m., the car drove away and returned at 4:49 p.m. 3 days later. Walter called his wife's phone number, most likely to confirm his legend that she had run away. He also messaged her a few times, asking the most obvious question: "Where are you, Ekaterina?" Prior to Ekaterina's disappearance, Walter and his mother communicated frequently via WhatsApp, but after February 4, they went silent, which is completely unusual. In the middle of February, Walter drove his car to auto service, where he informed an employee that the interior needed to be thoroughly cleaned from top to bottom. On August 26, 2022, the trial began. The prosecutor claimed that Walter slipped sedatives into his wife's drink and strangled her after she fell asleep. Walter planned out what he was going to do with her body. The prosecutor's office cited the husband's fear of losing custody of his daughter in the event of divorce, as well as financial losses, as motivators. It was also revealed that traces of blood were discovered in the garage, which Ekaterina's husband intended to clean in accordance with online advice. They were found beneath the shelf, on the floor, on the stairs, and in the seams. Traces of blood were also discovered on the carpet in his car's trunk. Despite thorough cleaning, experts from the Institute of Forensic Medicine determined that Ekaterina had blood in all of the places mentioned above. Walter's phone and computer were seized by police, and they provided answers to numerous questions. Not long before the tragedy, He searched for information on how to avoid punishment for taking someone's life, including which acid dissolves, how many liters of acid are required to fill a bathtub, and how to read other people's WhatsApp conversations. How long does it take to die from a sedative? Can you be convicted without evidence in Germany between December 2021 and the end of February 2022? He conducted approximately 500 search queries. Everything indicated that Walter had planned this crime. On the day of his wife's disappearance, he Googled the electric shocker twice, and forensic experts discovered evidence of electrocution on Ekaterina's body. Investigators believe Walter was using a shocker to see if his wife was still alive. In court, Walter wore his wedding ring and stated that he had been widowed for far too long. He remained silent and made no comments about the charges brought against him. He would sometimes plug his ears while the witnesses were testifying, as if it had nothing to do with him. The most emotion he displayed was when he saw his mother in court. He cried when she was questioned as a witness. He looked at her with his hands folded, as if in prayer. "Get me out of here." He begged his mother in a letter, and it appears that she agreed to help her son. During her testimony, Ludmila Bowman stated that she was the one who killed Ekaterina, not her son. She said this to the astonished court. She arrived at her son and daughter-in-law's house in the middle of the night after her son called and asked her to care for the granddaughter. When she arrived, she found Ekaterina on the couch, soundly asleep. Ludmila explained that she wanted to wake her up and began shaking her. Ekaterina awoke and struck her in the face. They got into a fight, and Ludmila claims that she choked her son's wife during it. She also stated that she was the one who performed the following actions on Ekaterina's body. "I loved Ekaterina as a daughter. I did not want this, but was it Ludmila who did the crime? It's possible that her love for her son was so strong that she decided to accept the blame for him." As I previously stated, mother and son were extremely close and spoke on the phone frequently. The entire WhatsApp chat between mother and son occupied 1699 pages of investigation files. Despite her self-incrimination, Ludmila left the courtroom as a free citizen on that and all other days of the trial. The jury in the prosecutor's office did not believe the woman's statement and assumed she was only trying to protect her son. Even experienced attorneys were taken aback by the mother-in-law's incrimination. The attorney for a 66-year-old woman demanded her arrest, and her son's lawyers demanded Walter's release, but it did not come to this. The mother was released while her son remained in jail, but she refused to give up. Ludmila wrote a letter to the court detailing her actions with the body. She stated again, "My son did not do this." She stated again, "My son did not do this." She wished to be questioned again and charged. However, the court denied her request and refused to believe her again. Ludmila was able to prove that she took part in the crime. As previously stated, not all fragments were found in the suitcase. Ludmila Bowman demonstrated where to look for the missing fragment, which did not fit in the suitcase. The provided information proved to be correct, and the police discovered another bag that was weighed down so that it did not float. The bag was discovered exactly where Ludmila pointed. The pedometer on Ludmila's phone also indicated that she walked 220 yards on the night of the murder, around 0:40 a.m. Neighbors' video cameras near Walter's and Ekaterina's house captured a person passing by Walter's father's phone, who was also active at the time. He drove Ludmila to his son's house, despite telling investigators he was asleep. Experts determined that by this time Ekaterina had died, implying that the 66-year-old woman was giving false testimony. Then, there's this unusual detail. Ludmila Bowman arrived at the son's house after Ekaterina had died, and she was present during the subsequent actions involving the body. Even though she didn't take part in the process, she helped clean the house. Essentially, she assisted her son in concealing the crime's evidence and served as an accomplice. However, it appears that the corresponding laws work differently in Germany. Ludmila was not arrested or charged with anything. This appears strange, doesn't it? Please share your thoughts on this in the comments. The mother became increasingly desperate to save her son as the verdict date approached. She wrote another letter to the judge, stating that she, not Walter, committed the crime. Now the letter stated that I despised Ekaterina, but couldn't tell my son about it. He was fighting for his wife's love, and I was afraid she would want to end his life. That's why I decided to get rid of Ekaterina by making it appear as if she poisoned herself over her tragic love for a Russian pilot. In her words, she printed a goodbye letter in Ekaterina's name and planned to place it next to her when she died. She spiked the juice with various drugs and gave it to her son, not telling him what it was, but instructing him to give it to his wife at dinner. Ludmila stated that she came to the son's house to leave a farewell note under the name Ekaterina, but when she woke up, Ludmila had to strangle her. However, the court did not believe the woman's confession because all evidence pointed to the crime being committed by her son. Walter remained silent throughout the entire process. During one of the final hearings, he recited his notes on 230 sheets of paper about his time in Kazakhstan, his life, and love. The main message of his statement was that I had always loved Ekaterina and our daughter, but her emotional burnout and psychological problems caused many arguments over 230 sheets of paper, but he only mentioned the night that changed everything. He stated that he was sleeping when his mother murdered his wife and dragged her into the garage. Walter blamed his mother for the horrific crime, claiming she betrayed him, used him, and threw him in prison. When addressing the judge, he also stated that my daughter had lost her mother, and she should not lose her father as well. The scariest part of this story isn't even the details of the terrifying crime. However, all of this occurred in front of the couple's 5-year-old daughter. The Russian grandmother is currently barred from communicating with her granddaughter, who is believed to have been placed with a German foster family. Walter was at home with his daughter. Everything happened in front of her. He created a psychotraumatic environment for the girl. She frequently mumbled something while pointing to her head and forearms. She saw everything that indicated that Ekaterina was Svetlana's mother. The girl is currently living in a traumatized children's facility and has been given a new name so that she does not learn the truth about her real family. Svetlana is attempting to obtain guardianship for her granddaughter, but German authorities will not even allow her to speak with her on the phone. The verdict was announced on May 23, 2023, when Ekaterina's daughter was 6 years old. Walter Baumann was handed a life sentence. Under German law, he is eligible for parole after 15 years. The urn containing Ekaterina's ashes was buried in her hometown of St. Petersburg. The case of Ludmila Baumann remains open. The prosecutor's office may charge her as an accomplice, but so far, this has not occurred. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we will look at a case that occurred in Minnesota. In 2013, Kira Steger, 30, worked as a store clerk at a mall-based clothing store. She was enthusiastic about her job and never missed a shift. So, on February 23, 2013, she did not show up for work. Her coworkers became worried. They attempted to contact Kira, but she did not return their calls or text messages, and the police were quickly informed that she was missing. Kira K. Steger was born on November 19, 1982 in Des Plaines, Illinois. She was Marcy and Jay's daughter. Steger described her as a lively, dedicated, and affectionate daughter. Kira worked for 2 Mall of America stores, Wet Seal, and, most recently, Delia's. Kira considered her co-workers to be more than just friends, they were like family. Kira had a unique talent for identifying people's strengths that they themselves did not notice. She envisioned and hoped for a bright and peaceful future. Unfortunately, all of her dreams came to an abrupt end when Kira mysteriously vanished. On Thursday, February 21, 2013, Kira worked a shift. Her co-workers reported that she had been feeling well and planned to go to a nice restaurant with her husband after the store closed. Kira and Jeffrey Trevino met 3 years ago and immediately struck up a romantic relationship, which eventually led to a wedding. Overall, Kira and Jeffrey appear to be a happy and stable married couple. There may have been occasional disagreements between them, but everything was kept within their immediate circle. At least 2 days later, on Saturday, February 23rd, no relatives, friends, or coworkers knew about them. When Kira failed to show up for work, her coworkers were concerned because such behavior was unusual for her. She was punctual and strict with herself, and others would never tolerate being late or not sticking to her schedule. After failing to reach Kira, her coworkers contacted Jeffrey, who had no idea where his wife had gone. Kira had left the house the previous morning and had not returned since. Kira had a habit of disappearing for a day or two at a time, so he wasn't worried. She would spend the night at a friend's house or visit a relative unannounced. One factor that could have caused concern was the bad weather that day, as it had been snowing heavily. Jeffrey suggested that perhaps something had happened to her along the way. Perhaps her car became stuck and her phone battery ran out of charge. On the same day, after not hearing from his wife, Jeffrey filed a missing persons report and contacted Kira's family. Her family members were taken aback by their loved one's mysterious disappearance, which was a devastating blow to them. After receiving a missing persons report for Kira Steger, detectives immediately went to work, as is customary in such cases. The investigation began by questioning the spouse and searching the immediate surroundings. This was no exception. Detectives went to Jeffrey's home to speak with him. Jeffrey told detectives that he and Kira planned to spend time together on Thursday. They had dinner, talked, bowled, and then left the mall. According to Jeffrey, he and Kira immediately went home because Kira wanted to watch a movie. Jeffrey also told detectives that his wife left their home the following day, a Friday, around 8:30 a.m. An event was scheduled at work, and her presence was mandatory. He noticed nothing unusual about her behavior. Jeffrey thought it was normal for Kira to disappear on occasion, despite the fact that he had no idea where she was or who she was with. They'd been having relationship problems for a few months, Jeffrey explained. However, he did not consider it serious or alarming. Consider them to be minor conflicts that occur in all families. The detective began asking Jeffrey who Kira might be staying with and if she had a lover. The man refused this suggestion because he had personally asked Kira about it and received a negative response. Jeffrey describes his wife as someone he truly loves and trusts. The investigators relayed all of the information they gathered about Kira and her car to the on-duty patrols. The detectives went to the Mall of America to confirm the credibility of Jeffrey's statements and possibly find some clues. The Mall of America ranks among the world's largest shopping malls. It is located in Bloomington. It includes 520 stores and theme parks. There is an ocean area movie theater, a golf course, and much more. As a result, it's unsurprising that the mall is outfitted with numerous security cameras. Knowing what time Kira had left work on February 21st, the detectives investigated that moment. The footage showed nothing unusual. Jeffrey's account proved accurate. He met Kira after work, and they spent some time at the mall before heading to the parking lot and driving away. There were no arguments between them, and the evening appeared to have gone well. Nothing is worse than waiting without knowing what is going on. And with each passing day, Kira's anxiety about her life grew worse. After not hearing from her and growing tired of waiting for a cure, his family traveled to Bloomington to assist with the investigation. They printed flyers with her pictures on them, posted them on poles, and handed them out to passers-by on the street. Their goal was to draw as much attention as possible to the search for Kira. They realized they couldn't just stand by and had to do everything they could to find their loved one. The wild, curious family was handing out leaflets, and the investigators continued their investigation. When officers interviewed the couple's neighbors, they discovered a surveillance camera installed on one of their homes. The camera rotated sideways, and one of its angles captured Kira and Jeffrey's house. Thus, the investigators requested that the homeowner copy the camera footage for them in the hopes of uncovering some clues. Meanwhile, investigators received records from a cell phone company, which provided them with a new lead. According to his phone records, she was dating someone other than Jeffrey. He turned out to be Ryan Go, the manager of the store chain where she worked. They had an intense and long-term relationship and communicated frequently. Police discovered Ryan was out of state, and while the search for Kira was ongoing, Ryan was driving to Colorado. This man was highly relevant to the investigation, because, in addition to having a romantic relationship with Kira, he relocated out of state around the same time she vanished. Maybe it was just a coincidence, or perhaps things were completely different, and his escape concealed something. The investigators would be responsible for determining the answer to that question. Regardless, the detectives were able to reach Ryan, who agreed to appear for questioning in Colorado, where he was asked numerous questions. He stated that he last contacted Kira while driving across South Dakota and texted her. These text messages were sent shortly before Kira disappeared. Detectives discovered that Kira had communicated with her new lover while dining with her husband. The correspondence made it abundantly clear that Kira was growing apart from Jeffrey. The investigators examined Ryan's phone to determine his location in relation to the cell towers and reviewed his credit card statements. He appeared to be completely out of it that evening and had no way of being connected to solve his disappearance. He was released and removed from the suspect list on that basis. The message's timestamps revealed that Kira was still texting Ryan when she arrived home with her husband. However, their conversation ended at 11:44 p.m., and their curious phone has since been inactive. Meanwhile, another team of investigators was preparing to examine video footage from the surveillance camera installed at Kira's neighbor's home. This camera covered most of the street, sweeping left and right. However, it was turning far too quickly. And this made observation difficult because if the investigator spotted something suspicious, the camera would immediately rotate to the other side. Jeffrey and the curious house were only seen for a few seconds. As the camera shifted to the right, Jeffrey explained that after dinner and bowling, he and Kira returned home, watched a movie, and went to bed. However, when investigators reviewed the video footage, they discovered that Kira's car reversed into the yard shortly after 2 a.m. Because of the poor quality of the footage and the camera's constant movement from side to side, it was difficult to tell exactly what was happening on screen at the time, but the car soon drove away from their house. Jeffrey attributed the night drive to Kira's request that he pump gas in her car before her commute tomorrow, so he headed to the gas station. Interestingly enough, his story was true. He was actually seen at the gas station around 3:30 a.m. However, the detectives discovered that after leaving the gas station, he did not return home but instead proceeded to the highway for unknown reasons. It's unclear where he's going next. The neighbor's camera did not record him returning home, but this could have been a coincidence because it rotated constantly. Thus, it is theoretically possible that Jeffrey returned home later in the day, when the camera was facing the opposite direction. When investigators examined the footage further, they discovered that the curious Chevrolet drove away at 9:21 a.m., but there was no way to tell who was behind the wheel. On Saturday, February 23rd, police received a missing person report, and the police department received a call on Monday, February 25th. Two multi-story parking lots near the shopping center where Kira worked are available for reporting the discovery of a suspicious vehicle. Security guards noticed that a specific car had been parked there for several days and requested a tow truck. The tow truck driver examined the car before picking it up and discovered suspicious-looking red smudges on the trunk lid. He then called the police. It turned out to be a white Chevrolet. There wasn't much blood, just a few minor stains, but it was present. That was an extremely bad sign. Kira's purse, which was recovered from her abandoned car, contained divorce court forms that appeared to have been downloaded from the internet. In addition, the investigators noticed a small, dark item lying in the snow behind the car. When they got closer, they noticed a rolled-up trunk mat with dark stains on the reverse side. DNA testing revealed that it was Curious Digger's blood. With regret, the investigators realized Kira was most likely no longer alive. Her family and friends were devastated by this horrific discovery. Their last hope of seeing Kira again was dashed. But this sparked a slew of questions in their minds. How did she die? Did she suffer? Who could have resented her enough to take her life? The absence of care in his body exacerbated the situation, as it was much more difficult to bear the grief that had befallen them without it. The detective's top priority was now to identify the person who had abandoned the vehicle in the parking lot. The car left the house at 9:21 a.m. About 20 minutes later, the mall's cameras caught it. There were no cameras in the lot where the car was found, but there was a camera pointed at the path leading to the car. The camera was near Kira's car. After reviewing the camera footage, the detectives noticed that a few minutes later, the white Chevrolet drove into the parking lot. The footage showed a man with a hood covering his head. It was fairly cold, and the man's hoodie didn't seem unusual, but the detectives wanted to know where he was going. The hooded man was seen crossing the street and walking to a taxi stand. where he spoke briefly with one of the drivers before getting into the car and driving away. Based on the time the hooded man interacted with the driver, the police were able to determine which company owned the cabs parked in the shopping center's parking lot. The police were able to easily identify the license plate number of that particular vehicle. All of the cabs were outfitted with GPS tracking devices, revealing that the hooded man finished his trip a block away from Kira and Jeffrey's house and then exited the vehicle after paying cash as it left the neighborhood. The cab was caught in the lens of the same camera that had captured some of Kira and Jeffrey's home footage. After 2 minutes, a hooded man entered the scene. The low resolution of the video made it difficult to see his face. But what stood out was the white logo on his hoodie. As the investigators continued to watch the footage, they noticed the hooded man walk into the house where Kira and Jeffrey lived. Kira had gone missing, making it almost certain that the hooded man was Jeffrey. After obtaining a search warrant, law enforcement officers proceeded to the house. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary, unremarkable house, but this was only the first impression. Under closer examination, the criminalists discovered dark red stains in the spouse's bedrooms. There were a few stains on the wall beside the bed, and approximately 100 on the mattress. It was clear that the bedroom had recently been rearranged and cleaned. When the forensics team sprayed luminol, the floor carpet practically glowed. It had many bloodstains that could not be seen with the naked eye. Those stains originated in the bedroom and spread to the other side of the house. Forensics confirmed that the blood was unusual, which convinced investigators that she was no longer alive. Aside from searching the inside of the house, police examined Jeffrey's car. Despite the fact that there was no blood in the car and no evidence of a struggle, they were able to discover something interesting. Jeffrey's car contained a gas station receipt from an hour and 40 minutes before Kira's car was left in the mall parking lot. The receipt indicates that the purchase was made with Jeffrey's card. Detectives went to the gas station to review the security footage. The video shows Jeffrey filling up his car, then going inside and withdrawing money from an ATM. This footage provided a glimpse of Jeffrey's face and revealed that he wore a logo on his jacket in the chest area that resembled the logo on the man seen earlier. Jeffrey Trevino, 39, was arrested based on this recording and other evidence discovered in the house. He was brought to the station for questioning and became the primary suspect. Directly from the interrogation room, Jeffrey contacted his attorney, who advised him to exercise his right to remain silent. The police had enough evidence to charge him, but the body provided the most compelling evidence of his guilt. Nobody had any doubts that Kira had died. In late March, as the snowdrift began to clear, the police, Kira, his family, and some volunteers searched for her for months. Volunteers discovered a strange bag by the roadside at Keller Lake, a few miles from Trevino's home, and contacted the police. The bag held a bloodied pillow, a shirt, and a bra. The forensics team linked the discovery to Kira because her DNA was found on the items. The lake was still encrusted with ice, which hampered the search, but divers continued to survey it. They still found no remains in it. The area surrounding the lake was searched several times with search dogs trained to locate bodies, but this, too, proved fruitless. 2.5 months after Kira's disappearance, on May 8, 2013, the St. Paul Police Department received a disturbing call. The male caller informed the operator that he saw what appeared to be a dead body in the Mississippi River. What police recovered from the water turned out to be a body. There was no clothing on it. Kira Steger's body was identified through dental records. She sustained severe blunt force trauma to her forehead and a fractured index finger on her left hand. Due to the level of decomposition, the medical examiners were unable to determine an exact cause of death. Using the new evidence, investigators attempted to reconstruct the timeline of events leading up to his death and what happened afterward. They speculated that when Kira and Jeffrey returned home, he became aware or noticed that she was texting someone else. Kira refused to show her husband the correspondence, so he violently snatched her phone and broke her finger. After seeing the romantic correspondence, Jeffrey became even angrier and, in a fit of rage, took his own life before attempting to conceal evidence of the crime. He drove her car to the house, put the body in the trunk, and then went to a gas station before disposing of it in the river. He then drove back home, dumping the bag with the pillow and clothes along the way. The next morning, he went to a gas station and took out cash from an ATM because he knew he'd have to pay for a cab after leaving his car in the mall's parking lot, and he'd rather do so in cash. After disposing of the curious car, Jeffrey returned home and spent the rest of the day cleaning the house. Jeffrey's trickery was intended to give the impression that Kira had driven away in her car by herself that morning and was fine. However, due to surveillance cameras, his plan failed. In October 2013, a jury convicted 39-year-old Jeffrey Trevino, agreeing with the defense that his actions were not premeditated and that the crime was the result of a heated and unexpected argument after discovering his wife's infidelity. Before the judge announced the sentence, curious family members made statements. Carrie Ann Steger, a curious sister, described the monster as a calculated criminal who deserves no mercy. Marcy stated that Trevino showed no mercy to her daughter and dumped her like trash into the nation's most polluted body of water. She said. But her father Jay insisted that no punishment would ever compensate for the pain Trevino had caused their family. No amount of time spent with Mr. Trevino will suffice. Never enough, he said. In November 2013, Jeffrey Trevino received a 27-and-a-half-year prison sentence. He will be eligible for parole in 2031. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In 2012, the family of one of Brazil's wealthiest individuals, businessman Marcos Matsunaga, became the focus of attention after Marcos vanished on the eve of a major billion-dollar transaction. The case shocked the entire country, and photos of the millionaire's distraught widow remained on the front pages of major national newspapers. Initially, in the main version, the police considered the plots of competitors who could kidnap and kill the businessman in order to disrupt the upcoming transaction. However, the revealed truth proved to be far more cruel and terrible. The story of a cold-blooded murderer and a monstrous attempt to cover up the crime inspired several documentaries about entrepreneur Marcos Matsunaga. Marcos Matsunaga was one of Brazil's richest people, running a family business that produced a variety of food products. Yuki's grandfather, Marcos, founded the company after emigrating across the ocean. His name was Yoshido Caetano, and the brand name was created by combining the first letters of the surname and the founder's first name. The foundation of the future business empire was laid in the middle of the 20th century. It is worth noting that it all began with a small flour milling business that not only survived but thrived during times of crisis and war, before growing into a massive corporation with a global reputation and the widest range of products. Marcos was born into a wealthy family, and he was raised to never deny anything. He didn't have to start and grow his business from scratch. He became CEO of the family food company after inheriting everything his grandfather and father had created. He had every opportunity to become the first billionaire in his family, and he worked toward this goal for almost his entire conscious life. But such grandiose plans were not meant to come true. Everyone who knew Marcos described him as a good and talented businessman who was able to not only save, but also multiply the family capital several times, resulting in increased profits. But he was not an easy man. He was capricious and arrogant, with a heavy personality and an unwavering desire to control everyone around him. Furthermore, the businessman lacked physical attractiveness. He was overweight as a child, had vision problems that required him to wear glasses, was short in stature, and was somewhat clumsy. All of this from a young age caused the boy to have difficulty communicating with his peers. He had almost no friends or female representatives of the female sex, and they all shunned this strange and peculiar guy, Marcos, for quite some time. He was unable to form long-term, serious relationships with anyone because they did not last more than a few dates. Even his own business and multi-million-dollar inheritance did not qualify him as an enviable and desirable bachelor. He turned off women with his arrogance and egoism. Marcos frequently employed escorts and representatives of the ancient profession. There was almost no information about the entrepreneur's first wife or open sources. He married not out of love or passion, but out of desperation and at the insistence of his relatives. Despite this, the marriage lasted several years, but both spouses quickly began to regret their decision to start a family. At first, the young wife tried to put up with the businessman's complex personality, hoping that they would eventually become a happy couple. "We both support and understand one another," but the young woman was mistaken. And as time passed, they grew apart even more. Furthermore, Marcos cheated on her on a regular basis and made no attempt to conceal or justify it. And he looked for mistresses, primarily on websites where girls offered intimacy for money. Elise was among those girls. She was an escort, and her portfolio was available on the appropriate platforms. It was there that the businessman noticed a bright, attractive blonde with a lovely figure and began to invite her on dates on a regular basis, paying generously. Elise was 6 years younger than him. She was born and raised in a low-income, dysfunctional family in one of the city's most dangerous neighborhoods. Elise was unaware of her own father. Her mother drank heavily and had relationships with men who shared her addiction. The girl had a difficult and joyless childhood at a young age. She was repeatedly beaten, harassed, and abused by her mother's roommates, and she barely finished school. Elise literally ran away from home and never returned to the neighborhood. And when she grew up, she enrolled in nursing school and eventually found work at a hospice. However, she quickly realized that caring for dying patients was far beyond the scope of her dreams and abilities. Furthermore, sensitive and vulnerable young women develop strong attachments to others, and each patient's death was viewed as a personal tragedy. Elise decided a few years later to pursue a higher education and completely change her career. Her choice was law, which she saw as a promising career. She had spent a long time preparing for admission and was able to score the required number of points on the entrance exams, but she couldn't afford her studies with her modest salary as a nurse. Elise had no one to help her because she had cut all ties with her family after leaving home. Then, young, attractive Alice, with a slender figure, decided to make money from her external data and registered on a website specializing in the provision of escort services. There, she was assisted in creating a bright personal page, and wealthy men soon began to express interest in the young blonde beauty. Elise earned a good living by escorting and providing intimate services, which enabled her to pay for her studies and support herself completely. But she intended to leave this particular occupation as soon as she received her diploma and found a job in her specialty. During this time, Elise met Marcos, who became one of her regular clients. He was generous with gifts and met with Elise on a regular basis, never hiding from anyone. She knew the businessman was married, but she could not have imagined that one of the country's wealthiest men would leave his wife for her. Elise Matsunaga's story resembled that of Cinderella, a poor girl from a disadvantaged family who provides escort services meets a multi-millionaire who quickly falls madly in love with her. Marcos literally lost his head. However, it is now impossible to say definitively whether Elise made any efforts to do so. After about 6 months, Marcos realized he wanted more than just to date his new young mistress. He wanted to be with her permanently. Without hesitation or regret, he filed for divorce from his first wife and began introducing Elise to everyone as his fiancée. For obvious reasons, the businessman didn't want anyone to know how he met his chosen one or how she made her living. As a result, the couple devised a simple story about a chance encounter in a cafe and stuck to it. Marcos' closest relatives and a few friends had no idea what was going on. However, Elise and the Matsunaga family did not welcome the entrepreneur's parents. They assumed that this attractive young woman used all of her charm to fall in love with the wealthy but ugly Marcos, and that she was now going to great lengths to pretend that she didn't notice his heart character. Nonetheless, when Marcos announced his plan to divorce his first wife, Mary Alice, no one objected strongly. The businessman planned a lavish wedding in the traditional style, complete with a white gown, a large number of guests, and an enormous tiered cake. Following that, he relocated his wife to his massive and opulent mansion, where she became a full-blown mistress. Matsunaga had a long history of collecting high-end wines and rare weapons. His house had a large cellar for wines, where the bottles were carefully sorted by year and country, as well as a weapons room. The house had a secret room with firearms and edged weapons displayed on its walls from floor to ceiling. Marcos took great pride in his collections and was constantly replenishing them. Furthermore, his house was literally full of antiques, luxury goods, and modern art, all of which were tastelessly hung on the walls and stood on every surface. Soon after their wedding, the couple decided they needed some fresh air. Despite their best efforts, Elise was unable to conceive naturally for a long time, so the couple decided to undergo in vitro fertilization. Even here, success awaited them long after their common daughter was born. It appeared that the couple's happiness now knew no bounds. The young parents focused on the education of their long-awaited baby girl and made plans for the future. When the girl grew up, the entire family began to travel around the world, learning about different cultures and traditions. Their daughter was a true little princess who was raised in love, care, and luxury. But the couple shared one very specific hobby: hunting large animals. Although it would be more accurate to say that it was always Marco's hobby, he attempted to participate in it with his chosen women and his first wife at various times. However, most women did not just dislike this activity. It actually repulsed them. The businessman no longer hoped to find someone who shared his passion. Many believe Elise became interested in hunting in order to gain more favor with Marcos and win his heart. They started by going to shooting ranges together, where Elise learned how to use various types of firearms, and then they went into the woods to hunt wild animals. Elise felt no pity when she took animals' lives and treated it as a form of competition. You either do it or not. Marcos liked this approach, and he enjoyed watching his wife use her weapons and stalk her prey. He also showed her how to skin and carve wild boar, deer, and other forest animals. They skinned and separated the body parts with large knives, cleavers, and axes. Furthermore, the family kept poisonous snakes as pets rather than cats or dogs, and a special terrarium was built with conditions as close to their natural habitat as possible. Marcos' long-held dream of having a home terrarium was realized, but his first wife was opposed to the idea. Elise had really won Marcos over by sharing his strange hobbies. In the spring of 2012, the entrepreneur was preparing to make what could be the biggest deal of his life and career, making him a billionaire and boosting his income to new heights. He was actively negotiating with several business partners about selling the family business and investing the vast sum of money in a new profitable venture. Matsunaga was rarely seen at home at the time because he was so preoccupied with work and the execution of his grandiose plans. He and his wife relocated to an elite apartment complex in the city's business district, close to the businessman's company's headquarters. Marcos was gone almost all the time, leaving his young wife bored alone in a luxurious apartment with a panoramic view of the city. The businessman's workday was meticulously planned. He was engrossed in meetings, business meetings, and consultations with specialists. He rarely spent the night at home, but he promised his wife that once the deal was completed, their lives would be completely changed and transformed. On May 19, 2012, on the eve of the $1 billion deal, the entrepreneur vanished without a trace. His wife reported the incident the next day because she assumed Marcos was at work. According to Alice, he had a meeting scheduled for the evening that could last all night. Her husband had an early morning meeting with a business partner, so he took some things and warned that he would most likely spend the night in the office before going straight to the deal. The following day, Marcos did not return home and stopped answering his phone. Elise became concerned and reported his disappearance. The police quickly discovered that the entrepreneur did not show up for a meeting in the evening or an important meeting in the morning that he could not miss. In this regard, there was an immediate report that the millionaire had been kidnapped, and his family will most likely face ransom demands in the coming hours. But 24 hours have passed. Then in the second, no ransom demands were received, raising hopes that Matsunaga was still alive. We are literally melting before our eyes. At this point, investigators began questioning the businessman's relatives, friends, and business partners to determine whether he had enemies and who could benefit from his disappearance or the disruption of the upcoming deal. Despite all efforts, it was not possible to identify a specific person or people who may have wished for the businessman's death. He ran his business competently and was able to prioritize and plan his steps ahead of time, ensuring that his strategic decisions benefited nearly everyone. Elise returned to her father-in-law and mother-in-law's home a few days later, having taken her young daughter to tell them what she had not dared to tell the police. With tears in her eyes, The young woman revealed that her husband had long been cheating on her with a girl named Natasha Villaraya Lima and had not hidden it. True. Following several major disagreements and threats of divorce, Marcos promised to leave his mistress in order to preserve the family. In fact, the man continued to meet with Natasha, but became more cautious so as not to cause another family scandal. The wife suspected everything and hired a private investigator to gather evidence of the businessman's infidelity. Elise had photos and videos of her husband going on romantic dates with the same Natasha. It was noteworthy that he took his new girlfriend to the same restaurants and entertainment venues that he and his wife frequented and where everyone recognized him. Marco appeared to show others how much he despised his wife and could openly cheat on her without hiding from anyone. As it later turned out, Natasha Lima, a businessman, discovered escort services while looking for Alice on the same website. They met for about 5 months, during which time he gave her an expensive car and paid a large sum of money to have Natasha's profile removed from the site. The available photos and videos proving her husband's cheating were shown to Marco's parents. She also stated that she had shown all of this to Marcos the day before his disappearance, but instead of making excuses and pleading for forgiveness, he simply packed his belongings, informed his wife that he was leaving her, and then left their apartment, disappearing without a trace. According to Alice's story, her husband, driven by passion, simply ran away with a new mistress. But everyone who knew Matsunaga agreed that he couldn't just leave the business and disappear because he was too serious about it, which had supported his family for decades. About a week later, a passerby discovered scattered garbage bags inside a deserted area, 100 kilometers from the businessman's house, containing the remains of a human body, providing answers to numerous questions. The man immediately reported the gruesome discovery to the police, and it quickly became clear that the victim was Marcus Matsunaga, who was being sought across the country. Experts determined that the businessman was killed by a shot to the head, after which his body was dismembered, packed into garbage bags, and transported to the city's outskirts. The pathologists determined that the murderer was either a surgeon or an experienced butcher with a carving knife. Such a conclusion was unavoidable, based on how accurately and professionally the cuts were made in the appropriate locations to separate the body parts. At the beginning of the investigation, there were no concrete leads, so it was decided to begin the investigation in the location where the deceased man was last seen alive. The elite residential complex, where Marcos lived with his wife and daughter, was outfitted with numerous video surveillance cameras, the footage of which began to be examined. The couple had ordered food delivery home the evening before their disappearance. According to the camera footage from the elevator, Marcos descends to the first floor and returns with boxes of pizza in his hands. He enters his apartment and never leaves again. Not that evening, night, or the next day, Matsunaga appears to disappear within his own home. However, in the morning, his wife leaves the apartment with 3 large-wheeled suitcases. The footage shows that the suitcases are extremely heavy, and she moves them with great difficulty. The investigators had already guessed what type of luggage it was. On the same day, the businessman's widow was detained and brought to the police station to testify. At first, she tried to deny everything and stuck to the story that her husband had abandoned her for a mistress. But when she saw the elevator footage, she burst into tears and began speaking. According to Alice, their family life has long since broken down, and the former idol is no longer traceable. Her husband humiliated her and constantly chastised her for the work in the escort, claiming that he had pulled her out of the mud and that she was a bad mother to their daughter. He also tried to control his wife's every move, preventing her from making new friends. When Elise brought up the topic of divorce, Marcos laughed and said he would leave her with nothing, take the child, and forbid her from seeing him. Elise claimed that on that fateful evening, she showed her husband the detective photos that captured Marcos with his mistress, but they only made him angry. He slapped his wife, and then, she said, everything was as if in a fog. Elise has no idea how she got a gun in her hands, from shooting her husband to later realizing what had happened. She decided to dispose of the body in such a way that he would appear to have vanished without trace. Elise had worked as a nurse and was familiar with human anatomy. Her husband had taught her how to skin and cut up animal carcasses, for which they had the necessary tools at home. Everything that followed was a matter of technique. While Elise was cutting up and bagging her husband's body, their young daughter slept soundly in the next room. Alice's testimony sparked numerous doubts and questions right away. Furthermore, it quickly became clear that the very images and videos used to prove Marcos' cheating were fraudulent. On May 20, his wife received it from a private detective. That was after she killed her husband. Then, as I previously stated, Elise delivered these photos and videos to the businessman's parents, claiming that Marcos had abandoned her by fleeing with his mistress. We also found Natasha Lima, who appeared in court as a witness. According to her, Marcos wanted to divorce, but was afraid of his wife claiming she was mentally unstable and capable of terrible things. Natasha last saw her lover the day before his disappearance, and he complained about the family's constant scandals, saying that after the company was sold, he planned to relocate to Florida and start a new business. Taking Elise with him was not in his plans. He was going to divorce and forget her, like a bad dream. Another horrifying discovery was that experts discovered blood in the dead man's lungs, indicating that Marcos was still alive and trying to breathe when his wife separated his head from his body. This is wild and terrifying. Elise vehemently denied this, claiming that he died instantly from a bullet. The pathologist also discovered that the same bullet entered Marcos's head at an unusual angle, as if he were sitting or lying down, not expecting to be shot, so he did not attempt to defend himself or dodge. This contradicted Alice's account of her husband assaulting her and her attempts to defend herself. Furthermore, almost all of the witnesses at the trial denied that Matsunaga hit his wife. Yes, he had a difficult personality and could say hurtful things, but in real life, he never raised a hand against anyone. Marcos was unable to refute anything, so it appeared that Elise made up the entire episode. As a result, the court convicted Elise of premeditated murder with particular cruelty and attempting to conceal the crime. Elise Matsunaga was sentenced to 20 years in prison, which many saw as an extremely lenient punishment for such a crime. The deceased man's parents are now responsible for raising their daughter. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will talk about a story that happened in 2019. Jassy Correa planned to celebrate her 23rd birthday at one of Boston's entertainment venues. However, she did not return home after meeting up with friends. What happened to her was widely reported on American television channels. Jassy Gelsa Pires Correa was born in Praia, the capital and largest city in Cabo Verde. Jassy and her father immigrated to the United States when she was 3 years old. They resided in Dorchester, Massachusetts. Boston became her home, where she grew up, attended school, and eventually became a devoted mother to her daughter Gabriella. Jassy's personal life was not a fairy tale. Approximately a year before the events we'll discuss today, Gabrielle's father, Miguel Castro, attacked her. She wanted to leave, but Miguel refused. Instead, he beat her severely. Jassy later reported Miguel to the police, and the court eventually sentenced him to 4 years in prison. Jassy worked as a waitress at Boston's Del Frisco. She enjoyed dancing and was enthusiastic about photography. The young woman valued her time spent with her family, friends, and daughter. She enjoyed visiting the park with her young daughter. On the evening of Saturday, February 23, 2019, Jassy left her 2-year-old daughter with her family to celebrate her birthday with friends. They chose the venue, a nightclub on Warrenton Street in Boston's Theater District. She wore her new orange jumpsuit and had a good evening. A few days later, her friend informed the police that she and Jassy had spent the night dancing and drinking champagne. After the nightclub closed, Jassy and her 2 friends went outside. As is often the case, the friends parted ways, leaving Jassy on her own. She didn't return home after that night. Her phone was turned off, and all calls went to voicemail. There was no news from Jassy on Sunday morning. Nobody has seen her since she left the venue on Sunday morning. On Tuesday, February 26, her father, Joaquin Correa, went to the police station with a friend of Jassy to report that his 23-year-old daughter had gone missing. The police opened an investigation. The first thing the detectives needed to figure out was where Jassy went after leaving the club. Her family and friends distributed information flyers to passersby and throughout the city. I was hoping someone would share important information. Detectives speak with Jassie's friends who were with her that night. However, because they had no idea where she had gone, this did little to help the investigation. After leaving the nightclub, they said their goodbyes, with Jassie intending to return home. Police interviewed witnesses and examined CCTV footage from the club and surrounding streets. One of the recordings showed Jassie on the sidewalk on Fremont Street near the nightclub, where she spoke with several people at 2:14 a.m. It was after she had left the nightclub. The footage also showed Jassie, who appeared to be under the influence of alcohol, getting into an Uber that she had not ordered. The young woman accidentally got into the wrong car. To put it mildly, the driver was upset about it. They began arguing, and he pushed her out of the car. What happened next was of particular interest to the investigators. She continued to argue with the driver after being forced out of the vehicle. At that point, an unknown man approached her and offered to take his hand. He took her aside briefly, and they began talking about something. Perhaps she wanted to leave, but this man refused to let go of her hands. In this video, you can see them standing on the sidewalk, and the man holding Jassie's hands pulls her towards him. Further investigation of the CCTV footage revealed that Jassie left the area with this man, knowing how the story would end. One realizes she fell into the hands of a predator who decided to exploit the situation. The next video from the cameras shows Jassie jumping on the man's back and being carried to his car. They got in the car and left 14 minutes later. The police had to find answers to numerous questions. Who was this man? Where has he taken Jassie? Fortunately, they quickly learned his name and address. The man Jassie was with turned out to be Lewis Coleman, 32. He grew up in a good family, and some sources say he had a master's degree in physics and had no legal issues. The police database contained no information indicating that Lewis Coleman owned a car. Coleman's mother, who lived in California, had a red 2016 Buick, which was exactly the type of car Coleman put Jassie in. Korea Coleman resided in Providence, Rhode Island, approximately 50 miles from the venue nightclub. The police arrived at his home, but the man was no longer present. CCTV cameras inside and outside the building confirmed both the police and Jassie's family's worst fears. Coleman's drive from the venue club to his apartment in Providence took about an hour, so he must have stopped somewhere because he returned to his apartment at 4:15 a.m. on Sunday. He got Jassie into his car about 2 hours later. Coleman emailed his colleagues the next day, informing them that he would be away for a few more days. "Hello, everyone. I just wanted to let you know that I am still out sick. I will be back in a few days," Coleman wrote. According to what he wrote, he needed time to hide the evidence of the crime. That's what he tried to do over the next 2 days. We'll now look at more cat TV footage to see what happened to Jassie after she left with Coleman. For ethical reasons, the police never released the first recording, which showed Coleman going to his apartment with Jassie. The following is how FBI Special Agent Thomas Zukaskas described what he witnessed on the recording. Coleman walked from the red sedan to the front of the building carrying a body with long hair and orange pants. I believe the footage shows Coleman carrying the victim into his apartment building. According to Zukaskas, the video from the building's lobby shows Coleman entering the building around 4:27 a.m. with a woman in his arms. Then he took the elevator up to the 6th floor. Jassie wasn't moving at the time. She was either unconscious or had already died. Coleman was caught on camera at Walmart on Tuesday, February 26, the same day that Jassie's father reported her missing to the police. The list of goods he purchased was very revealing. The receipts obtained by the police showed that he had purchased 3 Tyvek suits, duct tape for candles, electrical tape, a mask, surgical gloves, 2 pairs of safety goggles, a respirator, and the Clan Release bleach bath the next day. On the Clan Release bleach bath the next day, on February 27, Coleman returned to Walmart while relatives and friends distributed information flyers featuring Jassie's picture to passers-by. The footage was shot at 9:22 p.m. He is shown wheeling a cart that contains very characteristic items. He purchased a large suitcase and a canister on February 27, 2019. Coleman was captured on video entering the apartment building around 9:58 p.m. with what appeared to be a large suitcase. The footage then shows Coleman wheeling the suitcase away from his apartment unit, towards the elevator, out of the building, and into the parking lot to his vehicle on February 28, 2019 at 2:15 a.m. More comments are unnecessary for this footage. Simply watch it, and you will understand everything. Coleman appeared to have difficulty lifting the suitcase into his car's trunk. Around 2:44 a.m., Coleman allegedly exited the building several times between 4 and 4:02 a.m., carrying cardboard boxes, trash bags, a bottle of bleach, a computer tower, a black laptop case, and a small duffel bag. Jassy Correa has not left Coleman's apartment since the morning of February 24. The U.S. Attorney for Massachusetts, Andrew Lelling, told reporters later that day, on February 28, 2019, the police obtained a search warrant for Coleman's apartment, and they discovered 2 packages of hooded coveralls and 2 respirator masks. They also examined a sofa with 4 large cushions, one of which was missing a cover, in a dumpster outside the apartment complex. They discovered white trash bags, a bag containing plastic sheets, men's bleach, stained jeans and a belt, a white nylon hooded cover, an unopened box of baking soda, clear safety goggles, duct tape packaging rubbing alcohol, Walmart bags with plastic gloves, and an empty package from a car air freshener. I used 3 packs of purifying charcoal and a sponge. On the afternoon of February 28, 2019, police stopped Coleman's car near Wilmington, Delaware. Coleman was ordered out of the vehicle by the officers, who also inquired about the presence of any other passengers. According to some sources, Coleman responded, "She is in the trunk." Officers discovered Jassy's body wrapped in a sofa cushion cover in the trunk of Coleman's vehicle, inside a black trash bag inside a large suitcase similar to the one Coleman brought into his apartment on February 27, 2019. Experts who examined the vehicle discovered 2 cracks in the windshield on the passenger side. It gave police reason to believe that the man assaulted Jassy in his car. They arrested Coleman and took him to a Delaware State Police barracks. Coleman had a large bandage covering the right side of his face. When asked about it, he allegedly said, "It's from the girl." During the forensic examination, experts determined that Jassy died from strangulation and blunt force trauma. Furthermore, they discovered seminal fluid on her body, the DNA samples of which matched Coleman's. Prosecutors claim Coleman's DNA was also at Jassy's fingertips. At the same time, experts couldn't say where Jassy died. It could have occurred in either the car or Coleman's apartment. Jassy's death shocked her family. Her 2-year-old daughter had also lost her mother, which was equally heartbreaking. Some Boston officials paid a visit to the Correa family and promised to seek justice for Jassy. As is customary, some people accuse Correa on social media of being alone on the street at such a late hour. Rachel Rollins, Suffolk District Attorney, expressed her thoughts on this. She claimed that Jassy was not in the wrong place at the right time. She was right. Every woman has the right to celebrate her birthday on a night out with friends. Let's not get into a debate over whether we should walk home alone or how many people we should call when we leave the club. If anything, we should remind the men in our lives that violence against women is not a woman's issue. It is a problem that men accept responsibility for in their own lives, the lives of their sons, and their social lives with friends and colleagues, On Saturday morning, March 9, 2019, mourning family and community members gathered at St. Peter's Parish in Dorchester to say goodbye to Jassy Correa. Some loved ones dressed in all white, while others pinned buttons, shirts, and sweatshirts featuring Jassy's face and the phrase "Justice for Jassy as a family man." We express our sadness as friends and community, but we must also accept Jassy's death. We don't know, but God does, and I have complete faith and trust in God that her death was not in vain, stated Michaela DeAndrade, Jassy's cousin and best friend. While delivering the first eulogy, Boston Mayor Marty Walsh promised to work to make the world a safer place for women. Young women deserve to go out at night to celebrate their birthdays with their friends and then return home to their children and families. Walsh stated that no family should ever go through what Jassy's family has. Correa's father, Joaquin Correa Jassy, thanked the congregation of more than 200 people inside the church. According to a cousin, Jassy's mother, who lived in Portugal and hadn't seen her daughter in 20 years, was also present. The parents appeared to be overcome with grief as they prepared to lay the 23-year-old to rest. There were no empty seats in the church, and many people lined the back wall. Joaquin Correa thanked the city for its support, as well as all of the various law enforcement agencies and departments that spared no effort or resources in carrying out their noble and risky mission in the 3 states involved. "My dear Jassy, rest in paradise." He said, "Rest in peace, my beloved child." Lewis Coleman was charged with kidnapping, which led to his death. The charge of kidnapping resulting in death carries the death penalty or a life sentence. But in November 2019, prosecutors announced that Coleman would not face capital punishment. During the trial, prosecutors presented a variety of evidence, including a video of Coleman dragging Jassy Correia's body into his Providence apartment and a history of his online searches in the days after her disappearance. FBI agents described Coleman's online searches in the days following the alleged kidnapping, which included how a person can fit in a suitcase and how to extract a tooth that is not loose. However, Coleman's legal team has argued that the evidence presented by the prosecution had little to no relevance to the charge against him. It is not a question of whether he handled himself appropriately following her death, or whether he did anything illegal or inappropriate after that. And, frankly, that is where the majority of the government's evidence has been gathered. I would argue that none of these factors are determinative of the elements of the kidnapping allegation, according to Attorney David, whose several motions filed by the prosecution and defense detail what happened the night of Jassy Correia's disappearance and the days before police discovered her lifeless body. Both sides had different stories about what happened. However, the documents revealed disturbing details about the events leading up to Jassy's death. Prosecutors proved Coleman was at the same nightclub as Jassy and her friends, where he was chatting with a woman he had recently met. It was not Jassy. They talked, danced, and exchanged phone numbers. They texted each other while at the club, and when it closed, the defense and prosecution expressed opposing viewpoints. Prosecutors claimed Jassy was not the aggressor, and that Coleman killed her after duping her into believing he would drive her to a friend's apartment. Coleman's defense team argued that Jassy was aggressive after the Uber driver pushed her out of the car. At trial, defense lawyers attempted to argue that Jassy started the fight with Coleman on her own initiative, and that the crime was a spontaneous altercation, rather than a planned and executed stalking, kidnapping, and deprivation of life. Prosecutors said the defendant's argument appears to be that the victim, who weighed 119 pounds at the time of the autopsy, assaulted the defendant, who weighed 200 pounds when he was arrested. Coleman's lawyers attempted to downplay their client's involvement in the crime. After all, in addition to alcohol, the toxic illogical examination found traces of a variety of prohibited substances in Jassy's body. Coleman was convicted of one count of kidnapping with a fatal outcome in June 2022. The defense team filed a new motion, arguing that there is insufficient evidence to support a conviction. However, they were unable to influence the trial's outcome. In October 2022, the court sentenced Lewis Coleman, 36, to life in prison without parole for kidnapping and murdering Jassy Correia. The court also ordered him to pay her family approximately $60,000 in compensation. Jassy Correia, 22, was a vibrant and beautiful woman with a toddler daughter. Lewis Coleman, a complete stranger to her, abducted, raped, and strangled her to death. This sentence will never alleviate the pain and suffering that Lewis Coleman caused Jassy and Correia that night, as well as her loving family, her mother, father, brother, and so many others, every day since February 24, 2019. By his depravity and callous disregard for Ms. Correia's life, Lewis Coleman gave up his right to live freely, and society still believes that Lewis Coleman has shown no remorse. According to First Assistant U.S. Attorney Joshua Levy, after luring 22-year-old Ms. Correia into his car, we assaulted and killed her. Lewis Coleman did not even consider turning himself in. Rather, he devised a gruesome plan to conceal the assault, or he simply committed it. Today's sentence of life in prison is just. Levy said this in a statement. It is unclear where Lewis Coleman was taking Jassy's body and what he planned to do with it. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The dramatic story began in 1995. The bodies of two lovers were discovered on the shores of Juliet Lake in Georgia. It took authorities nearly 2 years to identify and apprehend the criminal. The final word in this case was spoken 18 years after the crime was committed. Juliet is an unincorporated community and census-designated place in Monroe County, Georgia. Just a few days ago, The new year of 1995 arrived, and many people were still in the holiday spirit. However, it was a difficult time for a local sheriff who had grown accustomed to believing that his job was easy. On January 3, a man called the police to report that he discovered 2 lifeless bodies while walking near Juliet Lake. The sheriff and his deputy went to the crime scene. You can get a sense of Juliet's size by looking at the sheriff's office. Nothing more serious than a fight or theft has occurred here. That's why the sheriff and his deputy were astounded by what they witnessed. There was a white Honda on the lake's shore, with the man's body inside, and it wasn't far away. The body of a young woman lay on the ground. You didn't have to be an expert to recognize that both of them died from gunshot wounds. There were personal belongings of the victims inside the car, including their documents, which revealed that the male body in the driver's seat was 22-year-old Grant Patrick Hendrickson. Michelle Lee Cartagena, 19, was the second victim in this violent crime. The state police were notified of the incident. Soon, officers from the Major Crimes Unit arrived at the lake, along with forensic experts. The first thing detectives noticed, which could have been a motive for the crime, was Michelle's partially exposed body with her skirt pulled up. Based on the location of bullet holes on the car's body, detectives assumed that the criminal opened fire on the couple while they were inside. Grant was hit with 3 bullets. Unfortunately, he had no hope of survival. Michelle was shot twice and was presumably conscious when the criminal pulled her out of the car. The position of her body, with her legs spread wide open, indicated that the criminal may have wanted to take advantage of her helplessness, but did not, as life had left her. Forensic experts discovered dark mucus on the insides of her thighs, which turned out to be saliva containing chewing tobacco particles. The saliva samples were sent to the laboratory for analysis. During the investigation of the crime scene, the police discovered significant evidence, specifically bullet cases of 2 different calibers, 13 .223 caliber casings and 4 9mm casings. If 2 types of weapons were used in the crime, it is possible that there were 2 criminals. When Grant and Michelle's families learned what had happened, they were both shocked. They had no idea who or why would want to do this to their children. Grant, like Michelle, was his parents' only child. Michelle Lee Cartagena was born May 2, 1975, in Monterey, California. She was a member of the school marching orchestra band, the top singles tennis player, the softball team captain, and a member of the National Honor Society. Michelle spent her free time volunteering with the Red Cross Society and the Animal Welfare Association, as well as visiting the elderly. Her father described her as a gifted and talented woman full of love and life, who aspired to be a doctor so that she could help others and contribute to society. Grant Patrick Hendrickson was born September 20, 1972, in Macon, Georgia. He enjoyed fishing, golfing, canoeing, and camping. He, like his girlfriend, was involved in community life and began volunteering at Macon's Museum of Arts and Sciences at the age of 15. Those who knew the couple assumed that their active lifestyles attracted them to one another. Who could have committed such a cold-blooded crime? Residents of Monroe County were concerned for their safety because the man who had dealt with a young couple by the lake was still free and could strike again. Michelle did attend Mercer University. Grant was in his 5th year while Michelle was in her 2nd year. They'd been dating for a little more than a year and had already planned their future together. We are about to have a wedding. Detectives had to figure out who ruined their plans when their relatives couldn't name anyone who would wish them harm. The investigators traveled to Mercer University in Macon. I was talking to Grant and Michelle's classmates. The officers hoped to learn something useful for their investigation. Michelle and Grant were both in good standing at the university, had no conflicts with anyone, and were generally described as pleasant, caring individuals. The detectives suspected that the crime had been committed by a man who had feelings for Michelle but was rejected, but this theory was not confirmed and was pushed to the sidelines. As a result, visiting Mercer University provided the police with no information that could have assisted them in locating the criminal. Detectives discovered that Grant and Michelle visited a restaurant on January 2 while reconstructing the chronology of events leading up to their deaths. Following a meal, they went to the cinema. After the film, they went to a vacation camp at Juliet Lake. This camp was open 24 hours a day and featured a boat launch, parking lot, small dock, and picnic tables. The public could use these places for free, so there was no personnel or security. On the night of the crime, there were other people in various parts of the lake. Some of them claimed they heard loud popping noises, but because it was January 2, they mistook the sound for firecrackers. Someone also stated that he saw a 1980s Hendrickson leaving the parking lot at high speeds. Meanwhile, experts extracted DNA from saliva found on Michelle's thigh. However, at the time, the DNA database was in its infancy. The U.S. Congress passed the DNA Identification Act in 1994, allowing the FBI to create a national DNA database of convicted criminals, as well as separate databases containing information about missing people and forensic samples collected from crime scenes. That is why there was nothing to compare the DNA sample extracted from Michelle's saliva to. It could only have yielded a match if directly compared to the criminal's DNA. The survey of employees at the restaurant and cinema that Grant and Michelle visited before their deaths yielded no results either. There were no conflicts or unusual circumstances at either location. The authorities speculated that Grant and Michelle could have been unintentional victims or had crossed paths not long before they died. The detectives saw no other explanations. The young couple studied diligently. We are not associated with any shady individuals and do not use illegal substances. And the fact that the criminal did not take any money or other valuables from the car indicates that the crime was motivated by something other than greed. The state forensic lab determined that the weapons used in the crime were most likely an AR-15 rifle and a 9mm Ruger pistol. The police interviewed over 100 people, and a few dozen potential suspects were ruled out after voluntarily providing DNA samples for comparison. As a result, the investigation has come to a halt more than a year and a half after the crime in the fall of 1996. Agent Randy Upton of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation took over the case. After thoroughly studying the case, he decided to take a different approach and began looking for the criminal himself, as his predecessors had. But for his weapon, which he used in the attack on Grant and Michelle, Agent Upton went to Macon's largest gun store and requested a list of people who had purchased an AR-15 rifle between 1985 and 1985. Now the agent had a list of 108 names. He began calling people on the list, telling them that they would be extremely helpful to the investigation if they allowed their weapon to be examined and provided a DNA sample for analysis. Most people readily agreed to cooperate. Following the appropriate tests, the list of potential suspects began to shrink. On November 27, 1996, Upton called Andrew Allen Cook, 22, who was also on the list. In conversation with Andrew, Agent Upton explained the purpose of his call and requested permission to examine Cook's rifle. Andrew replied that it was impossible because he sold it in April 1994, 8 months before Grant and Michelle died. However, according to gun store records, Andrew Cook was unable to sell his rifle in April 1994 because he had purchased it in August of that year. Agent Upton realized his interlocutor was lying. When Upton asked Cook to provide his DNA sample, he said he needed to speak with his father, an FBI agent, first. And then he hung up. Upton immediately realized that Andrew Cook could be the person he was looking for. It was discovered that 5 months after Grant and Michelle's deaths in May 1995, a cook pawned his rifle at one of the gun stores. The police also discovered that in December 1993, a Cook's acquaintance purchased a Ruger pistol on his behalf because he was too young to do so himself. He sold the pistol to one of his friends in July 1995, just after pawning the rifle. To summarize what has been said, he got rid of both his rifle and pistol 6 months after the deaths of Grant and Michelle Andrew Cook, which was far from a coincidence. The more the police learned about Cook, the more they were confident that they were on the right track. As it turned out, shortly after Grant and Michelle's deaths, he not only disposed of his weapons, but also his car, a 1987 Hendrickson. This vehicle fits the description of a car found near the crime scene. Cook worked in a diaper factory, which Agent Upton decided to visit. Andrew was not at work, but the agent spoke with a friend and colleague. According to court documents, a colleague reported that they recently discussed the worst thing they had ever done, and Andrew stated that he shot someone with a rifle. The colleague didn't believe the story but wanted to know why he did it. The cook responded that he wanted to see if he could get away with it. The colleague also stated that Andrew chewed tobacco frequently. Another friend testified that in late November 1996, the cook told him he needed to leave town because it was getting too hot. Agent Upton began looking for Andrew Cook, who had not lived in his parents' home in several years. Randy Upton contacted his father on December 4, 1996, and set up a meeting. John Cook was indeed an FBI agent with 29 years of experience. During the meeting, Agent Upton explained to John that he is investigating the crime committed at Juliet Lake, which is why he wishes to speak with his son Andrew, but cannot locate him. John became aware of Grant and Michelle's case through the media. He himself did not take part in the investigation. He told Upton that he does not consider his son a suspect, but he promised to find him and speak with him. Later that day, John was able to reach Andrew on the phone. He informed his son that the detective in charge of the Juliet Lake case was looking for him and inquired whether he knew anything about it. His son's response turned his entire life upside down. Andrew told Daddy, "I can't tell you. You're one of them. You are a cop." When John Cook asked the next question, he prayed that his son would say no. "Were you the shooter?" he asked. After a brief pause, Andrew replied yes. He told his father that one night, while fishing at Juliet Lake, the couple drove there, and he got into an argument with the driver. According to him, Grant threatened him with a pistol. He became enraged, took his rifle, and did something that could not be undone. John Cook asked his son to contact the authorities, but Andrew replied that he would just disappear. John was stunned by his son's story. It was extremely difficult for him, but he remained professional. The next day, John went to the Monroe County Sheriff's Office and informed them about his son's confession. At the time, no one knew Andrew had been arrested in the neighboring county that morning for shooting deer and turkey outside of the hunting season. He introduced himself under an assumed name, but it became clear when Agent Upton learned that Andrew Cook had been arrested. He traveled to Jones County to speak with him. Upton was unaware of this the day before. Andrew confessed everything to his father. After arriving at the Jones County Sheriff's Office, Upton introduced himself and asked Andrew Cook to answer a few questions. He replied, "2 years have passed, and you still have nothing. I once owned a Honda. I once owned a rifle, and I used to have a Ruger, but now you're trying to set me up." He then stated that if they called his father and found him a lawyer, he would confess everything. Andrew was delivered to Monroe County. The sheriff allowed John Cook to speak with Andrew one-on-one. When John hugged his son, both of them cried. John expressed his disbelief that Andrew had told him the truth, to which Andrew responded that he was not fishing that night and that when he arrived at the lake, the victim's car was already there. Grant and Michelle didn't notice how he approached the car with his rifle and opened fire. Then, he claims he fired a few more shots from his pistol before pulling the woman out of the car to confuse the cops. He spat on Michelle on purpose to ensure that the police couldn't find him using his name. Andrew Cook was charged in the case involving Grant Hendrickson and Michael Lee Cartagena. In addition to Andrew's confession, police have identified the current owners of the rifle and pistol he used during the crime. A forensic ballistic examination revealed that Michelle and Grant were killed with the same firearms. Andrew's DNA was also tested, and it matched the sample extracted from Michelle's saliva. The trial started in 1998. John Cook spoke at the trial. He repeatedly apologized to Grant's and Michelle's families, but he also stated that his apologies would not bring them peace. He claimed that he dedicated his entire life to his service and had no idea how evil had consumed his son. On March 19, 1998, Andrew Cook was found guilty. He was sentenced to death, and after Cook exhausted all of his appeals, the execution date was set for February 22, 2013. The State Board of Pardons and Paroles met 3 days before this date, on February 19, 2013, to consider a clemency appeal filed by Andrew's attorneys on his behalf. The attorneys attempted to persuade the board that Andrew is mentally ill and requires treatment. After considering the appeal, the State Board decided against clemency. On the day of Andrew's execution, February 22, 2013, his family paid him a visit in prison to say goodbye. He was also able to order his final meal. He ordered steak, baked potatoes, fried shrimp, lemon pie, and soda. As he was strapped to a gurney in the death chamber, he said his final words, "I'm sorry, but I'm not going to ask you to forgive me. I couldn't even do it myself." He thanked his family for their support and presence, and he apologized for taking so much away from them all. The injection was given at 11:08 p.m. 14 minutes later, Andrew Cook, 38, was pronounced dead. Following the execution, Grant's mother, Mary Hendrickson, stated that she had been waiting for justice for 18 years. She added, "I believe that was the devil's work." When all this was going on, I was just thinking to myself, well, the devil will not win. He's not going to win my heart. He's not going to win my heart. He is not going to win. On June 21, 2023, the media reported that John Cook had died at the age of 81. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. I am tired. I'm not sure how long this can go on and what I'm waiting for. I really adored him. I loved him wholeheartedly. Yes, I was too young a girl when we married, when we stood in front of the altar, and his parents were damned when I swore to God that I would love him forever and that only heaven would forgive us. Why can't I return it? Do I have to torture myself day after day just because I made those promises? I have not loved him in a long time. Just as he does not love me, he only loves himself, his parents, and our kids. But who will love me in my darkest moments? I feel as if God has abandoned me. How else could he have given me to this family, for which I have nothing, who only remembers me when they need something? Summer, clean it up. Summer, take out the trash. Damn it. Can you stop stomping your feet so loudly? I'm sick of it. I have to tell Will everything. Take the kids and leave this house. But who is going to let me leave? Especially with the kids. Will's father won't let me leave the house. I just hope I stay alive. Summer Inman wrote this entry in her personal diary, which she kept hidden from her husband and his parents. This diary was the only place she could express her thoughts without fear of being judged or punished. In 1983, a new evangelical church named Tabernacle of Faith opens in Logan, Ohio, a small American town of only 40,000 people. None of the residents had ever heard of it before. David Oyedepo, the church's founder, traveled to the town from Nigeria and told the congregation that he had an 18-hour meeting with God during which the Almighty told him that it was time to preach and pray to free the world from the devil's oppression. David Oyedepo was a very charismatic preacher. That is why the Tabernacle of Faith Church became so popular in Logan. Bill and Sandra Inman met in this church. Bill was already 18 years old at the time, and he played musical instruments in church on Sundays. Sandra also went to church with her parents. Sandra recalls that the young musician parishioner admired her parents, and they did not hesitate to allow the young people to perform at a wedding. A year later, Bill and Sandra welcomed a son. Will was born when his parents went to church, and when he was 17, he, like his father, met in the Tabernacle of Faith with a 15-year-old Summer Cook. Only with marriage were young people in no hurry, waiting until Summer was 18 years old. In 2004, Will's parents insisted that the young people move in with them following their wedding. Summer, of course, did not like this idea, but her husband was completely reliant on his father and could not go against him. So she left her parents' house and moved in with the Inman family. That same year, another watershed moment in the Inman family's history occurred. Bill starts his own flock and transforms the family garage, which was previously used as a workshop, into a self-proclaimed church. According to the Summer Inman diary, Will's father has changed dramatically. I literally do not recognize him. Tonight at family dinner, he told us that he hears God's voice and has dreams, and that he wants to share this revelation with others for their own good. Will appears to realize that his father is becoming a religious fanatic. I've seen him roll his eyes, but what can he say to that? Yes, some people enjoy Summer. Bill Inman's idea may appear unrealistic, but locals flocked to his garage in droves. They prayed, listened intently to their leaders' speeches, and even gave donations. In 2005, Will and Summer had their first son. They named him Alex. However, right after the baby was born, everyone realized that their family was in serious financial trouble. The women were forbidden from working anywhere. They were forced to do only housework, and adults and one infant cannot survive solely on donations from parishioners and Will's occasional part-time jobs at a family council. Bill stated that they were moving to Florida and would be doing construction work while the women stayed at home and raised baby Alex, according to their summer diary. Nothing changed with the move to Florida until his father went missing at work, and Sandra and I stay at home with Alex all day and night until he grows up and can live on his own. I do not think I can wait for that. I've concluded that it is impossible to make a lot of money in Florida. Bill Inman decides to return to his home state, but due to non-payment of taxes, their house and Logan are taken away, and the court prohibits their subsequent redemption. So they relocated to a rented house in the countryside in Vinton, not far from Logan. Their summer also saw the birth of 2 daughters, Kelly and Elena. Based on my summer diary, we still don't have any money. He wants me to have 12 children for him. I occasionally laugh in his face, which he takes offense to, and he even stops speaking to me. In 2010, Bill Inman, the current leader of Tabernacle of Faith Church, and his wife Sandra established Mercy Ranch, a nonprofit organization. A brilliant idea strikes him. On behalf of the church, he will construct a home for orphans, widows, and homeless people. However, there was no funding for the idea. However, the new leader found a way out of this situation. He organized a lottery in which the winner would receive $200,000, and the remaining 99 people will receive equally valuable prizes. The remaining funds would be used to build Bill's dream house. Bill ran television and radio commercials, and he initially went door to door asking residents to participate in the charity lottery. The results were stunning. Bill Inman managed to raise $1 million. The grand prize drawing was scheduled for September 2010, but, as you might expect, no drawing took place in September. Similarly, it did not take place in October or November. Bill Inman simply defrauded those who trusted him, and he had no plans to return the money to anyone. During this time, Will's father hires Adam Peters to do their landscaping and other household chores. Adam sees Summer all the time and develops sympathy for her. What he doesn't realize is that Summer and Will are experiencing a relationship crisis. Nonetheless, he perseveres and shows interest in the young woman. After a while, some people file for divorce. She took the children and went to see her parents, and for the first time in her life, she got a job as a bank cleaner. Unfortunately, due to her early marriage and constant confinement in the Inman home, she had no education or work experience beyond raising children. Summer did not expect to get a higher-paying job, but deep down she was even happier because for the first time in many years, she felt independent and no one told her anything. Despite her resentment of Will, she did not mind her father seeing the children as much as he saw fit. She believed that the children needed their father just as much as they did their grandparents. Indeed, despite his tyrannical nature, Bill Inman treated the children with affection and cared enough to deny that this was foolish. One day in December 2010, a bailiff arrived at the Inman home and ordered the family to leave due to non-payment of rent. Someone found out about it, so she went over to the house to pick up everything she hadn't had time to pack when she moved in with her parents. It was terrifying to arrive at a house where she was now considered a traitor, so she asked Adam to help her with the packing. When the Inman family discovered that Summer had arrived with her new lover, they refused to let anyone enter the house. They hurled curses at them and promised to burn all of Summer's belongings in the backyard. Even the police were powerless to intervene. They attacked and even beat up an arriving officer, while Adam, horrified by what he had witnessed, vowed to find and kill him. That same day, Summer decided to file a report against her husband. She emphasized that nothing will ever be the same. He didn't gain complete control over her until after the wedding. Her calls, texts, and emails. He even had control over her lunchtime, including how much he needed to eat, how long he needed to shower, and how much time he could spend outside. Periodically, he even took her phone away, and Summer could be out of touch for a week, including with her own parents. He also told her that he wanted to find a second wife, and without hiding for the summer, he signed up for dating sites where he posted intimate photos of himself and openly corresponded with other women. Summer frequently wrote in her diary about wanting to divorce Will but being afraid. The fear was understandable. Will had warned her repeatedly that if she divorced him, he would shoot her. The police returned to the Inman home after taking a statement from a terrified Summer who had been hiding her fear for years. When questioned, he admitted that he had taken his wife's phone away from her, but only so she wouldn't talk to her lover 24 hours a day. Yes, he watched her diet, but only because he was concerned about her health. The police did not believe his answers and forbade him from seeing his ex-wife. He also received a fine and probation for his actions. The men's family couldn't ignore what appeared to be their son's abuse, so they wrote a response. But we're already on Adam Peters. In their statement, they stated that when he worked in their home, he demonstrated an unhealthy interest in Summers and young children, and that the subsequent presence of children in his company could be disastrous. There are, of course, fictions. We have not been confirmed. After that, the worst day of Summer's life happened around midnight on March 22, 2011. Summer was finishing up her work at Logan's main bank. The branch had closed by then, so all she had to do was clean up her workspace, dusting and emptying the trash. She texted Adam, telling him she didn't have much time left and would be home soon. It was already 12 o'clock at night. Summer was late, although she had never been late before. Adam was becoming increasingly concerned. There was no telling what this was up to. Peters chose to meet Summer. By then, the doors to the ward were locked. There were no lights in the windows, indicating that Summer had not arrived. Adam walked around the building, but saw no one. So we went to the dumpsters, where a young woman was hauling trash bags that had accumulated throughout the day. She wasn't present either. But near the bins, he discovered Summer's belongings. Her purse, cell phone, and red jacket were all in the grass, a little farther from her belongings. There was no time for hesitation. He immediately dialed the police's phone number. The police arrived, searched the belongings, knocked on the bank, and interviewed the security guards, who stated that Summer had left over an hour ago, and they had not seen her again. In the glow of the police car lights, 3 individuals approached. As it turned out, they had witnessed the kidnapping. The 2 women were out for an evening jog when they noticed a white Ford pull up to the bank cleaner's house. When the woman screams, 2 men in black masks rush out and push her into the back seat. Another witness ran up to the car and attempted to save her, but the blonde woman behind the wheel sprayed him in the face with a gas can, and the man collapsed in the car as the kidnappers drove away. The women were without phones, so they dashed to the nearest police station, where they interrupted each other emotionally and attempted to recount what they had witnessed. The police officers on duty simply laughed at their story, believing that the night runners had made it all up. Who would consider kidnapping a bank cleaner with garbage bags in her hands? However, the story turned out to be completely true. Because of the cops' slowness, it was now impossible to track down Summer on a hot tip. As I previously stated, Logan is a small town. That is why the news of Summer's kidnapping by 3 unidentified men spread throughout the town overnight. By morning, proactive citizens had formed groups to search for the missing woman. They searched parks, vacant lots, and abandoned warehouses. But Summer was not to be found, a week before her disappearance. Willa Inman attempted to contest his child support payments. According to the court order, he was required to pay $150 for each child, but because his monthly salary was only $500, he requested that the payment be reduced to $150. He will also seek full custody of his 3 children, but the court has denied this request. Summer was not in contact with anyone due to her long reclusive life, so the police focused their suspicions solely on the Inman family. They were discovered in the home of Bill's mother in a nearby town. All 3 claimed they had heard nothing about the disappearance, and on the day of the kidnapping, they were in Cleveland, looking for a new home. Unfortunately, they never made it there. They were concerned that because their car had broken down on the way, they would be stuck at night on a deserted highway until morning. They needed to return to Logan. Furthermore, their old grudge against Adam resurfaced, and they started blaming everything on him. The car breakdown couldn't be proven or disproven. However, during the interrogation, the police discovered a white Ford in the yard, identical to the one described by witnesses to the kidnapping. At that time, a GP's receiver was removed from the vehicle. The inspection revealed that it had been turned off during the Summer's abduction. The police also decided to search the Inman family's cell phones, which revealed that they had not left Logan that night. The police soon learned that, at 7:30 a.m., on the morning of Summer's disappearance, the white Ford had stopped at a car wash, where all 3 of them, Bill, Sandra, and Will, were dry cleaning the interior. The entire family was detained and taken in for questioning. Bill, who was already being led away by the police, yelled to his elderly mother that they were not guilty and that it was the work of the devil against whom he and his parishioners were fighting at the station. The invasions, as if possessed, repeated the same pattern, only when it became clear that they lacked an alibi and faced execution. Sandra accepted the blame. From Sandra Inman's testimony, this Summer's kidnapping was entirely my idea. It was my idea, and I drove the white Ford that night. Of course, neither of us intended to kill Summer, and I swear it was an accident. On the night of March 22, we drove up to the bank where Summer worked and waited for her to finish her shift. We saw her around 11 p.m., near the garbage cans by the bank. I drove up to her, and my husband Bill and son, while wearing black masks, pushed Summer into the car. Again, we had no intention of killing her. We only wanted her to let us see the kids because we were family. To intimidate Summer, we tied her hands and feet with plastic ties to prevent her from fleeing. Apparently, one of the times he tightened around her neck, he overestimated his strength, causing Summer to choke and turn red. He wanted to cut the tie, but he couldn't find any knives, and the knife we'd brought with us had gotten under my seat. When he finally found it, it was too late. Summer had died. Sandra Inman revealed the location where they hid Summer's body. It was an old well near the Tabernacle of Faith Church. Yes, the same church where Bill and Sandra first met, as well as Will and Summer, where they married and had gone to pray and confess for many years. Sandra's claims were supported by the autopsy results. Summer had indeed died from asphyxiation. No other injuries were discovered on her body. Bill and Will Inman were sentenced to life in prison in 2012, and Sandra Inman was sentenced to life in prison as well, despite accepting full responsibility, but the court allowed her to request parole after 15 years. Why is that? According to relatives, the women of the Inman family never made any decisions. The entire family obediently obeyed only the bill, and if it was someone's cruel plan to reclaim custody of the children, it was his, and Sandra accepted responsibility in order to save her husband and son, but she was never successful. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Michelle O'Keefe, who murdered an aspiring actress. Unfortunately, even in the most developed and democratic countries, the judicial system is imperfect. Innocent people are sometimes sentenced to prison for crimes they did not commit due to investigative errors or other mishaps. Such injustices are usually brought to light only after the true perpetrator has been identified and proven guilty. But what happens when someone convicted of murder is exonerated years later, while the true perpetrator goes unpunished? Because the police lost crucial evidence at the time. The case of young American Michelle O'Keefe, who was murdered under mysterious circumstances in the early 2000s, shocked the country. The investigation lasted several years, and the main, and essentially only, suspect was imprisoned for a significant period of time. It appeared that the case was closed. However, after 11 years in prison, the convicted individual's innocence was proven. Simultaneously, new information emerged, and another suspect appeared to be the real murderer. However, more than 2 decades after the student's murder, her parents have lost faith in justice, losing hope that the person who killed their daughter will face a fair sentence. Let us start at the beginning of this story, and try to figure out where the investigation went wrong, and whether these mistakes could have been avoided. Who was Michelle O'Keefe? Michelle Teresa O'Keefe was born October 11, 1981. Michelle grew up in the quiet town of Hanford, California, as the eldest of 2 children born to Patricia and Michelle O'Keefe, alongside her younger brother Jason. The O'Keefes were a wealthy family who owned a profitable local store. Her parents were dedicated to ensuring that their children received a high-quality education and had the opportunity to fully develop their talents and potential. Michelle was a standout student who excelled in sports and ballroom dancing and was known for her attractive and artistic demeanor. She aspired to be a famous actress, appearing in films and conquering Hollywood. She possessed the talent, ambition, and qualities required for such an accomplishment. Michelle was accepted to one of California's most prestigious colleges after graduating with honors from high school. She pursued her passion for dancing by taking acting classes in the evenings. Michelle actively participated in a variety of events, appeared in commercials, and frequently appeared as an extra in film and music video productions. On her 18th birthday, her loving parents gave her a luxurious blue Ford Mustang with a cutting-edge design concept. Michelle had always wanted to own this car and was overjoyed to receive it as a gift. Unfortunately, it was this striking vehicle that drew her killer's attention, resulting in the young Michelle's tragic death. The last shoot occurred on February 22, 2018. Michelle O'Keefe and her close friend Jennifer Peterson, another aspiring actress, traveled to Palmdale, a scenic town in Los Angeles County, for a video shoot. They were set to appear in the latest music video by popular rock musician Robert James Ritchie. Kid Rock, better known by his stage name Jennifer, and Michelle appeared in the video as extras, dancing and revealing their outfits. The shoot took almost the entire day. So when they returned, their cars were parked at a nearby amusement park. It had almost ruined Jennifer's plans to return home. Michelle had acting classes that evening. The friends talked in the parking lot for a few minutes before parting ways. Jennifer walked to her car while Michelle chose to stay behind and change into her regular clothes. She felt it was inappropriate to attend her acting classes in the same outfit she had worn for the video shoot because it was quite provocative. With no private changing areas in the parking lot, she finds it awkward to do so in her car. Michelle chose to quickly change her clothes on the street next to her car, assuming she was alone. Unfortunately, this decision was most likely a fatal mistake. Jennifer recalled staying in the parking lot for a while longer, chatting with her boyfriend on the phone. As she started to leave, she noticed Michelle's Ford Mustang's headlights turning on. Believing Michelle was about to follow her, Jennifer was reassured that her friend was safe as loud music played in her car. The last thing Jennifer saw before turning the corner was Michelle's Mustang backing out. To the murder of an aspiring actress. That evening, Raymond Lee Jennings, a young security guard, was on duty at the park and its attractions. Around 9 o'clock, the 25-year-old heard gunshots in the direction of the parking lot, followed by a car alarm. Lacking a firearm and armed only with a taser, he hesitated to approach alone, knowing he had little chance against armed assailants. Jennings immediately called his supervisor, Iris Malone, and reported the incident to the police. Malone arrived within minutes, so before law enforcement arrived, she and Jennings decided to conduct a cautious inspection of the parking lot. They immediately noticed a blue car backing out of the middle lane and coming to a stop with its headlights on and engine running. This was Michelle's Ford Mustang. The car's owner was in the driver's seat, motionless and unresponsive. On closer inspection, Malone and Jennings discovered blood inside the car, and on Michelle's body, as well as several bullet holes. The driver's door was wide open, and the crime scene looked horrific. Michelle appeared to have been chased and initially wounded in the parking lot. She attempted to flee, jumped into her car, and even got it started. However, the assailant caught up with her and fired several more shots, denying the student any chance of survival. Michelle's appearance was very provocative. She had bright makeup and 1,000 hairstyles designed specifically for the video shoot. She also wore regular jeans and a shiny top. Michelle had apparently changed in the parking lot, as a shiny miniskirt that matched the top and a regular t-shirt were found next to her on the passenger seat. One of her shoes was on her foot, and the other layaway in the parking lot was likely dropped as she dashed to her car. The local sheriff's deputy arrived at the crime scene first, followed by the security guard and his supervisor. He noted that the young woman showed no signs of life, but he contacted emergency services in case he was mistaken, and she still had a chance of survival. He also recorded the statements of Jennings and Malone. The arriving police officers conducted a thorough examination of the crime scene, gathering all available evidence. They discovered several shell casings in the parking lot and spotted a bullet mark on the asphalt slightly away from the vehicle. This led to the conclusion that the perpetrator likely fired a shot into the ground to intimidate the victim before shooting her directly, as evidenced by bloodstains in the parking lot. The victim ran towards her car, but was unable to escape. The assailant caught up with her and fired several shots. She died almost instantly from severe injuries and blood loss. In total, 5 shell casings were discovered on the ground. Experts determined that all shots were fired from the same weapon, but the bullets were significantly different, raising questions that required immediate answers. An earring was also discovered on the ground, most likely dropped by the victim. Later, her friend identified the item, confirming that it belonged to Michelle. However, the second earring was not discovered on or near the victim. Unfortunately, this detail was initially deemed insignificant and was long forgotten, resulting in a critical oversight. Initially, close relatives and friends of the murdered young woman were interviewed. They all agreed that Michelle had no enemies or ill-wishers due to her sociable, open, and friendly personality. Everyone who knew her praised the student. Thus, a personal motive for the murder was quickly ruled out. The next theory considered was a failed robbery or carjacking attempt on her new car. However, this appeared doubtful. The only personal item missing was her phone. which she had used just minutes before the attack to notify her mother that the filming had ended and she was returning home. Michelle's purse, containing her wallet and several $100s in cash, was discovered at the passenger's feet. Police speculated that the assailant may have missed the purse in the confusion and darkness, and they did not search the car because they feared the gunshots would alert security. This may also explain why the carjacking attempt was aborted. The attacker appeared to have intended to threaten her with the weapon rather than shoot her, but something went wrong. Another theory suggests that Michelle was mistaken for a lady of the night due to her appearance. She was dressed provocatively, wearing heavy makeup and high heels. It's possible the criminal saw her on her way to the parking lot and followed her. He may have approached her with malice in the dark, but when he was flatly rejected, he killed her in retaliation. Her top was partially pulled down, exposing her left breast, which lent credence to this theory. This indicated that the attacker was probably a man. However, it was also possible that her thin, strapped clothing slipped during the scuffle chase, or as the terrified, injured young woman attempted to enter her vehicle. Raymond, the parking lot security guard who was believed to be the sole witness to the incident, was the only suspect and the first person interrogated. He confirmed hearing gunshots and a car alarm around 9 p.m., and immediately reported it to his supervisor and called the police. Raymond stated that he saw no one in the parking lot before or after the shots. Given the early hour and popularity of the area, no one fled or left the scene in the minutes that followed. It's possible that someone nearby saw or heard something. The police investigated Raymond's background and discovered that, despite his young age, he was the head of a large family with 5 children. He served in the California National Guard and aspired to be a law enforcement officer, working while attending the police academy and gaining necessary knowledge and skills. As the primary witness to the murder, Raymond attempted to assist the investigation, naively believing that this experience would benefit his academy exams. When investigators asked him to give his version of events during an interrogation, Raymond elaborated on how things could have happened. Being an exceptional student, he carefully considered every detail, attempting to piece together a coherent picture. He speculated on where the attacker and victim were during the initial gunshot, as well as how events unfolded after that. He built his story around the evidence, including the location of shell casings, blood droplets, the victim's belongings, and the car. He also estimated the shooting distances. At the time, Raymond had no idea he was unintentionally digging his own grave. He simply wanted to help the investigation and be useful. However, the detectives investigating the case came to their own conclusions, implying that such detailed knowledge could only be held by the murderer himself. There were no other suspects, so the security guard was charged with the girl's murder. Several weeks after Michelle's murder, police became aware of Victoria Richardson, a 17-year-old African-American girl. On that tragic evening, she was in the parking lot with her 18-year-old boyfriend and a few friends. They had gone horseback riding in the park and returned to the parking lot after dark on February 22. According to Victoria, they were in their car, music blasting, about to leave when they heard strange noises. They initially mistook them for firecrackers or fireworks and paid little attention, only to realize they were gunshots. Victoria remembered seeing a man in a security guard uniform walk towards a nearby parked blue Ford Mustang just a minute and a half before. After hearing strange noises and activating a car alarm, the friends exited their vehicle and saw the Mustang, which had rolled backwards and was no longer moving. They reportedly saw the security guard again, who warned them about an armed person in the parking lot and advised them to exercise caution. Hearing this, the group hurried back into their car and cautiously exited the parking lot, attempting not to draw attention. When asked about the guard they interacted with, Victoria described him as a middle-aged, heavy-set African-American man. This description corresponded to another employee who had worked in the parking lot the day before Raymond's shift. The second guard was promptly detained and questioned. He had a solid alibi because he was at a family gathering at the time of the murder, as confirmed by approximately 20 people. As a result, despite inconsistencies in the witness account, Jennings remained the only suspect. Prolonged investigation and arrest. After 5 years, the investigation concluded that Raymond was the murderer, in part because his knowledge and forensic skills could convincingly divert suspicion away from himself. However, the evidence and witness testimonies did not line up. The crime itself seemed irrational and strange, with no obvious motive for the suspect. Raymond owned his own legally acquired pistol, which was not with him on the night of the murder. He showed the police the weapon and forensic analysis confirmed that the bullets were not fired from it. Investigators speculated that he might have hidden unregistered firearms, but this theory was not supported. Meanwhile, the murdered girl's parents carried out their own investigation, hiring private detectives. Patricia and Michael believed that law enforcement was inadequately handling the case or was simply inactive. They actively participated in interviews and television appearances, using their story to put pressure on the authorities. They believed Raymond was responsible for Michelle's death and should be punished. Although there were no compelling reasons to detain him at first, Raymond went to Iraq for military service, where he remained for nearly 5 years. When he returned to the United States, he was immediately arrested and imprisoned. Raymond agreed to take a polygraph test but failed, which worked against him. He claimed that because he could not post the $1 million bail, he would have to remain in custody for about a year while investigators and his defense prepared for the trial. Trial and verdict. According to the prosecution, Raymond, a security guard, mistook Michelle's revealing outfit for a sex worker and followed her to her car. After she rejected his advances, a resentful Raymond opened fire and then radioed his boss about the incident, stating that he would not approach the crime scene. The defense pointed out that the murder weapon was never discovered, either on the day or later. There were no DNA traces, fingerprints, or other evidence of Raymond's presence at the crime scene. Interestingly, epithelial particles under the victim's nails did not match Raymond's DNA. Instead of determining whose DNA it was, the investigators convinced the court that it was unrelated contamination. Raymond's personal belongings, his car, locker, and home, were thoroughly searched for the murder weapon, but a gunpowder residue test on his clothing was oddly not performed at the time. Notably, Raymond resigned a few days after the incident in response to threats from unknown individuals and returned his work uniform, which police received only a week later. It was claimed that he thoroughly washed the uniform before returning it, thereby removing any gunpowder residue. However, the presence of sweat and dust on the uniform indicated that it had not been washed. Victoria Richardson, the aforementioned witness, testified in court, stating that she saw a guard in the parking lot during the shooting, but did not specify who she saw, citing darkness and potential confusion. The prosecution used her testimony as evidence of Raymond's guilt. The jury deliberated for a week, but failed to reach a unanimous decision. As a result, a new trial was scheduled to allow both parties time to prepare. In February 2009, 11 of 12 jurors convicted Raymond of murder. In December 2009, the Supreme Court convicted Raymond Jennings of murder under aggravating circumstances and sentenced him to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 40 years. Raymond maintained his innocence, saying in his final statement that he felt no remorse because he had not committed the crime. Michelle's parents and brother, on the other hand, believed he was guilty and were pleased with the verdict. New trial and acquittal. Raymond Jennings was incarcerated for nearly 11 years, losing hope and justice after his appeals were repeatedly denied. However, in late 2015, renowned attorney Jeffrey Ehrlich and his son Clinton, a law student at the time, expressed an interest in his case. They reviewed the case files and discovered numerous errors, inconsistencies, and clear violations of the evidence and trial proceedings. The Ehrlichs believed Raymond had been wrongfully convicted and set out to prove his innocence. They compiled all of the evidence and appealed to the department in charge of reviewing convictions. They specifically pointed out that Raymond's uniform contained no gunpowder residue or blood splatter, only sweat and dust, indicating that it had not been washed. They also noted that Raymond was unarmed, and detectives did not take into account the presence of other people in the park that evening. According to a new report, the murder was a spontaneous act, most likely a botched robbery. Furthermore, the main witness, Victoria Richardson, and her boyfriend, both of whom have a criminal record, were serving time for armed robbery at the time of the final trial, but were never considered suspects. A combination of different cartridges fired from the same gun. Unusually for someone with military training, he alluded to a street gang style. Richardson and her boyfriend were members of such a gang, but because they were not initially investigated for Michelle's murder, many leads were permanently lost. Notably, the boyfriend wore an earring similar to the one discovered at the crime scene on the night of the murder. Despite failing to prove the criminal couple's involvement in the murder of the aspiring actress, Ehrlich's case established Jennings' innocence. As a result, the former guard was factually acquitted, which differs significantly from legal or presumed innocence. Sergeant Raymond Jennings was released from prison after serving nearly 11 years for a crime he did not commit. The judge stated that jurors were not informed of the presence of gang members at the crime scene that evening. In March 2017, Jennings was awarded $500,000 in compensation for his wrongful conviction. A devoted man, he later claimed that God had answered his prayers and that justice had prevailed. Only Michael O'Keefe's parents remained deeply upset, believing that the man they suspected of murdering their daughter had been wrongfully released. The O'Keefes divorced after losing their son in a car accident, and their daughters believe the killer was punished. Despite the fact that the case remains unsolved, the chances of anyone being held accountable for Michelle's murder have dropped dramatically. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at the story that took place in Oklahoma. On August 8, 2012, the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation called Garvin County's sheriff. The latter said they were contacted by a resident named Van Emblem, who claimed to have witnessed the disposal of the body and an attempt to hide all evidence. Emblem stated that the night before the call, his friend, on whose ranch he has worked for 4 years, asked him for assistance. When he arrived at the ranch, a friend admitted that he needed help disposing of the body. At first, Van assumed it was a joke. However, when he saw the red-stained plastic buckets, he realized it wasn't a joke. The buckets were heavy, so his friend needed assistance loading them into a pickup truck, before realizing he might become an accomplice to the crime. Van helped his friend regain his composure before leaving, telling him to deal with everything on his own. Over the next few hours, Van spoke with a lawyer, who convinced him that the only way out of this situation was to call the police. After all, if it was discovered later that he knew about the crime but did not report it to authorities, he would be charged as an accomplice. Brandon Duran was born in 1980 in San Diego, California. Brandon's father was a motorcycle enthusiast and a former member of the Bandidos Motorcycle Club, the world's second-largest criminal organization after the Hells Angels, according to the FBI. His parents divorced when he was about 10 years old. They maintain good relations, however, and share equal responsibility for their son's upbringing. At the age of 25, Brandon gradually inherited his father's love of motorcycles. He had his own motorcycle, which he built by hand and treasured dearly. He frequently socialized with other bikers, but did not belong to any motorcycle clubs. Brandon's father died unexpectedly on April 5, 2005, which was a difficult time for him. Brandon decided to make a change in his life to combat his increasing depression. He sat on a motorcycle and headed to Las Vegas. Brandon had been living in Vegas for about a year when he met Amber Andrews, 24, whose company made him forget about his problems. A whirlwind romance between them led to marriage 2 months after they met. Amber was already pregnant at this point. In December 2006, she gave birth to Brandon's son, Brando. Brandon's life changed dramatically after his child was born. He became a devoted father and husband who worked at a high-paying job and prioritized family over his interests. However, the same cannot be said for Amber. As if she didn't notice the birth of a child, she continued to live her lifestyle, attending biker gatherings and various parties. As a result, relations within the young family began to deteriorate quickly. Sometimes it came down to fights. Undoubtedly, the only outcome of this was a divorce filed 4 years after the wedding, with Brandon receiving full custody of the child. After all, unlike Amber, he could support himself and his son. After the divorce was finalized in 2010, Amber returned to her hometown of Meeker, Oklahoma, while Brandon returned to San Diego with his son. He was glad to be reunited with his family, who later assisted him in raising a child. Brandon's emotional wounds from a failed marriage began to heal over time, and he became more optimistic about the future. However, while pondering the future, the past knocked at his door. In the summer of 2012, he noticed Amber on his doorstep. His ex-wife wanted to reunite, and asked him to give their relationship another chance. Brandon's previously suppressed feelings resurfaced. He believed his ex-wife's sincerity and agreed to a new start. Their son Brando was scheduled to start kindergarten in September, and Amber invited the three of them to visit her parents in Oklahoma, who were eager to see their grandson. Brandon agreed, and they began planning the trip, intending to stay in Oklahoma for about a week. Several days before Brandon, Amber, and their sons returned to San Diego, Van Emblem contacted the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation. Van reported that his friend and employer requested assistance in disposing of the body, claiming that it was Brandon Duran's. Justin Hammer, 30, of Garvin County, requested help with a van. After receiving a call from the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation regarding the possible crime, the local sheriff and his assistant went to Hammer's ranch right away. Furthermore, after calling Brandon's relatives in San Diego, the authorities discovered that Brandon had been out of reach for several days before confirming Van's information. They decided not to tell Brandon's family about this case. During questioning, Justin quickly confessed to murdering Brandon Duran, which surprised detectives. However, there was one critical moment. Hammer claimed he acted in self-defense and identified Duran as a dangerous motorcycle gang member who had threatened him. According to him, on August 7th, Brandon arrived at his house on a motorcycle, kicked out the door with his foot, entered, and began threatening him. Hammer claimed to have an intimate relationship with Amber, which prompted Brandon's unexpected visit. Brandon threatened him, according to Hammer, saying he needed to disappear from Amber's life, promising to ask his biker friends to help him disappear forever, and mentioning that if he disobeyed, his relatives would die as well. Hammer allegedly grabbed a shotgun from the corner of the room and fired it following these words. When he realized Brandon was dead, he was afraid of retribution from the Bandidos Motorcycle Club and did not call the police, instead deciding to hide all evidence. Instead, Justin took the body to the bathroom and disposed of it with a saw, 5-gallon buckets, and concrete. According to the Hammer statement, he was unable to load the buckets into the pickup truck on his own due to the added weight of cement. As a result, he sought help from his friend Van, who assisted him in loading buckets into a pickup truck before leaving and turning him over to the police. Hammer's ranch had a small pond into which he tossed the buckets. After dealing with the body, he started cleaning the house. Hammer later burned the cleaning supplies, gloves, and rags he used, claiming that he had given Brandon's motorcycle to a relative. At the same time, Hammer stated that his relative was unaware of the bike's origin and had disassembled it for spare parts. After all, 5 buckets were recovered from the bottom of the pond, and the officers went to Meeker to inform Amber of the sad news. The woman was shocked when she learned of her child's father's death. She stated that they divorced but intend to reconcile. Amber also mentioned that she had a fight with Brandon the day before after he learned about her relationship with Justin Hammer. After the argument, Brandon left on a motorcycle, claiming he would deal with her lover on his own, and such an account of events appeared plausible. However, there was a recent development in the case. Criminologists working in Hammer's house began to discover new evidence that called his testimony into question. Justin claimed Brandon kicked down the door and entered the house, but in reality, someone kicked it from inside. The shoe print on the door matched the footprint of Hammer's sneakers, indicating Justin was the one who knocked on the door. In addition to the pistol and shotgun, they discovered a list of items required to dispose of the body and the gun safe. It's possible that the crime wasn't spontaneous and that Hammer planned it ahead of time. Aside from the 5 buckets, they extracted a doghouse from the pond, which was filled with cement and contained fragments that would not fit into the buckets. Based on this evidence, Justin Hammer was charged with first-degree murder. The forensic medical expert had a difficult time analyzing 25 individual fragments of Iran's body. An autopsy revealed that Brandon was shot 4 times in the head, 3 with a pistol and 1 with a shotgun. Furthermore, according to the expert, the shotgun shot was the final one. Brandon had most likely died and was lying on the floor by this point. However, it contradicted Hammer's testimony, which stated that he fired only once and from a shotgun, but the investigators couldn't understand it. A question arose. Why did Hammer need to use a shotgun after firing a pistol 3 times? especially when Brandon was already dead. This evidence suggests that someone other than Hammer could be involved in the crime. The investigators' call to Brandon's mother, Cindy, about her son's death left her speechless after she regained consciousness. Cindy clarified that Brandon was never a member of the Bandidos motorcycle club. Brandon's father, she explained, passed on his love of motorcycles to his son, but it never progressed beyond that. However, Cindy's story contained another intriguing twist. She stated that Brandon's bike was broken when he left for Oklahoma. He loaded it into the back of his pickup truck, intending to repair it in Oklahoma. Furthermore, Cindy stated that her son disliked conflict situations and that his ex-wife Amber was the source of all of his problems. Her infidelity overshadowed their relationship from the beginning. Amber remained loyal even after the birth of her son, to her lifestyle, and when Brandon expressed his displeasure with her behavior, she began a fistfight. All of this culminated in a divorce, with Brandon receiving full custody of their son, which infuriated Amber. She then went missing for over a year, seemingly unconcerned about her son's life. As a result, Brandon and the rest of his family were taken aback when she appeared unexpectedly and requested another chance. After learning all this information, including Justin Hammer's, Amber and I were lovers. The investigators decided to look into Brandon's ex-wife more closely. Amber informed police that Brandon left on a motorcycle following the argument. However, his family claimed that it was broken. The question arose as to whether the breakage was not severe. Why would Brandon take the motorcycle to Oklahoma rather than repair it at home? Amber never mentioned that Brandon was fixing it. She also claimed she went to the doctor after Brandon left to deal with a hammer. Despite this, the police discovered no evidence that she was in any of the city's medical facilities on that particular day. All of this implied Amber had no alibi. Amber later revealed to detectives that she had asked a friend to babysit her son on the day Brandon died. When her friend arrived around 3 p.m., Amber and Brandon left the house together. They drove into Brandon's pickup truck, which was carrying a motorcycle in the back. Amber forgot her phone at home and didn't return until 8 hours later. However, when she arrived, neither Brandon nor his motorcycle were in the truck. After accessing Amber's phone, investigators discovered a message sent just before she and Brandon left the house. Justin Hammer sent a text stating that the ink was ready. The investigators assumed it was a secret code, indicating that everything was prepared to deal with Brandon. After interviewing Amber's close friends, detectives discovered that she never wanted to reconcile with her ex-husband and always spoke negatively about him. She despised Brandon for having full custody of their son and for being a square. Soon, authorities discovered physical evidence that contradicted Amber's story. The forensic handwriting analysis revealed that the note was discovered in a Hammer safe. Amber wrote the list of items needed for body disposal, and when the police gained access to the local hardware store's CCTV cameras, they discovered that the crime had been planned and prepared in advance. The footage taken the day before Brandon's death shows Hammer purchasing buckets and other items from Amber's list. However, while awaiting trial, Hammer insisted he had no accomplice and had acted in self-defense. He was doing everything he could to keep Amber safe, as she was still free. The man claimed that the items on Amber's list were necessary to repair the house, not to dispose of the body. Furthermore, Hammer explained why he used two different weapons, stating that he held a shotgun in one hand and a pistol in the other. To say that investigators found this statement strange is an understatement. Many expected the trial to last several weeks. The jurors deliberated for approximately an hour and a half before recommending a life sentence without parole. We're very pleased with the decision. We think it was appropriate. Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Austin says it's justice for Brandon Durant's family. We also believe that the sentence of life without parole is entirely appropriate. I am overjoyed that the jury determined Cindy was Durant's mother. I'm sure it was difficult, but this is what I've been hoping for 2 years. Justin Hammer received a life sentence without the possibility of parole in October 2014. Amber was arrested 2 months later and charged with first-degree murder of her ex-husband, desecrating his remains, and conspiracy to commit a felony. Amber pleaded not guilty, hoping to be released on bail. "I've been fighting for 32 months to bring my son home with me." Andrews spoke as she sat in the courtroom, handcuffed and dressed in a light purple inmate suit. "My son has been at home for exactly 1 month, and she asked if there was anything I could do to stay with him until the trial." Norman is in town to oversee a jury trial, as ordered by District Judge Jeff Virgin. He agreed to the state's request to deny Andrews a bond amount. Given the nature of the allegations, this court believes bond should be denied at this time. Virgin stated that it took more than 2 years before the trial began in the spring of 2017. Amber pleaded not guilty, and her lawyers claimed that the defendant was not at the crime scene. Prosecutors Christy Miller and Jennifer Austin claimed that Andrews was the only person with a motive to kill Brandon Duran. According to Miller, Amber was the crime organizer who lured Brandon to her lover's house and air hammer shot him 3 times with a pistol, and Amber fired the final shot with a shotgun. Miller informed the jury that all witness statements and evidence presented at the trial point to Amber's direct involvement in this crime. She was the only person who wanted him gone. Amber Andrews is the only person with motives. She was the only one who could understand why he was gone. Miller stated that she did not only want him dead, but also for him to disappear. She had the motivation, and Hammer had the place to do it. They believed they had the perfect plan. Miller told jurors that the motive was to push the Duran out of the way so Andrews could regain custody of their young son, despite the fact that she was absent from home for 8 hours on the day of Brandon's death, and there was no evidence to back up her alibi. The prosecutor stated that Amber assisted Hammer in disposing of the body and cleaning the house. While unable to fulfill her parental responsibilities, she did not want to give her son to a man she despised. And since she couldn't obtain custody of the child through the courts, she decided to kill Brandon. However, the defense attorney, Jay Mendros, claimed that the prosecutor's office had provided no evidence of Amber's involvement in the case. "There is no evidence," Mandro told the jurors. "That is what you do when you don't have any." They disparage her character. "The state has a conspiracy theory, but there is no evidence to support it. She isn't a cold-blooded killer. She did not plan the murder. Justin did this because he feared losing Amber." Jay Mendros described it as a perfect recipe for disaster, with Duran traveling to Oklahoma to reunite with Andrews, while Hammer, who had been dating Andrews for a year, was concerned about losing her to Duran. The defense attorney made the following statements: Justin Hammer had every reason to kill Brandon Duran. It was a love triangle, or a case of being torn between lovers. There is no black and white here. She switched back and forth with both men. They twisted and turned every statement in here to make them appear sinister. They're attempting to imprison someone on suspicion of innuendo. In this country, people are not convicted based solely on suspicions. This does not make her a conspirator or a murderer. Justin Hammer confessed to the murder. He claimed to have done it all by himself. That demonstrates that jurors returned guilty verdicts after more than 4 hours of closing arguments in a Garvin County District courtroom. They recommended that Amber Andrews, 35, be sentenced to life in prison. Sentencing was scheduled for June 12, 2017. Amber arrived at the court hearing in a good mood. Cindy, Brandon's mother, approached the witness stand in tears, expressing how her son's death had affected her and her grandson Brando. "You and your minions have taken away every dream I've ever had," he said, placing a photo of Duran next to the stand. "Brandon only wanted his family, and you murdered him for it. I'll never see that smile that lights up the room before Brandon even walks in. He won't have the chance to teach Brando how to snowboard. You ensured this by murdering him. If you genuinely cared about Brando, you would not have murdered his father. You must work for what you want, not kill for it. You wanted it and would do anything to destroy it." She said this while pausing and staring up at Andrews, shaking her head up and down. "That is the devil's work," she said, adding that Andrews has done unspeakable things to her as Iran's mother. Before the judge's decision, defense attorney Jay Mendros issued another statement. The defense continues to maintain that there is no evidence linking her to the murder. Metros informed the judge, "There is no evidence that she was involved in the murder. I would request that the judge disregard the jury's verdict. We asked you to overturn the jury's decision and restart this case." J. Mendros contended that the state's case lacked evidence and relied on jurors' emotions to secure a guilty verdict. They used guessing and speculation to convince her to go to prison. There is no evidence that the state was solely concerned with shock value. Amber Andrews received a life sentence without parole for the first-degree murder of Brandon Duran. She was also sentenced to 7 years for desecrating the remains and an additional 10 years for conspiring to commit a felony. Justin Hammer is currently serving time at the Oklahoma State Penitentiary in McAlester, Oklahoma, while Amber Andrews is still incarcerated at the Mabel Bassett Correctional Center in McLeod, Oklahoma. Since August 7, 2012. Brando is currently in a foster home after being taken into custody by the Oklahoma Department of Human Services. After fighting the court system in January, he was allowed to return to San Diego and live with his grandmother. However, it was not a victory yet. Cindy had to wait 5 years before she was granted full custody of Brando. Following the trial, she and her relatives told him the truth about the verdict and his mother. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. An 18-year-old Alaskan woman went missing from the coffee shop where she worked. Strange messages began to arrive from her phone, but the police and FBI were unable to find a single lead. They were able to uncover the truth after conducting a thorough investigation, but none of them could have predicted that they were dealing with one of history's most heinous crimes. Samantha Koenig was born on August 30, 1993, in Anchorage, Alaska, the state's largest population center known for its quiet, measured lifestyle, harsh climate, and vast expanses of snow-capped mountains. The girl adored animals and intended to pursue a career in the field after school. Her other option was to pursue a medical career. Samantha even considered joining the Navy as a nurse. In her free time, she worked part-time at a Subway restaurant and a Harley-Davidson dealership. When she was 18, she took on a part-time job at a small chain coffee shop downtown. Samantha was thrilled about the opportunity. First and foremost, the job was simple enough. Second, she had to work alone on her shift, so the entire process depended solely on her. Her boyfriend, on the other hand, was not as enthusiastic and was concerned about Samantha having to work through the night alone. He tried to talk her out of it, but eventually agreed to support her decision on the condition that he pick her up after each shift. She assured him that the coffee shop was equipped with cameras and even had a panic button to call the police, despite the fact that it was in the middle of nowhere. It was a relatively deserted area. The city, like most of Anchorage, has a low population density, which means that even in the downtown area, there are empty streets. Samantha also had to work a lot during the hours of darkness because daylight hours in Alaska are limited during the winter. Samantha fell in love with the job and quickly mastered it. She'd been working there for a month by early February, and on the first of the month she was getting ready to finish her shift at 8 p.m., as usual. A customer arrived 5 minutes before the coffee shop closed and ordered a large Americano. Samantha prepared the drink and handed it through the window to the customer. He grabbed the glass and immediately pointed his gun at the young woman. An unidentified man in a ski mask threatened to rob her and demanded that the lights in the coffee shop be turned off. Samantha complied, and the intruder broke in through the window. A surveillance camera captured the entire incident, but those silent witnesses could not help her. She didn't press the panic button because she was afraid of the armed robber. Once inside the coffee shop, the perpetrator tied Samantha up and inquired as to where her car was parked. The young woman responded that she did not have one, and that her boyfriend would be there any minute to pick her up. The man then led her outside and toward his car. Samantha managed to escape and run while he looked around, but the perpetrator quickly caught up with her and grabbed her. Unfortunately, no one was on the street at the time, so she couldn't get help. The man stated that if she attempted to flee again, he would kill her. He then led the young woman across the street to his pickup truck and seated her in the passenger seat. The perpetrator had obviously planned ahead of time, as the license plates had been removed from the car. As he drove her to an unknown location, the man stated that all he wanted was a ransom from her family, and Samantha could then return home. He continued to hide his face behind a ski mask the entire time. The young woman begged him to let her go. explaining that her family did not have much money, but the kidnapper refused. At one point, he asked Samantha where her phone was. The young woman responded that she had left it at the coffee shop, which enraged the perpetrator. He needed the phone for his ransom plan, so he returned to the coffee shop, took the smartphone, and sent 2 messages to Samantha's boss and boyfriend. In them, the kidnapper stated on the young woman's behalf that she was tired and planned to leave town with friends for a few days. Samantha spent the entire time in his pickup truck. After texting, the kidnapper removed the phone's battery and resumed driving. He drove the young woman to an undisclosed location that resembled a barn and instructed her to sit quietly. The man threatened to kill her if she tried to scream. He also mentioned that he had a police scanner and that if she managed to call for assistance, he would know right away. The perpetrator demanded Samantha's credit card, but the situation was not so simple. The young woman stated that she shared a bank account with her boyfriend, and the card was in his possession. The man decided to steal it after learning the boyfriend's address and PIN number. He left the tied-up Samantha alone and went to retrieve the card. The young woman informed him that it was always in the guy's car. Once there, the perpetrator recognized the correct car and began breaking it open. The guy saw it from the window and rushed outside, but he was too late. The kidnapper took out the card and fled. On the way back, he stopped at an ATM to check the PIN number before returning to Samantha's house. Meanwhile, the young woman's family and boyfriend were panicked. The guy didn't believe she wrote the message, and everyone knew something had gone wrong with Samantha. However, at the time, none of them connected the credit card theft to the young woman's disappearance. The guy didn't think the events were connected in any way. Samantha's family contacted the police by nightfall, and the search began. Of course, the first thing they did was look through the coffee shop's camera footage, which revealed her abduction. The FBI soon became involved, but they were unable to find any serious leads. The perpetrator had clearly planned carefully for the kidnapping. Not a single detail that could help identify him was captured on camera. Meanwhile, the young woman's relatives, with the assistance of concerned citizens, raised the $41,000 they had promised for information on Samantha's whereabouts. The parents were constantly interviewed by local TV stations, pleading for any information about their daughter's whereabouts. Flyers featuring Samantha's photo and information about the reward circulated throughout Anchorage, but the police never received a single valuable witness. As the days passed, detectives, desperate for answers, began checking on everyone Samantha knew, including her boyfriend and relatives. However, they quickly realized that none of them had anything to do with the kidnapping. Nearly a month has passed. On February 24th, Samantha's boyfriend received a new message from her phone number that read, "Connor Parkside under Albert's picture. Isn't she cute?" Investigators quickly realized it was about the local Connor's dog park and, along with the young woman's relatives, went there. After a while, they realized what the kidnapper meant. There was a booth in the park with various flyers, one of which featured a photo of a dead dog named Albert. The owners had placed this flyer on the stand to say goodbye to their pet, but the detectives discovered a plastic bag beneath it. When they opened it, they discovered a Polaroid photo of Samantha in the background, along with a February 13th newspaper and a typewritten letter in which the kidnapper demanded that $30,000 be deposited into Samantha's bank account. He threatened to kill the young woman if these terms were not met. The police and FBI quickly devised a plan to apprehend this thoughtful criminal. They instructed the young woman's father to top up the card in installments, forcing the kidnapper to visit ATMs on multiple occasions. He did exactly that. The man first deposited $5,000, and a few hours later, that money was withdrawn from an Anchorage ATM. The kidnapper was caught on camera, but detectives were unsuccessful. The man wore a hat, a hood, glasses, and what appeared to be a fake beard and mustache. It was impossible to identify him from the photo. The police quickly arrived at the ATM, but the perpetrator had already fled. A week later, the thief withdrew more money from Wilcox, Arizona, on the other side of the country. He traveled 6,000 miles to evade investigators, but they continued to track his movements. The next cash withdrawal took place in Lordsburg, New Mexico, only an hour away from Arizona. He then made 2 more withdrawals in different cities across Texas. Meanwhile, police carefully examined ATM photographs. They quickly realized the criminal had made a huge mistake. Wilcox had left his car in the camera's line of sight, so the detectives now knew the model of his vehicle. Of course, it was impossible to see the license plates in such a photo, but they now had something to work with. Investigators were concerned that the kidnapper might cross the border into Mexico, so all patrols were instructed to stop white Ford Focuses. A few days later, on March 13th, a Texas Highway Patrol officer observed a vehicle of that make in a hotel parking lot. A man sat behind the wheel. The officer decided to wait for him to pull out before following him. Soon, the man drove out of the parking lot and onto the highway. As soon as the driver exceeded the 3-mile speed limit, the patrolman ordered him to pull over at the curb. This was done to make the suspect less vigilant. If a dangerous criminal is behind the wheel, he may be armed and prepared to fight until the end. So the patrolman pretended that the reason for the stop was a minor offense. The driver of the white Ford was identified as Israel Keys, 34, of Anchorage. The police officer was immediately alerted and decided to search his vehicle, calling for backup in the process. Samantha's cell phone and her boyfriend's bank card were discovered in the car. They also discovered a gun, a false mustache, a beard, and dark glasses. Police had no doubt that he was responsible for Samantha's kidnapping, but they were still surprised because Keys had never come to their attention. The man had a completely clean criminal record. He lived with his girlfriend and 10-year-old daughter while running his small construction business successfully. He was respected and trusted by his acquaintances. Even some members of the Anchorage prosecutor's office utilized his repair and construction services. However, one question preoccupied everyone: where was Samantha Koenig? Keys remained extremely calm during questioning. He joked and laughed a lot. The FBI agents continued the conversation in his manner, and after a while he admitted to what he had done. He explained that he had been planning to rob this coffee shop for several days. He wasn't sure if he'd kidnapped the employee. Furthermore, he had devised 2 rules that he himself violated: never look for victims near his own house and never transport them in his vehicle. All of this made him hesitant as he stood in front of Samantha in a dark coffee shop, but he decided to see it through to the end. On the night of the kidnapping, he drove her to the shed in his backyard, where his daughter and girlfriend were present. The perpetrator turned on the radio in case his victim screamed, then left to retrieve the bank card. When he returned, Israel entered the house quietly, hoping not to wake his family, poured himself a glass of wine, and went into the barn. He abused Samantha and eventually killed her. But what about the photograph they discovered in the park? Samantha appeared to be alive in the February 13th issue of the newspaper, which was published 2 weeks after her kidnapping. But she had been dead all along. The photo was not manipulated. Keys raised her eyelids and applied makeup to her face. According to a detective who attended the interrogation, Israel described the murder with as much ease as if he were listing the foods he had for breakfast. The perpetrator agreed to tell everything under the condition that the confession portion of the interrogation not be published. He did not want his daughter to hear everything. In doing so, he murdered Samantha just a few dozen yards from her bedroom. The detectives thought Key's story was about to end, but that was only the beginning. The morning after the murder, Israel and his family took a sea cruise from New Orleans. Tickets had been purchased in advance, and the perpetrator was fully aware that he was committing this murder just hours before departure. As a result, he had to leave the body somewhere so that no one would find it. Keys did the simple thing of leaving it in the same barn. The body quickly froze due to the cold outside temperature. When Keys returned home 2 weeks later, he took a picture with a newspaper and typed a ransom note. He then dismembered the body and traveled to a small lake 40 minutes outside of Anchorage. He cut holes in the ice with a chainsaw and placed bags of body parts and additional weights inside. Following all of that, the maniac went winter fishing. It took police divers 10 hours to retrieve the bags from the bottom. Detectives also discovered that Keys used the same white Ford Focus rental car for his trips between ATMs across the states. He experienced a malfunction and went to one of the dealerships to have the car repaired. Surprisingly, that woman played an important role in catching the perpetrator. The car was captured on an ATM camera prior to the breakdown, and the police were all looking for that specific model. The dealership gave him the same white Focus because they didn't have any other suitable vehicles at the time. If the situation had been different, he would not have been stopped. Finally, during questioning, Keys confirmed what the investigators had suspected: Samantha was not his first victim. The perpetrator had agreed to tell them about all of his crimes in exchange for 2 conditions. First, he demanded a death sentence that would be carried out within a year of its pronouncement. Second, he requested that everything he said be kept private from the press. These conditions surprised the detectives, but they saw no reason to object, and the maniac began telling them horror stories. Israel began committing crimes from an early age. He'd break into people's homes, steal, start fires in the woods, and torture animals. His parents were strong believers, but they practiced a controversial and unpopular branch of Christianity. They moved around the country on a regular basis because his parents' religious preferences were constantly changing. At the age of 20, Keyes joined the army and served for 3 years. He had molested a random young woman he had seen in an Oregon park a few months prior. When questioned, Israel stated that he wanted to leave the army as soon as possible so that he could begin killing. After quitting at the age of 23, he began his killing spree. He established weapons caches in the woods so that he could return at any time and begin looking for victims. Police discovered 2 such caches in Anchorage and New York. Inside, there was money, knives, a gun, and body disposal supplies. Over the next few years, he went hunting in various states, but the exact number of his victims is unknown. The FBI has only identified 5 of them, but detectives believe Keyes committed at least 11 murders, and these are just the cases in which numerous factors point to his involvement. The total number of murders could be up to 30. Furthermore, Israel had been robbing banks, stores, and private residences, so he always had enough money to purchase weapons and travel. He had significant cash reserves in his hiding places, which were discovered after interrogation. Despite this, the man had only ever come to the police's attention once. Throughout the interrogations, he denied any involvement, but detectives did not believe him. On March 3, 1996, a 12-year-old girl named Julie Harris went missing. Israel Keyes, then 16, lived in the same neighborhood. Police suspected him after a witness discovered Julie near Keyes shortly before she vanished. It wasn't until a year later that the girl's remains were discovered in the river, and her murderer was never found. During interrogations following Samantha's murder, Keyes denied any involvement, but investigators were still hesitant to believe him. They did not, however, possess any direct evidence. In a conversation with FBI agents, Israel admitted to studying serial killers since he was a child. His idol was Ted Bundy, and the maniac aspired to be like him. He had no remorse for his victims and proudly described how he managed to live 2 completely different lives. On the one hand, he was a decent family man and businessman. On the other, he was a barbaric murderer. The only indication of emotion was Keyes' request that the detectives keep the details of his crimes from his daughter. He also stated that he had never killed any children or anyone he knew, citing his own daughter as an example. The FBI agents did not believe this, but they were unable to demonstrate otherwise. They were all forced to admit that Israel was a highly intelligent maniac who had committed only one error in his entire string of crimes. The investigators hoped that he would confess to all of his atrocities, but this did not happen. 9 months after being arrested, Keyes committed suicide in his cell. Despite hundreds of hours of interrogation by FBI agents, he withheld much information. 11 drawings of skulls were discovered under the bed in his cell. It's possible that each one represented a victim. The images of these drawings were not published until 2020. Thus, Israel Keyes can be classified as one of the most violent and elaborate maniacs. He maintained an impeccable reputation despite committing dozens of different crimes and always getting away with it. If he hadn't left his car in the camera's view, he might not have been caught. Investigators were certain that if he had, he would have continued to kill. Keyes stated that he saw killing as his life's purpose and intended to continue hunting people until he was caught. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story occurred in the Scottish city of Glasgow in 2015. Karen Buckley, 24, went to a nightclub with her friends on April 11th, 2015, and has never returned home. Karen was born in 1991 in Cork, Ireland, to John and Marion Buckley. Her family had 4 children, and she was the youngest and only daughter. Karen graduated from St. Mary's Secondary School in Mallow where she was described as a kind and caring individual who was always eager to help others. Her desire to help others played a significant role in her career choice. Karen enrolled in the University of Limerick's nursing program after finishing secondary school. Her interest in occupational therapy led her to Glasgow, Scotland, where she enrolled in Caledonian University's master's program. Karen arrived in Glasgow in January 2015 and shared an apartment with 3 other female students who were also newcomers. On April 11, 2015, she and her flatmates visited a nightclub about 2 kilometers from their home. They arrived at approximately 11:45 p.m. and had a good time. Around 1 a.m., Karen informed her friends that she was going to the restroom and we'd be back shortly. She took her leave, leaving her jacket on the table where the group was seated. Her friends continued to have fun while she was away. They eventually realized Karen had been gone for a while and should have returned by then. But she didn't. Her friends looked for Karen in the club, but she was nowhere to be found. Attempts to contact her by phone also failed. Karen's friends suspected she had gone home. Although it was odd that she didn't tell anyone and left her jacket behind, when they got home, the friends realized their assumptions were incorrect. Karen wasn't present either. Karen's friends' only thought at the time was that she could meet someone at the club and leave with them. With this thought, the girls went to bed. When Karen's neighbors awoke around noon, they were surprised to discover that she had not returned home. Attempts to call her again produced no results. Karen did not respond to social media messages or log into any of them. Karen's friends had only known her for a few months, but they knew her behavior was out of character. They did not invent another version to reassure themselves, but instead went to the police and reported her disappearance, as well as informing the Buckley family of what had happened. The Scottish police deserve credit for launching an immediate search for Karen. Her disappearance was covered in the media and on television. Karen's parents asked anyone with information about their daughter's whereabouts to contact the police. Meanwhile, detectives obtained footage from cameras at the club where Karen was last seen. While reviewing them, police discovered that she had communicated with an unknown man 36 hours after her disappearance on April 13th. The man's identity was established, and he was brought in for questioning. Alexander Pacteau was 21 years old. He admitted that he did meet Karen that night and that they had returned to his apartment on Dorchester Avenue, which was about 3 kilometers from the club. He also revealed that they had been intimate with one another. Karen left around 4 a.m., despite his offer to stay until the morning. Alexander also stated that during their intimacy, Karen hit her head on the corner of the bed, causing a wound and leaving marks on the sheets. The police had a mixed reaction to this information. On the one hand, Pacteau appeared to want to be candid. On the other hand, he appeared to be anticipating the events and attempting to explain what the police might discover if they searched his apartment. On the same day, April 13th, a man called the police to say he had found a woman's purse. Upon investigation, it turned out that he had discovered it in the park near Alexander Pacteau's home, and it was Karen's purse. It held her phone and documents. This discovery gave those versions of events more credibility. Something may have happened to Karen after she left his apartment. Meanwhile, the search for Karen remained active. Hundreds of police officers searched parks, forests, bodies of water, and abandoned buildings for any clues that could aid the investigation. At this point, Alexander Pacteau was the only suspect in the eyes of the police. He was the last person to see Karen. Investigators did not reveal any details about their suspect and kept his name a secret. However, 2 days after Karen's disappearance, police searched his apartment and the surrounding area. Journalists learned about it. Reporters from one of the newspapers speak with other residents of the building. Alexander Pacteau's name has since become public knowledge. This is important, but we will return to it later. So the police obtained a search warrant for Pacteau's apartment. The first thing they noticed when they walked in was the strong bleach odor. They also noticed that his mattress did not fit the size of the bed. Small, dark red spots were discovered on the bed, and in the bathroom samples were sent for testing. The apartment also contained a toolbox and an abundance of cleaning supplies. A police dog was trained to look for body signals near Pacteau's car. while awaiting a search warrant for the vehicle. Detectives discovered that Alexander Pacteau had taken his car to a salon for cleaning the day before, but the service was reportedly of poor quality. During the search, the same small, dark red spots were discovered on the interior of the passenger door, and samples were sent to the laboratory. Karen's death became increasingly likely with each new discovery, but the search for her continued. As previously stated, journalists were able to obtain the suspect's name, and the following day, a photograph of Alexander Pacteau appeared on the front page of one of the newspapers. Surprisingly, this step by the press proved beneficial to the investigation. A man who saw Pacteau's photo in the newspaper contacted the police and provided some interesting information. He explained that he had previously worked with Alexander and was aware that he rents a warehouse on a farm outside Glasgow. The farm's address is approximately 9 kilometers from Pacteau's apartment. Any leads were valuable, and the information gathered was investigated. The farm's owner confirmed that Pacteau rents a storage space from him for £10 per week. This is the location in the storage area. Inside, they discovered a 200-liter drum containing Karen's body, which had been dissolved in caustic soda. Caustic soda is an extremely reactive alkaline substance that can dissolve organic compounds. They also discovered a bonfire containing remnants of a mattress that Pacteau had attempted to burn. On the same day, April 15th, he was arrested as a suspect in Karen Barkley's case, despite the fact that he was aware of the substantial evidence against him. Pacteau confessed to being the one who killed Karen. However, he claimed that he did it in self-defense, citing the evidence discovered by the police and the suspect's testimony. An approximate timeline of events was created for the days Pacteau murdered Karen and attempted to cover his tracks. Karen left the club around 1 a.m. on April 11th, but the reason for her departure was unknown. Her friends claimed there was no argument between them, and Karen stated that she would go to the bathroom and return. Even if we assume she decided to go home for some reason, it remains unclear why she left her jacket behind. Officers investigating the case examined a total of 1,900 hours of surveillance camera footage. In one of the recordings, Karen was seen crossing paths with Pacteau after leaving the club. After a brief conversation, they walked together toward his car. It is believed that he offered to drive Karen to her apartment, but when they got in the car, he attacked her. Pacteau died in his car after striking Karen 14 times with a large wrench. The dark red stains discovered in the car, as well as those in the bathroom and on Pacteau's bed, were dry drops of Karen's blood. After disposing of the girl, he began to plan his next move. First, he disposed of Karen's purse, which was later discovered and turned over to police. He arrived home around 2 a.m. What he did next astounded the detectives greatly. He took the body from the car to his apartment. At 8 o'clock in the morning, he used his phone to search the internet for information about caustic soda. He then went to a shopping center, and at 9:42 he purchased 6 liters of caustic soda, a respirator, and gloves. He thought 6 liters wasn't enough, so on his way home, he stopped at another store and purchased more caustic soda. When he returned to his apartment, he placed Karen's body in the bathtub and attempted to dispose of it. Pacteau did not live alone. His apartment neighbor was expected to return home around 8 p.m. He realized he wouldn't have enough time to finish his plan. He removed the body from the bathtub, wrapped it in a blanket, and hid it in his bedroom. The next day is April 13th. He threw a wrench into the Clyde River, and divers discovered it. After that, he went to a shopping center about 1.5 miles from home and asked a consultant for assistance. He requested a recommendation for a product that could remove blood stains from mattresses. He also purchased 2 padlocks. On the same day, he took Karen's mattress, bedding, and clothes to a farm and burned everything along the way. He went home and bought a 2-liter barrel to store the body in. Around 2 p.m., he took the barrel to a rented warehouse, poured in the remaining caustic soda, secured the gate with the 2 padlocks he purchased, and returned home. At 6 p.m., the police arrived at his home and took him in for questioning. You know what happened next? Pacteau confessed to his guilt, but his motive was unclear. He claimed he killed Karen in self-defense after an argument broke out in the car. However, investigators did not believe this version, which appeared to be an attempt to justify his actions. Police assumed Pacteau was attempting to cover up another crime by killing Karen and then disposing of her body. However, due to the extent of decomposition, experts were unable to determine whether Karen had been subjected to violence before her death. Alexander Pacteau was found guilty in September 2015 and sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 23 years. He apologized to the Buckley family via his lawyer, claiming remorse. Pacteau told his defense attorney that he was too intoxicated on the night of the incident to remember anything while he was taking care of himself. It's worth noting that if he hadn't pleaded guilty, he would have been eligible for parole after 25 years, not 23. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A first-year student went out dancing with her friends and disappeared. Without a trace, several days later her car was found abandoned under a bridge. The police started an investigation, which eventually became one of the most high-profile and iconic cases in the entire state, although they did eventually uncover the truth. The case continues to haunt detectives to this day. 42 years later, Gina Renee Hall was born on August 24, 1961. In the American state of Virginia, she had an older sister named Vienna and loving parents. However, tragic events followed her in childhood. When she was 2 years old, she and her mother were involved in a serious car accident. As a result, Gina was seriously injured and suffered third-degree burns. She had to undergo a long course of treatment, but it was impossible to completely get rid of the burns. Her mother blamed herself for the accident, and over time things only got worse. The woman developed serious psychological problems, which eventually led to her leaving the family. Gina and her sister struggled to deal with this event, but their father did an excellent job of raising the children. Later, he remarried, and the girls gained his stepmother after finishing high school. Gina decided to attend a local college to become a nurse, but after the first semester she thought about changing schools. Her older sister was studying at Radford University, and Gina transferred there. This university offered more in-depth education in her chosen field, and was generally more prestigious. In addition, the young women could spend a lot of time together as they had been very close since childhood. Diana rented an apartment near the university, and Gina moved in with her from the first months of her studies. Gina had a group of friends with whom she spent a lot of free time. She was thrilled with the university and especially happy to be living with her sister again. Diana was finishing her final year at the time, while Gina was only in her first year during the summer break of 1980. Both young women decided to stay at the university and attend additional classes. Gina also wanted to spend more time with her sister before she graduated on June 28th. Gina took her last exam to finish her first year and decided to celebrate. She planned to go dancing at a club with her friends and sister, but Diana decided to stay home at the last minute. Gina was upset about it, but still went to the club with her friends around 10 p.m. She took Diana's Chevrolet Monte Carlo and drove to a nearby city where the club was located at 1 a.m. Diana woke up from a call on the home phone. It was Gina, and from her voice, her sister seemed slightly concerned about something. The young woman said that she was at a lake house with a guy named Steph, and she soon hung up. Diana thought it was strange at 18. Gina had never been involved with boys throughout her life. The young woman had complexes due to burns covering a significant part of her body, so she always avoided relationships with the opposite sex. Diana thought her sister had gone there with other friends and did not attach much importance to it. The young woman woke up at around 6 a.m. and immediately went to her sister's room, but she was not there. The car was also missing from their parking spot. Diana began to worry seriously, because Gina should have already returned home at around 7:30 a.m. An old friend of Gina's came to their apartment. He served in the army and returned home for a few days to see his friends and family. A few days before this, he and Gina agreed to meet this morning. Diana became even more worried. Her sister was an irresponsible and punctual person, and she could not imagine her setting up a meeting with someone close and not showing up. Diana called several of Gina's friends with whom she was that evening, but none of them saw the girl after the club. Then, with this young man from the army, they decided that Gina could have had an accident or someone kidnapped her. They got in the car and drove to the lake, inspecting the surrounding areas around the roads for the Chevrolet Monte Carlo. This task was complicated by the fact that they did not even roughly know which house Gina was in that night. After driving for several hours on different routes, they returned home, and Diana decided to contact the police as usual. In those days, the police were in no hurry to accept reports of a missing person. Gina was 18, so the operator advised waiting until the next day to file a report. In the evening, Diana also called her father and reported her sister missing. The man arrived the next morning, and they again turned to the police. This time, the report was accepted, but they still did not rush to conduct the full-scale search. The police still thought that the young woman had just gone out and no danger threatened her. Then Diana, her father, and some of Gina's friends decided to go on their own search again. This time they were met with an alarming discovery. Driving near the bridge on the edge of Radford, they saw Diana's car next to the railway viaduct. The trunk was open, and the doors were unlocked. The first thing Diana noticed was that the driver's seat was pushed all the way back, which seemed very strange to her. Gina was just over 150 centimeters tall, and she always had to move the driver's seat as close to the steering wheel as possible. Physically, Gina wouldn't be able to drive with the seat pushed all the way back, which led everyone to a very alarming thought: someone else must have been behind the wheel. In addition, inside the car, relatives noticed several broken handles, and a red mark resembling blood was visible on the trunk lid. They reported their findings to the police, and detectives examined the car more thoroughly. Hairs were found inside that matched Gina's hair color and length near the location of the car. They also found one of Gina's shoes and a blue towel. In 1980, DNA analysis was not yet practiced, so the police could not determine whose blood was on the trunk door. Despite this, the detectives finally started to properly investigate the case because they believed that Gina was dead. However, at the same time, a mass shooting occurred nearby, and most of the police were transferred to that case. As a result, a simple road patrolman with no experience in such matters was appointed as the lead detective. Soon after the car was found, another interesting fact emerged. It turned out that two different police officers saw the car while driving by. The first noticed that around 5 a.m. on the night of Gina's disappearance, despite the car being parked with an open trunk, he did not suspect anything and thought the car belonged to a fisherman. They really liked to park in that spot because it was close to the riverbank. The second police officer drove by a few hours later. He did not approach the car, but only ran its plates over the radio. Hearing that the car was not in the system as stolen, the officer left. The lead detective spoke with Diana and learned that Gina called her at 1 a.m. and said she was at a house by the lake. At the time, they did not know which exact house she was referring to or whose staff was there, for the officers went there and knocked on every door. Unfortunately, this did not yield any results. Most of the houses were only used on weekends, and the residents of the others did not see Gina. Meanwhile, divers began inspecting the river next to where Gina's car was found. It looked as though an unknown person had killed Gina, brought her to the river, and dumped her in the water. However, the divers encountered strong currents and almost zero visibility underwater, leading them to speculate that if Gina's body was thrown into the water more than a day ago, it could have been carried far away. Meanwhile, Gina's father and sister held on to hope that she would be found alive. They didn't rely solely on the police and went to the local radio station to report her disappearance, hoping that someone in the community might have information or be a witness. The detectives focused on finding that Stephen, who was with Gina in the house by the lake, he planned to question all of her friends who were at the club, but before he could do so, Stephen himself called the police station and showed up for questioning. He turned out to be 28-year-old Stephen Epperly. Stephen explained that Bill, one of Gina's friends and a member of their group, invited him to the club that evening. They danced and had a good time, and then Stephen suggested going to Bill's parents' house by the lake. Bill's parents were away for a few weeks and asked their son to look after the house. Gina agreed, and they drove to the house in her car. Stephen drove, and after arriving at the house, Gina called her sister. Then she and Stephen went swimming in the lake. When they returned to the house, Stephen tried to kiss her, but Gina refused, saying that she wasn't ready because they had only met a few hours earlier. They spent more time in the house before leaving at around 4 a.m. Gina drove Stephen to his house and then went home. When Stephen heard about Gina's disappearance on the radio, he decided to go to the police station and tell them about that night. The detective asked Stephen to show him the house by the lake, and they went there together. On the way, the detective tried to get as much information as possible from Stephen about that evening to understand what might have happened to Gina. Stephen recalled that she had planned to meet an old friend who just returned from the army. That morning, he also remembered that shortly before they left the house, Bill and his girlfriend arrived. The four of them talked briefly before Stephen and Gina left. The detective also questioned Gina's other friends, who confirmed Stephen's story that she left the club with him after midnight. Bill told the detective that Steph approached him in this club and asked for the keys. Bill's friend warned him that Steph was planning to come to the house later with his girlfriend, and Steph left. However, something interesting happened next. The detectives asked Bill if he saw Gina when he arrived at the house, and Bill denied it. According to him, when he and his girlfriend arrived, Steph was standing in the laundry room, drying himself with a towel. He said that he and Gina would leave soon, and Bill and his girlfriend went to another room. The last thing they heard was the front door closing. None of them saw or heard Gina. The detective found this strange, as Steph had mentioned that Gina was talking to Bill and his girlfriend, but Bill denied it after checking Steph's criminal history. The detectives found nothing serious. There were only a few traffic fines, but when he asked his colleagues at the station if they were familiar with this name, several officers told him a number of troubling stories. Staff often got into fights in bars, and the police had to intervene regularly, but he was never charged in any of these cases. When Stephen was around 18 years old, the police visited his home several times because the young man attacked his younger sister and even his mother with his fists. In these cases, the family refused to press charges, so these incidents did not make it into his criminal record. But that's not all. The detective called several police stations located in other counties where Steph used to live. In one of them, he was told that once the guy broke into his ex-girlfriend's house and beat her and subjected her to violence, but the woman managed to escape. When her little child cried in the next room, Steph let the victim go to calm the child down. Instead, she ran out with the child to the police station. Despite all this, the young man somehow managed to avoid punishment. Sometime later, he deceitfully lured another young woman to his apartment, saying that they're going to a party with friends. Instead, when the young woman entered the room, he closed the door and subjected her to violence. The victim went to the police. But again, Steph somehow avoided punishment. With all this information in hand, the detectives began to suspect Steph. The police went to the house by the lake to conduct a search where they found several disturbing discoveries. When Bill spoke with the investigator, he said he did not notice anything strange in the house after Gina's disappearance, but as soon as the forensic team arrived, they found many troubling signs of a heinous crime. There was a large blood stain on the living room floor that had clearly been attempted to be cleaned. Blood stains were also found throughout the house, including on the refrigerator door, a dustpan, some shoes, and so on. In addition, the broken ankle bracelet Gina always wore was found in the house. Bill and his parents noticed the disappearance of several items from the house, including 2 blue towels, one of which the police found next to Gina's car, a bath mat, and a large number of paper towels. But the most interesting thing was that almost all of the cleaning supplies had disappeared from the house, which had previously been well stocked with them. The police found an empty bottle of bleach in the garbage container, along with long hair of the same color. As Gina's experts examined blood samples from the house, DNA analysis was still unavailable at that time, but they matched Gina's blood group. Learning all this, Bill shared additional information with investigators. He told them that he heard about Gina's disappearance on the radio and immediately thought that Steph might be involved. In addition to being with her that night, all their friends knew about his criminal tendencies and aggressive behavior. Bill went to Steph's workplace and started asking him about that evening. Steph insisted that he had nothing to do with the young woman's disappearance, but then something interesting happened when Bill asked him to contact the police. Steph agreed but asked his friend not to tell anyone that he was with Gina that night. He also wondered how many people saw him leave the club with her. Bill also told something else about that night. When Gina left the club with Steph, she looked confused, apparently thinking that all her friends were going to the house by the lake and was in disarray. The next day, Bill and his friends had a barbecue in that house. None of them knew about Gina's disappearance at that time. While they were sitting outside, Steph volunteered to make drinks for everyone and went into the house. He spent a lot of time in there, and when he finally returned, he explained that he couldn't find the bottle opener. The detective thought that in fact Steve had been trying to clean up the blood stains all this time since he hadn't been able to do it completely at night. Despite no direct evidence linking Steph to the crime, the detectives no longer doubted that he was the one behind the murder. According to his version, that evening at the club, He invited Gina to the lake and said that the other friends were also going there in the house. He tried to kiss her, but the young woman refused, and then the man attacked her, subjected her to violence, killed her, and hid the body somewhere in the house. After that, for several hours, he tried to clean the blood and erase the traces of the struggle. When Bill came to the house with his girlfriend, Steph waited until they went into the room and moved Gina's body to the trunk of her own car. Then he drove her to the river, threw her into the water, and left the car there. The man did not even think to move the driver's seat closer to the steering wheel as it was originally installed. The big problem remained in this story. Gina's body was still not found in those years. Courts rarely sentenced criminals if there was no victim's body. Lawyers could always insist that without a body, it was impossible to consider a person dead with 100% certainty, and there was always a slight chance that the person was actually alive. Investigators continued to search for additional evidence, and 2 weeks after Gina's disappearance, they decided to re-examine the place where her car was found. This time they brought more officers and it paid off. They found the young woman's clothing nearby covered in blood. Experts found several hairs on it, one of which matched Steph's hair. In addition, they found small particles of foreign fabric. After conducting a series of necessary analysis, they determined that these particles completely matched the carpet in the house by the lake. In addition to the clothes, they found a second towel missing from the house. However, the police admitted that all these things were thrown by the killer after the car was found, as this particular place had already been inspected that day. The detectives did not stop there. In an attempt to obtain more evidence, he contacted a dog handler, and he came with his search dog to the place where the car was found. Then something that shocked all the present officers happened. The dog took the trail and headed across the river on a bridge. Then it walked through the streets of Radford, almost circling the entire city, when suddenly the dog approached one of the houses, climbed down to the porch, and gave the signal to the dog handler. It was a house where Stephen Epperly and his relatives lived. Even the dog handler did not expect such a result. He did not know who Steph was or what he was suspected of. The detective had hoped at best that the dog would lead them to some additional evidence or a body, but in the end, the dog led them to the porch of a possible suspect. Later that day, Steph was called in for questioning with the use of a polygraph. He continued to deny his guilt, but the polygraph operator repeatedly detected that he was lying. After the questioning, the investigators told him that their trained dog had just led them to his home. Stephen covered his face with his hands and said something like, "What a good dog." However, without Gina's body, he still couldn't be charged with murder, and staff remained free. When the whole town learned about his previous crimes and the evidence against him in Gina's case, no one doubted his guilt. People came to his house and wrote threatening letters, and the man decided to move to a small town in Ohio. 5 days later, a 25-year-old woman disappeared not far from where Steph had settled, and a month later, her body was found in a cornfield. Local detectives knew that Stephen was suspected in Gina's murder, and he immediately became the prime suspect. However, his guilt could not be proven due to the lack of evidence. Bill continued to talk to staff and tell the police about their conversations. When Stephen found out that Bill had a good lawyer, he asked if he could represent him, and even more disturbingly, he asked Bill to ask him if the police could arrest him if that the chances of a guilty verdict in court were slim. But after the other young woman's murder, he decided to risk his career and arrested Stephen. He was charged with murder, and the case went to trial. The situation was complicated by the fact that an inexperienced prosecutor was assigned to the case who had only been in the position for 7 months. Others simply refused to participate in such a complex process where they had to prove a murder without a body. Surprisingly, the prosecutor did an excellent job. The trial lasted more than 3 months, and ultimately the jury found Stephen Epperly guilty of Gina's murder. The prosecutor presented all available evidence and was able to convince the jury that the victim was dead and the staff was the killer. As a result, he received a life sentence without the possibility of parole. This was not only the first conviction without a body in Virginia, but also the first time a court accepted a search dog's lead as evidence. Unfortunately, investigators were unable to prove Steph's involvement in the murder of another woman in Ohio. They also continued to search for Gina's body, but these efforts were halted in 1994. However, in 2016, 36 years after Gina's murder, a local resident came forward to the Radford police. He confessed that his family had been keeping a terrible secret all these years. In 1980, their grandfather, who lived on a farm outside of town, saw 2 men in a white van pulling a body out of a car near Field detectives thought this could be Gina and resumed their search. However, they were unable to find any remains, but the grandson's revelation led to new searches for Gina's remains. Her sister Diana played a big role in this, continuing to hope for closure. In 2019, she met a forensic anthropologist who invented a unique method for finding DNA underground. His tool detected the presence of any human biological material, and investigators used it in their search. After many months, it bore fruit. In 2020, they found Gina's remains in 8 different locations along the river and lake. These were mostly small pieces that would have been impossible to find without special equipment. Only in one case were they able to find a bone fragment that belonged to the young woman. As for Staff, he is still serving his sentence, despite numerous appeals and attempts to be released. Early investigators believe he may have had many more victims, but they have been unable to find the necessary evidence over the years. Their only comfort is that he has been isolated from society and has not harmed anyone else. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In April 2015, the small town of Leeton in New South Wales, Australia, came to a halt. Businesses closed, and the local high school suspended classes as the community mourned Stephanie Scott and offered condolences to her family. Stephanie's funeral was attended by over 1,000 people, and a public memorial was organized so that everyone could share in the community's grief. Many attendees wore Stephanie's favorite color, yellow, and released yellow balloons into the sky to represent the liberation of her spirits as they soared into the heavens. The gathering prayed for Stephanie's eternal rest, as well as for the comfort and healing of her loved ones. The song chosen for Stephanie and her fiancé Aaron's first wedding dance reminded everyone of the young couple's cruelly interrupted story, filling their hearts with sadness and sorrow. Stephanie Scott, only 26 years old, was friendly, intelligent, and always smiling. Since childhood, she was curious and active, taking part in school clubs and sports. As an adult, she followed in her father Robert's footsteps as a teacher, sharing his enthusiasm for education. She taught English and drama at Leeton High School and was very proud of her work. Stephanie and Aaron, who was slightly younger than her, had known each other since they were very young. They spent time together, shared interests, and participated in sports in their hometown. They were close friends until Aaron turned 21, when their relationship developed into romance. Stephanie, a perfectionist, had spent months meticulously planning every detail of their wedding, which was scheduled for April 11th, 2015. Almost everything was set, including the arrangements and a honeymoon in Tahiti. She recently had her bachelorette party. Their only remaining task was to rehearse their first dance, for which they had received numerous lessons. The first weekend of April served as a reminder that their long-awaited day was quickly approaching. Aaron invited Stephanie to a party out of town, but she declined to complete some remaining tasks, such as finalizing plans for her students while on her honeymoon. On Easter Sunday, April 5, 2015, Stephanie Scott went to her school in Leeton, New South Wales, around 11 a.m. to hand over some work to a deputy teacher. She parked her car on the street and walked to meet a co-worker who lives nearby. They entered the school after opening the gates together. Stephanie then locked the gates behind them and went to the English teacher's office, carrying keys. She sent an email to a bus company to confirm transportation arrangements for her wedding guests. After working for a few more hours, she was overjoyed that all of her tasks had been completed successfully. Stephanie exited the administrative building and walked toward the gates. Aaron, aware that Stephanie had left and would be gone for a few hours, became concerned as the evening progressed. He texted her the day before and received a prompt response. However, on April 5, he received no response from Stephanie. When Aaron returned home after 7 p.m., Stephanie was still missing, and her car was nowhere to be found on the street. Trying to control his anxiety, reasoned that Stephanie might be exhausted from the stress of the upcoming wedding and leaving her students for an extended period of time, and she needed some alone time. However, such complete silence was unusual for her. Despite the excitement of wedding planning, Stephanie had been enjoying every minute, eagerly sharing details about her gown and the wedding menu. She did not appear nervous or depressed, but rather excited and prepared for her big day. as his concern grew and sleep eluded him. Aaron texted Stephanie again in the morning before calling her family. It had been more than a day since Stephanie's disappearance, so Aaron went to the Leeton police station to report his missing fiancée. After inspecting the area and noting Stephanie's car's disappearance, the police speculated that she may have left the school and been involved in an accident or become stuck in a ditch or creek. Helicopters were dispatched to search the area. Due to Easter Sunday and the small number of students at Stephanie Leeton High School, ground police went straight to the school's last known location. There were few witnesses, complicating the police investigation while also eliminating hundreds of potential suspects. A check of the school's alarm system in Stephanie's classroom revealed that she had deactivated at 1:30 and then reactivated it at 1:38 p.m. This provided the police with the exact time Stephanie was nearby, but it was the only information they could obtain. Detectives attempted to track Stephanie's phone, but it was turned off. Her last bank account and social media activity occurred on Saturday, April 4. By April 7, local news broadcasts had begun to cover the story, and hundreds of people in the small community were eager for any information about Stephanie. However, Stephanie's behavior was completely out of character. And as the wedding approached, hope faded. Stephanie's mother, Maryland, stated that if her daughter was not found within the next few hours, it was likely that something bad had happened. A reporter from a local newspaper in Leeton reported that the police had resumed their search of the school. They spent the majority of the day using digital mapping technology to examine the school grounds, specifically marking the room where Stephanie worked on the day she vanished. A witness near Leeton High School on Easter Sunday reported hearing strange noises around 2 p.m., such as rustling and dragging something on the ground. He noticed Stephanie's car under a covered walkway, but didn't think much of it at the time. Later, her car vanished. Another eyewitness, a school employee, told detectives about an unusual conversation he had with one of the school's cleaners the morning after Stephanie vanished. Amid the rumors and anxiety surrounding the missing girl, the witness asked the cleaner when he last saw Stephanie, and he said he didn't see her on the day she vanished. When asked if he thought Stephanie had run away due to wedding stress, the man laughed strangely and nervously, which the witness found unsettling. Additionally, the witness noticed scratches on the cleaner's face. The police decided to question him for more information. Vincent Stanford was 24 years old. Detectives spoke briefly with Vincent, who explained that he stopped by the school to empty the garbage cans. He wasn't scheduled to work that day. He said he was only there for a short time because he needed to buy groceries. Vincent claimed he hadn't seen Stephanie at the time and couldn't help but wish them luck in their search. He added that he left school after 3 p.m. to go to the store where he always shopped. The police contacted the store Vincent claimed to have visited, only to discover it was closed on the specified date. This implied that Vincent had reasons to lie about the store, making him a suspect in the investigation. Investigators decided to conduct another thorough interrogation of Vincent, so they went to his home, where he lived with his mother. When they arrived, Vincent was not home. His mother allowed the police to search the house, and they discovered a set of keys on a red and white cord that matched Stephanie Scott's keys. While the police were collecting evidence, Vincent arrived in his car. He was immediately detained and his car was seized. In the back seat, they found several MF panels that appeared to be stained with blood. Police also noticed tire tracks in front of the house that did not match Vincent's vehicle. In addition, a used condom was discovered on the ground with its wrapper inside the bedroom. They asked Vincent where he was that day, pointing to a camera in the front passenger seat. He said he was taking photographs. When the police turned on the camera and asked for permission to view it, Vincent shrugged and agreed. The first image they saw was a photograph of a burned woman's body lying in a wooded area. Vincent tried to explain it away as shots from a movie he had filmed because he thought they were funny. However, the police discovered that these were actual crime scene photos featuring Stephanie as the victim, Vincent Stanford. The cleaner at Leeton High School was arrested immediately. His seized phone and laptop contained numerous photos of young girls, both from Leeton High School and from the internet. In addition to photos of women, he clearly stalked. This painted a negative picture of his behavior. Although Stephanie's body had not yet been discovered, Vincent was charged with her murder on April 9. News of his arrest spread quickly. Vincent Stanford, 24, was detained in connection with Stephanie Scott's disappearance and presumed murder. During this time, a search team discovered Stephanie's car abandoned in a remote area 8 kilometers away from where she was last seen. However, her body was still missing, so the search continued. Detectives worked to determine where the photographs of the body were taken. On April 17, 5 days after Stephanie was last seen, another witness came forward. He reported seeing a car near a canal around 4 p.m. on Easter Sunday. Before driving away, a man got out of the car and threw what appeared to be a laptop into the water. Police quickly recovered the laptop from the canal bed, confirming it belonged to Stephanie. Meanwhile, divers continued their search for the slain schoolteacher's body in the New South Wales River. During a live broadcast, reporter Natalie Cooper discussed the ongoing search for Stephanie's body. The 26-year-old teacher's body was still missing. Police searched fields and vineyards near where her red Mazda was found earlier this week. Police divers also investigated a canal in the area. While retrieving a laptop thought to be Stephanie's, Cooper mentioned a shrine near the site that many people had visited earlier that morning. Regardless of whether they knew Stephanie personally, the entire community was deeply saddened. Her family and fiancé had visited the shrine the night before, lighting candles in prayer and comforting one another in their grief. The reporter also stated that police were desperately looking for sightings of a white vehicle believed to be owned by Vincent Stanford, the suspect in Stephanie Scott's murder. Witnesses were urged to call the police immediately. Meanwhile, Vincent in custody approached the police and requested to speak with them. He provided the detectives with all relevant information, including the location of Stephanie's body. According to Vincent, on the day of the incident, Stephanie was in the upstairs teacher's room, working on a computer with the door to her office open. Vincent was cleaning garbage cans with a pressure vacuum and needed to transport some cans upstairs. When he realized Stephanie, Vincent had told the detectives that he had a sudden urge to kill her, he went home to get his special kit, which included handcuffs, Viagra, a knife, and cleaning supplies. He also Googled information about bride violence en route, and when he returned, Stephanie was packing to leave. As she walked past him, she looked into his eyes and smiled, wishing him a happy Easter. Vincent abruptly grabbed her and dragged her into a storeroom. Detectives reminded him of the scratches on his face they discovered during their first encounter and inquired about their origin. Some of the scratches were from Stephanie's microphone, while others were from her nails as she defended herself while he attempted to kill her. Vincent described how he grabbed Stephanie from behind, covering her mouth with his right hand while encircling her waist with his left. Before taking her to the storeroom, he shut the door and violently threw her to the ground, striking her from left to right. After assaulting Stephanie, Vincent used the knife to kill her. He felt compelled to do this, admitting to harboring many brutal thoughts and schemes, as well as having killed others in the past. He speculated about having some psychological issues, emphasizing that he had no hatred for his victims and simply enjoyed killing. Vincent then remembered having a hunger pang and decided to go home for a sandwich and coffee. Stephanie was left lying alone on the storeroom floor. He went to his car. After eating, he returned to school, placed Stephanie's body in the trunk of her car, and drove her to his house, parking on the street. Vincent drove Stephanie's car to a national park on Easter Monday, carrying her body. He pulled her body from the trunk and stripped it on the ground. He noticed numerous bruises and abrasions on Stephanie's face, including swelling on the right side and a bruise beneath her eye. He then decided to cover the body with branches and fill it with gasoline. He started the fire with a match and then discarded it nearby. Vincent stayed briefly to photograph Stephanie's body with his camera, then waited 5 minutes to ensure the fire was properly lit before leaving. He abandoned Stephanie's car on a remote country road and walked back into town. In response to detectives' questions about Stephanie Vincent's brutal treatment, she continued to deny such actions, even though the officers knew it was false. As a result, he was charged with aggravated bodily harm and physical injury to a woman. Investigators wanted to know why the photograph showed this. The woman wore only a bra. Vincent explained that he usually removes almost everything, leaving only the bra. He wasn't sure why he did this, possibly for a souvenir. He admitted to taking Stephanie's bra, along with her earrings and wedding ring. Vincent claimed he couldn't remember when he took them from the woman and likely threw them away with other items. In fact, Vincent had taken Stephanie's wedding and graduation rings and sent them to his twin brother Marcus, who lived in Adelaide. Mark sold Stephanie's rings and earrings at a jewelry store before destroying her driver's license after photographing it. A 24-year-old man was arrested at his home in the Adelaide Hills around 7 a.m., and neighbors were shocked to see the next chapter in a murder case that has captivated the nation unfold right on their doorstep. It was shocking and upsetting for their small neighborhood and commute. Marcus Vincent's identical twin worked on a flower farm. His colleagues described him as quiet and reserved, rarely interacting with them outside of work. Marcus Stanford did not have a lawyer during the trial, and when the judge asked why he should not be sent to Leeton, he replied with a strong Dutch accent that he had never been there and did not need to go. However, the next morning, he was escorted to Sydney by police and remains in custody. Stephanie's family was further devastated when the police announced a second arrest in Stephanie's case, Vincent's twin brother Marcus. Finally, the search for Stephanie has come to an end. In fact, while Vincent was still giving his confession, the police had already found Stephanie's body. A woman's burned body was discovered in a national park 60 miles from Leeton Middle School on the day before her wedding. Stephanie died as a result of being brutally beaten on the head with 40 blows, according to an in-depth investigation. She had also been stabbed in the neck before her body was discarded and set on fire. Photographs discovered on Vincent's phone were conclusively identified as Stephanie. Vincent Stanford's guilt was undeniable, and both he and his brother Marcus were put on trial in court. Events occurred unexpectedly. Initially, Vincent denied his guilt, making the proceedings uncertain. However, based on the presented evidence and police work, it was determined that the case could result in a conviction. Psychological tests revealed that Vincent was suspected of being a serial killer, posing a threat. He showed no emotion or sympathy and was merciless and indifferent, frequently laughing and not taking the situation seriously. Several troubling aspects of his biography came to light. Vincent Stanford was born in Australia, but the family relocated to the Netherlands when he was 3 years old. They eventually returned to New South Wales. He had a dream about murder when he was 7 years old. At the age of 12, he nearly strangled his teacher. His classmates labeled him a psychopath, and due to issues with violence and disobedience, he was sent to a behavior modification school. He claimed he couldn't adapt to society and was eventually admitted to a psychiatric facility where he was diagnosed with autism and oppositional defiant disorder. Vincent told the police that after being released, he attempted to attend university and join the army, but was turned down in both cases. As a result, he worked at several different places before landing a position as a cleaner at Leeton Middle School. His initial contract was for 5 weeks but was later extended. While working in the school, he frequently hid in the women's restroom during student lunch breaks to observe them. Detectives discovered on Vincent's phone that he stalked schoolgirls and other women working in nearby shops before murdering Stephanie. His phone contained approximately 2,000 photos of a single young girl. He also kept a diary about her, following her home several times and noting when she left, hoping to figure out who else was inside. A single entry was read, "She is home alone at 15:40, which gives her enough time to abduct." He initially targeted this young girl, but when his plan failed because she left town, he turned his attention to Stephanie, a school employee. A thorough examination of Vincent's car revealed that stains on EDF panels confirmed the presence of Stephanie's DNA. During a search of the Stanford home, investigators discovered traces of Stephanie's blood on a knife, several condom pockets, and her bra after she admitted to selling Stephanie's rings, destroying evidence and assisting Vincent in concealing facts. Marcus, Vincent's twin brother, was sentenced to 15 months in prison. The judge noted that Marcus's sentence did not include the possibility of early parole because such a practice does not exist. Marcus was sentenced to 1 year and 3 months in prison for his role in Stephanie Scott's murder. The sentence was set to end on September 9, 2016. If Marcus had not pleaded guilty, he would have been sentenced to 1 year and 8 months in prison. Marcus was released in October of 2016. More than 60 people signed a petition calling for an appeal of the court's decision in the Marcus Stanford case, which they described as pathetic. Marcus briefly returned to Leeton with his mother following his release from prison. However, the local community made it clear that his presence was unwelcome, and his current location is unknown. Marcus has apologized for his actions since his release, claiming he will not cause any more trouble and admitting that his actions were completely foolish. He regrets being unable to change the past. Marcus wishes to have no contact with his brother Vincent and does not intend to have any twins. Father Steve has expressed confusion and fear about Vincent's crimes and has no desire to communicate with him. He rejects the idea of meeting Vincent and wants nothing to do with him. Steve stated that he does not understand why Vincent committed these crimes and, frankly, does not intend to seek an explanation. Vincent Stanford was sentenced to life in prison for murder and 15 years for sexual violence with aggravating circumstances on the day before Stephanie's 28th birthday. Both sentences became effective on April 8, 2015. During the trial, Stephanie's mother, Marilyn, stated that Vincent was unable to cope with his own life and thus killed Stephanie, depriving her of a happy future. They will never know the full extent of their daughter's pain, but knowing that she suffered is too much to bear. Thus, the family prefers to remain out of the public eye in order to mourn their beautiful daughter and overcome their grief in the future. Stephanie's relatives will not answer questions, participate in interviews, or watch television shows. The day after the trial, the family planned to commemorate Stephanie's two brief but extraordinary lives on her 28th birthday. This is the second birthday they've celebrated without her. Stephanie's mother invited everyone to a tea party at 3 p.m., which included mint cookies. The Scott family also advocated for stricter screening and evaluation of school staff in order to avoid similar incidents in the future and reduce risks to students like Stephanie Scott. Tragically, more than a year after Stephanie's death, her father, Robert, was killed in a bizarre accident when a tree fell on him. This ultimately led to his death. He was buried near where his daughter was interred. After losing Stephanie, Aaron moved to Europe in the hopes of healing the pain associated with New South Wales. 5 years after losing his beloved, Aaron found new love and announced his engagement to Samantha. Stephanie Scott's tragic story left a lasting impression on the Leeton community. She will never be forgotten, and her life has been documented in books. Stephanie's family hopes that people will remember her for all of her remarkable qualities, including her love of teaching, helping, and mentoring others. They believe Stephanie exemplified all of the good qualities of a human being and had a significant impact on many lives. In her memory, her loved ones encourage everyone to be kind to themselves and to do good in the world. Stephanie Scott's story has left an indelible impression on everyone, inspiring them to live lives of service to others. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman disappeared from her apartment, which she rented with her sister. The police couldn't find a single clue, and the case went cold for decades. It wasn't until 53 years later that they were able to uncover the gruesome truth, and it happened in a very unusual way. Pamela Dorrington was born on November 23, 1948, in the small American town of Helena, Montana. She grew up in a close-knit family and had many friends. Her acquaintances noted that the girl from an early age was responsible and could always come to their aid. Pamela also loved animals, and her parents bought her a black Labrador. She did well in the local school, and in high school, she was passionate about learning the Russian language. After high school, the young woman took a job as a surgical nurse at St. Peter's Hospital in her hometown. Although her parents' home was relatively close to work, Pamela sought to establish an independent life. For this reason, she moved out of her parents' house and moved into a rented apartment. With her cousin Mary, who worked at the same hospital, the young women rented a 2-bedroom apartment on the second floor of an apartment complex. Early in the morning on February 17, 1968, Mary went to work at the hospital. Pamela was still asleep since she had to go out for the evening shift that day. The Labrador also slept in her room. A few hours after Mary left for work, Pamela's father drove by their apartment complex near the building. He noticed his daughter's Labrador running around without a leash the week before. The dog had broken loose and run away from its owner, and Pamela had to pick it up from the local shelter, so what he saw didn't surprise the man. He knocked on the door of their apartment, but there was no answer. Thinking his daughter had gone to work, he took the dog and left at 3 p.m. Pamela was supposed to go to work, but she never showed up at the hospital. Her cousin tried to call the home phone at their apartment, but there was no answer. When she got home, Pamela wasn't there, and Mary and her parents began to get seriously worried. Pamela was a very responsible person and would never miss her shift without a good reason, especially without notifying management. Besides, If the young woman was going somewhere, she would certainly tell her parents and sister. Another cause for concern was the fact that Pamela's car was parked in the parking lot of the apartment complex. This fact also made it less likely that the young woman had gone somewhere on foot all day. The relatives waited until the next morning and contacted the police. They took a missing persons report but were in no hurry to start a search. Pamela was 19 years old, and investigators did not rule out that she left home of her own free will. After inspecting her apartment, detectives found no signs of forced entry or a struggle. Everything looked routine. They asked her sister to look through Pamela's things and tell her if everything was there. Mary noticed that her coat, terry cloth, robe, purse, and winter boots were missing from their apartment 2 days after Pamela's disappearance. Police organized a search operation within a 30-kilometer radius of her home. They searched fields, forests, and bodies of water while volunteers and the young woman's relatives handed out flyers on the city streets. A patrolman interviewed Pamela's neighbors, co-workers, and acquaintances. None of them had seen the young woman the day she disappeared and had no idea where she might have gone. Her supervisor at the hospital said Pamela was supposed to pick up a check for $200 that day but never showed up. This further indicated that the young woman was unlikely to have run off somewhere, leaving behind the money she had earned in the first days of the search. The police interviewed more than 100 people who had anything to do with Pamela. Some of them were interrogated by polygraph, but it yielded no results. Investigators were also unable to find any evidence that the young woman might have left town with no leads in their hands. The police concentrated all their efforts on the search operation. They expanded the area to about 50 kilometers around the city and brought in additional forces because many parts of the area were not easily accessible to pedestrians and cars. The search involved many officers on horseback. Speaking to reporters, the sheriff said that this was the most effective as a person on horseback could see better and an animal could smell a dead body and demonstrate this behavior. The search continued for a month but was inconclusive, and eventually the sheriff decided to suspend the search operation. Since then, the case has essentially come to a standstill as the detectives have had no leads on their hands. In April, 2 months after Pamela disappeared, something unusual happened. A patrolman in Great Falls, a town about 140 kilometers from Helena, stopped a car for speeding. He issued a warning to the woman behind the wheel and let her go. Later, as he was writing the report at the station, his colleagues noticed one odd thing. The driver's license the woman showed the officer was issued in the name of Pamela Dorrington. The Helena detectives asked for a description of the woman's appearance, and from what he said, it looked very much like she was the one behind the wheel. This news gave new hope to the relatives of the missing young woman, except that investigators never managed to find the car and its driver. On June 13th of that year, nearly 4 months after Pamela's disappearance, the sheriff's office received a call from a national park ranger just a few miles from Helena. Helena was walking near the docks of the lake and noticed a human body in the water. Police officers arrived on the scene and extracted a human torso about waist and knee from the water. It was turned over to experts, who proceeded to examine it and determined that it belonged to a woman about 17 to 23 years old. Detectives almost immediately made the assumption that the deceased was Pamela Dorrington. Along with it, they found several items of clothing that were similar to items from Pamela's closet. They showed them to her sister and parents, and they confirmed that Pamela did have something similar. Medical examiners found several stab wounds on it and signs that the young woman had been abused, but the torso alone could not be identified. All of this was before DNA testing was available. The only thing the experts could surmise was the approximate time the body had been in the water. In their opinion, it could have been there for about 4 months, which coincided with the time of Pamela's disappearance and the weeks that followed. Investigators, along with divers, searched the lake and the adjacent Missouri River, trying to find missing body parts, but it was inconclusive. Despite failing to identify the deceased, the sheriff told reporters that the body was very likely Pamela's, so police were no longer investigating a missing person but a murder. However, this discovery did not bring them any closer to the perpetrator himself, as there were still no leads. Since then, there has been no progress in the case. Police told reporters and Pamela's family that they'd had several suspects, but it was impossible to determine their involvement without any evidence. A year after the murder, the sheriff contacted a psychologist in Detroit who specialized in particularly violent crimes. From the information available, he concluded that the perpetrator was a psychopath with twisted desires, which was the motive for the murder. Given this, it is unlikely that he could have stopped at one murder, and detectives should expect more similar episodes. At the same time, the expert suggested that this man was capable of easily hiding his true face and leading an ordinary lifestyle. The man gave the psychologist the names of his suspects and asked him to assess which of them could commit such a crime, but the expert could not draw such conclusions without additional evidence. Pamela was not buried until 7 years after the murder on June 14, 1975. In all that time, investigators never found her other remains, nor did they come any closer to catching the perpetrator. Nevertheless, they continued to consider all sorts of possibilities once the detectives even turned to clairvoyance, but the result was quite expected. 15 years after the 1983 murder, something interesting happened. The landlord of the apartment Pamela and Mary had rented was found guilty of murdering his wife. In 1968, a man named Brooke Atlas lived on the first floor directly below their apartment. He had been on the list of possible suspects since the early days, but a complete lack of evidence prevented any conclusions about his involvement. He later married and moved into a private home with his wife. In 1983, their home burned down and experts were quick to determine that it was arson. Moreover, the body of Ellis's wife was found in the house, but the cause of her death was not fire. The pathologist determined that she had been killed by strangulation. Investigators assumed that the man decided to get rid of his wife and house because of financial problems shortly before he declared bankruptcy, and the loss of his insured home could have resulted in a hefty payout from the insurance company. But instead, he received a life sentence for murder without parole and an additional 20 years for arson. Investigators in Pamela's case were interested in this episode. The man could have used a spare key, and over the months of living near the young woman, he may have well learned their work schedules. Detectives talked to Atlas, but he denied all allegations. Given that there was not a single piece of evidence against him, the cops had no choice but to accept it and hope that sooner or later new leads would emerge in the case. In the 38 years that followed, no progress was made. Pamela's parents passed away without learning the truth, and of her closest relatives, she had only a younger brother. He had given up hope of finding out what had happened to his sister. But in 2021, the case was given another chance. It was turned over to the Unsolved Homicide Squad, and the new detectives decided to reopen the investigation. Pamela's murder was not typical of such units. They usually reopened old cases where the perpetrator left his DNA behind. But because of the lack of analytical tools in those years, it was impossible to use that to catch the killer. In Pamela's case, there was no evidence at all, and the detectives could only hope for luck. They studied all the materials left by their predecessors, including a list of possible suspects. The man was 79 years old at the time and was still serving his sentence. Investigators realized that proving his guilt after 53 years would be very difficult, and the man was unlikely to live the sentencing. Not only could the trial drag on for years without a single piece of evidence, but no judge would even consider such a case, so the detectives decided to take a very unusual approach to the matter. They went to Atlas in prison and offered him a confession to Pamela's murder. In exchange, they guaranteed him that he would receive no additional punishment for it. Such moves on the part of law enforcement are quite rare, especially when it comes to a brutal murder. But in this particular case, they knew they had only two options: wait until they got their hands on some new evidence, which was highly unlikely, or get a confession, and given Alice's age, the second option could disappear at any moment. Besides, Pamela's only living close relative was her brother, who was also of advanced age. The detectives wanted him to know the truth and told him about the possibility of such a deal, and the man agreed. The investigators brought their offer to Atlas and waited to their surprise. The perpetrator said he was ready to confess, but the detectives were in no hurry to confess. They needed to make sure that the man was really involved in the murder, rather than taking the blame for someone else's crime. They spent many hours questioning him about the details of the murder. Atlas confessing that he had planned Pamela's murder in advance. After waiting for her sister to go to work, he went up to their apartment and rang the bell. When Pamela opened the door, he told her there was a leak in one of the pipes in her apartment and urgent repairs needed to be made. Pamela let the man in without a shadow of a doubt once. In the apartment, he attacked her and strangled her, then took her body back to his apartment and abused her. This was the main motive for what he did. Atlas then placed her in a barrel and took her to the warehouse of the small airport where he worked as a flight instructor that very day. A few hours after the murder, the man was quietly conducting a few lessons with his students. The barrel stood in the warehouse for several days, after which Atlas took it to the banks of the Missouri River, separated the body, and dumped it in the water. In addition, the man told police several facts and were never divulged, so only the killer could know them. With all this information in hand, the detective said no doubt that Atlas was telling the truth. 53 years later, they finally succeeded in solving the case. Though they had to guarantee the murderer full immunity, remarkably, the murderer decided to accept the deal for a reason. He said that during his imprisonment he believed in God, began to feel remorse, and apologized to Pamela's relatives for what he had done. The Detroit psychologist's analysis turned out to be quite accurate. Atlas really seemed like a decent man for a long time. He had worked as a heavy equipment operator, then he began teaching flight lessons and started a family. Only after the murder of his wife did his true nature become clear. The victim's brother thanked the investigators for bringing the case to an end. The man understood that a conviction and an additional life sentence for Atlas wouldn't have changed anything, and thanks to the detectives, the case was over. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll talk about a story that happened in Toronto, Canada. On Saturday, November 25th, 2017, Tess Rishi, 22, did not return home after meeting with a school friend. Her family filed a missing persons report, but the young woman was not found by police officers. Tess Rishi was born on November 30th, 1994, the youngest of 5 girls. Rishi grew up in North Bay before moving to Toronto at the age of 19. According to one of her sisters, Verena Rishi, Tess enjoyed her life, her dogs, and her family. Tess installed surf tables throughout the city. But her dream was to work as a flight attendant and travel the world. She was taking steps to accomplish just that. She had completed the flight attendant course at Seneca College in North Toronto and was also looking for work at one of Toronto's major hotels. Unfortunately, Tess was unable to find a suitable job. Her family provided financial support for her and never refused her requests for assistance. Some Canadian sources also claim that when Tess was unable to find work at an airline or hotel, she began learning Italian and searching for au pair jobs in Italy on the internet. Tess also ran her own YouTube channel. The last video she posted there was on February 23, 2014, nearly 4 years before the events we'll be discussing today. Tess discussed her experiences and the challenges she faced in a YouTube video, saying, "I guess what I'm trying to do with this video is tell my story. Because I knew I would be searching everywhere while going through this, I could try to find somewhere where someone would understand and be able to relate to what I was going through. But I never found that my boyfriend decided it was okay to strike me, whether it was a strike, a punch, a hair pull, or whatever. And as he told his friends, he just threw a purse at me, and I'm like, even that's embarrassing. I heard no, which is very sad. And it makes me very sad because we were up in his bedroom, and that's when he struck me. I'm trying to justify I have no idea what it is, it's just that I've never been beat so badly or imagined, perhaps so badly, so hard every day." Unfortunately, Tess' personal life problems resurfaced a few years after she recorded this video. That fall, heartache ruined her life. Tess's emotional breakup with her boyfriend Julian occurred on November 23, 2017. The next day, she turned to her older sister, Rachel, who is 8 years her senior. They were close. On November 24th, Rachel said, "She was my soulmate." Tess spent the majority of the day at Rachel's home in Toronto. They discussed their breakup, went shopping, and visited a dog park. Rachel prepared some meals that evening. She had to persuade her sister to eat, as she had lost her appetite due to stress. Despite this, Tess made plans for the night, intending to meet an old school friend named Riley Simard, who, like Rishi Simard, was from North Bay. She moved to Toronto during the summer of 2017. The two had not seen each other in years, but now that they lived in the same city, they began to talk again. Simard suggested they go to Cruise and Tango's, a popular drag bar in the Church and Wellesley area. Rachel's partner called Rishi an Uber so she could meet Simard downtown. Rishi remembered seeing her sister run down the front path to the Uber. That fleeting glimpse was the last time she saw her alive. Rishi arrived at Cruise and Tango's around midnight. Samard wasn't there yet. The club was packed with people. Tess texted her sister to let her know she arrived safely. It was commonplace. Rishi's phone was her second best friend. Her sister stated that the next morning, Rishi sent her younger sister a text message that she did not expect to receive immediately because Tess had been out the night before. By 6:30 p.m. Rachel had still not heard from her. Soon after, she realized that none of her texts had reached Tess. Rachel attempted to call, but all of the calls went directly to voicemail. Her mother, Christine Hermiston, also attempted to contact Tess, but her phone was turned off. Christine received a message stating that Tess had ordered an Uber at 4:02 a.m. However, she soon canceled it. Tess entered her mother's credit card information when she signed up for Uber. Christine received a message every time her daughter took a taxi. Tess was always in touch with her family, so when her phone did not turn on during the day, they became concerned that something had happened to her. She kept her phone with her at all times. Rachel asked her partner to check her sister's Scarborough apartment. At the same time, she began contacting her friends. It was approximately 9 p.m. On Saturday, Tess was still missing. Her family had a bad feeling about everything, so Rachel began calling hospitals and the police by the evening the next day. The police had no information for Tess and his family. Several officers tried to locate Tess Rishi, but no one had seen or heard from her in the previous 2 days. Tess' mother, Christine, and one of her sisters drove from North Bay to Toronto on Monday to help with the search. They were putting up and handing out flyers with Tess' picture in the hopes that someone would see her. The family did everything within their power. Unfortunately, the police did not show their best side when investigating Tess' disappearance. But we'll talk about it later. At the same time, Tess's friend Riley, with whom she had visited the bar, returned home safely that night. When they asked Riley where Tess had gone, she said she and Tess had drunk so much that bar security asked them to leave. They left the bar shortly after 2 a.m. and went to Wellesley Street to eat something. On the way there, they met a guy who eventually joined them. Riley couldn't recall his name. On Wellesley Street, they requested hot dogs. Tess requested a vegetarian hot dog, which resulted in a dispute with the seller. Tess thought they gave her a hot dog with meat. Riley admitted that her friend took mustard and sprayed it on the vendor cart, forcing her, Tess, and the other guy to flee to Donald Street. While there, they noticed a woman on the house porch and began talking to her. Her name was Michelle Teep. Their conversation lasted approximately 20 minutes. Tess informed Michelle that she had recently broken up with her boyfriend and expressed how difficult it was for her. Michelle attempted to support Tess. Furthermore, they exchanged phone numbers. Teep said Rishi appeared to be trying to have a good time. But when she looked into her eyes, she noticed sadness. The breakup with Julian seemed to be weighing her down. I assured her that everything would get better. And just hang in there. Teep spoke at 4 a.m. Riley got a text from her boyfriend asking her to come home. She said her goodbyes to Tess and walked towards Yonge Street before returning home. Tess was disappointed when Riley left her at 4:02 a.m. She requested an Uber. As a result, one can assume that after her friend left, Tess decided to return home, and the driver arrived at 4:14 a.m. But Tess wasn't present. Christine distributed flyers with Tess' picture in the area where she was last seen on Wednesday, November 29th, just 1 day before her 23rd birthday. Knowing Riley had parted ways with Tess on Dundonald St. Christine decided to investigate this area. She turned to Brazeau, a nurse at St. Michael's Hospital, whose daughters had been friends since elementary school in North Bay. They set out to find Rishi amidst a growing search and social media campaign to locate her. That's when Brazeau made an unsettling discovery. Looking down an outdoor stairwell in a construction site at 582 Church Street. In 2017, Brazeau immediately recognized Rishi's body lying on the concrete. This building was under construction and was partially fenced. It looked like this. I experienced complete shock, horror, and disbelief. I couldn't process or understand what I was seeing. Brazeau spoke through tears. I felt terrified. Dust from a nearby gravel pile lay like sand on her skin. Brazel let go of the staircase railing and walked backward down the gravel driveway to Church Street. Hermiston was further up the sidewalk at this point, unaware that her daughter's body was so close. Brazel began to call out to her. "Christine, come back here," she said. "There's a girl in the stairwell you must return." Hermiston turned and raced down the driveway, coming to a halt at the stairwell. After a few moments, she began screaming and begged God for help. Tess' death created a heartbreaking challenge for her entire family. They discovered her body 300 yards from the bar where she had spent time before disappearing, and only 20 yards from where her friend Riley last saw her. It raised many questions about the police's work. After all, her body was a few blocks away from the bar the entire time. However, after Christine discovered Tess's body, an anonymous police source provided the media with new information. Tess allegedly advertised her intimate services on the internet and worked at a strip club. The grieving mother claimed that Toronto police did not conduct a thorough search for Rishi because they assumed she was an escort. It was horrifying to read Hermiston's angry response to what police sources told the media after her body was discovered. She was not making a living from the sex trade. "It's an outright lie. They leaked that so it appeared she lived a high-risk life and was in a lane with someone, which was not their fault." Although Tess worked as a waitress at a strip club, she quit less than 2 weeks after being hired. The advertisement for intimate services was simply an account on a dating website. Even after they discovered Rishi's body, there was no explanation for what had happened to her. The police did not immediately suspect foul play. However, the homicide unit took over the case after an autopsy revealed that she died from neck compression. Furthermore, they discovered seminal fluid on the girl's clothing and saliva on her bra. After some tests, they discovered traces of male DNA. Thus, the police began looking for a suspect. Considering Riley's testimony, the detectives were attempting to determine the identity of the man the girls met that night. After all, he was the one Tess stayed with after Riley went home. The police turned to CCTV footage to learn more about what happened that night. This video shows Tess and Riley leaving the bar and heading to the hot dog vendor's cart. There were also CCTV cameras on the building near where Brazel discovered the body. After reviewing the recordings, the police noticed Tess and her new acquaintance walking hand in hand up the gravel driveway. According to the police, the camera captured Tess and an unknown man at 4:14 a.m. The following video, shot 46 minutes later, shows the man leaving the scene alone. Tess was never seen in the footage again. As a result, the police believed this man was the primary suspect in the Tess Rishi case. On December 10th, during a press conference, the Toronto Police Department released photos of this man taken with the assistance of a video surveillance system. They hoped somebody would recognize him. The photos taken with an ATM camera were of poor quality. Rishi found an ATM near the hot dog stand. The police discovered the man's identity that evening. Interestingly, after seeing the published images, the man called the police station himself. "I am the guy in the photo." He said Tess was with Kaylin Schlatter, 21, that night. Schlatter was 21 years old in the fall of 2017 and lived in North Toronto with his parents and younger brother. He had finished a year of postgraduate study as a car mechanic and worked for his father in Schlatter Construction. His parents and one of his lawyers went to the police station, where he spoke briefly with detectives before refusing to testify. His parents brought food and a bottle of water for him. They eventually provided the police with some crucial evidence while still at the station. Schlatter an empty water bottle into a trash can. The police quickly seized it and transported it to a forensic medical facility. It took some time. However, they eventually determined that the DNA sample on the bottle and the DNA samples extracted from seminal fluid and saliva found on Tess Rishi's body were from the same person. Police had planned an undercover operation to monitor Schlatter for several weeks, but the DNA results accelerated the investigation. Schlatter was arrested at approximately 11 p.m., dated February 4, 2018. After watching the Super Bowl with his family at Cineplex Cinemas Queensway in Etobicoke, he was taken to the 13th Division and placed in a holding cell at 3:19 a.m. On February 5th, 2 more men were placed in holding cells on either side of him. Schlatter had no idea they were both undercover cops and that he was about to give them a slew of evidence. The 3 men sat in separate nondescript holding cells that included a toilet, sink, and bed. Schlatter was placed in a cell between the 2 cops, with all 3 men facing the same wall. Even though they couldn't see each other, they talked for hours. Schlatter told these officers about his love of card games and his ability to seduce women. Despite his young age of 21, he claims to have slept with over 40 women. However, he did not state that he liked both men and women. As it turned out later, Schlatter did not encounter Tess and her friend Riley on the street. He was in the same bar as them. That's where he first saw them. This recording was made just before security asked Tess and Riley to leave the bar. Here's Riley, and here's Tess, along with Kalen Schlatter, who told undercover officers about Tess. He initially stated that she was still alive when he left, however. Schlatter later added that something may have occurred because alcohol clouded his mind. He believed he lacked the necessary abilities. The police charged Kalen Schlatter with Tess Rishi's murder, but he denied it. In June 2018, 2 police officers, Alan McCullough and Michael Jones, were charged with 2 counts of misconduct for neglect of duty under Ontario's Police Services Act. According to the notice of hearing, they allegedly did not conduct a thorough search of the adjoining property or immediate area, interview neighbors, or notify the supervisor. If they had followed protocol, Christine Hermiston claimed, they would have found her. She was lying just around the corner. Despite this, both officers remained with the police department, but Kalen Schlatter was penalized. During the 7-week trial in 2020, his defense attempted to prove his innocence by claiming that someone else could have approached the stairs where Tess was lying by climbing over the fence on the other side of the building and remaining invisible to the cameras. The lawyers even provided the name of another suspect. However, the police thoroughly investigated and interrogated this person and found no evidence linking him to Tess' death. The DNA evidence pointed to only one person. Kalen Schlatter was a slight man who spoke softly in court. He claimed to have a speech defect that causes him to slur his words and stutter, and he even attempted to explain the presence of his DNA on his belongings. He claimed she offered him a place to hide from prying eyes. Tess Rishi ordered an Uber at 4:02 a.m. The driver arrived at the pickup location at 4:14 a.m., but Tess wasn't present. Instead of allowing Rishi to meet her Uber driver, Schlatter approached her again. They sat on a bench at the corner of Church and Dundonald. Tess appeared to be upset after the argument, so I approached her to see if she was okay. Schlatter stated that Rishi had asked him to sit and talk. It is impossible to verify his account because there is no sound on any security footage from the area. Schlatter testified that Rishi was upset about her breakup, so he began discussing the end of one of his previous relationships to make her feel better. She listened carefully, he said, and even declined a phone call during their conversation. That was a lie. The police investigated Tess's mobile phone records and discovered that no one had called her during their conversation. Later, she asked if it was okay to kiss me. Schlatter suggested we stand up and give each other a hug and kiss. These words could not be confirmed either because no kisses were visible on the CCTV footage available to the police. According to Schlatter, Ricky asked him to accompany her to the driveway at 582 Church Street and descend into the property's outdoor stairwell. The prosecution considered Tess' words to be a lie because the Uber driver was waiting for her at the time. They suggested Schlatter offer to escort Tess to her car, but he had other plans. We'll never know what Kalen Schlatter told Tess Rishi as they walked up Church Street, convincing her to walk into the dark at 4 a.m. with a man she had recently met. Schlatter claimed he and Tess went down the stairs and began kissing. He wanted more, but Tess said they couldn't go any farther. According to Schlatter, they kissed for a long time, causing him to ejaculate into his pants. After that, he invited Tess to his house, but she declined and told him to leave, which he did. Schlatter insisted that Tess was alive when he left. It is important to note that all of the above was Schlatter's story, which the police were unable to verify. Only 2 people knew the truth about what had happened that night. One of them had already died. Riley, Tess's friend, and Michelle Teep testified for the prosecution during the trial. a woman with whom they spoke that night. They both recognized Kalen Schlatter, who spilled his guts to two undercover cops. He allegedly revealed sensitive information to a cellmate while they were detained at a Toronto detention center for approximately 2 months in 2018. Because of a publication ban, the man can only be referred to as IS. He has a criminal record dating back decades, including several breaks and domestic assaults. The informant stated that he initially felt sorry for Schlatter because he was a young man in jail for the first time. That's why I invited him to share his cell while we were in protective custody. However, over time he has grown to dislike his new cellmate. Schlatter would cry himself to sleep at night because he didn't want to do time and missed his mother, but he expressed no regret for Ricci's death. Aya spoke. He claimed Schlatter told him about his kiss with Ricci, and he lost control when she refused to go any further. He couldn't stop and strangled Tess with a scarf. In court, Schlatter flatly denied that such conversations took place. His lawyer described him as a manipulative, pathological liar. Putting aside all of the testimony and relying solely on physical evidence, one can conclude that Tess Ricci was strangled, with only one person's DNA found on her clothes: Kalen Schlatter. In her closing statement to the jury, defense lawyer Lydia Riva portrayed Schlatter as a harmless child and an innocent young man, as difficult as it may be to accept and as unsettling as it may be to believe that the criminal justice system can make mistakes. Riva claimed Mr. Schlatter was an easy target. He's easy to blame. Schlatter was found guilty by a jury on March 23, 2020, and the judge sentenced him to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. The trial was heartbreaking for Ricci's mother, sisters, and other supporters, who were left reeling and crying in court. While they finally have some of the answers they've been looking for, their lives will be forever changed. Evil not only took Tess that night, but it also sentenced her surviving family to a cruel and painful future, depriving the world of so much love and potential, according to Irina's sister Ricci. Tess was the heart of my family, and we will always be together. Tess Ricci's family sued Schlatter, the police, and others in June 2020, citing psychological trauma caused by Tess's death. Do I want to go into the house, hide, and let it go? Absolutely. But can I? Absolutely not. Christine Hermiston said, I can't because I can't get over the fact that they let her lay there for 4 days. She will never forget that image. Hermiston stated that she should not have had to travel from North Bay, Ontario, to Toronto to perform her police duties. Tess was the family's glue, and her death has torn them apart. Her mother mentioned that we had trouble looking at each other. We all feel like we failed Tess. We feel a great deal of guilt. And that is why we are still fighting for Tess. We will not let her down again. They are asking for a total of $20 million in damages, including punitive damages. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will talk about a story that happened in Pennsylvania in 2014. Jessica Paget, 33, left work to send a fax but never returned. Her family filed a missing person report. CCTV footage helped to solve this case. What happened to the woman was so shocking that the jury refused to watch the video evidence presented by the prosecutor during the trial. Jessica was born on December 15, 1980. The woman has lived her entire life in Pennsylvania. She was a very energetic and cheerful child, and her parents, Thomas and Danielle, divorced when she was still a child. Jessica's mother soon married another man, and she considered him her second father. After graduating from high school in 1998, she attended college to study preschool education. Jessica met Michael Paget during her college studies. They began dating and eventually lived together. During their 8-year relationship, the couple had 2 children. However, they decided to marry only in August 2014. Some sources also claimed that they had another child, Michael's son, from a previous relationship. Michael was a caring father and husband. However, as with any other family, the couple's relationship had its ups and downs. Nonetheless, Jessica was pleased with Michael. And then, 4 months after the wedding, she went missing. She spent 2 years working at a kindergarten in Northampton. She enjoyed this job because she loved children and knew how to quickly establish a common language with them. The children liked Jessica and enjoyed spending time with her. On November 21st, 2014, she took her older children to school before heading to work with her younger son. The latter led to the same kindergarten where Jessica worked. It was a normal day, with no signs of trouble. Jessica approached the administrator at lunchtime and requested permission to leave work for a short time in order to send a fax from her mother and stepfather's home in a rural area near Northampton. The administrator allowed her to leave. Jessica traveled by car, leaving her son in kindergarten. She was supposed to return within half an hour. However, an hour passed and Jessica did not return. Her co-workers became concerned and began calling her, but she did not respond. An hour later, the kindergarten administrator contacted Michael and asked if he knew where Jessica was, stating that she had left work for a while but never returned. Michael said he was at work and had no idea where his wife was. He also stated that he would try to contact her himself. Michael immediately began calling Jessica, but every call went to voicemail. It wasn't like Jessica, who never missed a call from her family. Michael decided to call his wife's mother, Danelle Bittner, who was in Florida, and see if Jessica had contacted her. But Danielle made no contact with her daughter that day. As a result, she became very concerned. She was also aware that not answering the phone was unusual for Jessica. Danielle told Michael to call her husband and Jessica's stepfather, Greg, and speak with him. But, as it turned out, Greg did not see or speak with Jessica that day. The relatives became increasingly worried with each passing minute. After hundreds of unsuccessful attempts to reach her daughter, Danielle went to the airport and purchased a ticket for the next flight to Pennsylvania. Michael called the police 4 hours after Jessica left work to report his wife missing. He stated that Jessica would never have abandoned the children voluntarily. As a result, he was concerned that she had suffered a terrible fate. The police immediately launched an investigation, sending Jessica's description to every station in the surrounding cities. Jessica was approximately 5 feet, 4 inches tall and weighed 130 pounds. She had brown hair, hazel eyes, and a tattoo of a footprint on her shoulder. The last time someone saw her, she was dressed in gray sweatpants and a black hoodie with the words duck, duck, goose on the front and staff on the back. They checked all local hospitals and morgues, but no one fit the description. Detectives were trying to figure out where the mother of 3 children might have gone. They questioned her co-workers, but everyone agreed that Jessica had no enemies. Both the children and their parents adored her. They also mentioned that Jessica seemed fine when she left work for lunch. They noticed nothing unusual about her behavior. 2 hours after Michael reported his wife missing, police were able to track Jessica's phone signal. According to the data collected, her phone was about a mile away from the kindergarten where she worked. This data was not completely accurate because there is always some error when determining a phone's location. Nonetheless, the police knew where the signal was coming from. It had already become dark outside when they began their search. In one of the parking lots, officers discovered a white Subaru Outback. It was Jessica's car. The car was empty and unlocked. Her purse contained documents and bank cards. The keys were in the ignition, and Jessica's phone was on the passenger seat, near her purse. There was no evidence of a crime in the car. At first glance, the police were required to answer several questions. Where's Jessica? What made her abandon her car and valuables so close to the kindergarten where she worked? The police required CCTV footage to answer these questions. The back wall of the store across the street was equipped with a CCTV camera. It captured the location where they discovered Jessica's car. The police entered the store and asked the manager to show them the recordings. While reviewing the footage, they noticed Jessica driving into the parking lot shortly after 1 p.m., getting out and standing at the driver's door for a while. After this, she left and never returned. The investigators couldn't figure out why Jessica left her documents, phone, and keys and vanished. Could she have gone into hiding voluntarily? Jessica left her car and walked between these 2 buildings to another parking lot. She then vanished, as there were no cameras present. The investigators watched the recording on a small OLED monitor in the store. As a result, they created a copy of the video to show at the station on a modern, large screen. The Northampton Police Department was small, so they had to enlist the assistance of the Pennsylvania State Police to organize the search. They distributed flyers featuring Jessica's image throughout Northampton and surrounding cities, as well as via the media and social networks. State police detectives began retracing the events that led up to Jessica's disappearance. The first thing they did was talk to the kindergarten staff once more. After learning that Jessica had left work to send a fax from her mother's house, the detectives went there to find answers to their questions. This house was about 4 miles from the kindergarten, so the journey took about 10 minutes. Upon arrival, the detectives spoke with Danielle and her husband Greg, who informed them that Jessica had the keys to the house and could come at any time. Danielle was in Florida on the day she went missing, and Greg was also away. Every sent fax is recorded in the device's usage history. However, Greg's fax machine turned out to be faulty, so it was unclear if Jessica was at her mother's house that day. Perhaps she chose to use another fax machine. However, this does not explain why she left her belongings in the car. Next, the detectives decided to speak with Jessica's husband, Michael. He claimed that on the day his wife vanished, he was the first to leave the house. A friend picked him up and they went to work together. They checked Michael's statement because it is common for a husband to be involved in his wife's disappearance or death. Meanwhile, they formed a search party. The media reported Jessica's disappearance and asked anyone with information to contact the police. 2 days have passed since the woman's disappearance, and the police have no new leads. To find out if Jessica had arrived at her mother's house, the detective began looking for surveillance cameras along the way. There was only one road that led to her mother's house. Next to this road, there was an Exxon gasoline station. It of course had security cameras. If Jessica was going where she said she was going, she should have been captured on this camera's recording. Watching the video, the detectives spotted Jessica's car. She drove there around 12:56 p.m. It was only a few minutes from the gas station to her mother's home. She had to drive back quickly because the fax machine was not working. I checked the recording to see if her car drove in the opposite direction. The officer noticed something strange. Just 14 minutes later, the car reappeared in the video. Her white car drove through the gas station at high speed, eventually leading the police to her car. And Jessica's driving style was unusual. She could have driven straight, but instead she turned towards the gas station and drove onto the other side of the road without stopping. She then drove to the city center and parked her car there. The only plausible explanation was that Jessica was in a hurry and there was a red traffic light at the intersection, so she drove through the gas station and ended up on another road with a green light. After that, she abandoned the car in the parking lot, where a police officer later discovered it. The investigators discovered something new while reviewing the footage of Jessica leaving her car. Jessica's height was 5 feet and 4 inches, and she weighed 130 pounds. However, the person who exited the car was significantly taller and heavier. The experts estimated Jessica's height to be between 5 feet and 11 inches and 6 feet and 3 inches based on the height of her car. When the police investigated the abandoned car, they discovered that the driver's seat was as close to the steering wheel as possible. This position would make sitting behind the wheel uncomfortable for anyone taller than 5 feet, 11 inches. However, the police discovered an explanation for this. After getting out of the car, the person bent down and, according to the detectives, moved the seat as close to the steering wheel as possible, attempting to give the police reason to believe Jessica was driving. But who was the tall person? Michael's height turned out to be about 6 feet. The police summoned the man for questioning. He stated that he was not involved in the disappearance of his wife, whom he said he cherished. He, like before, claimed to be at work when the kindergarten staff called him. Detectives interviewed Michael's co-workers and obtained a report on the geolocation of his phone on the day Jessica disappeared. He was not lying. Michael was at work when his wife disappeared, so he is not on this recording. It was the 4th day since Jessica's disappearance, and it's hard to imagine how stressed her children must have been. Their lives were not the same. The search continued but produced no results. The investigators were perplexed when they rewatched the video of someone getting out of Jessica's car. Once again, the officers discovered something new. A minute after the unknown person vanished behind the building, a white SUV, possibly a Ford, was left behind. Jessica's stepfather, Greg, matched the height description and drove the same vehicle. Greg was asked by the police to come to the station for a few questions. The man was stunned to learn that he had been named as a suspect in his stepdaughter's disappearance. He stated that he left his car for repair at one of the service centers, and that day, a neighbor brought him there to pick up his Ford. After that, he stopped at an Exxon gas station to eat something. The same gas station provided the police with the CCTV footage. Greg was unaware of this, though. After reviewing the video again, investigators noticed him driving past the Exxon gas station 2 minutes after leaving the parking lot. He didn't stop for lunch, and Greg lied. Could the man Jessica referred to as her father have been involved in her disappearance? After speaking with the man's neighbor, the detectives discovered she did not drive him to the car service. It meant that Greg's entire story was a lie. Putting all of the facts together, the investigators determined that Greg was home when Jessica arrived to send the fax. Perhaps something happened, and Greg drove Jessica's car to a parking lot in the city center. A group of police officers visited the man's home. Danielle, Jessica's mother, gave the police permission to inspect the house. One of the officers went directly to the fax machine and discovered that Greg had lied about it not working. Furthermore, the device usage history confirmed that Jessica did send the fax. As a result, she was at her parents' house on the day she went missing. A trash can in the basement contained blood-stained napkins. Greg's home shoes, discovered in a dumpster on the street, also had dried blood on them. Danielle told the police that Greg had called the garbage company the day before and asked them to pick up the trash she hadn't given. However, she remembered that the trash can was not yet full. Very likely, that's how Greg got rid of the evidence, specifically the cleaning products and rags. The police interrogated Greg again, informing him that they knew all of his statements were false and that they had discovered evidence in his home. They also stated that they knew Jessica was in his home on the day of her disappearance. Following that, the man began talking. Gregory Graff, or simply Greg, told investigators that when he arrived home on the afternoon of November 21st, he discovered Jessica's car in the driveway and bloodstains on the carpet. He claims she was already dead when he returned home. He stated that he panicked and was afraid to call the police because he knew no one would believe him. He drove Jessica's car to a parking lot in the city center before returning home. Graff claims that Jessica died because she owed someone money. Gregory Graff had told yet another lie. Detectives discovered that Graff purchased adult toys the day before Jessica disappeared. They were tired of hearing Graff's nonsense, so they asked him directly where he had placed his stepdaughter's body, claiming that an autopsy would provide answers to many questions. Graff changed his testimony once he realized he'd been caught. He explained that he was at home watching adult videos when Jessica arrived and asked if she could send a fax. Graff stood behind her as she used the computer. He said he was aroused and desired his stepdaughter. Without saying anything, he took out a gun and shot her in the back of the head. Then he moved Jessica's body into her bedroom and drove her car to a city center parking lot. His Ford was standing near the car service, where he had previously left it for minor repairs. That is why he went there. After getting out of Jessica's car, he adjusted the seat so that everyone assumed she was driving. His next words shocked the investigators. When he got home, he turned on the video camera and placed it next to the bed. Then you'll understand what I mean, even if the phrase sounds strange. He recorded a video of his interactions with his stepdaughter. Jessica, as you are aware, is no longer alive. The police later discovered the video on Greg's computer. He then claimed to have wrapped her body in a blanket and hidden it in a ravine near his home. After that, he returned home and started cleaning. Graff stated during the interview that he wished he could get help. "I'm not actually a bad guy," Graff told Pennsylvania State Police Corporal Jeffrey Smith. "I just lost my mind following the confession. He discussed how his life had changed since the crime. "I lost everything." Graff stated that my business was my home in Florida, my dogs were my wife, and he then mentioned his family and parents, but he never mentioned Jessica's death. As a result, Danielle discovered both that her daughter had died and that her husband was responsible. But what Greg had done to the body went beyond the woman's imagination. Following Graff's arrest, authorities released an official statement. "Unfortunately, we have some sad news to share today. Jessica Paget died. She is a victim of homicide." Northampton County District Attorney John M. Morganell stated, "We are still a little hesitant to believe the defendant's version of events. However, we have reason to believe that there was a will motive in this whole situation. Unfortunately," he said. According to Morganell, the prosecutor's office reviewed all of the evidence to determine whether Graff planned the attack. Through a statement issued by the Pennsylvania State Police, Paget thanked law enforcement, the media, and the public for their efforts. "The loss of Jessica has left us devastated. She was a stunning, vibrant young woman who was adored by her family and friends. The world is less bright today." According to the statement, Gregory Graff, 53, was charged with taking Jessica Paget's life. At this stage of the investigation, some speculated that when Jessica arrived, Greg attempted to persuade her into intimacy, but when she refused, he was afraid of exposure and killed her. But there was no way to prove this because Jessica had no defensive wounds on her body. She died of a single wound to the back of the head, which supported Greg's testimony. According to Pennsylvania law, the man could face the death penalty. However, because Jessica was dead when he committed the second part of his heinous crime, the prosecutor's office had no authority to seek the death penalty for him. After examining Greg and Jessica's computers and phones, the police discovered no evidence of a connection between them other than the stepfather-stepdaughter relationship. The trial started in 2015. District Attorney John Morganelli stated that Philadelphia Attorney John McMahon, Jr., never filed the results of Gregory Graff's mental health evaluation. McMahon claimed he had Graff evaluated for an insanity defense, but Graff did not have diminished mental capacity, so McMahon did not use the evaluation at trial. Danelle Bittner said she learned about her daughter's disappearance on November 21st, while in Florida shopping for carpets for her new home. When Graff picked her up at Lehigh Valley International Airport on November 22nd, he said everything would be fine. They would find her. At one of the court sessions, the jury was required to watch a 6-minute video of Greg's heinous crimes. He used adult toys that he'd purchased the day before. The jury did not want to watch the video, but the judge insisted they do so before making a decision. Graff's lawyer attempted to prove that it was not a planned crime and that his client committed a third-degree crime rather than a first-degree crime. As a result, Northampton County District Attorney John M. Morganell made the difficult decision to show the jury a 6-minute video recording captured by Graff. Morganell stated that Graff pleaded not guilty to both charges. It left him with no choice but to present all of his evidence to convince jurors that the crime was premeditated. "The Commonwealth had to show you what he did." Morganell said in his closing argument that it wasn't pleasant. "It wasn't tasteful, but we had to show you what he did. Criminals aren't exactly geniuses, which is one advantage." Morganell claimed they make mistakes. The jury took only 6 minutes to reach a unanimous decision. Gregory Graff was found guilty of killing Jessica and abusing her body. The court sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The judge asked him if he had anything to say. Graff replied, "No, sir, I'm just really sorry." Following the sentencing, the judge recommended that the jury seek psychological counseling. Following the verdict, Jessica Paget's husband, Michael, stated that it has been difficult to move on without the only woman he has ever loved and to raise 3 children alone. She was the most wonderful person you had ever met. He told reporters that Danielle had filed for divorce. However, there were complications, so she had to go to court. Gregory Graff, 55, who appeared in court via video feed from his Pennsylvania prison cell, refused to sign documents granting him 25% of his joint assets with Danelle Bittner. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. When Michelle Whitaker, 32, went missing in August 2002, her family alerted the police. She was last seen at a truck stop in South Carolina. Michelle's family endured 6 years of futile searching and praying for her return. Every day they wondered if Michelle was still alive or had passed away. Everyone dreaded the worst-case scenario, and the clues the police discovered years later only confirmed those fears. Michelle Laurel Whitaker was born August 16, 1969. As one of her parents' 5 children, she had a close relationship with her entire family. Michelle, according to her mother, Laura Andrews, was a very happy child until they relocated from Illinois to Gastonia, North Carolina. When Michelle reached adolescence, she and her mother began to have frequent disagreements because, in her opinion, her mother was overly strict. Michelle married after graduating from high school, but it lasted less than a year. She was too young and inexperienced to deal with the issues her partner was causing. Michelle's long and difficult ordeal began with her husband's abusive treatment. Those close to her believe that this period in her life was the source of her later problems. She couldn't handle the situation at the time and went down the wrong path. Following her divorce, her family moved to Spartanburg, South Carolina. By the age of 30, Michelle was struggling with alcoholism and had been through 3 failed marriages. She was working part-time as a waitress and barely getting by. Michelle met David one evening after work in 1999, and he offered her a ride home. Michelle agreed, but then regretted it. Instead of driving her home, David took Michelle to an isolated location where he assaulted her and forced her to be intimate with him. He was arrested a year later and pleaded guilty to assault and battery. He received an 8-year prison sentence. Michelle was arrested shortly before her disappearance for driving under the influence of alcohol. Michelle's parents decided it was time for drastic action. They contacted the local police and requested that Michelle be detained until a place in a rehabilitation facility could be secured for her. Despite their heartache, her parents believed that such extreme measures were the only way to handle the situation. Michelle was very upset by this act. Since then, the mother-daughter relationship has deteriorated significantly. Michelle was wrongfully released from jail without receiving the court-ordered treatment for her abuse of illegal substances and alcohol. The date was August 5, 2002. Michelle had an argument with her mother and stormed out of the house in a bad mood. 3 days later, the man Michelle was staying with contacted Laura Andrews and informed her that he couldn't find her daughter after they had an argument. Laura found out about Michelle's disappearance when she called a friend who worked at the local police station and asked for help finding her daughter. The police were well aware of Michelle's lifestyle. Laura was advised to wait a little longer and told that Michelle would undoubtedly arrive on her own. 2 more weeks passed, but Michelle never returned home. On August 21, 2002, an official missing person report was filed. As local authorities began investigating Michelle Whitaker's disappearance, they quickly discovered the last place she had been seen. It turned out to be a truck stop. They obtained this information from a local resident named Doug. He happened to meet Michelle on the street the day before she went missing. Doug was riding his motorcycle in the evening and stopped outside a bar where Michelle was sitting. He approached her and struck up a conversation. Michelle informed him that she had a fight with her boyfriend and that he had thrown her out of the house. Later that evening, after visiting one bar, they went to another, where Doug claims they played a few games of billiards before riding his motorcycle for a while and returning to his house when dawn broke. Thus, it was revealed that Michelle Whitaker had been visiting local bars prior to her disappearance, and Doug was the last person to see her alive. This made him the primary suspect. His testimony also revealed Michelle's alleged plans to visit Myrtle Beach, a resort city on South Carolina's Atlantic coast. She figured she could make good money by working in local bars and restaurants. Doug stated that he dropped her off at a truck stop and left her there. He gave her a t-shirt because she was short on clothes. In addition, he gave her money for coffee and newspapers. After wishing her good luck, he drove away. In an attempt to expose Doug, the police tested him with a lie detector, but he passed. Detectives also tested the man with whom Michelle had been staying prior to her disappearance. but no evidence of his involvement in the disappearance was discovered. The police began to consider the possibility that Michelle had indeed traveled to Myrtle Beach, which is approximately 250 miles from Spartanburg. Michelle remained silent for several weeks. Her family and friends were becoming increasingly anxious. Despite Michelle's anger and resentment toward her parents, they did not believe she could have abandoned her family and gone into hiding. Michelle's prolonged absence made the local sheriff question her intentions. After all, when people travel for a long time, they usually bring some personal items with them, whereas Michelle left with almost nothing. She also had a pet dog, which she adored and was extremely attached to. No matter who the detectives interviewed, everyone agreed that Michelle would never have abandoned the animal on her own accord. Meanwhile, her parents began driving around the neighborhood, hoping to find any trace of their daughter. I had received numerous reports that Michelle had been spotted on a beach in North Carolina. They dashed there immediately. They spent 3 days actively looking for her, putting up flyers and speaking with locals. All of this, however, proved ineffective. After 6 months of unsuccessful searches, Laura Andrews began to question her actions towards her daughter. She had seen her daughter on a path of self-destruction, and she couldn't just watch, she wanted to protect her in any way she could. Laura was also concerned that Michelle's disappearance could have been influenced by the aftermath of her vicious attack in 1999. She could not forgive herself for the words she told her daughter after she survived the attack. Although it was a heinous act on the part of a man, the mother believed Michelle was to blame because she had chosen this path and had injured herself as a result. Her words were another blow to Michelle's self-esteem. The sheriff's office assumed Michelle had reasons for fleeing because of her reputation. The detectives reasoned that she would be apprehended sooner or later. However, a year had passed and the search had yet to produce any results. Michelle left no digital footprints, which alarmed the cops. This was definitely not a good sign. Police and family members were both curious whether Michelle had been the victim of a crime. After all, perhaps a truck driver exploited her vulnerability. However, even that theory was never proven. 2 more years passed, and the police station received no tip-off messages for quite some time. Then, on the 3rd anniversary of Michelle's disappearance, after police and Laura Andrews visited the truck stop where she was last seen, local TV stations returned to the story. And just days after Michelle's story aired on television, the Spartanburg County Sheriff's Office received an unusual letter. The letter was anonymous and handwritten on a small piece of paper. It stated that the author knew the location of Michael Whitaker's body. The letter was accompanied by a small homemade map indicating the precise location of the body. The letter was written in a competent and proper manner, lending it credibility. The next day, the sheriff led search dogs to a rural area 25 miles from where Michelle had last been seen. Her loved ones were distraught. 3 years later, I wasn't sure what to think. Some accepted that Michelle was no longer alive, while others, despite the odds, continued to believe she was alive and well. Search dogs were unable to detect any scent, and the search was eventually abandoned. While the investigators were relieved that no bodies had been discovered, the letter puzzled them. They obtained a handwriting analysis and a DNA sample from the envelope, which led them to believe that the letter was written by a woman. However, the author was not identified. Not long after, new headlines appeared in the newspapers, terrifying Michelle's family even more. Dana Satterfield's case was one of the most high-profile in Spartanburg County. Dana Satterfield, 27, owned and operated Alana, a beauty salon off Highway 221 in Roebuck, South Carolina, on July 31, 1995. Dana was brutally attacked shortly before her beauty salon closed and died as a result. The sheriff found her semi-naked body in a back room. Police obtained a DNA sample from the crime scene, but they were unable to determine who it belonged to. 7 years later, in August 2002, Michelle Whitaker went missing for a month and a half. Heather Seller, 20, went missing on September 24, 2000, leaving no trace behind. Heather was last seen with her ex-fiancé, Jonathan Vick. While investigating Heather's disappearance, police discovered a link between Jonathan Vick and Dana Satterfield's death. and it was his DNA that was discovered at the crime scene 10 years after her death in 2005. Vic was arrested. He was only 17 years old when he committed the crime. In December 2006, Vic was sentenced to life in prison, and he was the main suspect in the disappearance of his ex-fiancée, Heather Sellers. The police were unable to find sufficient evidence to indict him, and the case remains unresolved. Heather and Michelle vanished approximately 50 days apart. However, something more connected them. They both worked at Waffle House, knew each other, and had been seen with Jonathan Vick. When Vic was arrested in 2005, Michelle's family members were shaken and suspected she was one of his victims. Vic was questioned regarding Heather Sellers and Michelle Whitaker. However, he denied any connection to their disappearance. The investigation into the two cases was eventually halted due to a lack of evidence. Michelle's parents relocated to Rock Hill, South Carolina, approximately 65 miles from Spartanburg, in 2006. 1 year later, the entire family gathered at the church to commemorate Michelle's 5th disappearance anniversary. Laura Andrews, Michelle's mother, refused to treat the gathering as a memorial service. After all, the body had never been found, and there was a glimmer of hope that Michelle was still alive. Another year has passed. The investigation into Michelle's disappearance was transferred to Detective William Geary, who was already working on a dozen unsolved cases, including Michelle Whitaker's. Michelle's case was considered a felony because many years had passed with no evidence that she was still alive. This was a strong reason for the investigators to suspect that something terrible had occurred. The 6th anniversary of Michelle Whitaker's disappearance was approaching. On August 4, 2008, Detective Geary received a call from a woman informing him that she knew Michelle's location and that she was still alive. She stated that Michelle is currently residing in the state of Oregon. The woman saw Michelle's file on an episode of Forensic Files, as well as Laura's website. She recognized Michelle as a woman who was living with her friends. After 6 years of fruitless searching for Michelle Whitaker, the investigators were understandably hesitant upon receiving such a message. Detective William Geary, eager for proof, asked the woman to send him a picture of Michelle. Geary showed the picture to Detective Wood, who had previously worked on the case. He immediately recognized her. An Oregon State police officer was promptly dispatched to the address in question to conduct an accurate identity check. Ironically, on August 5, 2008, the same day Michelle argued with her mother and left home 6 years ago, a detective called Laura Andrews to inform her that her daughter had been found alive. Laura struggled to comprehend what she had heard. It wasn't until she put the phone down that a slew of questions arose in her mind. Where is she? How is she? Where has she been the whole time? Despite the good news, a family reunion was not possible at that time. Michelle's privacy was respected by the police, who could not tell her parents where she was. She should have called home herself. The detectives had no choice but to try to persuade Michelle to speak with her relatives, even if only to calm them down. Michelle called her mother the next evening. After 2 more weeks at the Atlanta airport, Michelle and her family finally met for the first time in a very long time. Michelle admitted that she was tired of living the way she used to, following her fight with her mom. She determined that her family would be better off without her. Originally, when Doug dropped her off at the truck stop, she had intended to go to Myrtle Beach and find a job there. But she had hitched a ride and wound up in Las Vegas, then California, and eventually Oregon. Michelle apologized to her family and the police, who spent energy and resources looking for her for all 6 years she had been living under her real name and didn't think anyone was searching for her. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we look back at what happened in Scotland in 2010. Zoe Nelson, 17, left home upset after an argument with her younger sister and mother. She did not return home that day. A few more days passed, and her case became widely discussed throughout Scotland. Zoe Nelson was born on August 13, 1992, in Wishaw, Scotland, in the year 2010. She lived with her mother, stepfather, and 2 younger sisters in New Mains, a village and former mining township on the eastern outskirts of Wishaw, 18 miles southeast of Glasgow. Zoe attended Motherwell College, where she was known as a popular student with many friends. Zoe and her 16-year-old sister Laura were both in relationships with the same guy, which caused a number of conflicts between them. On May 22, 2010, Robert Bain, 20, was living with his grandparents about a mile from the Nelson family's home. Zoe met Robert outside her house, and when Laura Ann saw this, she became upset and ran out of the house to confront her. Marianne Nelson, the girl's 40-year-old mother, witnessed the rival sisters fighting and recalls what happened that day. According to Marianne Nelson, Laura Ann ran out, flicked Zoe's hair, and attempted to slap her face, resulting in a fight at the end of the driveway. I divided it up. I said, "Go away, cow," and never return. She said she wouldn't return. Zoe kept her word and didn't return home until around 11 p.m. That same day, some locals noticed someone starting a fire in the wooded area known as Monkey Hill. The stench of smoke wafted into nearby homes, but no one paid much attention. Shirley Nelson, Zoe's aunt, would later recall that night and describe it in the following words. "When I finished my second shift at work, I was sitting in my garden in New Mains, having consumed alcohol the night before. We sat in the back of the house with my sister until approximately 11 p.m. When it became cooler, we smelled smoke," she explained. "We didn't think much of it because it was warm and all." The following day, she overheard other family members attempting to contact Zoe. She also tried her cell phone, but nobody answered. On the afternoon of May 23rd, Stuart Bell, 45, a government employee from Wishaw, rode his motorcycle into a wooded area near his home. When he saw something strange, he decided to stop. He described what he saw as something resembling a charred tailor's dummy. However, his opinion changed as he approached and took a closer look. When Stuart realized he wasn't looking at a mannequin, but rather a human body that had been damaged in a fire, he went home and called the cops, who arrived 15 to 20 minutes later. I shouted up the stairs to my wife that I had discovered a body in the woods and immediately called the police. He stated that when police arrived on the scene, the area was cordoned off. Nothing this gruesome had ever happened here before. The news of the body's discovery quickly spread throughout the community. When Zoe's family found out, her mother, Marianne Nelson, went to the police and reported her daughter's disappearance, whom she hadn't seen since they had argued, and told her not to return home. The Nelson family was soon informed of the bad news. Zoe became the victim of a crime. According to a police statement, the teenager's mother, Marianne, described Zoe as a popular girl and a typical 17-year-old with many friends who was well known in the community. She would have turned 18 in a few months, and we miss her terribly. Her stepfather, Daniel, and her 2 sisters, Laura Ann Ashley, are devastated by what has occurred. The family is urging anyone with information to come forward and help the police. Wu Logan, principal of Motherwell College, where Zoe studied a vehicle body repair course, said everyone at the school is shocked to hear the terrible news. Zoe was an extremely popular student. Our thoughts are with her family and friends. A thorough examination of the scene took several days, and at least 50 police officers worked on the case. Detective Derek Robertson of the police's main investigation team described Zoe's death as a young life cut short and stated that his officers would not rest until the perpetrator was apprehended. He stated, "It is critical that anyone who saw Zoe between 5 p.m. and 11 p.m. on Saturday night come forward and assist us. It was the hottest day of the year, and we know that the area would have been busy with people taking shortcuts, sunbathing, and walking their dogs. There are a lot of dirt trails in the area, one of which crosses by the spot where Zoe's body was found." He added, "We are anxious to hear from anyone who is passing through the area looking at it from one of the houses that back onto it if they see anything suspicious." Zoe was described as 5 feet 6 and tall, with a heavy build and collar-length brown hair. She was last seen wearing gray tracksuit bottoms, a white long-sleeve t-shirt, and black Nike trainers. Detectives have been checking CCTV, phone, and computer records, carrying out door-to-door inquiries, and speaking to Zoe's friends and family as they tried to piece together her last movements. On May 26th, police released surveillance footage from the local store where Zoe was seen hours before her death. These small pieces of information were essential to the investigation. They allowed police to piece together Zoe's movements and eventually determine what happened to her, which led to the arrest of the person responsible for her death. Police said the public response to requests for information was slower than they had hoped. They had now set up a special email address so that people could contact them. The officers hoped that those who would not speak to them face-to-face would use this and other methods to report important information. Upon examination of the crime scene, a cap from a bottle of Sierra Silver tequila in the shape of a red plastic sombrero was found near the body, and a corresponding empty bottle was found on the other side of a small walkway nearby. Forensic experts estimated that Zoe's body may have been exposed to fire for 7 hours, so there was limited opportunity to determine the exact cause of death. When found, the body had a plastic bag partially melted over most of the face. So pathologists said the most likely cause of death was some form of asphyxiation. The palm of the right hand remained relatively undamaged, and 2 DNA samples were obtained from it. 1 DNA sample belonged to Zoe Nelson herself, and the other 2 are currently unknown. The cause of death was officially recorded as undetermined. By May 28th, the police had received several witness statements. One witness said that at about 5:15 p.m. on May 22nd, he saw Zoe, the man who was very drunk and violent toward her, hitting her in the head. Another witness said he saw Zoe Nelson walking past his home in New Mains in the company of a man with a tattooed face. A third witness saw Zoe and a man of similar appearance in New Mains and said, "He just looked angry. He hit a lamppost as he walked by and said he was going to take someone's life tonight." There were other witnesses, and when asked to describe the man Zoe was with, they all described the same young man, 20-year-old Robert Bain. Despite his age, Robert Bain already had a criminal history. He had previously spent 18 months in prison for robbery and had been released just 7 weeks before Zoe Nelson's death. He had been arrested 4 times for possession of illegal substances, but because he was a juvenile, there were no serious consequences for him. Investigators began to consider Bain as a prime suspect, and while they pondered their next steps, Robert Bain went to the police himself shortly before 6 p.m. On May 28th, Robert Bain walked into the police station in Wishaw and said he wanted to make a statement. He looked heavily intoxicated and was slurring his words. Bain said he had been in Motherwell a few days earlier, and a man named Stuart Campbell had gotten on the bus on the way back. According to Bain, he approached Stuart Campbell and asked him, "Were you with Zoe on Saturday night?" To which he replied. Campbell replied, "Yes, I took her life." This was the first time the police had heard the name Stuart Campbell since the investigation began, while they heard Bain's own name all the time, so they arrested him the same day. However, there was also a very good reason for the arrest, which the general public would only learn about during the trial, when he was formally arrested. Bain stated that he last saw Zoe on the morning of May 22nd after a chance encounter when he went to the local newsstand to buy cigarettes. On the morning of May 29th, the police released a statement saying a 20-year-old man was arrested and is currently in police custody in connection with the death of Zoe Nelson. Tests on a swab taken from Zoe Nelson's hand showed the presence of Nelson's DNA and traces of another person, which were found to match parts of Bain's DNA profile. Matching DNA from Nelson and Bain was found on both the tequila bottle and on its cap near the body. The forensic experts suggested that the presence of DNA inside the cap was due to the fact that both drank from the bottle and then put the cap back on. The scientific findings would support the conclusion that DNA from Robert Bain had been deposited between the fingers and on the right palm of Zoe Nelson, said the expert Marie Campbell. The odds against the DNA and the red plastic sombrero lid coming from anyone but Bain were 10 million to 1. Robert Bain was charged in connection with the death of Zoe Nelson on the basis of multiple eyewitness accounts and DNA evidence. He pleaded not guilty, acted defiantly, and even confronted one of the investigators. He also denied an earlier assault on Zoe, reported by a witness, when Bain struck her in the head with his fist. On June 16, 2010, Hundreds of people came to Zoe Nelson's funeral. The service was held at Coltness Memorial Church in her hometown of New Mains before Zoe was buried at Cambusnethan Cemetery. Wishaw Zoe's mother, Mary Ann Nelson, and sisters Ashley and Laura Ann were among more than 200 mourners, as was her grandmother, Ann T.T. Nelson. Reverend Graham Rayburn, who led the service, said the number of people in the church showed what an impact Zoe had during her short life. As I look around today, it is very clear that Zoe Nelson touched the lives of so many people. He said she was a typical teenager, just like so many of you gathered here. She was always happy and cheerful, always laughing and joking, always with a smile on her face. Zoe had a big heart. She always had time for young children, and she would go out of her way to help support her friends if she was able. Reverend Rayburn said that Zoe, who would have turned 18 next month, was a bit of a tomboy, describing her as a petrolhead who loved fast cars and was also a keen Ranger supporter. He told how Zoe never had a chance to meet her new nephew, born a few weeks after her death. She had also wanted to wait until she was 18 to make contact with her biological father, which she never had the chance to do. On March 1, 2011, the trial of Robert Bain began, and he continued to insist that he was innocent. A teenage friend of Zoe Nelson told the court that a week before she died, Zoe had said her scratches and bruises were sustained in a fight with Robert Bain. Zoe told her friends that Bain was very bossy and unstable and could get angry over any trifle. He wouldn't let her socialize with some of her friends. Although Zoe Nelson and Robert Bain's relationship could not be called serious since he had been out of prison for less than 2 months, but he had a great influence on Zoe and also maintained a relationship with her 16-year-old sister, Laura Ann. Laura Ann Nelson was just as involved in a relationship with Robert Bain as her sister Zoe. Even before Zoe's body was discovered by a bystander, Laura Ann knew her sister was dead. She had kept this secret for 5 days. The police had not previously made this information public. But at the trial, it was revealed that Bain had led Laura Ann to the place where her sister's body lay. Laura Ann, who testified in court from behind a screen so she could not see Bain, said that on the morning of May 23rd, the day after she and Zoe had an argument, she went to Bain's address to return some items of clothing to him. When she arrived, she said Robert looked nervous and had been drinking vodka. Shortly afterwards, they left the house, and Bain told her that he wanted to show her something. She said he led her to the place where Zoe's body lay. Laura Ann said during her court questioning that she realized it was her sister because she recognized the Ranger's tattoo on her arm. According to her, Robert had told her that he had hit Zoe, and when she tried to hit him back, he lost his temper, took her life, and then used gasoline to try to destroy any trace of the crime. Laura Ann also admitted to walking with Bain the day after the body was found, and she subsequently visited his home and spent some time in his bedroom listening to music. She also spent about an hour on the phone with him. Laura Ann's friend, who also testified at the trial, described her as happy and normal at a time when she knew her sister was dead. When asked why she didn't tell the police everything during her first interrogation, she said, "I didn't tell them because I was afraid my mother wouldn't believe me and think I was responsible for Zoe's death." The jury also heard Laura Ann Nelson say that Robert Bain threatened that she would get the same thing as Zoe if she told anyone about what he had done. On March 25, 2011, a jury of 7 men and 7 women handed down a unanimous guilty verdict. Bain had to be physically restrained as the jury delivered their unanimous verdict at the High Court in Edinburgh. The handcuffed bodybuilder jumped up in the dark and began struggling violently with security officers and the police head-butting one of them. He also shouted insults and threats at Zoe Nelson's family, forcing the court to be cleared while officers restored order. After a 20-minute adjournment, Judge Lady Dorian agreed to recommend the trial in Bain's absence. Robert Bain was acquitted of stealing alcohol from an Asda store in Newman on May 22nd, and disorderly conduct when he yelled, cursed, and waved a knife in various streets in Wishaw. That same day, Bain was also acquitted of stealing Zoe's cell phone, which was found in the woods, and of threatening a police officer during an interview at the Motherwell police station on May 28th. On April 27, 2011, Robert Bain was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 20 years for taking the life of Zoe Nelson. He received another 6 years for the obstruction of justice charge. Both of his sentences must be served concurrently. In jailing him, Judge Lady Dorian told Bain this was an appalling crime, the circumstances of which are properly to be described as shocking. As the Nelson family left court, Zoe's aunt, Shirley Nelson, 35, said they were disappointed by Bain's 20-year minimum sentence. A life should mean a life. We should go back to the old days and bring back hanging, she said. All we can say now that all this is over is as a family. We would like to thank everyone for the help and support that have been given to us all. Now, as a family, we have to come to terms with the fact that we will never see Zoe again, as her life was cut short at the evil hands of Robert Bain. Speaking on behalf of the family after the verdict, Zoe's uncle, Stephen Hines, said Bain deserved it. He added that his reaction in court just shows how threatening he is. He's an animal, and he knows he's guilty. End of story. After the court hearing, Officer Derek Robertson, who investigated the case, said that Bain showed no remorse for his heinous actions. Today, when the verdict was raised, you saw what he can do, so the streets will be a lot safer, and hopefully the Nelson family can move on knowing that he is behind bars. He said on Christmas Eve 2020, 29-year-old Laura Ann Nelson was found dead in her apartment after not being heard from for days. She was left with 2 children, ages 3 and 4. Her death was not considered criminal because Laura Ann had health problems, namely type 1 diabetes. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. During the mid-2000s, this high-profile case shook America and received extensive media coverage. The horrific crime was investigated for years before the killer was apprehended. One of the primary reasons for the delay was a lack of a visible motive and disconnected evidence, and no one could believe that this man was capable of it. The investigation took nearly 6 years to complete the puzzle, and the investigator at the trial openly stated that he had never seen anything like this in his many years of experience. In this tragic story, Jason Young discovers a location, a love triangle, a double betrayal, and an ominous omen that no one initially noticed. Little is known about him. Jason is from Brevard, North Carolina, where he was born in 1974. He grew up in a normal family. After graduating from high school, he enrolled at the prestigious State University in Raleigh, the capital of his home state, and after graduation, he secured a position as a salesman in a major retailer. At work, Jason Young demonstrated himself to be a valuable and promising employee who could always be counted on, but friends described him as erratic and unpredictable. He was fickle in his relationships with the opposite sex and frequently changed women, earning him a reputation as a womanizer, which he took pride in. Michelle Marie, a young maiden known as Fisher, was born in New York in February 1977. The girl was raised alongside her younger sibling, Meredith, with whom she had been extremely close since childhood. Linda, their mother, spent a lot of time with her adored daughters, trying to help them develop their abilities and talents. Michelle has been interested in law and economics since she was in school, and she hopes to devote her life to these fields. After graduating, she applied to several universities at once and received a positive response from North Carolina's capital. The girl diligently studied at the Faculty of Economics and Law, eventually earning a master's degree in this field. Michelle was hired for a high-level position at one of the state's leading accounting firms shortly after graduating. Yesterday, the student was earning well, supporting herself, and making ambitious plans for the future. She chose to spend her 24th birthday with her closest friends and colleagues at one of the city's most popular entertainment venues. They weren't having much fun when a stranger turned around and knocked the birthday girl's glass of cocktail out of her hands. The guy immediately apologized, and to make amends, he bought Michelle another cocktail. That young man's name was Jason Young, and the attractive young Michelle immediately drew his attention. He sat down at her table, struck up a casual conversation, joked a lot, attempted to be witty and interesting, and at the end of the evening, asked her out on a date. Michelle liked the casual acquaintance, so she gladly accepted his invitation. Deciding that fate had sent her a gift on her birthday, the couple began communicating, and they soon realized they had a lot in common. They both attended the same university. Although Jason received his degree 3 years earlier, he supported the same hockey team, and we both enjoy the same music group. Young people quickly developed romantic relationships, but living together, let alone getting married, was out of the question. Jason was still living at his parents' house in Brevard when he began his relationship with Michelle. He would only see his girlfriend and rally on weekends, or during work trips to the state capitol. During one of these meetings, his sweetheart told him she was pregnant. This news came as a complete surprise to both of them, as neither was prepared for childbirth. Young people were eager to work, confidently moving up the career ladder, and had no plans to start a family yet. Jason agreed right away, but Michelle hesitated before deciding to keep the baby rather than have an abortion. Jason reflected on the situation for about a month before relocating to Raleigh to be closer to his pregnant girlfriend. After a few more months, the couple's relationship was officially legalized, though neither love nor pregnancy played a role in this. But Michelle doesn't have health insurance. Childbirth would have cost the couple a lot of money, but marriage gave them the option. To avoid such expenses, the couple's daughter, Young, was born in the spring of 2004. She was given the name Cassidy. Elizabeth, the newlywed mother, jumped right into domestic life and family chores, assisting her as a mother and younger sister. It should be noted that Michelle's family calmly accepted her decision. They were wary of Jason, but attempted to avoid conflict. In the same year, the young couple with a child moved into their own large home, located in a quiet and landscaped part of the city. Mother Linda, who came to visit her daughter and granddaughter and assist with household chores, was the first to notice a tense atmosphere in this family. His son-in-law was too emotionally unstable and could orchestrate a scandal literally in the same location. But Michelle did everything she could to smooth over all of the disagreements and, in public, appeared to be the happiest wife and mother. Only Mother Linda could tell the truth about what was happening, an ominous omen. Michelle became pregnant for the second time when Cassidy was only 2. She gently broke the news to her husband, but he reacted calmly and appeared even happier about it. Soon, the family drove to Brevard to personally inform Jason's parents of the happy news. They came to visit for only the weekend, and on the first day they celebrated the upcoming addition with their relatives, and the next day, they left their young daughter with her grandparents for a few hours. While driving home, the couple stopped at a restaurant to celebrate the occasion. Jason, who was driving, oversteered, and the car veered off the road into a ravine. The couple was concerned about a few abrasions and bruises, but their lives were not endangered. However, Michelle miscarried due to nervousness. Because of this, the young woman was extremely concerned. Jason handled the accident, the loss of a child, and the spouse's strange indifference, all with surprising calm. All of this seemed very suspicious. Linda Fisher later described the accident as a bad omen that no one took seriously at the time. The young couple had a mutual friend named Michael Monty, whom they had known since they were at the same university. They had not seen each other for quite some time. However, in the spring of 2006, shortly before the accident, Jason met an old acquaintance by accident while on a work trip. He told his wife about it, and they decided to invite Monty to see him. The young woman eagerly accepted the invitation, but during her visit, she began to complain about her unhappy family life and relationship issues with her husband. At the same time, she was constantly complimenting Jason and telling his wife how fortunate she was to be pregnant. Michelle was not alarmed by the guest's behavior. She genuinely wanted to comfort and support her friend, but she saw what was going on as a call to action. Jason had never missed a chance to flirt before, but this relationship quickly progressed beyond flirting and friendly support. Jason Young and Michelle Manny started calling each other nearly every day and sneaking out to see each other. Jason always justified his absence with business trips, and his wife never suspected anything. Michelle told her husband in the summer of 2006 that she was pregnant again. This time, however, Jason was not pleased. The wife didn't understand what was going on. She felt the beloved was away from her, but she assumed this was due to the miscarriage a few months prior. Jason was constantly thinking about how to break free from marital bonds with the least amount of himself. Michelle's husband went on another business trip in early November, while she was 5 months pregnant. He drove 300 miles away from home in his own car, but he had reserved a hotel room about halfway through the journey. That evening, Michelle, who was pregnant, had a long phone conversation with her best friend. telling her about family problems and mentioning that she had a big fight with her husband the night before he left. After the conversation, she went upstairs, put her daughter to bed, and fell asleep beside her, around 10 o'clock in the evening. Jason arrived at the hotel and went straight to bed, claiming to be exhausted from the journey. In reality, he was scrutinizing all of the hotel's entrances, exits, and security camera locations, planning how to leave and then return undetected. Jason was preparing an impenetrable alibi for what he thought would be the ideal crime. During the early morning hours, Young called his wife's sister and asked for help. He explained that he wanted to give his wife a piece of jewelry for their wedding anniversary, but he had accidentally sent a page from an online store to the home fax machine. He was concerned that Michelle would discover his gift and be unimpressed. Meredith agreed to help her son-in-law, despite her dislike for him. When Meredith arrived at her sister's house, she entered through a secret door in the garage that only family members knew about, and it was never locked. The house was unusually quiet, although the landlady's papers, keys, and wallet were still in the hallway, indicating that she had not gone anywhere. Meredith went upstairs and noticed that the bedroom door was wide open, but neither her sister nor niece answered her call. When she entered the room, she witnessed a gruesome scene. Michelle lay on the floor by the bed, her skull fractured, in a pool of her own blood. Blood was everywhere. Blood was everywhere. Bloody footprints were visible on the walls, furniture, and the baby's body. Unfortunately, nobody could help the pregnant woman. She'd been dead for hours. Her sister rushed to call 911 when she heard rustling under the bed, looked down, and saw a small Cassidy staring at her in confusion. Cassidy was not harmed, but she was terrified. The girl witnessed her mother's death and then spent many hours near her body, as evidenced by the marks on the floor and the toys she brought her mother. Later, forensic experts discovered numerous bruises, abrasions, and fractures on the deceased's body, indicating a prolonged and brutal beating. Michelle had her teeth knocked out and her skull fractured with a blunt, heavy object. This instrument of crime was never discovered. A bloody pillow was found next to the body, with marks indicating that the victim had been smothered with it. Nothing was stolen from the house, implying that the night visitor had only one intention: murder. Furthermore, the locks had not been broken, and there were no signs of forced entry, implying that the perpetrator either had a key or was aware of the secret door, which was only known to family members. In such cases, the main suspect is always the deceased's spouse, but he appears to have a perfect alibi. He claimed that he checked into his hotel room, stayed until the morning, and then attended a scheduled business meeting. A check revealed that Young used his room keycard to enter in the evening and leave in the morning. But a thorough investigation quickly revealed a slew of anomalies and inconsistencies. For example, a hotel employee discovered early in the morning that the emergency exit was not only open, but also propped up with a cobblestone to keep it from slamming shut. When the investigation decided to check the surveillance camera pointed at that door to find out who had done it, it was discovered that the same camera had been deliberately turned off on the night of the crime. Furthermore, it stopped recording about 30 minutes after Jung checked into his room. The weirdness did not stop there. It turned out that during the night, a man who resembled Jason was getting gas at a station between the hotel and the crime scene, but he was asked to provide identification as required by the rules. He refused to pay with cash and left without waiting for change. The gas station attendant at the inquest identified Jason as Young, but he continued to deny everything, insisting that he had slept in his hotel room that night. Another oddity was that on the day before the tragedy, young Jason called Michelle more than 24 times, and closer to the morning, he called his mistress 5 more times, with each conversation lasting no more than 15 seconds, implying that Jason was probably panicked. All of these calls were made outside the hotel, where, according to him, he had spent the entire night. He was also late for a scheduled business meeting with his partners and appeared confused. Despite years of investigation and a long-awaited verdict, none of this evidence, whether individually or collectively, proved that Young had indeed murdered his pregnant wife. For nearly 3 years, Jason lived the same life he had always known. Furthermore, he gained custody of his young daughter, which dealt a significant blow to his late wife's relatives. By that point, he had stopped concealing his relationship with Money, who had previously been friends with the murdered Michelle, heightening suspicion that she was responsible for this heinous crime. Jason was only arrested near the end of 2009. Despite overwhelming evidence, the jury failed to reach a verdict. However, the case was reopened in 2012 after more evidence was gathered and the testimony of witnesses who saw Jason Jung that night outside the hotel in various locations, including his rather conspicuous white car, which was seen parked on the night of the murder not far from his own house in an unlit lot. The case also included testimony from a child psychologist who described little Cassidy's strange doll play, during which the girl demonstrated how her father spanked her mother and then refused to get up from the floor. Manny testified in court. She admitted that Jason had cheated on his wife with her but justified it by claiming that he was deeply unhappy in his family life, as he told everyone, and other former mistress of the defendant admitted that she was afraid of his outbursts of anger when he lost control and threatened to hit her. Following a lengthy trial, Jason Jung was found guilty of brutally assaulting his pregnant wife. For this crime, he was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. In 2014, convicted Jason filed his first appeal, which was denied. In 2018, he again requested a review of his case, but a panel of the State Court of Appeals denied it. Cassidy was virtually orphaned. Her mother was murdered, and her father was sent to prison for the crime. The girl is raised by her aunt and maternal grandparents. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In 2012, at the Summer Olympics in London, a young Puerto Rican boxer named Felix Verdejo Sanchez shone brightly. He was dubbed a diamond, one of his country's most promising athletes, and was expected to win championships and gold medals. Then it appeared to everyone that this talented and motivated young man would achieve great things in sports. In 2021, the boxer's name appeared in all of the world's media, but this time in the Criminal Chronicles section. This story is about a teenage attachment that turned into an addiction and resulted in a terrible tragedy, as well as how the author of the main knockout of 2014, who was praised and promoted by two-time Olympic champion Vasily Lomachenko, nearly received a death sentence, but was eventually sentenced to life in prison. It is worth noting that, despite the presence of irrefutable evidence and confessions from the boxer's accomplice, he continues to refuse to plead guilty. The future world boxing star was born in San Juan, Puerto Rico, in 1993. Born on May 19, he grew up in a large, modest family and developed an early fondness for sport. True in childhood, he intended to make baseball a part of his life, but a funny incident changed everything. When the boy was 9 years old, a family friend came to see them with his son of the same age. The boys were playing in the yard when they suddenly got into a fight. Parents separated the children, and the future athlete's father advised him that if he wants to fight someone in the future, he should wear boxing gloves. Following that fight, Felix was taken to a local gym at his request, where the boy fell in love with boxing, as he later admitted after the first training session. At the age of 16, he won the Pan American Junior Championship. A year later, he won his country's championship, and a year after that, he competed in the Olympic Games in London, reaching the quarterfinals. In the same year, he began his successful professional wrestling career. Verdejo competed in 29 fights, winning 27 of them convincingly, and in 2014 he was named the author of the best knockout in a fight against Sergio Villanueva. Felix won his first championship belt, the WBO Latino title, a year later, and defended it 6 more times over the next 2 years. Everyone who witnessed the fight was certain that this young man would leave his mark on the history of world boxing. Meet Keishla Rodriguez. The girl was born in San Juan in November of 1993. Her full birth name is Keishla Marlene Rodriguez Ortiz. Her parents, Josie and Kyla Rodriguez, shared another daughter, Belize Nicole, and they also raised Kyla's son, Jonathan. Keishla, who had a previous marriage with a woman, grew up to be an open and sociable girl. She excelled in school and adored animals, with aspirations of becoming a veterinarian in the future. Her best friend was her sister, Elise, to whom she confided all of her secrets and concerns. Keishla attended the same school as Felix Verdejo, who was her age. Young people have known each other since childhood, and in adolescence, they formed a romantic relationship. In 2011, Rodriguez's parents divorced and separated. Kyla moved to Florida with relatives, while her daughters, who were already adults, chose to remain in San Juan. Despite the fact that each of the sisters had long since lived their own lives, they remained in close contact and informed each other of everything that happened to them. At the age of 18, a promising boxer who had already competed in the Olympic Games had an affair with a young schoolgirl and aspiring model named Elisa Maria Santiago Sierra. At the time, the girl was only 14 years old and still in school. Even so, she had big plans for the future with a promising and world-renowned athlete. In addition, Eliza's parents were not opposed to the relationship. Felix, an attractive and talented boxer who has always had a large fan base and is on his way to becoming a star, was literally bathed in the rays of fame and surrounded by female attention. He did not pass up the opportunity to write a novel or have a side affair. In addition, despite his serious relationship with Eliza, he continued to meet with his school friend Keishla, whose sister barely informed her mother Kayla Rodriguez, who was aware of the affair and did not approve of it. In addition, the situation was very unclear. On the one hand, Eliza considered herself the only woman, while the athlete's great love was planning their wedding and making long-term plans for their future together. On the other hand, Keishla was aware that the lover had a fiancé, but Felix refused to let her go. Furthermore, he was her first great love, and the naive girl secretly hoped to be the one. In 2016, the boxer married Eliza, who was barely 19 years old at the time. Eliza was already a well-known model, with tens of thousands of social media followers, and had recently opened her own beauty studio for eyelash extensions. In August of the same year, just a few months after the wedding, the athlete was involved in a serious car accident while rushing on his motorcycle. He was rushed to the hospital with serious head injuries, bruises, and lacerations. His trainer, Ricky Marquez, was concerned that his talented charge would go off the rails at the peak of his career. Despite the disappointing prognosis, Felix recovered quickly and returned to the ring. In September 2019, the boxer posted a photo of himself with Elise, who was pregnant for a long time, on his social media profile. In the photo's comment, he wrote, "Soon I will meet my daddy's princess," and a month later, he announced the birth of a daughter named Miranda Verdejo Santiago. The young man in public appeared to be a devoted husband, a caring father, and an excellent family man. But, hidden from his wife, he continued to meet with Keishla, who refused to let go. As Eliza later admitted, she suspected her husband was cheating on her. But every time he made a tearful vow to leave his mistress, Keishla tried to end the painful relationship, but Felix refused to let her go. She had no other men because the boxer threatened that if he discovered that Keishla had someone who was unsuitable for her and her chosen one, Keishla, who had fallen in love with Verdejo since high school, would continue to love him despite everything. Rodriguez, as planned, decided to devote her life to animal care and accepted a position at a veterinary medicine and aesthetic center. Colleagues described her as conscientious, hardworking, and responsible. She lived with 2 dogs and a cat, which he adored. In 2020, Eliza discovered her husband's correspondence with several mistresses, including Keishla. The wife scandalized her husband and threw him out of the house, threatening to file for divorce and forbidding him from seeing their daughter. Eliza's threats had some effect. Furthermore, the athlete's career at the time was in serious decline, with unnecessary problems that he didn't need for a while. He stopped seeing Rodriguez, but Felix refused to let her go. Keishla attempted to control almost every step after a few months of secret visits, and in April 2021, she discovered she was pregnant. She purchased a rapid test from the drugstore, which only confirmed her fears. She first called her sister, who was aware of her complicated relationship with the athlete, and explained everything. Abortion was out of the question because Keishla was already 27 years old and ready to have a child, even if it meant raising it on her own. A few days later, Keishla broke the news to her child's father, hoping in her heart that he would accept it, but Felix was not pleased, to say the least. He became enraged and told his mistress that she should see a doctor, and if the pregnancy was confirmed, she would need to have an abortion. Rodriguez responded with a firm refusal, but the boxer began to threaten and insist. Felix stated that an illegitimate child will eventually destroy his reputation, which he cannot allow. Following Kishla's hospital visit, her pregnancy was confirmed, and she now had a certificate to prove it. She called Felix and told him everything, making him furious. Felix yelled and demanded that Kishla immediately get rid of the child, but she flatly refused. The athlete then decided to go undercover, claiming that he did not believe her and wanted to personally inspect the issued medical certificate. He invited Kishla to a meeting in the evening in a crowded location, which did not surprise her given that they always tried not to draw attention to themselves and did not stand in front of anyone. A few days before the meeting, the boxer visited his old friend, Luis Antonio Cadiz, who worked in a local machine shop and had connections to the criminal underworld, selling illegal drugs. Felix briefly explained the situation and requested assistance in getting rid of his pregnant mistress. Luis had previously been in the field of vision for the police and faced the prospect of imprisonment. It didn't scare him, but the athlete persisted, confident that everything would go well and that the cops would never come after them. Furthermore, Felix promised him a substantial monetary reward, and Luis agreed. Felix called Kishla and said he wanted to meet her on the evening of April 29 to confirm her pregnancy and decide what to do next. Kishla called her sister back right after speaking with her lover, telling her everything. She remained hopeful that Felix would accept her child and not insist on an abortion. However, the situation is not particularly alarming. She was aware that the boyfriend had threatened her sister, and she was concerned that he would not do anything to her. Marilise called her mother and expressed her concern. Even with their combined efforts, they were unable to persuade Kishla to cancel the fateful meeting. Rodriguez arrived at the meeting on time, driving her own Kia Forte and carrying a doctor's note. Verdejo arrived there in his pickup truck. In the back, Luis was hiding. Kishla immediately got into the athlete's car and showed him the test results. He mentioned terminating the pregnancy again, but Kishla, crying, refused. Against this backdrop, the couple began to argue violently, leading to shouting before Felix suddenly hit Kishla in the head with his fist, causing him to lose consciousness. Until Kishla regained consciousness, Felix injected her with a syringe containing a large dose of illegal substances that Luis had obtained at his request. Then, he and his accomplice carried her to the back of the car, where pieces of wire and a concrete block had already been prepared. The men tipped Rodriguez up, attached the load, and then covered her with a tarp to ensure that no one saw anything. Felix then returned to the pickup truck while his accomplice took the wheel of the cashless vehicle. They drove together to the bridge that crosses the San Jose Lagoon. It was almost deserted at night, and the men made certain no one could see them through Kishla, who was still alive in the water. However, they decided to fire a few test shots in pursuit, using the firearms they had brought with them, so that the victim would not have a chance. After finishing the massacre, each of the perpetrators returned home. Kishla and his co-workers were the first to become concerned when she failed to appear at the Veterinary Medicine and Aesthetic Center the following day. Kishla has always been a responsible person who would never skip work without informing anyone. Because she didn't answer the phone, it was decided to call her sister and find out what happened. After several unsuccessful attempts to contact her sister, she went to her home. No one answered the door, but Marilise had a spare key, so she was able to enter without difficulty. However, she was met only by hungry animals who hadn't eaten in nearly 24 hours. Berelise was already panicking because she realized something terrible or irreversible had happened to Kishla. She immediately called her mother, told her everything, and then informed the police about her suspicions and threats against her sister. She also called Felix, but he said he had spent the previous evening and night at home with his family and had not attended any meetings. The missing girl's mother boarded the first flight from Florida to San Juan. She suspected that her lover had taken her daughter to a private clinic and paid for an abortion without her consent. Kyla didn't want to consider the fact that cash flow was no longer viable. The first step was to question the missing girls, their neighbors, and co-workers, but they saw nothing suspicious and were unable to provide any useful information for the investigation. In parallel, messages about Rodriguez's disappearance were posted on popular social networks with requests for responses from anyone who knew anything about her fate or current location. The case quickly gained widespread attention, and when it was revealed that the missing girl was in a long-term relationship with a famous athlete and was expecting a child with him, reporters lined up to interview any of Rodriguez's family members. The relatives did not hold back and openly expressed their suspicions, including blaming Felix for the incident. On April 30, Keishla's car was discovered abandoned on the east side of the city. She has her documents and personal belongings inside. No signs of struggle were discovered in the interior, giving a slim chance of finding its owner alive. On May 1, a passerby on the lagoon bridge noticed a strange shape in the shallow water that resembled a human body. He informed the police, who quickly recovered the body of a young woman from the water, presumably the same one the entire city had been looking for several days. Members of the Rodhis family, who arrived to identify the body, hoped to the very end that it was not Keishla. However, their hopes were not realized. The body had been in the water for a few days and had changed significantly. However, the girl was easily identified by a remarkable tattoo on her arm. When news of the gruesome discovery reached the press, city residents revolted and began to hold spontaneous rallies, demanding punishment for those responsible, who were detained and taken to the police station for questioning on the same day. However, the athlete categorically denied his involvement, claiming that on the night of Keishla's disappearance, he was at home with his family because there was no evidence to charge him. Felix was released under his own recognizance. One of the key witnesses was the athlete's legal wife, who admitted during the initial interrogation that she was aware of his affair with Keishla, but had only recently learned of her rival's pregnancy. Furthermore, she did not confirm her husband's alibi, claiming that he was not home on the night of the murder. The first thing investigators did was review traffic surveillance footage on the way to the bridge from which Keishla was thrown. That's how they discovered Felix's pickup truck and the victim's car driving behind each other. However, the Kia Forte was clearly not driven by its owner. On the same day, the boxer's car was seized for examination, and some of the deceased's hair was discovered in it. Lewis was the first to surrender to police, promising to tell the whole truth in exchange for a lighter sentence. Felix was also arrested, but he refused to cooperate with the investigation, did not answer questions, and continued to deny his guilt. Despite the presence of irrefutable evidence, Felix was apprehended with a firearm that he used to shoot the victim from the bridge, and for which he had a valid permit. Furthermore, a cell phone check reveals that Felix, Lewis, and Keishla were in the same location on that fateful night. Keishla's final farewell took place on May 8, and the funeral ceremony made national headlines. It was a type of action that called for the perpetrators of the tragedy to be punished to the fullest extent of the law, while also drawing public attention to the issue of gender violence. The coffin containing Rodriguez's body was transported to the cemetery in a white carriage, over which white flower petals were thrown from the air, rather than the traditional hearse. Many well-known Puerto Ricans, including show business stars, athletes, politicians, and public figures, have spoken out about the high-profile case in which Verdejo was charged with carjacking, kidnapping, premeditated murder, and murder of an unborn child. Each of these crimes carried the death penalty. However, the relatives of the deceased requested from the start that the court sentence the killer to life in prison so that he could suffer in captivity for the rest of his life. The hearing was repeatedly postponed due to the global coronavirus pandemic, but in the spring of 2021, the trial was held virtually. The court determined that the crime was committed by a group of people through prior conspiracy with particular cruelty to a pregnant woman. The chain of events of that night, as well as the details of the crime, could be reconstructed, thanks primarily to Lewis' testimony, who did not deny guilt. He admitted that, at the request of a friend, he obtained the drug for injection and brought a wire and a concrete block to dispose of the body. But Felix insisted on his lack of involvement in the case. Although his words had no significant impact on the situation, the boxer's wife, who testified in court almost immediately after her husband's arrest, filed for divorce and attempted to distance herself from what was going on, focusing on the development of his business and raising a young daughter instead. According to some reports, Lisa Santiago recently remarried. Elisa admitted in an interview that she had received numerous anonymous calls and messages containing death threats, as well as death wishes for her and Miranda. Many believe the athlete's spouse was the organizer of the crime, but no evidence was found. In summer 2023, it became clear that the jury, having reviewed all of the evidence and heard testimony from all of the witnesses, was finally ready to announce the final verdict. Felix Verdejo and his accomplice Luis Cadiz were found guilty of all of the charges against them. Despite this, The killers have yet to be sentenced. The next court hearing is set for mid-November 2023. Most likely, both men involved in Keishla Rodriguez's and her unborn child's deaths will be sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The betrayal of a loved one always surprises us, because that is why we consider people close when we fully trust them and do not expect to be stabbed in the back. However, criminologists understand that when it comes to a brutal murder, the perpetrator should be sought first and foremost among people in the victim's immediate surroundings. What if the plan could not be completed? The victim is unable to testify due to his serious condition, and the perpetrator is desperately trying to figure out how to cover his tracks without raising suspicion. It reminds me of the plot of a thriller. Unfortunately, this story occurred a few years ago in real life. Wang Nan, a pregnant Chinese woman, was involved in one of Thailand's most high-profile incidents. The perpetrator tried to get rid of his wife in one of the national parks by portraying the incident as a tragic accident. However, it appears that nature intervened to prevent the young woman and her child from being killed. When the truth was exposed, it literally shocked the detectives investigating the case, as well as the doctors who saved the victim's life, because they were certain that the husband was deeply concerned about his wife and child. But even more shocking was the motivation for such a heinous and cruel act. It should be noted that this situation is not unique, and around the same time in Thailand, another couple from China had a similar story, but the man was able to put an end to the plan. But let's go through everything in order. Wang Nan's story. Wang Nan was born in Nanjing, a major metropolis and former Chinese capital, in 1987. She grew up in a relatively affluent family, and her parents strived to provide their daughter with the best education possible, while also encouraging the development of her talents and potential. The girl excelled in school, and she found it particularly easy to learn the exact sciences. Wang Nan enrolled in a prestigious university after graduation, where she studied the fundamentals of business and finance while also learning several foreign languages. After receiving her diploma, the girl secured a position at a large travel agency, where she established herself as a valuable, responsible, and highly motivated employee. She quickly advanced in her career and was transferred to Thailand, where she oversaw the development of a new branch. Nan worked as a top manager for a few years before leaving the travel agency to start her own business. She opened a restaurant serving Chinese national cuisine and was so successful that her idea quickly expanded into a small but popular chain in Bangkok. Xiao Dong Wang was a successful young entrepreneur who competently led and developed the business. However, in order to advance her career, she completely sacrificed her personal life. The young woman later recalled that her most recent romantic relationship occurred while she was still a student. However, as labor activity began, she simply did not have time to go on dates due to her full-time employment. Wang Yan wasn't too concerned about her loneliness, even though she was almost 30 years old. She was constantly in business, rushing around and working tirelessly. Even though she had lived in Thailand for a long time and was well-versed in the language, she decided to improve her skills and enrolled in additional TI courses. At the training center, Wang happened to meet a young man named Hugh, who stared at her for a few minutes before approaching her in his native language. They spoke briefly, and the man asked Nan why she was studying the language, to which she replied that it was necessary for her business development. Hugh suggested that they exchange business cards so that they could meet and socialize for a while. Nan was reluctant to continue chatting, but she did so out of politeness. She gave him her business card, and he gave her his in return. Xiao Dong's business card stated that he was in the export-import business in Bangkok. Wang was unimpressed and simply threw the business card into her purse, forgetting about it. Only Yu appeared to be genuinely interested in the young woman, and he called her the next day. However, she was too busy with work to hold a conversation for more than a few minutes, so she declined the invitation to meet for coffee. A few days later, the situation repeated itself, and Nan declined to go on a date, citing her busy schedule and preparations for an upcoming business conference. She intended to expand her business relationships and meet new partners there, but you arrived at the event with a luxurious bouquet of flowers. After waiting for Nan to be free, he approached her and asked her out again. Wang Nan was bribed due to her persistence. Because no one had ever tried so hard to get her attention before, she agreed to meet him for dinner and an unexpected romantic encounter. It appeared that Yu did not simply fall in love with men. He had literally lost his head. He constantly showed her affection, made pleasant surprises and gifts, delivered flowers to her door every morning with little romantic notes inside, and called at least twice a day to say good morning and good night. Wang's emotions were mixed. On one hand, she was annoyed by the guy's obsession, but on the other, she was flattered that someone was attempting to win her heart. So unexpectedly, for the first time in a long time, the young woman entered into a romantic relationship. Her boyfriend not only wooed her beautifully, but he also tried to be perfect in every way. He shared her interests and points of view on a variety of topics, learned to cook Wang's favorite dishes, tried to diversify their leisure time by purchasing tickets to various events, and was always willing to assist her at work and at home upon the first request. Wang Nan could not believe how happy she was. It appeared to her that this only happened in movies, but it was actually happening to her, except Yu was in too much of a rush. They had only been dating for a few months, but he was already planning a wedding and naming their future children. Wang was slightly embarrassed by this type of conversation. But at times like this, Yu began talking about how they were both in their 30s and that it was time to start a family, a wedding without rings and veils. The man had no idea how to behave or how to respond to her suitor's behavior. She realized Yu was correct about his age, but she still questioned whether he was the right person to marry. One day, after another heart-to-heart conversation, Yu promised Nan that he would prove his love for her. That same night, after they had returned home, the man in love sent his girlfriend a long, touching letter filled with tenderness. He confessed his love to her and promised to be the best husband and father for their children. Wang awoke to find the suitor on her doorstep, holding a bouquet of flowers. Yi Jiaon declared that he had never been more serious about his intentions, and he was ready to marry her right now. Ran Kofad said the courthouse wouldn't open until an hour and a half later, so Yu offered to go there right away. And if the door was open, they'd register the marriage right away. Wang agreed to the venture, knowing that the government office would be closed. To her surprise, the door was opened, and the authorized officer registering unions was already sitting at his desk. Yu had arranged everything in Ad Wang Si, requesting that an exception be made for him and his bride to marry early in the morning. It was an unusual wedding. No guests, no rings, no dress or veil, and no memorable photographs. Wang Nan couldn't shake the suspicion that all of this was a lie because she didn't even introduce the chosen one to his mother, with whom they had always been close. When she regained consciousness, she found herself holding a marriage certificate. Next to her stood a happy, newlywed husband. A tragic accident happened in June 2019. When Wang was 3 months pregnant, her husband persuaded her to plan a vacation and a short trip, reasoning that they would be unable to travel for a long time after the baby was born. Nan reluctantly agreed, and they chose the Thai National Park Reserve, which is known for its picturesque forests and unique rock paintings, estimated to be tens of thousands of years old. But on the morning of June 9, tragedy struck. Wang Nan fell from a height of 111 feet, while the couple was on one of the observation decks admiring the sunrise. When rescuers arrived on the scene, a crying Yu ran up to them and begged them to save his wife and the baby she was carrying. The man claimed they were enjoying the first rays of the rising sun when his wife became ill. She took a step to the side, but she became dizzy and fell before he could pick her up. The young woman had fallen from the 10th floor. She had multiple open fractures, and the situation appeared hopeless. Nan suddenly groaned and opened her eyes. Her husband abruptly stopped crying and wailing, and a look of horror crossed his face. However, he quickly gathered himself, loudly thanked the Almighty that his beloved was still alive, and then leaned into her ear and whispered something about Chinese unstable family life before dealing with the events of that tragic day. Let us go back 6 months and see how the couple's family life was. Wang regretted her marriage almost immediately after it was registered, but at first she hoped he would be a good husband, a dependable supporter, and a man to rely on. Unfortunately, her hopes were not realized, and soon the new husband revealed his true colors. He spent almost all of his time at home playing computer games, freely spending his wife's money while contributing nothing to the family budget. When his wife asked why he didn't go to work, Xiaodong explained that his business was at a seasonal low and that he could rest for the time being. However, this law had grown too long, so the young woman decided to inquire about her husband's job. That's when she discovered that his successful export-import business existed solely on paper and printed business cards. Wang realized the magnitude of her error at that point, as she had not even considered drafting a prenuptial agreement. So now her husband can freely spend what she earns, and if they divorce, he will claim her property. The couple had a serious conversation during which he cried like a child and was assured that he would overcome his temporary difficulties and find a good job. However, it quickly became clear that he was not going to look for anything and was quite content sitting on his wife's neck. He was a grown man who behaved like a child. He spent almost all of his time playing computer games, and if he did something around the house or helped his wife in the restaurant, he made sure to ask her for money for himself. Wang eventually got tired of it and told him that she would not give him another penny until he found a job stealing from his own wife and an unwanted child. Yu disappeared the day after that conversation, taking Nan's marriage certificate and identity card with him. However, she only discovered the missing documents in the evening when she received a call from her accountant inquiring about the transfer of a large sum of money from her account. The young woman was stunned because she had not transferred any funds. She did, however, immediately guess who had done it. The husband transferred more than $500,000 to his personal account while providing the bank with his marriage certificate, his wife's documents, and assurances that it was their joint money that they managed together. Wang did not hesitate to contact the police to report the theft, and the fugitive husband was apprehended a few hours later while attempting to cash out some of the stolen funds. Yu sobbed again at the station, this time on his knees, begging his wife for forgiveness. He admitted that he had lost a large sum of money gambling, and he was now being threatened with death in order to repay the debt. Furthermore, it was discovered that this was not his first encounter with the police. He had previously served an 8-year sentence in his native China for robbery. Ren was almost overcome with shame as she listened to all of this, because as it turned out, she did not know the man she married. However, the young woman believed that gambling was a disease and that she needed to help her husband overcome his addiction and return to a normal life. Wang not only agreed to pay off half of her husband's debt, but she also appointed him manager of one of her restaurants. Yu initially appeared to accept it gratefully and take the new position seriously. He even devised an effective strategy for the establishment's growth, but his enthusiasm was short-lived. Soon, he began to spend more time on computer games and entertainment. During that time, Wang discovered she was pregnant and informed her husband, but he reacted strangely, even aggressively. Yu claimed that he was not yet prepared for this and persuaded his wife to have an abortion, which she flatly refused. The husband then threatened divorce and stated that he intended to obtain a court order to divide the property. He didn't speak to his wife for several days before suddenly softening and apologizing. Yu admitted that he spoke nonsense about emotions. In fact, excited about the upcoming edition, I resumed caring, cooking, and helping around the house. A fateful journey. Wang was overjoyed 2 months later because her marriage had nearly reached perfection, as promised by her lover at the start of their relationship. He was attentive, caring, and responsible in his role as manager, actively preparing their home for the arrival of a child. One day, Xiaodong offered to insure his wife's life and health because she was pregnant, and such a move would help to protect her and the baby in the event of various unforeseen circumstances. The young woman readily agreed and even wondered why she hadn't thought of it sooner. Yu took out the insurance the next day, and a few weeks later, she mentioned taking a vacation to relax and unwind. Nan was hesitant, but her husband insisted, claiming that they did not have a honeymoon and that with a baby, they would be unable to travel in the coming years. He also stated that they had been through a difficult period and needed to reset in order to clear their minds of all negativity and heavy thoughts. In the end, his arguments were convincing, and Nan agreed. His husband chose the location, booked the hotel, planned the activities, and planned the itineraries to ensure that the trip was exciting and educational while not exhausting the pregnant woman. Nan left the matter entirely to her husband, and she was pleased to see how enthusiastically he was planning their vacation. On June 7, the couple visited the park for the first time and spent the majority of the day there. They walked a lot and saw a lot of beautiful sights and lookout points. On that summer Friday evening, the park was packed with visitors from all over. Wang noticed her husband becoming angry and nervous in the evening when she asked if everything was fine. He responded that due to the crowds of tourists, they were unable to enjoy the sunset in silence. Wang Nan even conceded, deciding that it would be extremely romantic. As the sun went down, the park became less crowded, and Yu climbed the fence of the observation deck and began calling his wife to the edge, telling her what an incredible view there was. However, the pregnant woman refused to go there, citing that it was already dark and could be dangerous. The husband became enraged but returned to her after a few minutes, explaining that they would have to go to the park to see the sunrise. Since the couple arrived at the hotel after midnight, they decided to rest and sleep in on Saturday, before returning to the reserve early Sunday morning. On June 9, early Sunday morning, as planned, the couple went to the national park to see the first rays of the rising sun. They awoke at around 3 a.m. They left while it was still dark outside. There were very few visitors at that time. Wang briefly considered that they were all alone there. The couple met at dawn and on one of the observation decks. He then went down to the cliff and persuaded his wife to approach him to admire the rock paintings. Nan hesitated, but her husband assured her that it was safe and that he would help her down before climbing up. The young woman trusted her husband and approached the situation with caution. The view from up there was truly breathtaking. Yu hugged his wife and asked if she had any regrets in this life. Nan was surprised by the question, but she confidently responded that she had no regrets. Yu ran his hand through her hair, kissed her on the cheek, and then leaned over to her ear and said, "Die." At that moment, he loosened his embrace and pushed his wife down the cliff, a miraculous rescue. Yu looked around again to make sure no one had seen them, then looked down intently but couldn't see exactly where his wife had fallen. He listened. It was quiet. No one was screaming or calling for help, which meant there were no witnesses downstairs either. He then leisurely headed towards the park exit to bide his time and report the incident, when one would surely be dead. However, down below, a few hikers who had turned off the trail noticed the body lying on the rocks and immediately called the rescuers, reporting the incident. Yu Xiaogong had already left the reserve when several cars with flashers and sirens whizzed past him. He immediately realized what the matter was and went back, proceeding to the place where his wife had fallen. There he put on quite a show, with tears, screams, and pleas for help. At that moment, he was sure that his wife was already dead, so no one would know the truth. But as it turned out, during the fall, Nan caught on the branches of trees, which reduced the speed and landed first on the bushes and then rolled on the rocks. All this cushioned the impact and saved the lives of Wang and her child, but it did not save her from serious injuries while Yu was crying and lamenting that he did not want to live without his beloved wife and child. She suddenly opened her eyes and tried to say something, but could not. At that moment, everyone noticed the genuine horror on her husband's face, but he quickly pulled himself together, leaned over to his wife and hissed in her ear in Chinese that she should keep silent if she wanted to live and attempt to finish the job. The victim was diagnosed with head trauma, multiple closed and open fractures, lacerations, soft tissue contusions, ruptured internal organs, and massive blood loss. In addition, her spine was severely damaged, and doctors feared that even if she survived, she would never be able to walk again. Wang spent several days in a coma, hooked up to life support machines. During this time, her husband literally never left her side, spending days and nights in her room. Doctors applauded such devotion and love, but in fact, every time he was alone with his wife, he thought about how to finish her without arousing suspicion. He scrutinized the apparatuses, but he still couldn't figure out how to disable them discreetly. The terrible truth and the loss of a child. When one came to her senses, her husband was scared out of his wits. He did not leave her alone, not for a moment, fearing that at any moment she would talk and tell the police the truth about what had happened. Once alone, he threatened her again, saying that he had nothing left to lose. During the first interrogation, the victim confirmed her husband's words, saying that her fall was the result of dizziness. But a few hours later, when her husband left for a moment, Nan asked the nurse to call the police again and not let her husband into the room. That's when she told the gruesome story of her fall, claiming that her husband had tried to kill her. Yu burst into the room, shouting that his wife was insane from the blow to her head and that he would never harm her or the baby. But the man's words sounded extremely unconvincing, and he was taken into custody the same day at the hospital. He was charged with several charges at once, including attempted murder as well as intimidation in case the victim spoke. When her husband was arrested and sent to jail to await trial, Wang breathed a sigh of relief. She still had a long period of rehabilitation ahead of her, but now she felt safe. At first, she had hoped that the pregnancy could be saved because the baby had survived the fall from the heights. However, because of the strong painkillers, several surgeries under general anesthesia were necessary, as was the need to inject antibiotics. The doctors insisted on abortion because the priority was the life of the mother, and the fetus, in all likelihood, would still die from so many drugs. It was a huge shock for Nan, but she followed the doctor's recommendations. Trial and sentencing. Xiaodong categorically denied his guilt and kept insisting on the accident version. In prison, he behaved calmly, hired good lawyers, and was confident that he would escape punishment or that it would not be too severe. Investigators and the prosecutor in charge of the case had no doubt that the defendant had committed the crime out of self-interest and the hope of receiving a large insurance payout, as well as inheriting his wife's fortune, which at the time amounted to almost $2.5 million. However, at one of the interrogations, you literally shocked everyone by talking about another motive for his inhumane act. It turns out that he resented his wife when she agreed to repay only half of his debt because of a passion for gambling. In the man's opinion, if his wife really loved him, she would have closed all his debts because she had the money. Xiaodong then decided that Wang did not love him, and he had the right to punish her for it. After these words, the defendant fell silent, and realizing that he had said too much, he said that he had been misunderstood, but his unexpected confession, as well as Nan's testimony, were enough to send him to prison for a long time. In March 2021, the defendant was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison, but Xiaodong and his lawyers filed several appeals, and 6 months later, the Thai court showed wonders of leniency, reducing the life sentence to just 10 years in prison. Wan and her loved ones were shocked by the decision, saying that such a lenient sentence would set a bad precedent that could encourage others to commit similarly horrific acts. Also in Thailand around the same time, a similar case occurred on Phuket Island, where a Chinese national drowned his wife, claiming it was a swimming accident on the beach. He also did it for the sake of insurance. Since the fact of the murder was proved, the man was sentenced to death. Xiaodong, on the other hand, was sentenced to only 10 years for the failed murder attempt and, in fact, the murder of the fetus. How did Wang Nan's fate turn out to date? The final verdict in one man's case has not yet been issued. He is serving her 10-year sentence, and the injured woman is trying to challenge the court's decision. In parallel, Yu is also filing appeals in an attempt to prove her innocence and be released, for Xiaodong stood up for his numerous relatives who claimed that he was a rich businessman and that it was wrong to marry him for selfish motives. However, there is no way to prove it, as the man has nothing but huge debts. As for Nan, contrary to the doctor's predictions, after a series of complicated surgeries and long rehabilitation, the young woman was able to get back on her feet. She relearned to walk, and most of the money she earned was spent on her recovery. In 2023, Nan took up work again and was able to revitalize her once successful business. She has also created and led an organization dedicated to helping women who are victims of domestic violence. She also runs her own blog, trying to warn women against the mistakes she made herself. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. After Hannah Potts, 23, went missing, the FBI launched an investigation. The case received a lot of media attention, and the revelations about the mysterious disappearance shocked many people. Hannah's family had no idea who would ultimately be charged. Hannah and her large family lived in Gibson County, Indiana, a southwestern American state. Many of the residents, including the Potts family, were farmers. They had their own small farm, which Hannah's parents considered a good and safe place to work, live, and raise their children. It was indeed a safe environment. But, as you know, things can change. The summer of 2020 marked a watershed moment for the Potts family, forever altering their lives. Hannah couldn't sleep on the nights of July 23rd and 24. She told her mother that she was going to walk around the farm, look at the animals, and possibly take some photos. She then grabbed her phone and camera, exited the house, and headed to the barn. Hannah's family discovered she was not at home in the morning, and a post on her Facebook page shocked everyone. She posted a video clip based on the image that was recorded in the dark, because the image is a black screen throughout the video, and she was saying, "Mom, are you there? Hello. Mom, if you can hear me, please say something. I really need to hear your voice. Something happened. I was out taking photos of animals, and this guy appeared out of nowhere. He's the same guy I saw in the maroon car yesterday morning. He grabbed me and pushed me inside the truck. Oh God. Where will he take me? Mom, please consider Hannah's point of view. He's black, about Jerry's height. On the jury I work with, his voice is deep, and the way he referred to me as baby girl sent shivers down my spine. I do not like it. Please, Mom, if you're there, could you say something to me? I'm in a room with a little light. There are 4 walls. I don't think they know I have the phone, so I'll have to tell the cops everything you're going to show them in the videos, so maybe they'll find me. I do not know where he is. Where did he say this? What exactly did he say? He mentioned something about Ohio. God, I love you, Mom. Tell Dad that I love him too. Please take care of Gigi for me. Please. If I do not make it back. I love you. I really love you. Hannah's parents immediately contacted the police, recognizing the gravity of the situation and the fact that even minutes can change everything. The FBI became involved in the case. The video quickly gained traction on social media. Hannah's kidnapping was covered by all of the country's major television stations on the same day. Extensive media and social media coverage helped attract a large number of volunteers who, along with the Potts family, distributed several thousand informational flyers on the first day, stating that Hannah was last seen at home around 2 a.m. She wore a gray shirt and sports pants. It was also stated that the person who abducted her was driving a maroon vehicle. The police appealed to anyone with information to come forward. Hannah's family used every available resource to find her. One of these resources was social media, which allowed information about the kidnapping to spread rapidly. Hannah had a twin sister named Lauren, and she posted a request for help with a broken heart. I never imagined I would be posting something like this. I need help. Please share this post with your Facebook friends. Share this photo. Please help us. My twin sister Hannah posted a video this morning describing how she was kidnapped. If you have seen or heard from her, please contact Princeton, Indiana, police or my family. Hannah, I miss you. Please come home. When the FBI attempted to track Hannah's cell phone, they discovered that on the day of her abduction, a cell tower located about a few miles from the Potts family home received a signal from her phone. Hannah posted the video to her Facebook page around 6 a.m. She was already being held hostage at the time, and a cell tower near the house was still picking up her phone signal. This meant Hannah was being held in a room close to her family's home. The police were desperately looking for a man driving a maroon car, but it was impossible to find a man who fit that description within a 5-mile radius of the Potts family home while researching Hannah's life and determining whether anyone she knew was involved in her disappearance. Detectives discovered that prior to her disappearance, she had been in close contact with Maria Hopper, a 34-year-old woman who lives just a mile away. When investigators arrived to speak with Maria, she confirmed that she knew Hannah but had last seen her a few days prior to the abduction. It looked like another dead end. However, when police obtained a report from a cell phone carrier and gained access to Hannah's social media page, where she posted her heartbreaking plea, it became clear that Maria Hopper lied when she claimed to have seen Hannah a few days before the abduction. Hannah disappeared in the early hours of July 24th. 2 days later, on the morning of July 26th, several police officers arrived at Maria's house, and she once again told them she had no idea where Hannah was. Maria's boyfriend, 45-year-old Joshua Thomas, was also present, and he told police that he knew nothing about Hannah. Officers asked Maria for permission to look around the house. The woman reluctantly gave her consent, but immediately stated that Hannah was not in her home. Except for the stairs in the kitchen that lead to the basement, the police found nothing suspicious. Maria stated that there were only unnecessary items in the basement. However, law enforcement officials decided to inspect the basement firsthand. Among the dusty items in the basement, the police discovered a sheet of plywood that was unlike anything else. There was no dust on it, and it appeared that this sheet of plywood had not been in the basement as long as the other items. The plywood appears to be blocking the passage to another area of the basement. As one of the officers began to move it away, Maria Hopper made a significant announcement. But first, we need to return to Hannah's recording. When the video was shared on social media, people immediately noticed Hannah's strange and illogical behavior. She recorded a 6-minute video. Many people questioned why she was wasting time recording the video instead of calling 911. Why didn't the kidnapper search her or take her phone? What was she going to photograph at the farm at 2 a.m.? While recording the message, Hannah initially claimed she was kidnapped by a man, but after a few minutes, she is heard saying it appears there were multiple kidnappers. She then used social media, so she had internet access at the location where she was being held and could have pinpointed her exact location. For some reason, she didn't. Of course, the authorities were aware of all of these strange occurrences. However, because everyone behaves differently under stress, the investigation was underway, and Hannah's disappearance was presumed to be a kidnapping until proven otherwise. The truth was revealed when the police obtained Hannah and Maria Hopper's correspondence. When the officer asked to see what was behind a sheet of plywood in Maria's basement, she revealed that Hannah was hiding there. The police officer pushed the plywood aside and directed her to approach him. When Hannah entered the light, the officer noticed that she had fully functional handcuffs on her right wrist and shackles on her ankles. The young woman immediately admitted to police officers that she had not been kidnapped and was sitting in the basement of her own free will. Hannah had planned her own kidnapping, with Maria Hopper and Joshua Thomas assisting her. This was clear from their social media interactions. The tone, content, and context of the messages read like a fantasy fiction story. The police filled out the arrest records. All three were brought to the police station for further investigation. Of course, everyone wanted to know why she did it. Hannah informed the investigators that she was writing a book and had decided to stage her own kidnapping as inspiration and to learn how kidnapped victims feel. Maria and Joshua were characters in her story who helped her keep everything organized. They hid her in their basement, brought her food and drinks, and, per Hannah's instructions, destroyed her cell phone so the police couldn't find it. Hannah's heartbreaking video on Facebook was pre-recorded, and she said she rehearsed for about a week before recording it. No one in her family knew what she was up to. After the truth was revealed, the Potts family apologized to everyone who assisted with the search. And to everyone who was concerned for Hannah, her sister, Brittany, issued a public apology on her social media page. It particularly included these words: "As word spreads that Hannah has been found, I need to make a public statement about it. I neither publicly disowned nor wish to have any future contact with my sister. She's dead to me. I hope she is prosecuted to the full extent of the law. My family is deeply embarrassed and hurt by her actions, and the fact that she attempted to blame this on someone of color. I hope no black man driving a maroon car was targeted because of her blatant lie. She has caused a great deal of grief for my family and others. Shame on you, Hannah. You made my 6-year-old son cry, believing that something bad had happened to you. My 6-year-old baby loved you so much. I hope you are prosecuted to the full extent. I have no words. I just feel like I owe an apology to the public. I am very angry and embarrassed." While in the basement of her friend's house, Hannah kept a personal journal in which she revealed that she was aware that her social media posts would go viral. Hannah Potts was charged with making false reports of a kidnapping. Miss Potts' actions are criminal in nature. She had many people in her family and community concerned about her personal health and safety. Gibson County Prosecutor Michael Cochran stated in a news release that by providing a false description of the alleged abductor, she risked involving innocent people. Finally, the number of hours spent by multiple law enforcement agencies during this period of limited resources cannot be recovered. This callous disregard for others simply cannot be tolerated. His statement concluded that Maria Hopper and Joshua Thomas were charged with perjury and concealing information during a police interview. Hopper admitted to taking Potts from her home and lying about harboring her. Thomas also admitted to knowing about the kidnapping hoax and the presence of Potts in the house. All three were released on bail and remained at large pending trial. Hannah Potts pleaded guilty in September 2020 to knowingly filing a false kidnapping report. She was sentenced to 1 year's probation and 120 hours of community service. Joshua Thomas and Maria Hopper also received probationary sentences. Many people who are familiar with this story believe Hannah was not only looking for inspiration, devising a plan for her own abduction, but also wanted to create a stir around her person, laying the groundwork for successful book sales. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss a story that occurred in England in 2011. Emily Longley, 17, was full of hope and saw a bright future ahead of her. But, unfortunately, all of her plans failed. This case drew a lot of attention, not only because of the death of a young woman, but also because of how things turned out after she died. Emily Longley was born in England in 1994 to Mark and Caroline Longley. Hannah, Emily's younger sister, was born 2 years later. The girls had been close since childhood. They had a loving and caring family. When Emily was 9 and Hannah was 7, the family relocated to New Zealand. Auckland was their new home. Emily fell into the wrong crowd after emigrating to New Zealand. Her middle-class parents sent her back to the UK to begin a new life with her grandparents. Emily flew to England in 2010 to attend Brockenhurst College. She wanted to study business and become a model in England. She lived at her grandparents' house in Bournemouth. Bournemouth, located to the west of the Pool, is a town in the county of Dorset and a popular resort on the English Channel coastline. Emily moved to England while her sister, Hannah, was still in school, and her parents, Mark and Caroline, divorced but remained friendly. Emily was a stunning young woman who attracted a lot of attention. She met Elliot Turner, a 20-year-old, and he left an impression on her. Their communication eventually developed into a romantic relationship. Emily returned to New Zealand in April 2011 to see her family after a 6-month absence. Her father met her at the airport, and she ran up to him, hugging him tightly and telling him how much she missed him. Emily had a very close relationship with her father, who adored her and missed her infectious smile, laughter, and dirty jokes. The following day, the entire family visited Emily's favorite pizzeria. She informed her parents that, in addition to attending college, she was involved in modeling and had made some incredible friends. She also mentioned her current boyfriend, Elliot Turner, who was 20 years old. They'd only been dating for a few months, and she felt too young for anything serious. "I think I'll end it when I get back," she said. Emily spent the next few weeks socializing with friends and family. She had a great time. No one expected to lose her so soon. Emily found it difficult to say goodbye to her family as her flight boarded. However, Emily promised to return in 5 months. She wanted to see the Rugby World Cup matches, which were scheduled to begin on September 9. A few days later, Emily texted her father to tell him she was breaking up with Elliot, but she didn't go into detail. Elliot acted strangely after seeing photos of Emily that she had posted on social media while in New Zealand. Elliot was envious of the guys in these photos. Elliot Turner, the wealthy jeweler's son, was 20 years old and appeared to be living a carefree life. Turner was a well-known figure in the Bournemouth and pool bar and club scenes, as well as a member of the firm, a group of wealthy young men. Turner's friends all talk about him because he brags. He met Emily in December 2010. The couple had a great time at the resort and frequently partied late into the night. Turner, who had a history of obsessing over women, soon became jealous. As a result, their relationship quickly turned violent. Some described him as being threatening, aggressive, violent, controlling, and possessive. He received a harassment warning letter from the police in January 2008, when he was 16, telling him not to contact his ex-girlfriend after he bombarded her with text messages and emails after she ended their relationship. Turner loved being the center of attention. He did not have to work for a living. His parents provided him with everything he needed. Elliot everything he needed others, including his parents. His life revolved around parties, women, alcohol, and illegal substances. He saw himself as a man who could do whatever he wanted. Elliot carried a hammer in case anyone attempted to contradict him. Turner's friends believed he fancied himself a gangster and aspired to be the person everyone went to for help. He could come to the bar and buy drinks for everyone. Elliot brags about driving a new Mini Whopper, which was a gift from his grandmother. He attempted to maintain his bad boy image by posting a series of supposedly streetwise messages on social networking sites, and he frequently referred to himself as Scarface or God. He did not lack female attention, but when he met Emily, he became deeply attached to her. She praised his image as a successful person, which he had worked hard to develop. As their relationship progressed, Turner began to exhibit more controlling behavior. He even threatened to kill Emily, an emotional plea to Turner. Emily wrote him a note a few months before she died saying, "I love you too. Do not say you will kill me." 3. Stop talking about your ex-girlfriends. Stop being so aggressive and become more cool, because that is far more attractive, and you scare me because you are so intimidating. When Turner began to reveal his true face and his controlling behavior began to exceed all reasonable limits, Emily realized he was not the person she wanted to be with. However, people like Turner do not understand rejection. Emily spent the evening of May 6, 2011, with friends at one of the entertainment venues. Surveillance cameras captured how she arrived at a nightclub with her friends. That evening, Turner read Emily's Facebook messages and discovered she was dating another man. It annoyed him. He entered the club and started arguing with Emily. The entire story ended with a girl throwing her drink in his face. Turner verbally abused and threatened her with violence. He did not like Emily's outfit. He felt it was too revealing. He dismissed Emily's breakup with him. The man was not going to let her leave. Elliot spoiled her evening, so she chose to leave. However, her ex-boyfriend followed her. His friends overheard him say, "I'll kill her. I'll go to prison for it and still be a millionaire. I would do 10 years. It would not bother me." Turner caught up with Emily and persuaded her to go to his house. He stated that he wanted to talk in a more relaxed setting. Elliot Turner lived with his parents. Maybe that's why Emily joined him. Perhaps she expected him to behave more calmly in the presence of his parents. Neighbors saw them enter the house. The following morning, Nina Turner, Elliot's mother, called 911 to report Emily's inability to wake up. It was approximately 9 a.m. Before the ambulance arrived, there was a need to follow the operator's instructions on how to help Emily. Unfortunately, when the ambulance arrived, they could only announce Emily Longley's death. Anita, an Indonesian citizen, came to the UK to marry Lee Turner. When the couple had a son, they refused to deny him anything, which was a huge mistake. During her conversation with the emergency services operator, his voice did not sound like that of a mother who had just discovered her son's girlfriend dead. She was too calm, as if nothing unusual had happened in New Zealand, thousands of miles away from England. Emily's father, Mark, awoke at 2 a.m. to find a slew of missed calls from his ex-wife, Caroline, and younger daughter, Hannah. Hannah also left a voice message, which Mark could barely understand. Then he heard Caroline scream in the background, followed by her words, "Emily has died." Mark refused to believe it. He phoned his mother in England. When she responded, his entire world fell apart. His mother was crying uncontrollably. Moments later, one of the cops grabbed her phone. "I'm sorry to inform you that your daughter Emily has died," he said. Mark could not believe it. After all, Emily was sitting on his couch, smiling, just a week ago. Even after flying to the United Kingdom, the bereaved father refused to accept that his daughter had passed away. Unfortunately, it was not a dream. Emily's parents faced a heartbreaking challenge when their eldest daughter passed away. The police informed them that Emily had died in her sleep. It did not make any sense. She was young and healthy. The police gathered some evidence, but it was unclear what had happened to Emily. They needed to wait for the autopsy results. Elliot Turner's parents, Anita and Lee, told investigators that they had been home all night and had heard nothing suspicious. Elliot publicly mourned Emily by sharing photos of them together on his Facebook page. The police had no evidence to refute Turner and his parents' claims that Emily mysteriously died in her sleep. The most important aspect of any death investigation is determining the cause. When investigators discover the cause of the victim's death, they have a better understanding of the situation and how to proceed with the investigation. While awaiting the autopsy results, the investigators discovered that Emily had posted something strange on her Facebook page just a few days before her death. "I have a stalker." She added that someone had just called me, and I was like, "Who is this?" And they said, "You don't know me, but I know everything about you." And I was like, "How did you get my number?" And he said, "I'll tell you when I see you," and he kept inviting me out. So I hung up and they haven't stopped calling. Emily posted on Thursday, May 5. Simultaneously, the police discovered that Emily had a fight with Elliot Turner in front of other nightclub patrons before dying. Investigators discovered that Turner tried to control Emily's every move, that he was aware of her meeting with another man, and, most importantly, that Elliot threatened to kill her several times. However, his friends dismissed this as meaningless, believing that Turner's words were simply meant to strengthen his image as a gangster. The autopsy did not reveal the exact cause of Emily's death. However, experts speculated that it could be strangulation, with one stating that the physical findings are entirely consistent with pressure being applied to the neck. Investigators suspected that one of the Turner family members was involved in Emily's death, so they installed listening devices in their home. The police were right to investigate whether they were hiding anything. They overheard Elliot instructing his mother on how to interact with the police and what she should say. His father, Lee Turner, appeared to be the only one who recognized that what he was doing was wrong. He eventually submitted to his son and wife's will. While listening to the recordings, investigators also learned what happened to Emily Longley. Elliot Turner admitted to causing her death. They arrested Elliot Turner a week after Emily died. He, of course, denied any guilt. His lawyers attempted to challenge the authenticity of the audio recordings. However, after reviewing all aspects of the case, the judge permitted the prosecution to use the recordings as evidence. Not realizing the police were listening, Elliot admitted that he was angry every day, and no one had ever irritated him more than Emily. During the trial in May 2012, his lawyer claimed that his client acted in self-defense. Elliot Turner claimed that the corral in his bedroom became violent, and he had to grab Emily by the neck. He said he did not strangle her. He discovered her dead in his bed the next morning. During the second day of the trial, Turner expressed disgust with his actions that night, allegedly after discovering Emily's death. He wrote a letter to his mother telling her how ashamed he was and that he was leaving for Spain. One can assume Elliot Turner intended to leave the country on the day Emily died, but changed his mind for some reason. When the police arrived at Turner's home, following the 999 call, they discovered packed bags. Elliot's passport was in his pocket. He admitted in court that he threatened Emily and felt upset and deceived the night before her death, after discovering false emails on her phone claiming he had smashed her face into a table. When describing their fight before she died, he mentioned that Emily had begun beating him with her hands and feet. He attempted to calm her down before giving up and throwing her a 20-pound note for a taxi. He claimed she simply ignored me at first. Then, 5 seconds later, she went crazy. I'd never seen Emily become so enraged. I wasn't sure what to do. She wouldn't stop. I kept repeating myself, "Stop it. Calm down." At this point, I grabbed her by the neck with my right hand. Defense attorney Anthony Dunn inquired, "Why did you do that?" Turner responded, "To keep her from going crazy. I didn't know what to do. My right hand came into contact with her neck." When the defense counsel asked how hard he grabbed her turn, she replied, "Not very hard, but quite hard." I grabbed her and pushed her down on the bed. I pressed down on her neck while she was lying down. He claimed to have held her for 5 or 6 seconds before releasing her and storming out of the room. When asked if he intended to kill Emily Turner, he said no. He said he thought Emily had fallen asleep. He allegedly realized Emily was dead only after she failed to wake up the next morning. Emily's father, Mark, told the Herald newspaper how difficult it was for him to lose his daughter. "The truth is that death is unpleasant. It doesn't matter whether it's your child, your partner, or your 99-year-old grandmother. It stinks that someone is present one day, but not the next. Well, it is not something we can handle easily. Every anniversary is difficult. Birthdays are difficult. Christmas is difficult. Easter is also difficult because it marks the last time I truly spent time with her." Mark Longley said the most difficult part was that he would never see the woman she could have become. I miss witnessing the life she was denied. We caught a glimpse of the woman she was becoming, and I was so proud of her. I am her father. Of course I am biased, but the world was a better place with her in it. It was certainly a lot more enjoyable. During the trial, they portrayed Elliot Turner as a spoiled, wealthy child whose parents wanted to help him avoid punishment. The court heard that he was given full control of the family's home in Bournemouth's affluent Queen's Park neighborhood, where he would host parties for his middle-class friends. His father, Lee, described him as wild. He was given his own living space in the converted garage of his parents' home, allowing him to come and go without disturbing them. He strangled Emily on his bed in his minibar-equipped room. The police searched the computers seized from Turner and discovered the following search queries: death by strangulation and how to avoid punishment for a crime. The primary motivation for the crime was jealousy. The court heard testimony from Luke Ashford, who spent the night with Emily. As previously stated, Elliot Turner learned about it. Even when in custody, Turner boasted that the jury would believe his twisted story that Emily had attacked him and that he had acted in self-defense by strangling her out of jealousy. In letters written from his prison cell to his friends, he announced that he would soon drive a new Range Rover and relocate to Spain. He intends to sell the rights to his story and live a fashionable lifestyle. However, when the jury found him guilty, he quickly lost his illusions. On May 22, 2012, the court sentenced Elliot Turner to life in prison with a minimum of 16 years. Announcing the verdict, Mrs. Justice Dobbs described Turner as a man who exuded arrogance. She described Emily as a lovely, kind, and fun-loving girl who made everyone around her happy. You have suddenly and needlessly extinguished that light. You didn't love her. She was only a trophy. The relationship, if you can call it that, was entirely about you. It was about control, which you exercised through aggression and threats. You can set aside thoughts of champagne, Bentleys, and girls and focus on why you were serving a life sentence. Mrs. Justice Dobbs also sentenced Turner to 9 months concurrent imprisonment for perverting the course of justice. But Elliot Turner was not the only one on trial. Turner's parents, Nita and Lee, whom he used for cash to fund his extravagant partying, adored their son so much that they attempted to conceal his crime. Lee destroyed Turner's confession letter, and Anita removed the jacket from the bedroom where the letter was allegedly found. His mother even put off calling an ambulance so that her son could cover his tracks and the family could come up with a convincing story for the police. When asked why she did not call an ambulance, Anita Turner said she did not believe Emily had died. Under cross-examination, they asked if she believed Emily had ruined her son's life. After a 6-second pause, she replied, "No." In the recording, Lee asks Anita if they did the right thing. "We have done the right thing." Anita responded. Both Nina Turner, 51, and Lee Turner, 54, were found guilty of perverting the course of justice and sentenced to 27 months in prison. Mrs. Justice Linda Dobbs stated that the two of you chose to fight the case with little remorse. Mr. Turner, you claimed you were unaware of the letter's contents when you destroyed it. The fact that it was burning in your conscience is clear from your anguished tone of voice on the recording. They were released in 2013, having served half of their sentence, and they continue to live in the house where Emily Longley died. Emily's father, Mark, burst into tears as he discussed the verdicts following the trial. Supported by former wife Caroline and daughter Hannah, he stated, "What we have heard over the last 5 weeks has shocked and disgusted us. That a man so evil as Turner could treat a gentle and loving girl like Emily so violently is beyond belief. We are so proud of her for traveling halfway around the world to improve her life. This is the life Turner chose to end." Mark stated that there was a lot of discussion about Turner's boasting, and that no one took his threat seriously until it was too late. He went on to say that even his mother didn't believe him when he texted her that he was going to break Emily's neck. If someone had taken his threat seriously, Emily might still be with us today. I hope Turner suffers every day in prison for what he did. In October 2020, according to the press, Elliot Turner's cellmates beat him in prison. It happened after he hung pictures of Emily in his cell and boasted about receiving letters from female fans. Some of his cellmates attacked him after he announced that he would return to his life of champagne, Bentleys, and birds in 5 years. Turner will be eligible to apply for early release from prison. One can only hope that common sense will prevail and that the parole board will make the correct decision regarding a person who has still shown no remorse for his actions. Share your opinion with us in the comments. and subscribe to the channel for more. In 2016, a story broke that shocked everyone with its cruelty. A young woman was stalked by her ex-boyfriend, who grew more dangerous with each day. At one point, she had to call the cops. But what happened next shocked the whole of Britain. Today, we'll tell you what happened to Alice Ruggles. Alice Ruggles was born on December 24, 1991, precisely one day before Christmas. Sue Hills and Clive Ruggles already had 2 children when she was born, and another boy joined the family later on. They lived in the tiny English village of Tor Langton in Leicestershire County. The village was very close-knit, and the older children always looked after Alice and her younger brother. Alice joined the local school's drama club and quickly fell in love with acting. She performed in numerous theatrical productions, and all of her teachers recognized her natural talent. After graduating from high school at the age of 18, Alice enrolled at Northumbria University to study design. After receiving her diploma in 2014, she relocated to Gateshead and began working for Sky, a major British media company. Alice rented an apartment with her roommates because it was difficult for her to afford separate housing initially. Alice, 23, met Harry Dillon in October 2015. He found her Facebook account through a mutual friends page. They began talking and quickly grew fond of each other. Harry was from India and came to the UK as part of a student program. He moved from a local Indian university to Queen Margaret University in Edinburgh. After finishing his studies, he chose to stay in England and join the army. After some time, he was sent to Afghanistan, where he began communicating with Alice via Facebook. They first exchanged messages, then began calling each other several times a week, and eventually formed a relationship. They eagerly awaited Harry's return to Great Britain so they could finally meet. When it happened, they went on a few dates, and Harry impressed Alice. They had a great time, and their mutual attraction grew even stronger. However, after a few weeks, they were forced to separate again. Harry had to return to Afghanistan for 2 more months, after which they intended to continue their relationship. The couple continued to communicate online until Harry returned to England in April. He lived on a military base in Edinburgh, nearly 200 kilometers from Alice's home. But Harry tried to pay her a visit whenever he could. Months after Harry returned to England, Alice invited him to a family celebration, and it appeared that their relationship was strengthening. However, over time, acquaintances began to notice significant changes in her behavior. Previously, she was always cheerful, sociable, and optimistic, but something was changing in her every day. Alice became withdrawn and depressed, and she stopped spending time with friends. She even stopped communicating with them on social media, and no one knew what was going on with her. Alice became increasingly irritable, and she even got into a fight with her apartment neighbors. She packed her belongings and moved into her colleague's apartment. Alice's family and friends began to suspect that her new boyfriend, Harry, was responsible for these significant changes. She was initially reluctant to discuss her relationship issues, but they became impossible to conceal over time. Harry was not the kind and caring man he had appeared to be in the first few months of their relationship. The longer they were together, the more he attempted to control every aspect of Alice's life. Harry was against her hanging out with friends or speaking with other men, even if they were old acquaintances or colleagues. He began to monitor her social media conversations and repeatedly accused her of wanting to cheat on him. Harry would throw a tantrum whenever she spoke to friends or planned to go out with them. What was even more intriguing was that Harry began openly cheating on Alice, meeting women on Tinder for one-night stands with no commitment. After that, he frequently mentioned these women to Alice in an attempt to make her jealous. It even got to the point where one of these women messaged Alice on social media in August. At that point, the young woman decided to end her relationship with Harry, but he refused to let go. He bombarded Alice with messages and phone calls, using any means necessary to get her back. He initially expressed his love for her, cried on the phone, and promised to change for the better. Then he began openly manipulating the young woman, promising to end his life and blaming her for everything. It even escalated to direct threats. It turned out that Harry had secretly photographed Alice while she was changing clothes, and he threatened to post the photos on the internet if she did not return to him. In the end, Alice chose to ignore him, and Harry changed tactics. He began calling her friends and relatives, requesting that they reason with the young woman. Recognizing that this was also ineffective, he began sending her letters containing poems about his love for her. However, he soon returned to threats and blackmail, but Alice continued to ignore his letters. Later, it was discovered that Harry had hacked her Facebook account and was monitoring her correspondence. He discovered that Alice had been communicating with a man named Mike since September, who was an army officer and was in another country at the time. Harry was infuriated. He began writing to Mike, claiming that Alice was still in love with him and sleeping with him, as well as saying various negative things about her. But Mike was already aware of Harry and paid no attention to his words. He continued his relationship with Alice, and it appeared that the young woman had gotten out of her situation with Harry. She regained her sociability, cheer, and happiness. Unfortunately, this did not last very long. On September 30th, Harry left her a voice message begging her to answer the phone. Alice ignored him, so he decided to go to her house. The man drove 2.5 hours from his military base to her apartment, but then acted strangely. First, he rang the doorbell and ran away. Alice was at home, but she did not open the door because she couldn't see anyone through the peephole. The situation occurred several times. A few hours later, Harry climbed over the fence and approached the window in her bedroom. Alice lived on the first floor of a 2-story home with a fenced yard. Harry knocked on the window and hid, leaving a box of candy and a bouquet on the sill. But what happened terrified Alice. She knew right away that Harry was responsible for everything. Furthermore, as she approached the window, she noticed a man hiding outside her field of vision. But that was not all. While hiding in her yard, Harry recorded several creepy voice messages, the contents of which caused Alice to panic. One of them began with the words, "You said guys like me end up killing people." He then repeatedly stated that he did not want to kill her. Alice got the impression from his tone of voice that he was primarily trying to persuade himself of what he said. Finally, he wished her good night and departed. All of this was enough for Alice to call the police. After what had happened, she began to seriously fear for her life and didn't know how else to defend herself against Harry. The operator gave her 2 options for resolving the issue: obtain a restraining order against Harry or request that the police issue an official police information notice, known in Great Britain as a PIN. It authorized the police to arrest the man if he approached or contacted Alice. The young woman chose the latter option. The next day, the police arrived, took her statement, and assured her that Harry would face the consequences if he bothered her again. After some time, the police contacted the military unit and informed the commanding officer of the actions taken against Harry. Interestingly, the police did not contact him personally, even by phone, let alone pay him a personal visit, despite the fact that they were required to do so by law. When he discovered that Alice had contacted the police, he became enraged and sent her another letter, along with a box of items that reminded him of her. In the letter, he stated that his phone, tablet, and laptop had been taken away as a result of her complaint. He also promised not to bother her again, but Alice was certain he would not simply calm down. When she first contacted the police, they instructed her to call them right away if Harry contacted her again. So she did. She informed the operator about the letter and the box of items, but he was unsure how to proceed in this case. Furthermore, he questioned Alice about the action she expected from them. Finally, he promised her that another officer would call her back. Of course, the police's response shocked Alice, and she had no idea what to do next. Several hours later, an officer called her back and heard her entire story. He then inquired whether she wanted the police to arrest Harry. Alice made a fatal mistake. She felt sorry for him and responded negatively. However, even if he had been arrested, Harry would not have faced any consequences. He would have been held in the station for some time before being released. Alice realized that the police couldn't help her in the situation, so she had to rely solely on herself. Alice was still depressed and scared on October 12th, 5 days after going to the police. She had hoped to distract herself from these troubling thoughts over the weekend. Mike was supposed to visit her, and they planned to spend the next several days together. Alice arrived home from work that evening and discovered that her neighbor was not there. She began getting ready for bed while talking with Mike about their upcoming meeting, but she had no idea Harry was standing in the courtyard of her building, watching her. Taking advantage of Alice's slightly open window, he climbed into her bedroom and went to the kitchen. where he grabbed a knife and went to the bathroom where Alice was. The events that followed unfolded quickly. Harry struck Alice 24 times with the knife, killing her almost instantly. After that, he left the apartment, got in his car, and drove back to his military unit. In less than an hour, Alice's neighbor returned home to discover that the front door had been locked from the inside. She knocked several times, hoping Alice would respond, but she didn't. The neighbor then went into the backyard to knock on Alice's bedroom window. However, what she saw shocked her. Alice lay in a pool of blood on the bathroom floor, visible through the open window. She immediately called the cops in a panic and told them what had happened, saying, "We knew this was going to happen." Her ex is a real psychopath. Less than 2 minutes later, the neighborhood heard police sirens and paramedics arrive, confirming Alice's death. They realized immediately that this was a murder. The police immediately began searching for Harry Dillon after the neighbor identified him as a potential killer. After running the numbers on his car, they discovered that he had driven from Edinburgh to Newcastle that day. His car was captured on several surveillance cameras. Only a few hours later, police arrived at the military base and arrested Harry. They took him to the station and started interrogating him. The man admitted that he had visited Alice but denied any involvement in the murder. He claims he approached her to talk, and she allegedly came out onto the street and hit him in the face during the conversation. Following that, Harry allegedly got into his car and drove back to the base. But detectives quickly realized that his story had nothing to do with reality. The surveillance cameras revealed that Harry had arrived at Alice's house before she returned from work. He parked his car and waited. But that is not all. Investigators examined his phone and discovered that while Harry was sitting in the car, he was messaging with a random girl on Tinder and planning to meet her that night. Detectives also discovered bloodstains on Harry's steering wheel, which were later identified as Alice's. Furthermore, the man stole her phone and carried it with him, so the geolocation of the device perfectly matched the killer's movements that day. All of this was enough to file murder charges and take the case to court. However, the first hearing occurred nearly a year later, in April 2017. Harry's lawyers realized that with such a large body of evidence against him, they needed to come up with a new story. As a result, the man claimed that he had come to Alice's house to collect his belongings. But after an argument, Alice allegedly took a knife and attacked him, inflicting 24 wounds on herself. After that, he watched her die and heard her final words. She allegedly said she despised her family. Of course, no one took this delusional story seriously. Furthermore, during the court proceedings, another heinous fact surfaced. Prior to the murder, Harry had made several visits to Alice's house, sneaking into the backyard and taking photographs. The prosecution claims that he carefully planned the murder in advance. 11 days later, the court found him guilty and sentenced him to life in prison with the possibility of parole in 22 years. During the verdict reading, the judge observed that Harry showed no remorse or compassion. Instead, he concentrated solely on creating the most plausible story. During the trial, another horrific detail about Harry's past was revealed. 3 years prior to these events, his ex-girlfriend obtained a restraining order against him because he stalked her in the same way that he would stalk Alice. However, the police were completely unaware of the situation. Following the murder, society and the media sharply criticized the police, accusing them of failing to protect Alice from a dangerous psychopath and allowing the case to go unsolved. Later, 2 officers faced discipline. The army also came under fire. The public was outraged that such an unstable and dangerous individual was permitted to join, and no action was taken against Harry when the pin was issued against him. Alice's family eventually established a foundation named after her. Its goal was to ensure that stalking victims receive immediate and appropriate police assistance. Alice's case demonstrated that law enforcement agencies cannot provide such protection, so legislative changes are required. In 2019, a law was passed that makes it easier to issue restraining orders against stalkers. However, Alice's family continues to work on the foundation, hoping that it will help to improve the country's situation. All of her relatives and acquaintances now believe that the tragedy could have been avoided if the police had been more serious about their duties. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, Welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. It's pretty exciting to tell your parents you've decided to have your own wedding. Tina Thomas was much more nervous than her fiancé, Gabe Watson. Tina was 26 years old at the time, exactly like her future husband. This was her third serious relationship and her second attempt at marriage. Her first attempt to start a family with her boyfriend, Scott McCulloch, failed. The relationship between the young people was fine, but only Tina's mother opposed the wedding. Scott disliked the fact that there were no specific claims, but like every mother, she wanted a better and happier life for her daughter, Tina, who was still very young at the time. As a result, the couple quickly split up, and the prospect of a shared future faded. The second attempt, with Stan Marks, also failed. Tina's parents had no involvement in this situation. The couple was unable to overcome the first 3-year crisis and separated with mutual consent. Tina finally meets Gabe Watson on Christmas Eve at a party with her friends. We can't say it was love at first sight. Instead, the relationship was based on mutual support following a recent breakup. Yes, this may not be the most exciting reason to begin a new relationship, but 2 years later he proposed marriage to Tina. Tina, having learned from bitter experience, said she agreed, but couldn't do it without parental permission. Gabe chose Valentine's Day in 2003 to make a beautiful and romantic appeal to his chosen one's parents, just like a true prince. However, Tina's father was away, so the dinner was rescheduled for the following day. On February 15, during the dinner, when Watson expressed his desire to live with Tina for the rest of his life, her father asked of him a seemingly simple question. "Is he in love with Tina?" Gabe stammered like a schoolboy and never responded. His father saw this reaction as a common embarrassment among strangers. He then asked his daughter the same question. Surprisingly, Tina did not directly answer this question, but she did begin her speech by expressing her fear of being alone at the age of 26. After giving it some thought, the father blessed the children. Planning a wedding takes a significant amount of time and effort. While Tina was thinking about her outfit, her guests, and the entire wedding, Gabe was only concerned with the honeymoon. He didn't care how his future wife chose to spend her vacation. He had already made every decision for her. His plan was to visit the Great Barrier Reef in the Pacific Ocean near Australia and dive there. First, look at the sunken ship, the Townsville Titanic, which sank in 1911. The problem was that, unlike Gabe, Tina was not into diving. Yes, he took her scuba diving in the pool, occasionally in calm water under the supervision of lifeguards, but nothing more. Gabe was an experienced scuba diver. He was completing a rescue diving course and had over 50 dives under his belt at the time. And they weren't in a pool. If you do not learn to dive by our honeymoon, I will warn you right away. You're staying at home, walking your dog, or pruning roses in the garden, Gabe said. You are not going anywhere with me. Tina had no choice. Gabe even took out a loan to buy her own equipment and cover her fiancé's tuition. Tina's first instructor was disappointed with her abilities and even warned Gabe that his fiancée lacked the necessary skills for open ocean swimming. A furious Gabe refused to listen to the diving instructor, accusing him of being the one who couldn't explain and refusing to continue with the class. The second instructor quickly gave Tina credit. Although she stated that Tina does everything she can to please her future husband, the young couple married on October 11. After 2 days, Tina and Gabe flew to Australia, spending $10,000 on a trip that provided funds for their wedding. It should be noted that Tina dedicated a portion of her honeymoon to her. They walked around Sydney and visited the Sydney Aquarium and Zoo. Tina was excited, but the closer they got to the Great Barrier Reef, the sadder she became on October's morning. When they first flew to Townsville, they boarded a boat to one of the most beautiful places on the planet, and every diver dreamed. After a while, dive company employees will tell you that the couple did not appear to be experienced divers. Even Gabe, who had completed courses and gained experience, struggled to understand the equipment as if he had never seen it before. Nonetheless, he assisted Tina in passing the pre-dive exam, despite the fact that such a test should be conducted separately. When the instructor offered Tina his assistance underwater, she refused. It was also mentioned in the conversation that there was a strong current that day and that this historical moment should not be overlooked or dismissed. As I previously stated, Gabe assisted his wife in organizing the equipment they had purchased in the United States before heading to retrieve the tanks they needed to rent. Gabe took an 11-liter tank for himself and gave his wife an 8.5-liter tank, which was extremely small for this location and potentially dangerous given Tina's lack of experience. It was not possible to descend to the Townsville Titanic for the first time. Tina requested additional cargo because she could not dive to depth. Gabe also initially refused to use the underwater computer, which calculates the necessary diving and ascent speeds and displays the amount of oxygen in the cylinders. After returning to the boat, the computer worked, so they tried again. Tina was the first to submerge Gabe, who was swimming behind her, according to the game statement. The wreck was 49 feet deep. At first, everything seemed fine. Tina came to a halt and began waving at me before signaling her desire to ascend. I realized right away that she was simply panicking. She used to do that. By this point, we had climbed halfway. So I decided to calm her down by staying with her at the same depth for a while without diving further, allowing her to psychologically adjust to the pressure. She continued to breathe deeply, which was dangerous, and I realized she was sinking. I tried to grab her belt to keep her down, but she swung her arms so hard that she knocked my mask off. Tina was already too far away from me by the time I finished putting the mask back on my face. For a while, I attempted to swim to her but was unsuccessful. Then I decided to return to the surface and ask for assistance from the lifeguards. Along the way, I met another swimmer with a narrow set, but he ignored my signals for assistance. Yes, there were 2 Asian men with them, but neither of them confirmed Gabe's statement about his request for assistance. Later, when the police took underwater computer readings, they confirmed that Gabe attempted to swim after his drowning wife for a short time before abandoning the effort. Although the ascent to the surface was not an emergency, Gabe followed the instructions and stopped at each required depth level. When questioned by police, Gabe stated that he could have saved his wife but chose not to. Furthermore, this tragic incident occurred at the start of their dive, so Gabe had enough oxygen in his tanks to swim to the bottom and return to the surface. The rescuers are on duty aboard the ship. When they realized what had happened, they immediately went in search of Tina, and they found her quickly, but it was too late. Tina was lying on her back, eyes open under her mask at 82 feet. Her body was immediately lifted onto the deck of the yacht. They gave her artificial respiration for approximately 40 minutes. But to no avail. Tina died, and despite all of this time, he did not approach his wife, but instead stood to the side and sniffed his nose, according to witnesses. The same company employees claimed that the young man on his way to the shore, who smiled and even played cards with other passengers, denied this in court. Tina's subsequent autopsy revealed that not everything was clear. Yes, there is no evidence of a violent death, but there are bruises on the neck. There are traces of blood in the nostrils, which is common at the 82-foot depth where Tina's body was discovered. There are no traces of alcohol in the blood, but there are high levels of medications like ibuprofen and paracetamol. Although these drugs are used to treat seasickness, a small amount of fluid was detected in the lungs. Tina died from drowning, according to the report, but she could have drowned while already oxygen deprived. Tina's equipment was examined by Australian water police, but no malfunctions were discovered. The police could have written it off as an accident. An inexperienced diver disregarded safety precautions and paid with his life. Unfortunately, this is a very common case, but there were some suspicious moments in the story, such as the rather ambiguous results of the autopsy. According to the diving team, the autopsy also revealed Watson's strange behavior, which does not fit into the conventional picture of a husband grieving for his wife who has just died. All of these factors contributed to the case's difficulty and closure. That's why the investigation took so long. Gabe realized detectives were searching for him. Furthermore, his parents refused to accept what had happened as a tragic accident, preferring to see their son-in-law in the dark, if not as their daughter's murderer, then as a man who had not helped her. During the first interrogation, the police noticed that the suspect was in shock, crying and laughing, twitching nervously, asking to call his father, who complained of ear pain, and begging him to inform his wife's parents about the tragedy. Gabe was released late at night. He went to the yacht owned by the company that sent them to the reef and requested a night's stay, claiming that the trip was supposed to last 2 days, but because his wife had died, they had only been there for 24 hours. He also requested a refund of half the cost of their dive. In fact, he never saw the sunken ship. Gabe's mother flies to Townsville on October 24 to support him and help him find a lawyer. They go to the morgue that same day, as requested by Gabe. Gabe wanted to see his wife one more time because the husband was still a suspect. The morgue employee contacted the detective in charge of the case who may have hidden some evidence. But the bereaved husband only cried, gripped his wife's cold hand, and begged her forgiveness. Unaware that a police officer was standing outside the door at the time, he recorded him on a tape recorder. "I did not mean to hurt you." Detective Lawrence later uses these words against Gabe in court. "Then visit the morgue. You said you didn't mean to hurt Tina. What do you mean by that?" Lawrence will ask the question. The story of Gabe's sore ear was told again as he traveled home with his wife's body. During a layover in Oakland, he requested medical attention on the airport grounds and was held there for evaluation. The investigation determined that this was done on purpose to avoid seeing Tina's father. However, divers will confirm that your problems are a fairly common ailment. Tina's funeral was held on November 5, and Gabe still had to meet with his late father. Gabe removed his wife's wedding ring, placing it on his ring finger instead of hers, as well as earrings, which he immediately handed over to his father-in-law. Watson and the Thomas family did not cross paths again that day. Later in the trial, Gabe would be asked, "Did you really remove your wife's jewelry during the funeral?" Gabe will just smile and shrug. "I doubt I could have done it later." Everyone had different perspectives on Gabe. Some described this chubby, funny man as a kind man, while others called him a tyrant and desperate man, but they all agreed on one thing. Gabe and Tina were not happy, or didn't appear to be. Tina's friends confirmed what she told her father during a family dinner on February 15. Tina died on the seabed because she was afraid of dying alone, and her union with Gabe was simply a means to that end. Also, the victim, who died shortly before their honeymoon, told a friend that her husband dragged her to an insurance company and forced her to insure his life at a higher interest rate in case of death, putting his name in the beneficiary column. The insurance agent checked the testimony and confirmed everything. The taxi driver who took the newlyweds to the yacht was also questioned. Tina cried the entire way, but her husband ignored her. Finally, Tina's friend Amanda Phillips shared another story, revealing what the couple's relationship was truly like. This damn jerk videotaped Tina urinating in the bathroom, edited it, and put it on a Christmas videotape. That would have been fine, but he showed it to a large group of people. He laughed like a horse as everyone twiddled their fingers around their temples, attempting to explain to him that it was a very low act. I was clutching crosses on my fingers, hoping Tina wouldn't get the idea to marry him. While removing jewelry during a funeral may appear to be a frightening and condemnatory act on Gabe's part during the trial in 2008, the jury was shown extremely disturbing footage of Watson visiting Tina's grave, removing all the flowers, and carrying them away. They were later discovered in a nearby trash can. Tina's father noticed the missing flowers and wanted to find out who had stolen them. He placed a hidden camera in the next row among the monuments. But he didn't expect to see Gabe on the tape, and I was outraged by such an act in court. Gabe's defense was that he and his wife had discussed the death of one of their own during an extreme honeymoon. Her request for no flowers on the grave sounded strange and unlikely. There's no telling how long the search for evidence would have lasted. If the cops had worn the same gear as the newlyweds and not attempted to stage the incident, Gabe claims Tina drowned while he was attempting to put a mask on her face. It turned out that you couldn't put on the mask underwater without using another source of air. Tina received oxygen in late November 2008. Gabe was arrested by Australian police, and his trial began on June 5, 2009, with him pleading guilty, but only to failing to save his wife. So he was charged with negligent homicide and sentenced to 18 months in prison. After serving his sentence, Gabe returned to the United States. However, a year later, the now US court charged him with first-degree murder, with the motive being to receive insurance payments following his wife's death. Gabe's lawyer attempted to defend his client by blaming the diving company, claiming that the employees of this company failed to ensure the safety of tourists and are now afraid of losing their license, and thus the entire business is attempting to shift the blame onto the unhappy husband, who has already served his sentence in another country. The insurance company paid Gabe $33,000, but he spent a lot more money on lawyers and additional expertise. Nonetheless, the prosecution continued to argue that the husband's spending was necessary because he could not assume he would not be believed. Furthermore, the prosecutor refused to accept Gabe's lack of ability to save his wife, despite having a degree in drowning rescue. When Gabe finished speaking, he addressed the jury. "It has been 7 years since the tragedy, and I haven't stopped thinking about that terrible day. The public has pounced on me, blaming me for my wife's death and accusing me of murder. There was no one who looked me in the eyes and said, 'Yes, I understand how bad you feel, but this is not your fault.' On the contrary, everyone simply wants me dead. And now I can only understand my late wife's parents. They will never forgive me, no matter how much I kneel before them. And no matter how much I kneel before them, and no matter how much I beg their forgiveness, you frequently hear the phrase, 'I can't imagine what it's like to lose a child.' But I've never heard anyone say that they can't imagine what it's like to lose a wife, especially on their honeymoon. If I can be accused of anything, it's that I didn't do enough to save Tina. But I've already been punished for that. Perhaps you would have been satisfied if I had drowned with my wife 7 years ago, but I was afraid of death. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to get from the bottom to the top. I only wanted to live, and I still want to live today." There was no evidence presented in court to prove Gabe was guilty. The jury found Gabe not guilty. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. A 16-year-old girl who lived in the same house as her parents and younger sisters fell asleep in her room and was discovered dead the next morning. The police quickly realized they were dealing with a murder, but none of her relatives heard anything that night. It took 31 years to solve the case, but no one expected this outcome. Fawn Cox was born in Kansas City, Missouri, on March 24, 1973. Her appearance quickly led her to have 2 more daughters. The family lived in a modest 2-story home in a rough residential neighborhood. She helped her parents care for the younger children from an early age, attended church on a regular basis, and enjoyed swimming. When Fawn turned 16, she got a part-time job at a nearby amusement park. Her family was quite poor, and the girls tried to earn some money in their spare time after school. She spent the majority of her summer vacation in 1989 at work, mostly behind the cash register selling amusement ride tickets. Her mother and younger sister drove her home because taking public transportation from the park would have taken a long time. Fawn went to bed almost immediately after returning home because she had another day at work. The following morning, the girl slept on the 2nd floor. She had a room. Her sisters usually slept in the next room, but that night she was alone on the floor. Her younger sister, Amber, was babysitting for a familiar family. That night, Felicia, the other sister, chose to sleep on the 1st floor because it was cooler. It was a hot night, and the only air conditioner working was downstairs. Their parents were also sleeping on the 1st floor. The next morning, around 9 o'clock, the entire family awoke to the sound of Fawn's alarm clock, which she refused to turn off for some reason. Her younger sister and mother then went up to her room, where they were confronted with a horrific sight. Fawn lay on the bed with no sign of life. Her neck was visibly bruised. She also had no pulse. Her parents immediately called an ambulance, but they were unable to assist her. It was clear that Fawn had died hours before. After examining her body, medical experts determined that strangulation was the cause of death, and the girl had also been abused from the start. Even though Fawn was killed in her room in a small house with poor soundproofing, her parents and sister heard nothing. However, there was an explanation. The air conditioner on the 1st floor was old and extremely loud, drowning out all other sounds in the house. Fawn's sister noticed the only strange thing that night: their poodle was acting anxiously and barking, but they paid little attention. This behavior was attributed to the dog's pregnancy. After investigating the scene, the police made several significant discoveries. Their theory was that the attacker or group entered the house through a 2nd-story window that overlooked the backyard. An old trailer parked near the house could be easily used to climb up to the outbuilding's canopy, which was nearly level with the window. The window had been left open because there was no air conditioning on the 2nd floor, and one had to deal with the heat in Fawn's room. The experts discovered the first important clues: a few short hairs, small blood stains, and traces of semen on her bed sheet, and sent them to the lab for analysis. In addition, several items were missing from the home, including radios, a Nintendo game console, and a stereo recorder. Several other items were discovered on the ground in front of the house, indicating that the burglar had thrown them out the window to take them with him but left them there for unknown reasons. Detectives also discovered that several items had been taken from a closet in an adjacent room on the second floor. They suspected the perpetrator was hiding in the closet while everyone else in the house slept. Normally, Fawn's sister slept in that room, but not this night. As a result, no one noticed the items on display. The police discovered another strange clue: an old army cap in Fawn's room. All of her relatives said they had never seen her wearing it, so detectives assumed the killer had left the cap at the scene. Despite an impressive collection of evidence, police were unable to identify the suspects quickly. The issue is that in 1989, DNA forensics was relatively underdeveloped, and there were no shared genetic databases. At that time, Detective Benjamin Caldwell, who handled the case, put forward the main version of what happened. In his opinion, there could have been several assailants, and they must have known the house well. Not only did they know how to get to the second floor through the backyard in total darkness, but they must also have known the layout of the rooms. The next step for the police was to look for witnesses. They interviewed neighbors, friends, and relatives of Fawn, but all were inconclusive. The detectives had one weighty problem before them: the neighborhood in which the house was located was very poor and criminal. Various criminal gangs separated there, and their participants were quite difficult to bring to justice. A month after Fawn's murder, the case finally got off the ground. The police had a witness who pointed them to 3 suspects. This witness knew a number of important details that the police never divulged, so his story was taken seriously. The suspects were 3 teenagers, one of whom was in the same class as Fawn. They were arrested and questioned, but the boys denied being involved in the murder. While searching one of their homes, police discovered items taken from the victim's room. This was enough to charge all 3 with murder, but the detectives were still disappointed. First, the witness abruptly recanted and ceased cooperating with police. The second, DNA analysis of blood, hair, and sperm found at the crime scene did not yield a clear match to the suspect's samples. During those years, experts were unable to determine an exact match between the samples, and all of their tests produced questionable results. In other words, the analysis failed to confirm a complete game or a guaranteed mismatch. Despite this, the police were able to obtain useful information from one of the detainees. During one of the interrogations, he confessed that he had indeed broken into Fawn's house that night and the company of other boys and stolen some things. He painted how he made his way to the second floor through the canopy of the canopy, and even revealed unknown details. According to him, when he threw a tape recorder out the window, its handle fell off. The boy hid it under a nearby bush, and the police did find the item in that very spot, except that the young man quickly retracted his statement and no longer cooperated with the investigation, which would have prevented his confession from being used in court. Because of this, the police had to let the men go, and the investigation was at a standstill again. Most likely the witnesses were simply intimidated, but without their testimony in court, the case had almost no chance. All we know is that one of them spent 8 months in jail for stealing items from Fawn's house. Since then, the case has been stored in a long drawer. The police reopened the investigation in the early 2000s. The first thing they did was upload DNA samples from the crime scene to the CODIS database, which had been created several years prior and contained DNA samples from people charged with serious crimes. Unfortunately, no matches were discovered for the Fawn killer. This database emerged as a result of significant scientific advances in DNA research. It also enabled the police to obtain DNA samples from the 3 original suspects and perform more advanced tests. This time, experts concluded unequivocally that the hair, sperm, and blood belonged to none of them. This was strange, given that the suspects were found in possession of Fawn's belongings. Detectives speculated that the 3 men had robbed her house at night, but there was another man with them who had abused and murdered the girl. All of this raised additional questions. Could it be that 4 criminals entered the house unnoticed and murdered Fawn, and as they fled the scene, the police still had no answers? Since then, the case has stalled again. With each passing year, the Fawn family has become increasingly skeptical that the murder will ever be solved. They continued to believe that those 3 suspects had been in their home that night and could have identified the murderer, but they never did. The only thing that could help them figure out the truth was a DNA sample kept in the police lab. Amber, Fawn's younger sister, revealed some disturbing details about the crime. She expressed her thoughts on facts unknown to the police on a popular American forum for unsolved crimes. Over the last 20 years, the forum has built a solid reputation, and its members have assisted the police in a number of high-profile cases. Amber's identity has been verified and confirmed, so her post deserves attention. She worked as a nanny Monday through Friday and was only home during the day. On weekends, the girl slept in the very room on the second floor, where the burglars had sneaked in. The criminals would have been identified immediately. They would also have watched the house and waited until Fawn's mother and younger sister arrived to pick up the girl from work. Despite all of this, Amber's story did not bring the case any closer to being solved, but it was already 2018, and DNA research had advanced significantly. New analysis tools helped solve dozens, if not hundreds, of long-forgotten cases. Fawn's relatives saw it all and resented why the police were in no hurry to reopen the murder investigation. They kept talking to detectives about the case, and each time they got the same answer: extended DNA testing requires money, and the police have dozens of cases, so the relatives were left to wait for their turn and funding to come in, but they decided to take the initiative and launch a fundraiser. In 2019, the family wanted to cover the full cost of the DNA samples and also offered a $10,000 reward for any information that would lead to the perpetrator's capture due to the extensive media coverage of the case and numerous interviews given by the family. Many people who cared responded to requests for help. The family quickly collected the necessary amount of money, but even here they were disappointed. The police department refused to initiate this investigation at the expense of the relatives of the victim. The lead detective explained that there was bound to be a big problem in such a situation if the relatives of one victim could pay for such tests and expedite the results. Then hundreds of other families who have been searching for years for the murder of their loved ones should have the same right, but it is simply impossible to implement such a thing in practice, since only a few laboratories in the world conduct innovative DNA tests, and with such a simultaneous influx of those wishing to do so, their resources are simply not enough. The leading company in this field is Parabon Nanolabs, which we have already repeatedly mentioned in the other reels. They have made tremendous progress in the study of DNA, from finding a person's relatives, from the smallest genetic samples, to creating an approximate portrait of the owner of the DNA. It was this lab that was to take over the study of the samples left in Fawn's bedroom the night she was murdered. The girl's relatives suspected that the police were reluctant to pursue their case for another reason: they were a low-income family from a bad neighborhood, and murder was not a top priority for investigators. In an interview, Sister Fawn stated that if it had been the murder of a wealthy or high-ranking family, all necessary investigations would have been conducted immediately. Unfortunately, they were unable to speed up the process, and the long-awaited breakthrough did not occur until late 2020, but the family was not prepared for such an outcome. The FBI provided funding for the police to send samples from Fawn's room to a laboratory. They began a thorough examination of the DNA and looked for possible relatives of the possessors. In November 2020, they focused primarily on the semen sample discovered at the murder scene. They were eventually able to identify the individual to whom that DNA belonged. It turned out to be Fawn's cousin, Donald Cox. Of course, this news shocked the entire family. Donald was 21 years old when Fawn died, and no one had considered his involvement. Nonetheless, Donald was a troubled man who was frequently incarcerated. He was tried for misdemeanors including theft and possession of illegal substances. Unfortunately, they did not collect DNA samples from such criminals during those years. Otherwise, this case would have been resolved much sooner. Donald died of an overdose in 2006, but the police looked into his death because the circumstances seemed suspicious. A sample of his DNA was preserved as a result of the investigation, but it was not entered into the FBI database because the man in question was a victim rather than a perpetrator. When the experts informed the police of their discovery, they matched the sample to the semen found at the murder scene and obtained a 100 match, despite the gravity of the situation. The relatives have received an answer to a question that has been bothering them for 31 years, but one crucial point remains in the story. The evidence suggested that the 3 original suspects had also been in the Fawn house that night. It was now clear how the perpetrators knew the house and the family's routines. Donald was a frequent visitor and was familiar with all of these details. However, the police closed the case and no new charges were brought against the 3 men. Sister Fawn said she didn't see the point in getting them to confess. Even though the men were present in the house at night, they may not have witnessed the murder. Donald may have remained in the house alone and attacked Fawn only then. Felicia added that the 3 suspects had already paid for their actions during this time. While the case remained unsolved, the entire neighborhood was convinced of their guilt. According to Sister Fawn, as a result, they were treated extremely negatively, with all of the consequences that would follow. Their lives were effectively destroyed. Furthermore, after the case was closed, it was revealed that the police had first learned about the suspects from the family of one of their relatives. They discovered a Nintendo set-top box among his belongings and remembered that it had been stolen from Fawn's home. It was on the news, and everyone in the neighborhood was aware of the details. In any case, it is impossible to prove their guilt, and the victim's relatives now know the killer's name. He lived for 17 years without being punished for his actions, as if nothing had happened. He communicated with his family, but his drug addiction eventually drove him to death, and he no longer posed a threat to anyone.